P23, Customs Auxilium GT, Oscar Ortiz back in P24. Going back then to Project Bullet iRacing, David Gomez Dorado there in P25. Cometa Team, P26 for Balthazar Sevilla, and then in P27 BWY Academy Hugo Molina, and then last but not least Super Copa Esports Mexico driven by Paul Jourdain, now in P28. And I believe, as far as I can see, the A2 Racing team might be out of the race here.
Yeah, and looks like, I noticed that on the timing screen a couple of laps ago that they have pulled the car to the side, and they will be taking no further part, which is a bit of a shame. I think it was something to do with the instant between themselves and the leaders when they rejoined in front of our leader. But the gap kind of coming down a little bit to 9.0 between the top, alternating as well. Unicos Gaming are in for a pit stop here. So Pablo Hidalgo came in and I think has just come back out from their pit stop. I wonder, I didn't actually see them stop, so I wonder, have they also suffered the same fate of a drive-through as well? Because it's getting to that phase now of the off-track starting to catch up with people a little bit now, because obviously we mentioned that 75 is the limit. Each time you see 75x off-tracks will net you a drive-through penalty. If you get get another 75 on top of that, you will get a stop-and-go penalty. And after that, it just keeps getting worse. And if you keep doing it, then it ends up being a disqualification. So the in-game stewarding doesn't do it. The live stewards as a RAP to that cone that just got demolished there. The cones are really getting some abuse today.
Yeah.
Poor cones have the hardest job in the world here. As the gap down up front, down to 8.9 once again. It's just 41.4, 41.5. The consistency is incredible from these two guys. I'm really impressed.
Yeah, it's been absolutely superb. I mean, given the fact that we've been racing at night, you can see, look at that Rusty's car, certainly been through the mill, certainly in this night race. They did okay earlier on when, of course, we had daylight, but it just seems to me that since the... look at that rear end on that car. So it looks a bit buckled right now as they come across the line. And Javier Chavez currently in P16. But yeah, going back to the top end, they're trading blows currently, lap after lap. Currently, MSI Esports holding the last lap. They held the advantage currently just over a tenth of a second faster. The R70 team now in the pits. Eric Tetasasuna, is he going to be taken out of the car? Are we going to be seeing a new driver in the R70 team car? I don't think Eric has been there too long, to be honest, unless I'm wrong. But obviously he has had 2 stops, so maybe it could be in line for a change here. The Zenith Esports car, though, still leading the charge, 141.536 their last lap. And as we can see there, the safety car in the distance there. We are currently watching there on our screens. Hopefully no need for it at this moment in time, as we now see car number 4 there. And there's car number 13 riding up on behind what looks to be the Rusty's car. And just looking there at the number 13 car, that being, of course, Level Motorsport, who obviously don't want to be stuck behind this man because, you know, obviously Toby Soriano, who's pulled off a clinic today, has still got a 10.8 second gap to that of Driver X Esports Scalpers team driver Luis Tarifa there. And you can see they're aggressively flashing the lights, eager to get by, but the rest of his car is having none of it, Jack.
No, doesn't necessarily have to move over. It's just courteous to do so, but we'll see now if what he's going to do as he comes up through here. Oh, look at the twitch coming through there. They've got such an aggressive setup on that car. As they come through, he's really having to fight. You see the difference in style. Some drivers like Lance Stroll, obviously in F1, they like a lot of input feedback coming through here. As the Rusty's car gets out of shape coming through there onto the exit now. And no sign of that Rusty's car moving over just yet. Probably going to give another flash of the lights down the straight here, I would imagine. They have it all mapped on their wheel for quick ease of access. Here we go with the slipstream. Rusty's car should just ease off here. Gives another flash of the lights as he comes through. Just let him know, do not move over, please. And through he goes, no issues whatsoever for P4. But yeah, Soriano is doing an excellent job in P4. He's really closing the gap to P3.
Nice and smooth indeed. Gets the job done. We're just going to be moving towards our second stream. So if you guys are still with us, we'll move over to part 2 of 3 of the stream. So please click over if you can on the Mundo GT YouTube channel. We're now seeing as well, the tussle's still going on, mine, because Rusty's has not let this man go, albeit very untidy there by Level Motorsports Toby Soriano there. And does run quite wide there as they make their way down towards the seat bend. But nonetheless, keeps it on track. Still looking in good shape there in P4. Just looking further up the gap. It's still 9 seconds between Zenith Esports and MSI at this moment in time. Driver X Esports Scalpers team still holding 10.8 seconds ahead of Level Motorsports Toby Soriano. Race for Cat Motorsports still 48.1 seconds behind Level Motorsports as well. So still a considerable gap between Race for Cat and Level Motorsports, but it's still a hot contest for P3 and still a hot contest for P1. So the podium position's far from being completed here, folks.
No, exactly not. We're approaching 12 hours to go, and also a new phase of pit stops coming up quite shortly, as well as a changing of the guard once again with Kieran and Austin hopping in just about 10 minutes time. I think we're going to have those guys join in for us, but till then, hopefully we'll be able to get the pit stops in before they hop in, so we get the fun part, and we get to see what MSI are going to do. Are they going to do something similar to what they do? Because it was a very smart decision to try and overcut our Zenith Esports. They managed to gain a couple of seconds by extending another lap, but I don't think they're going to do the same thing again because they have too much time to lose if they do that again. So I wonder if they'll just play it safe and come in on the same lap as the leaders because they can actually see them in front of them now. So they don't need to worry about having somebody else to call for it. When they see, they can respond rather than having someone in the rear telling them 30 seconds in advance that they're coming in. But hopefully they should be able to keep tabs with the leaders because they're the ones providing the entertainment.
No, absolutely. And that's exactly what we want to see. We want to make sure that the battle rage on, certainly into the early hours of the morning. I've got to say, I don't think this battle between Zenith and MSI is going to be done in the next few stints. I got a feeling this is going to go right to the end. Obviously, both of them very good class acts at taking their strategies to the line. As we now skip to the view of the safety car there in the pit lane, as we now view the Level Motorsport. Toby Soriano once again moving down the pit straight. Look at that contingent of cars bombing down towards turn 1 there. And that's car number 2, of course, as we were saying. Sorry, I got that wrong there. That's actually the Zenith car that's in P1. Very untidy entrance into turn 1. And on the exit, certainly may have cost himself a little bit of pace there. The MSI car still occupying 9 seconds back, though. So that gap remains unchanged. Albeit, though, I'd imagine we'll see a little twist at the top later on. Obviously, it's going to be a big question as to whether we'll see a few changes amongst the grid order now. And obviously, we've got to get the hype in because obviously part 2 is now upon us. Obviously, folks, make sure you join us over here at this part 2 sector of the stream. Obviously, remember, we got 3 parts to tonight's stream, so make sure you keep your eyes peeled for that. Obviously, here, us in the comms box will make sure you are kept up to date as to the latest movements going on with the broadcast. Currently, I've got to say, though, it's been very enjoyable. And Jack, I think we've been quite fortunate. We've had lots of action for this going into the evening stint.
Yeah, we've managed to reduce the gap at the lead from a minute to just under 10 seconds. So I think that's an absolute win on our part right there. Break this going on the Zenith Esports car, still pushing on, carving through the traffic. It seems kind of in the middle sector that the car behind the MSI car gains, but then Zenith manages to gain the time back again in the final a couple of corners. So the gap sits at 8.7 now. That's down to the lap traffic. So a good lap this time from MSI is helping them out as they come through here. This is the number 1 car, last year's winners, and still putting on a charge here to try to go 2 in a row here in this championship. Over the curb now, we'll see the lap times here from our leader. It's not going to be, it's a 41.6 for our leader. I think it's going to be down, it's going to be a low 41 for our MSI guys here as he comes to the line. Should be roughly it's around 41.5, low 41.5 for MSI. So it's a 10th and a half taken out that time by MSI. So it's very, very close indeed. And you can see them working hard here at the wheel. And this is the view they have. This windscreen on the M8 is very, very small, and they're seeing out to this tiny little cockpit with the headlights out in front of them. It's very hard to see out of this car, especially if you're in VR as well. Some of them are driving in VR, so they've got a real challenge here. And the headlights as well, they don't really show much if you're on your own there, but you really do require them, because if you were driving with no lights here, this would be an incredible challenge.
Oh yeah, and you got to try and hit every apex as well, as we now watch the Rusty's car now zooming up there on the car in front. I can't quite catch the number on that, whether that's a gap that's close as we now look at the Rusty's car in now. And indeed, it is a straight battle, 0.2 of a second in between the R70 team of Gerardo Babio, who's obviously just come out the pit lane for a driver change. Javier Chavez trying to close him down now, 0.3 of a second. The gap currently as they round this next right-hander, coming down the next straight now towards the Repsol Bend. You can see just ahead, Gerardo Babbio still holding on to P15. Javier Chavez not letting him go by any stretch of the imagination as they round the Repsol corner, heading down towards the seat now. And the Rust Easy car doing all he can to try and whittle down every single time gap on that R70 team car right now as they come down towards the Verth curve. Who's going to tackle this one better as they come up towards that vital corner? And indeed, it looks like a little bit of a late break coming on there from Rusty's, trying to close the gap as best he can. We are down to the early 0.3 of a second, now up to the 0.4, rounding the Campsa corner now. You could just see Javier Chavez running very wide there, but he gets a good exit. 4.5 of a second as they come down towards the Kea Bend. Gerardo Babbio still maintaining the gap by about 0.4 of a second. This definitely looks like a battle on the cards here, Jack. Certainly looks promising.
Yeah, it looks like, of course, having just have a pit stop, it'll be fresh tyres for Babbio and a full tank of fuel. So it'll take him a lap to get the temperature in the tyres. And then I think he should just pull away from Chavez, who's so late on the brakes coming in there. He might be able to mount a move here. If he's able to do it quickly, he may actually be able to do something here around the last corner now. Going to have a nice slipstream here as they come down towards turn number 1 here. See him going defensive immediately. Babbio, he knows he's got to keep him behind him because it's a crucial on-track battle here. But I think Chavez is going to have to stay behind here because once Babbio gets the tyres up to temperature, he's going to be gone.
He certainly is. Chavez certainly trying to keep the pressure on. Gerardo Babbio just trying to enforce any mistake possible from that R70 team car as they now round the next right-hander, heading round the Renault curve now towards the straight before they reach the Repsol Bend. You can see Gerardo Babbio trying to hold off the approach here for the Rusty's driver, Javier Chavez, as they come round the next right-hander now, heading towards the seat will be the next corner. Who's going to tackle these curves better? As we now see, don't forget that Rusty's car has been through punishment in this race, and certainly during our stint, we've seen no end of trouble that this car has been in, but still he maintains it. Chavez very untidy on the exit there, and that's cost him a little bit of time. He is now within the half a second mark now as they come up through the Verth curve. Gerardo Babbio still maintaining that gap, but just look at the unprecedented speed here of Javier Chavez as they've reduced it down to 0.3 of a second. They're coming down the stretch now, leading down towards the Lakea. He has a look down the inside, crawling all over the back end of Gerardo Babbio's R70 car as they come down towards the Lakea. A late break. They're so close on the outset of that curve now, heading up what will be the next semi-chicane around the Bank San Bedell. Look how close that Gerardo Babbio and Javier Chavez are currently at this moment in time. They round the Europe car right-hander now, very soon to come through the RACC chicane. What an ending to our stint we will have here as they come round the RACC chicane now towards what will be the New Holland Bend, towards the straight. Can Javier Chavez get a move in before the death here as they come past the paddock? You can see the R70 team, Gerardo Babbio there, still trying to hold on to P15, trying to break that slipstream as best he can. The yellow livery doing all he can, coming down towards turn 1 as you can now see them tussle arm in arm through turn 1 again. He holds on. Phenomenal battle here, Jack.
Yeah, this is fantastic. 12 hours to go, and this is what we're getting as Chavez just fighting the car. He's got a bag of understeer there. He's lost a couple of tenths there, as you can see, but you can see the car in front going wide. Babbio now still trying to get temperature in the tyres, of course. But yeah, Chavez really putting some pressure on here. Filing through the right-hander, fighting, almost spinning on the way out there. But he's now losing time as he fights away the car. You can see Babbio just building a small little lead on the exit right there. But keep you updated on pit stops. Currently, no other drivers in, but we're approaching the phase as per usual with new drivers going to be coming into the pits very shortly. And Zenith now starting to just slightly open the gap a little bit. You can see 41.3 for Lucas Colombo and MSI at 41.5. So it's getting pretty close. Chavez still putting pressure on this number 8 car. These guys might be a little bit inseparable here. I think Chavez is going to the only thing that's going to separate these guys is a pit stop.
I think it will be. I mean, they're still going now. Oh, my word! There he goes once again. The Rusty's car goes off the track. And I've got to say, a very, very, very classy re-entry there from the number 18 car. Obviously, being dealt with by Javier Chavez. Obviously, that's not ideal for him. He loses all that hard work that he put in, closing down on Gerardo Babbio. But what a recovery to get it back on track as soon as possible. He's still zooming down the pit straight, but he loses a huge amount of time on the car ahead of him. The R70 car now has relieved pressure. Let's have a look at that replay straight away as they were coming round towards the back San Bedell. You could just see Just see him. He just touched the curb once again, maybe just a little bit too much acceleration, and he just got oversteer, headed right into the wall. I don't think he made contact too much with the wall, to be honest. I think it was just a trip into the gravel trap for the R70, for the Rusty's car. But once again, in controversy is that car once again, but no damage this time. I don't think he gets away with it. But I think this is a great opportunity to welcome back Kieran McGinley and Austin. Welcome back, guys.
Oh, thank you for the lovely introduction. As yeah, that's one way to hand over. You've still got 3 minutes left. We don't want to cramp your style yet.
Well, we just thought we'd bring you in, and we like to have a chat. I mean, have you seen
nice.
Yeah, it's just being polite. I mean, come on. Got smited down by the mighty Kieran McGinley there, but no, just watching now. I'm not sure whether you guys have been watching what's been transpiring over the last 4 hours, but MSI Esports closing the meteoric gap that was nearly a minute down to 8.9 seconds, 9 seconds. The gap now. So, guys, I think we could be in for a corker of a finish here.
Yeah, I definitely think we can. It's going to be hopefully a grandstand finish at the end of things. And the best part of it is we're just only approaching half race distance. All to play for still. And if the gap is just 9 seconds or 10 seconds at this halfway point, then who knows what could happen heading towards the checkered flag. I'm thoroughly looking forward to getting stuck in and covering the rest of this night shift, where I'm assuming there have been a couple of mistakes. I just saw the Rusty's car making that mistake there, and I saw the other one. You did mention that I think it was someone in 29th place. I think it was AD Racing. I think it was. That was the name I called there. Let me have a call up.
A2.
Yeah, A2. That's the one I meant. Yeah, A2 Racing. So obviously, I saw that they had an off, and apparently came close to the leader there.
Yeah, Zenith Esports actually very nearly coming to a cropper. That then they had to run wide and take it onto the gravel trap. Luckily enough, they managed to rejoin quite quickly. But then they also had a little bit of an issue rounding the Campster corner, taking too much of the exit, getting a drive-through penalty, which actually brought us down to where we are today of a 9-second gap between the MSI Esports and the Zenith Esports team. Very much still a battle on the cards, though, and certainly will give us a very exciting finish. And I'm sure the MSI Esports team must have gone back to their strategy that they've been enforcing right through the race, which is basically to follow everything Zenith Esports were doing. And I'm sure they'll probably take pit stops in tandem now. It's going to be a straight fist fight to the finish now, I think, as long as they keep it clean on the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're looking forward to absolutely getting stuck in for this night shift. It's always a challenging shift for any driver that approaches this grueling task of trying to drive this car in the night. The track temperature will, of course, be down. The air temperature's down. So, I mean, it's all the more reason to stay concentrated. Send out the best driver with the wise head on the shoulders, and you can't go far wrong. So, yeah, the night shift is going to catch out some of those people. It's done a good job of catching out people so far. So, we'll see how it all develops when we get the baton in just a minute's or time or so.
We certainly will. It's going to certainly it's going to be a corker. I cannot wait to see what is going to happen. It's been absolutely brilliant. I've got to say, we've been very lucky to have the standard of racing that we've had here, folks. It's been nothing short of exquisite. And as you can see there, we're just watching the battle take place between Escuderia, that being Alejandro Codina, and Boya Fernandez there of the Cherokee PS Oco Sim team. Currently within half a second, in fact. We're actually talking 4/10 now coming through. Now, as you can see them taking the RACC chicane. This chicane's so prudent to increasing the chances of an overtake, as we now witness Boya Fernandez make their way around the final bend now. Look at the time gap there, 0.3 of a second as they come down past the paddock. Once again on the straight, look at the gap they're closing meteorically down the stretch now as they come down towards turn one. Alejandro Cadena in all sorts of trouble. An overtake here. Can he hold on to it? Boya Fernandez coming down towards turn one, swallows the curb. Smoothly done indeed by the Cherokee Racing team. This battle has been really coming into fruition for the last, at least the last couple of hours. And finally, Boya Fernandez gets the job done. Cherokee Racing up to P11. What a superb move there by Fernandez.
Distance. We finally got to half distance. 12 hours to go.
That came out of nowhere. I didn't see that coming. Phenomenal scenes. But so we're up to half distance. An overtake by Boya Fernandez. Amazing scenes here, folks. That's exactly what we want to see. And that is the cherry on the end of our stint there, Jack, I'm sure.
Yeah, so I think without further ado, Kieran and Austin, it's all yours. Have fun with the lead battle, and we'll see you at about 4:30 in the morning.
Thank you very much, George and Jack. Yeah, we'll absolutely, definitely enjoy our night shift here. Looking forward to seeing what sort of problems and what sort of issues teams could run into in this night shift. We were talking, obviously, before, Austin, about how the track temperature, the air temperature, it's obviously the coolest it's going to be right now. So, how do you think the driver's going to cope with that?
Looking at it, it's 20 degrees Celsius, and we were talking earlier, that's a track temperature, not the air temperature. That's a bit lower. That's an 18.4. So it's definitely a lot lower than when we were last in the commentary booth here, when it was about, what, 23, 24, 25 actually. And it started dropping slowly. Now it's at 20. A lot less grip. But this doesn't seem to be the worst for the tires, considering if we look at the fastest lap times, they have seriously improved since the 16-hour remaining mark, so 4 hours ago. We are now in the 1-minute 40s for Zenith Esports, MSI Esports, and Williams Esports. They have all cracked the 1-minute 40 barrier. And it's quite interesting to see. So apparently, for the tires, these conditions are actually not too bad. In fact, they're quite beneficial. So what the driver's going to see is a bit more grip than I certainly would have expected.
Well, yeah, I think I've been proved wrong once, twice, 3 times this stream already, so I'll happily be proven wrong again and again and again. That's the beauty of racing, though. Sometimes it's on paper, but also on the other hand, sometimes you can't really predict what's going to happen. So obviously, that's racing, and that's why we love it, Austin.
It's always something. It always throws you a little curveball here or there. And also, when we last left, as George already mentioned, the gap between Zenith and MSI was 50 seconds, 51.8, I think it was. Now it's 9.8. So in fact, MSI has lost about a second since George mentioned it, and George and Jack left and were swapped out for us. But still, 10 seconds after 12 hours. That is incredibly close, and both teams can easily win it. And even if we look further, DriveX is a lap behind those two. Level Motorsports is 8 seconds behind DriveX. So the battle for the last podium position is also very, very on.
Oh, absolutely. Riding aboard now with Lucas Colombo in the Zenith Esports car as he tackles turn 5 now, trying to get through the back markers as quickly as he possibly can. And that's what the Zenith team have been through in the last stint. Obviously, they had that coming together with the A2 car rejoining onto the track. That's what endurance racing sometimes can surprise you with. It can surprise you with a car just pulling out and obviously ruining your race. There's nothing you can do about that other than just sit there and think, where did it all go wrong? So sometimes you can push and put your heart into this drive and into being the fastest driver you can be, but at the end of the day, if the stars aren't aligned, it's not going to be your race.
Much so, and the one thing that the nighttime should help the drivers with, as difficult as it is, visibility is at a premium here. The one thing that it should help you with is you got to remember now that in the night, the lights are a lot more powerful, meaning that if you are the car in front and you're being lapped, you can use your lights, you can flash your lights to communicate with the car behind you. That wasn't possible during daylight, and we've seen it before on stream a couple times. I saw one car just about 10-15 minutes ago was pulling out of the way on the back straight, moving to the left side, and then flashing the lights, showing the leaders here, Lucas Colombo, Zenith Esports, showing them basically, move through, I'm slowing down, and flashing the lights. This is something you can't do in broad daylight because you can't see the flashing lights from behind. Now you can.
Yeah, well, there's going to be no excuse about a back marker not knowing where a lead car is, that's for sure. The lights are bright enough already, let alone when they're flashing in your rear view mirror. They're catching a glimpse of your eyes. So, yeah, you're definitely not going to miss them whatsoever as we head in towards the 13th hour. We are past the halfway mark, and yeah, half of the race still to go here. And as we always say, and I'll keep saying it until pretty much the last lap, there's still a long way to go.
Yeah, and we have P3 and P4 DriveX Esports and Level Motorsports in the pit lane right now. DriveX kept Luis Tarifa in the car, but Level Motorsports has made a change. It's Bruno Asturi now in that Porsche 991 RSR, the highest Porsche in the standings right now. The top three all BMW M8s, P4, then Level Motorsport in the Porsche. And then it's Williams Esports in P5 with the highest ranked Ford. Then again, there's only two Fords out on track. The other one, High Speed Demons, down in P14 right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we keep saying, with Williams Esports, they're obviously up to 5th place. It's been a fantastic recovery drive from everybody involved in that Williams Esports car. They should be immensely proud of what they've achieved so far in 12 hours. What could the next 12 bring for them, Austin?
Well, looking at it right now, the position for them currently is a little bit inflated because they are about to make their next pit stop. They are 31 laps into this stint, whereas the cars behind them, Race for Cat, came in 4 laps ago. Unicos Gaming 14 laps ago, and Obsidian Racing 4 laps ago. So it's a little bit inflated. We're gonna have to wait and see when or where they will emerge, whether they will be ahead of Obsidian Racing or behind them. They certainly will re-emerge ahead of Momai's racing team in P9, who are more than a lap down on this whole group. But it's going to be interesting whether they will switch drivers, whether Arthur LeHook is going to remain in the car, who's seemingly done a fantastic job. I mean, he's 1.6 seconds now behind Level Motorsports and Bruno Asturi. We can see here on board with Arthur LeHook. Really, really interesting view during the night. All that you see, really, for the most part, is the headlights of the cars. And thankfully, they are powerful enough to show a whole lot of track in front of them. But it's going to get really tricky sometimes to see what's a little bit further to the side. And that can catch people out if, for example, someone rejoins. A Zenith now in the pit lane. So MSI Esports will actually assume the lead, at least for one lap. They are now leading the race. So MSI Esports shows as the leader because Zenith Esports is in the pit lane.
Yeah, so that's going to be a call to action then for MSI. What will they do here? Will they stay out an extra lap, or will they try something different with their strategy? It's all in the money there. It's all going to be revealed to us hopefully in the next couple of minutes. Meanwhile, here we are watching the battle for 4th place between Level Motorsports and Williams Esports. Now, I believe it is Bruno Asturi in that Level Esports car who is being chased down by Arthur LeHook. Meanwhile, Julian Rodriguez is leading the way, and there is Colombo. He's rejoined 42 seconds behind now. He's back out on track. Let's have a replay here. What's this going to show us then in the pit lane? So we're riding on board with Colombo as he makes his way towards that line. What do you reckon could have happened there? Is that a possible speed in pit lane that they're showing us here? Or is this going to be the miss of a pit box?
No, I think this was just a normal pit stop, or was it? Yeah, very late, but yeah, no, this seems fine. Really just a replay of the pit stop itself. The pit entry, all went fine, all went well. Not much to see there, but yeah, so confirmation that Zenith Esports was indeed in the pit lane, and Lucas Colombo has remained in the car. That's going to be the more interesting question. What are MSI Esports going to do? Will Julian Rodriguez Moreno remain in the car as well? It seems so. I think, considering that he's been there now for 10 seconds and more, I reckon Julian Rodriguez stays in the car as well. The pit stop time for Zenith Esports was 34.2 seconds. When is MSI going to re-emerge? The clock is ticking up and up and up. We're talking 28 seconds, 29, 30. When is it going to stop? 34.2 was the timer for Zenith, and it's still going up. 34.9 for MSI. So 7/10 lost in the pit stop. That should put them just over 10 seconds behind Zenith.
Yeah, absolutely. And, 7/10 doesn't seem like a lot in the pit lane, but that 7/10 you have to make up all over again. And sometimes that could be a bit of a kick in the gut whilst you're out there. It's even more time to make up when you're already trying to chase down. But, Rodriguez is now back out there, back out in second place, and now obviously just over 10 seconds back on our race leader. And to say it's been an uneventful race, Austin, would be a complete lie. All the drivers out here have had something to contend with in these 12 hours so far.
A day, 24-hour race is always a race of attrition. It's always a race where something goes wrong at some point, and you're just gonna have to improvise and make the best of it. And all you hope is that it's not too bad, it's not too much that goes wrong, and you're really hoping for smooth sailing for the most part. And I think for Zenith and MSI, that has certainly been the case. For Williams Esports and P5, not so much, but they've had a fantastic drive ever since those first couple of laps, and now finding themselves in P5 and still not having pitted, it seems. Although, let me refresh because I think my timing screen just broke again, as it always does. Yep, still P5, still P5. 34 laps into their stint now. Surely they're going to come at some point. As we see here, David Gomez for Project Bullet iRacing trying to defend off of Baltazar Sevilla for the Cometa team. 3/10 the gap, now 5/10. Different lines there through the Europe car corner, now into the last chicane, and then through that last full speed right-hander, or almost full speed right-hander. And he's not close enough, I think. I don't think that's going to happen at the end of the long straight here for Baltazar Sevilla.
No, I don't think it is. It's obviously they're both in the Porsches as they make their way down towards turn one. It's just not going to be enough here for Sevilla as he has to follow all the way through into these first couple of corners, I should say. But again, Austin, they're both taking different lines, Gomez and Sevilla. So it's going to be a battle of who has the better line going through these corners. It's going to be really interesting to see because even 12 hours in, we've still got battles for positions. That is what we love to see here, and it just shows you how close some of these teams have actually been during this first half of the race. As we go now way into the second half of this race, we've only scratched the surface of what this race can unfold, Austin, surely.
It's very interesting to see as well if you compare that to their qualifying positions. Project Bullet iRacing started in 31st. Now they're 25th, whereas Cometa started 20th and is now down in 26th. So one team gaining 6 places since the start, the other losing 6 places since the start. So very different stories here coming together as we have someone in the pit lane that is Gabriel Martin in the Espinita Rocket Factor car. That is right now where are they? There they are, P16. Mars Devils Esports, Borja Garcia as well in the pit lane. That is, hold on, Mars Devils, that was P13 when they came in, lost 2 positions since, with the High Speed Demons and R70 having been close enough to make the jump on them. So a couple changes there going on. There's Espinita Rocket Factor losing a position to Rusty's. We've seen that battle for quite some time now, and they still seem to be close enough to a point where they swap positions every time one of them pits.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, just looking at that Williams Esports car, that sort of neon lighting on the back of the car there just makes it look absolutely stunning in the lights. And just as we say that, the Williams Esports car comes into the pits for a stop here, and obviously that battle between themselves and Level Motorsports is put on hold for a second. One of only 2 Ford GTs currently in this race. There are only two Ford GTs that actually started this race, but into the pits comes Arthur Lehook, and we'll have to wait and see whether there is a driver change in that garage there. Keep an eye on that one. Meanwhile, then, that is Andreu Rodriguez, who have raced for Cat in the Porsche, now making their way now down towards turn 1 and temporarily getting themselves up a position as we have a look across the board here. Obviously, this is a good time to come into the pits as well. Keep an eye on R70. They're the team in 14th place, car number 8. They've currently had 18 laps on their stint, so you would think another 10 laps they'll probably be into the pits. So I think, if anything, they're going to be slightly out of sync with the rest of the field, as are Unicos Gaming's, who we're seeing right here, Pablo Hidalgo. They're currently now on 20 laps on their stint, so they're a little bit out of sync with the rest of the field, considering the rest of the field around them pretty much have single figures as their stint length so far. There is Arthur Lehook, who rejoins the field then and rejoins in 8th place. So bit of work to do now after that stop, but I'm sure now there's a bit of fuel in that car to really push on. Interesting to note here whether they would have changed tyres. Looking at the pit stop time, 48.1 seconds, Austin. What do you reckon? Enough time for a tyre change?
100%. That was definitely a tire change. Maybe even some slight damage. Like, we're talking very, very minor damage. Because as we see, Zenith Esports, MSI Esports, DriveX, they've only taken 33, 34, 35 seconds. And they probably switched tires and fuel as well. So to see 48 seconds here, maybe there was a little bit of an issue with some damage. Maybe there wasn't. At this point, it seems like maybe something minor that was fixed there. Maybe the other option would be that they made some adjustments to the setup. They, for example, changed the maybe, I don't know what kind of adjustments they can make, but certainly some maybe tire pressure adjustments, something like that, could have been happening there. But certainly a bit longer than you would expect with the usual 33, 34, 35 second pit stop.
Absolutely, and you can see here Lehook has rejoined right behind. This is the number 3 car, so this is not for position. That's the Cometa team as just about gets out of the way on the right-hand side of the track as the Williams Esports Net car finds a way through. I believe that the car ahead of the Ford is still a lapped car. The car that Williams Esports have to find next is Obsidian Racing, who are 2.7 seconds up the road, so not too far, but definitely not the next car ahead of them. But a little bit of a shaky moment there for Arthur Lehook. He might have had his heart rate just a couple of beats per minute there.
Wasn't exactly the best move there. A little bit of a misunderstanding. The car that he lapped there, the Cometa team car, wanted to let him by on the inside. At the same time, what happened is he wanted to make it past on the inside, and so they both drifted towards the inside slightly until Arthur Lehook thankfully realized that the Cometa car was pulling out of the way. The other car that he just lapped was the number 27, which is the Project Bullet iRacing car number 25, or in P25, I should say. So that's actually a battle for position that he had to clear there. P25 versus P26, Project Bullet iRacing versus Cometa. We looked at them previously, and now Williams got involved in that a little bit right after the pit stop, but was able to clear that traffic. Not without, skipping a beat, but ultimately no damage. And
we had a spinner at the last chicane there, the third in that queue. I think that was the number 3 there of the Cometa team in Baltasar Sevilla. Just saw that out of the corner of my eye there, but I could be completely wrong about which car that was. Meanwhile, there is Edu Fernandez in the Obsidian Racing Team car, and that gap between himself and the Williams Esports car is coming down at quite a rate of knots now that there's no traffic between the two cars. 1.8 seconds, and that gap, Austin, is only going to catapult down as we head now through in towards the right-hander of turn number 4, down the hill then towards turn 5, and it's a bit of an interesting corner. It's downhill on entry, then cambers towards the apex, and it's downhill on exit as well, so it's a really tricky corner to get absolutely spot on.
Just a quick update as I'm checking the time ticker, the timing screen. You were right about Kometa spinning there in that final chicane. They've lost 9.5 seconds from that spin, are now 10 seconds behind Project Bullet iRacing. So that battle for P25 has been put on hold for now, let's say, with a 10-second gap between the two cars. But I wouldn't be I wouldn't be surprised if it does pick up at some point again.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously it's a little mistake there, but obviously making a mistake at the final chicane, there's no walls really in the immediate proximity. So you can get away with a spin there and just leave with just a little bit of damage to the pride instead of the car, which to be honest with you is preferable when you have a spin in a 24-hour of Catalonia especially. We've got a car just about re-emerging from the pit lane. Not sure which car that is. Ah, there we go. I can easily tell which car that is. That's the number 18 Rusty's car with the terrifying teeth. That's what I'm going for. A little bit of alliteration here in the late night shift.
They've dropped down to 22nd place now. They were in this whole battle with IRS 10 Factory, Espanita Rocket Factor, even Kuruma Motorsport, and they've dropped quite significantly now. I don't know exactly what happened when we jumped in. They were part of this battle still, and since they've come into the pit lane, that must have been a longer stop. And I think they elected to go for a slow repair. I don't know if they still have a fast repair available. Looking at that rear bumper, or the lack of a rear bumper really at this point, maybe they do not have a fast repair available, but that must have been a repair job that certainly took them multiple laps, so at least 3.5 minutes that they were in the pit lane there. And that's why they are now down to 22nd. And no longer in a battle with any of the cars that they were battling with. In fact, they are a lap down on the next car, being Euromaster Esports in P21, and 21 seconds ahead of the next car behind them, which is the El Bar de Keto Racing Team.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking forward to seeing how all of this goes on as we now make our way in towards the race here. Hopefully you can hear me on my end and I'm not just
Oh, as you said that, you cut out.
That
was perfect timing right there.
That is literally commentator's curse right there.
Yeah, self-curse.
Myself, yeah, that's rare. Those are rare. But when they happen, they're absolutely fantastic. So we're riding on board now with Arthur Lehook, and this is the battle for 7th place right now. Edu Fernandez is going to have to do some defending in that Obsidian Racing car.
This is now really for position. We talked earlier how Williams Esports is out of sync with the other cars. Now they've been in the pits 4 laps ago, Obsidian Racing 14 laps ago. So they're both on sort of a similar amount of pit stops, similar amount of, or similar strategy at this point, where we can actually compare the two. So if they make this move, this is pretty much full position for the rest of the race as well. It's not just that, they're battling now, but one of them's going to have to pit as that Williams, that Ford. Whoa, I did not... Yeah, I did not think that could get any closer, but it did indeed. It's really just the question, where's he going to make that move? And we saw previously Ford versus Porsche. The Ford is struggling in a straight line. Maybe it's looking better this time. He's close, certainly. Is he going to be close enough? Maybe it's the cooler temperature that actually gives them this opportunity right here as Arthur Hook goes down the inside. And this should basically be the overtake done, I think. Gets later on the brakes as well. Ooh, takes a lot of curb on entry there. But gets the position off of Edu Fernandez, off of Obsidian Racing. Up into P7 goes that Williams. What a fantastic overtake.
Absolutely, and you can see here Edu Fernandez looking maybe for a move down in towards turn 4. I think he's realised there that the Williams eSports car has got the move done already as they now head their way down the hill towards turn 5. Nice move from that Ford GT there, and yeah, really good to get back on it. And basically now got a bit of a clear track ahead has the Williams eSports car, so the perfect opportunity now to just keep pushing on and keep putting in the lap times now.
Right now, clear air. It's not much clear air, it needs to be said. 3.7 seconds to Unicos Gaming and Pablo Hidalgo. So the next battle might be on in just a couple of laps. It needs to be said, Arthur LeHook on that last lap gained 8/10 on Unicos Gaming. So we could be, you know, to quote the AWS graphic again, we could be in striking distance in about 4 laps, which, considering this is a 24-hour race, 4 laps is nothing. We're gonna, at the end of it all, probably end up with around 848 laps.
Oh, well, I don't know. Actually, we could have more. You know, I reckon we'll break 850. I'm gonna put. Actually, I'm not gonna put a bet on it. I've got nothing worth losing. I can't be honest with you.
Oh. But the current prediction by iRacing says 848. If the drivers keep racing in the same sort of pace, at the same sort of lap times, then it's going to be 848 laps. Obviously, at the end of it all, it could be 840, it could be 850, it could be if we get a safety car, it could go way down, it could end up being 830, depending on how long the safety car is. If we get a red flag, it could go down to 800 really, or even lower than that. So if it keeps going the way it's going right now, with a lot of green flag racing, with the leaders at that pace that they're currently on, then 848 laps is the prediction by iRacing, but obviously not fully accurate.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why is because, of course, we had that start under the yellow flag, which was all sort of full course yellow, but not quite, but also kinda. So that would have played havoc with the average lap time system. So I reckon it's going to be slightly higher than what it predicts. It's already gone to 849. It's predicting, Austin. I think it's only going to go up. Its prediction.
Not necessarily. The system is rather smart. What it does is basically it looks at the time that's still left, and it looks at sort of, I think it looks at an average of the last 5 to 10 laps. It doesn't look at the whole race, you know. So the first sort of 10 laps, the first half hour basically, is not really taken into account in the prediction. This is why what we're seeing right now, we are in lap 418, even though we're 12 and a half hours into the race almost. But the game predicts there's going to be another 430 laps, 431 laps even. So more than have been raced so far, even though we're past the halfway point. Because of that first half hour that was a bit slower, or significantly slower, let's be honest here. So that's why the game is predicting that. And also, I reckon we're going to end up under those 849 that we're seeing right now, because the track is at its fastest now, and so the lap times are very low at 1 minute 41s for the top two, 1 minute 41.8 for both Zenith and MSI. And if they keep going at that pace, sure, then we would see 850 laps almost. But they're probably not going to. Once it gets into the morning time again, that's when the track heats up, and that's when maybe the tires don't like it as much. And they maybe start, maybe not overheating, but certainly having some sort of temperature issues.
Well, we're getting a replay here, seeing what happened with the Williams eSports car. making our way now over the crest through turn 9, down the hill towards turn 10, picking up a little bit of grass as he headed his way down towards turn 10, did Leherk, as he's got that terrifying teeth right behind him going in there. But I think that was just the Williams Esports car just picking up a little bit of grass on the exit of turn 9 there. Not ideal, of course, but obviously it can unsettle the car if you're not careful.
Not ideal, but certainly negligible. And the Williams car has also fallen behind Obsidian Racing again. I think that's what they were trying to show us with that replay. We weren't able to capture it. Arthur Look has been re-overtaken by Edu Fernandez in the Obsidian Racing car, and he's behind that Obsidian Porsche again. So really not a good moment for Williams Esports, for Arthur Leherk. He was passed, and now he's stuck behind again.
Yeah, absolutely. So all that hard work, he's going to have to do it all over again as he now makes his way through turn 9 once again, and then down the hill towards turn 10, towards the heaviest braking zone on this track here, heading down towards that tight left-hander here. And again, the Williams Esports car can't find a way through there, and that's going to be really frustrating for Arthur Leherk. Yes, he made the mistake, but he's, you know, that hard work that he put in to get past the Porsche has just been undone.
He's costing himself a lot of time right now. If we look at the times, Arthur Leherk is driving 1 minute 42.0. He was racing at 1 minute 41.8, 1 minute 41.7. So he's losing himself about 4 tenths a lap behind. And in fact, this time it was a 1 minute 42.1. So losing himself basically almost half a second to what he could do. And he's stuck behind Obsidian Racing. There's the move to the inside. We don't see... Oh, this is getting close. Oh, I think they touched. And, yeah, he had to get out of the throttle there. They both touched, and Arthur Leherk was in danger of spinning there by getting his rear quarter panel hit. And had to get out of that one very, very close here. That after 12 and a half hours.
Well, that was too close for comfort, wasn't it? That contact between them, as we now make our way now down towards turn 5. I mean, they're going to battle hammer and tong, tooth and nail for this one. It is for P7, but it is a chance for the Williams Esports car of Arthur Leherk to get back past Edu Fernandez. He had that move sealed a few laps ago until he found himself back behind the Porsche through a mistake. Through turn 9 we go, and down towards turn 10, and we see here, we've already discussed how that Ford GT is planted through the corners. Where it's slightly lacking is its top speed, but look at that, the Porsche then runs a little bit wide, 2 different lines heading in towards 11 there, but they both give each other the room. It's not much space out on track, but they're somehow managing to give each other space out there, even if it's door-to-door racing here as we head in towards turn 13, towards 14 and 15 through that final chicane before we make our way now towards that final corner of turn 16. Can Arthur Leherk get a good enough exit to challenge Edu Fernandez down that start-finish straight? We're riding on board with the bumper once again. This feels like deja vu as we head towards turn 1, but this time he's not closing in as quickly to the Porsche as he would have liked. Has to stay behind into the braking zone into T1.
Yeah, what I see here is quite interesting. Every time into turn 1, Arthur Leherk takes a lot more inside curb on the right side there at the apex compared to the Porsche, who tries to avoid that curb with basically everything he has, tries to stay on the black stuff with all 4 tires. That Ford seems to be so much more planted that it can actually take these bumps, these curbs, and even the inside sausage curb with no danger, with no sort of issue, which obviously unlocks a whole lot of potential in terms of lap time for the Williams Esports team.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, this will be really frustrating for Arthur Leherk because he's saying to himself, I've done this before. All I need to do is do it again. but obviously, as it's proving, it's not quite that simple. It's simple on paper, but obviously motorsport isn't raced on paper. Down towards turn 10 we go, and again, Leherc has to stay behind Fernandez as we now make our way up the hill through turn 11 and then around the right-hander of turn 12. There you can see the Obsidian racing car really being hounded by the Williams esports car here as we head our way in towards turn 13, in towards 14 and 15. Once again, you can see that Ford GT hounding and harrying the back of the Porsche then as we head in towards the final corner and down towards that start-finish straight. Look at that, he's so much closer. Well, lead the edge apparently. That's what the Williams driver will be saying to himself as he moves to the right-hand side of the track to try and get a move down in towards turn 1. They're side by side, door to door. We've seen this before, heading in towards turn 1, but I think this time around the Ford GT of the Arthur Leherc of the Williams esports team has the move done again, and this time he'll be hoping he can hold on to it.
Cost him a whole second to Unicos Gaming. Last time he made that move, the gap was 3.8 seconds. Now the gap between Unicos Gaming and Williams Esports is 4.8 seconds. In fact, 4.9 seconds now, because he still has to go slightly defensive here to not get re-overtaken again by Edu Fernandez. But he's got the position now, and now he can try and hunt after Unicos Gaming. At this point, it's not going to be 4 laps. It's going to be, if he still keeps gaining 8/10, which it doesn't look like it. Unicos Gaming have picked up the pace a little bit, but it still seems like it could take around 9 to 10 laps maybe until Williams Esports is there. And at that point, Unicos Gaming is going to be in the pits because they've done 31 laps on their stint already. So expect them, expect Pablo Hidalgo to come into the pit lane within the next, I would say, 5 laps.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see here that the Williams esports car will just be trying to pull out that gap now to Edu Fernandez as he now makes his way in towards that final corner and onwards towards the start-finish straight. We still have 11 hours and 23 minutes to go. Where's this first part of the first hour gone, Austin? It is absolutely flown by. I'm absolutely loving being in the commentary box here, and it's such a surreal experience to be here in the night time for the night shift. Obviously, we're you'd like to think the night shift is kicking back and watching some cars through the night time. It's anything but that, Austin. We're still just as much on the edge of our seats as we were in our day shift.
Maybe even more so, I would say, because during the nighttime, that's when all the fun stuff happens. Obviously, not always for the drivers. For the drivers, it can sometimes be really, really bad. But for us as viewers, that's when the entertaining part really begins of such a 24-hour race, and we're seeing it right here, right now.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's always fantastic to watch. It's always fantastic to see as we make our way through. Just to get the timing screens up here, Zenith Esports still leading the way by 9.4 seconds at this moment in time. In fact, that's come down dramatically now to 8.5 seconds. So MSI Esports have really hit some sort of warp button here, because they're absolutely on it, is Julian Rodriguez, as they make their way now down towards turn 1. In third place, it's the Drive X Esports team. Luis Tarifa, I believe, is in that car. That's a name I haven't seen so far in this endurance race. So maybe they were keeping him just for the night stint, which is an interesting call.
Yeah, we've seen Sergio Ignacio for them. We've seen Manel Kubo. Have we seen Danny Calvo yet for DriveX? I think so.
We might have done briefly.
Yeah, briefly, yeah. May have been in the sense that we haven't covered, and George and Jack know more about him. But yeah, Luis Tarifa, certainly a name that we haven't seen just yet. So he's, I don't think he's going to do the night shift exclusively, unless he's someone like me, that maybe he has some sort of light sensitivity issue with his eyes, at which case he's the perfect driver for the nighttime. Again, I speak from a lot of experience there. But yeah, unless that's the case, usually no driver is doing exclusively the night, except maybe the other option would be that if he's not from the European continent, but from South America, Although I don't think that's the case. I think it's an all Spanish team.
Well, in any case, it's a name we haven't seen before. I would say we haven't seen. We're seeing a replay here. This is Daniel Nadal as we make our way. I think this is through turn 9. Oh, gets a little bit onto the grass there. In fact, onto the gravel, hits the wall. And that will be a poorly Porsche that he's got to try and get back to the pit lane. Bodywork damage, possibly suspension damage there, Austin. It did take a fair whack against the wall.
Could very well be, and the question is going to be whether they are going to try to move on with it or get it repaired. You have the option of just saying, you know what, we're not even going to try to repair this because it costs us too much time and it's not that bad. We can continue with it. And it seems like that's the way they're going with. They don't want to interrupt that stint just yet. So they keep going with that sort of damage that they have received from this and just see where it leads them, basically.
And there is Andrea Rodriguez in the Race for Cat Motorsport team. Car number 5 in position number 5. Yeah, don't you love it when it all comes full circle? I quite like that. But currently there, looks like they're 36.6 behind Level Motorsports and 27.0 ahead of Unicos Gailey. They really are in a race of their own at the moment.
Talking about things coming together, the one thing that you would probably then be elated by is if MSI Esports and Zenith Esports switch positions, because then it would be number 1 in P1 and number 2 in P2.
That would be it. I mean, Obsidian Racing are car number 9 and running in P8. There's so many nearlies in this one. Cherokee, car number 10, P11. There's just so many nearlies. But maybe they'll come true. Who knows? Who knows? We've still got a lot of time left in this race. As you can see there, the number 5 car of Race for Cat just in a race of their own at the moment and just looking to put those lap times in. Of course, they will eventually be racing Williams Esports for that position, although let's see how that progresses. Lucas Colombo in the Zenith Esports car leads the way, 8.8 ahead of Julian Rodriguez in the MSI Esports car, and the gap seems to have stabilized at around 8.5 to 9 seconds there, Austin.
It was a little bit higher. It was at 10 seconds. It's come back to 9 seconds. And what we're seeing right now is basically the opposite of what we were talking about earlier, where we were saying Zenith Esports was gaining a 10th a lap on MSI. Now it seems like MSI is gaining almost a 10th a lap on Zenith. And at this point, if they continue this sort of trend, it's going to take them about 88, 89 laps before they get there. But it's certainly going to happen. And if I do just a little bit of quick math here, if I open my calculator, because I'm not going to do that in my head.
That would have been amazing if you did.
Yeah, so we're talking about 2.5 hours. That's not too much. That would be still an hour stint.
I mean, hour stints, we've seen them before. We saw one at the very start of this race, so obviously they can be done. This is Paul Munet we're watching here in the Euromasters Esports car, currently running in 19th place, 1.1 ahead of Daniel Nadal in the 26 car. He's got the number 15 car ahead of him at this moment in time. Just having a quick scour through, that's the Kilometro Zero car. Yeah. Running in P10, so that's not on the same lap as these two drivers here right behind him.
Yeah, so that's traffic they have to deal with. But it's going to be interesting to see 1.4 seconds the gap now between DX Droids and Euromaster. Will DX Droids try and get a move on? Considering that, again, they have this sort of damage that they have received from a couple laps ago, where they gave it a good old whack. So maybe they're just looking to stay behind and not bother too much with battling and fighting. So I wouldn't be surprised if that gap stays at around 1.5 seconds for a rather long time. Maybe even slightly increases. Although it's coming down now, 1.1. So maybe Euromaster have made a little bit of a mistake there, costing them 2 to 3 tenths. Not a major issue, but certainly a slight mistake.
Absolutely. Running on board now with Gerardo Babio in the R70 team. as we make our way through turn 9 and onwards now towards turn 10. Currently in 14th place is the team, and ahead of them, well, 46.4 seconds ahead of them is the High Speed Demons in the Ford GT, the second Ford GT after the Williams Esports team. There you can see the gap, 46.6 between the two of those. And looking at the gap behind, it's Masked Devils Esports, driven by Borja Garcia. 18.6 is the gap between those two. So yeah, it's fair to say Gerardo Babbio is just focusing on his own race right now and focusing on the team's race. There is Borja Fernandez there in 11th place, not too far away from Ramos here in the Kilometro Zero car in P10, only just under 4 seconds. That's not too bad at all, as Babbio actually comes into the pit lane. I did say earlier on in this stream, on the start of our stream, Austin, for tonight, they were slightly out of sync with the rest of the field around them. This is their scheduled stop.
Yeah, they weren't the only one. Unicos Gaming have come into the pit lane as well, and they have switched drivers. Ishmael Mattel is back in the car. He was the start driver for Unicos Gaming. He's back in the car for the night shift. Probably had a good long sleep, because I haven't seen him since that starting stint, since like the first 1.5, 2 hours roughly, and he's back now. So he must have had a good old sleep in the meantime, I would assume. If he didn't, I'd be very surprised, I have to say, because you want to sleep at some point. I think they will rely on Ismail Mattel for the next couple of hours at least, and obviously for a lot of the whole 24, or for the remaining 11 hours, I should say, not the whole 24 hours, but because there is the fair share rule in place. But for a lot of the last 11 hours, they're going to rely on him as one of the drivers, considering, again, most teams tend to start their fastest driver into the 24-hour race, and he is the starting driver of Unicos Gaming.
Yeah, so if you put 2 and 2 together, what Austin's saying is I was just looking at the speed of the cars that we get to have on our timing screens, and I saw that one car was recording a speed of 262, and I instantly thought to myself, right, that should be kilometers an hour. If it's miles an hour,
Yeah.
we're in some serious
Yeah.
trouble.
Yeah, so these cars on the long main straight can reach up to 270 kilometers an hour. Most of them will reach 266, 67. They won't quite hit the 270 at the end of it, but around 266, 267 kilometers an hour is where most of them will land. It's quite interesting to actually look at the Williams Esports car, the 4GT, obviously. They tend to end up a little bit slower at around 260, depending on if they have slipstream. If they have slipstream, they can end up at around 266, 67 as well. If they don't, they end up at around 263, 264.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will have to say right here, right now, that you don't want to really miss as much of this race as possible. Not that I'm encouraging that you stay up for the whole 24 hours. Not even I am mad enough and insane enough to do that. I can tell you right now, at the end of this stint, I'll be having a nice sleep of about, give or take, 3 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, about that. So ready,
Same.
nice and fresh to round off the stream later on Sunday. In fact, it is Sunday now. So happy Sunday, everybody. Unless it's not Sunday where you are, in which case, happy Saturday. That rounded it off.
That's, yeah, just interesting. Okay. I did not expect that. But yeah, Williams Esports, meanwhile, have put quite a gap on Obsidian Racing now. 4 seconds. Remember, they were battling so much that Williams Esports, Arthur Lurk, had to overtake that car twice. Now the gap's 4.5 seconds, and it's just increasing. In fact, I can tell you right now, Williams Esports, Arthur Lurk, is the fastest car on track right now. Although that Unicos Gaming car of Ismail Mattel just beat him to that, 1 minute 41.4 for Arthur Lehook. And the last lap, Unicos Gaming just came across the line, 1 minute 41.3. They are quicker than both Zenith and MSI. And even Level Motorsports is quicker than both of those with a 1 minute 41.6.
That's a moment for Gandia there in the final chicane. In fact, before the final chicane, a cloud of smoke there with the car. So he's obviously dropped it, probably on the entrance onto turn 13. Let's have a closer look at what happened. So this is Gandia coming in towards turn 10, slightly wide there. He's seeing the headlights of another car, lets them go. That's the number 4 of the Red Devils making their way through. As they now make their way through turn 12 on towards turn 13. So I'm guessing this is where something happens. So he goes onto the racing line. Yeah, too much speed into the corner, understeers off the track here. Very easy to do that one.
Yeah, but I think it almost looked kind of controlled to a point where I think he was trying to let another car by, which wasn't the number 4 car, the High Speed Demons car. But he wanted to let someone by who was quicker, and decided, you know what, what I'm gonna do here is, because this is so weird and awkward, they're too far away right now for me to slow down. Well, and I can't take this corner. I've already compromised my entry. So what I do is I'm just gonna slide a little bit wide, not lose too much time, and have a very elegant way of clearing the path for the car that wants to make it past me. He didn't lose too much time from it. The tire wear, you know, maybe he has a little bit of a flat spot right now on the tires, but it shouldn't be too bad. He certainly gained some style points there, I think. And
Definitely.
you know, at the end of it, he achieved his goal. The other car from behind, the faster car, got past without issue, and he didn't lose too much time from it. So maybe it was sort of semi-controlled letting by of another car.
Semi-controlled yielding. That's
Yeah.
a new one. That's a definite new one. You're only half in control of the car when you're allowing someone to lap you. Yeah. That could pass as a driver excuse. Yeah, we'll go with that one. We'll go with that one. There is Lucas.
I'm just like, I'm trying to think of this from the driver's perspective, because
Oh,
I
absolutely.
used to be an endurance racer myself, or endurance sim racer, I should say, obviously, myself. So I've always tried to take the driver's side in this, and I think that's the only way you can explain that the driver actually comes away from it in a nice way.
Well, yes, absolutely. See, Austin, you're already in the mind of a driver, looking. Oh yeah, that was just a semi-controlled yielding. That's all that was. No need to worry about it.
Yeah.
As we draw to a close on the 13th hour here of the 24-hour sim racing circuit to Barcelona, Catalunya, presented by Mundo GT. It's a great pleasure to have you along in this late night stint here in the 24 hours of Barcelona. Just to take you through pretty much what has happened in this one. Couple of mistakes, couple of errors, but in terms of passes, we've seen a couple. We've seen a majority of it was the Williams Esports car of Arthur Lehook trying to get past the Obsidian car of Edu Fernandez. So obviously he got past, then was passed after making a mistake, the Williams Esports car, and then had to make the move again. So that took a good chunk out of that hour, which I think he'll have been kicking himself, because he could use that time wisely elsewhere.
Could use that time trying to get past Unico's Gaming, which he has done now, because Unico's Gaming was in the pit lane by now, and they've had a driver swap as well, and I think they dropped some more time. Looking at it right now, they are 1:12 behind Obsidian Gaming now, even though their whole pit stop was only 1:02, and the whole time in the pit lane was 1:20. So I think they've lost a bit more time there from something else, and I don't know what it is, but something clear. Last lap looks good, 1:41.7. Not great, granted, but certainly very good. So I don't know. Maybe they lost. It must have been a slight mistake. They only lost a couple seconds more, but that driver swap certainly didn't help them right now. So Ismail Martel has to do a good job now of trying to gain back some of that time.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just having a look at the timing screens here. One of the closest battles we have is further down the field, 19th and 20th place. Euromaster Esports and DX Droids. They're 2.4 apart. You've also got further up the field, battle for 16th place, Españita and IRS separated by 2.5 seconds. We're currently watching Kilometro Zero, so this is Ramos here in the car, currently 28 seconds behind Mamias. In ninth place, my apologies, Yuri Gomez driving that car right now, but only 5 seconds ahead of Cherokee, driven by Borja Fernandez. So yeah, not quite a race of their own, because they know if they make a mistake, they will be right up and close and personal with Cherokee.
And all three of those cars, Mamaya's, Kilometra Zero, and Cherokee, are all pretty much on the same strategy. 28 laps for Mamaya since their last pit stop, 27 for Kilometra Zero, and 28 for Cherokee. So pretty much they came in at the same time almost. I think 1 lap apart, 1 lap earlier was Cherokee. So all three of those being really close there in that regard, as that Kilometra Zero car now makes it past the start finish straight into turn 1. And I want to see the line a little bit here. Yeah, you see it takes a little bit of that sausage curve as well. We see some cars do it, some cars don't. I think what this has to do with is you can tell a little bit about their setup. Some cars are set up a little bit more stiff, meaning the suspension is a little bit stiffer. And those don't want to hit that sort of a bump. And some have set up their suspension to be a little bit more loose. And those are the ones that can take these sorts of bumps without too much of an issue. And so it tells you a little bit about the suspension setup of the car. The ones that hit that sausage curve there in turn 1 regularly, they're the ones with the more loose suspension.
Well, we're seeing here Ricardo Costa and Gabriel Martin. They're going to soon be in a battle for 16th place at this moment in time. 1.5 seconds between them in this battle in the midfield as they make their way now down towards turn 5. And yeah, it's been an interesting race for both teams. Actually, they've been up and down the order, left and right. They've been pit lane bound, but they find themselves now in the midfield. And there's got to be a certain point in this race where you start to figure out where you're actually placed in the race, because obviously strategies are all over the place. In your experience, Austin, when do you start to realise and put the pieces together about where you might actually finish up?
For our race, that point has not been reached yet by a long shot. We're talking about 20 hours into the race is the first moment where you start thinking, okay, this is where we are right now. This is who's ahead of us. This is who's behind us. This is who can maybe catch us if they're having a really good day. If we're, overachieving right now. Or this is who we can still catch if we're maybe underachieving. It's really the 20th hour. You have 5/6 of the race done at that point, 83%. And that's when you start thinking. And you really start planning it out by the end of the 22nd hour. So with 2 hours left to go, that's when you really look and go, okay, who can we still catch, and who do we have to defend from?
Absolutely. We see here now 0.7 of a second between Gabriel Martin and Ricardo Costa as they now make their way in towards turn number 4, flying past the camera there, heading now down towards turn 5. So close to saying goodbye to the 13th hour and welcoming in the 14th hour of this 24 hour, which gives us 11 hours to go. So yeah, I'm looking at this battle here. It's going to be a very close one. Two cars that are pretty much similar on pace, apart from that last lap, because you can see there that Ricardo Costa took out 0.7 of a second out of that lead on the last lap alone. So for IRS, this will be their opportunity. That I'm sure the engineer will be telling Ricardo Costa, you can get past him, let's do it.
I would challenge your whole assessment of they are on pace with each other. I think IRS is a bit faster there in general. If we look at the fastest lap time from those two teams, we see it's a 1:41.6 for IRS. It's a 1:42.3. So about 7/10 slower for Espinita Rocket Factor. So 7/10 of a difference in the fastest lap is quite significant. If we look at, for example, Zenith and MSI, they're 2/10 apart on their fastest lap. If we look at Williams Esports in that whole comparison, they're also right in between. Between Williams and Zenith, actually, it's 14 milliseconds, which, again, less than the blink of an eye. If we look at Level Motorsports and Race for Cat and P4 and P5, they're about 300ths of a second between those two on the fastest laps. So looking at that and seeing 7/10 is quite a significant difference there. So I think this is a move that's going to happen at some point. It's just going to be a matter of time. And if we look at the last lap from IRS and Espanita Rocket Factor, 2/10 taken out again. And they're within 3/10 now. So it's so close that at this point they're losing time. Because the last couple of laps from IRS 10 Factory was always in the low 1 minute 42s. Now they're dropping into the medium 1 minute 42s, losing about 2 to 3/10 a lap, and still gaining time on Espanita somehow. So they're going to have to make the move quickly, or else they are going to be losing more time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love it when they challenge me in statements because 100% of the time you're right. And it does annoy me sometimes. But anyway.
Sorry.
That's all right. Ricardo Costa now making his way around the final corner and on towards the start-finish line in that slipstream now of the Porsche, the BMW IRS team. In car number 11, is there an opportunity to have a move down into turn 1? He's gaining and gaining, but no, not enough track there. It's a kilometre-long straight, but there's still not enough room there for the BMW to have a go down the inside of the Porsche then. So the IRS car has to stay behind for another couple of corners at least. But look at this, he's all over the back now of that bright orange-coloured Porsche.
Yeah, one thing that I saw there in turn 3 is that the Espanita Rocket Factor car took the longer way and sort of opened up the steering earlier, trying to carry more speed through the corner, whereas the IRS 10 factory car was trying to take a more narrow line to shorten the distance. And it seems like it was more fruitful to open the steering wheel a little bit more and carrying the speed through the corner. So that's the difference in that corner, that if you try to shorten the distance, because the acceleration zone after and into turn 4 it's not the longest by any stretch of the imagination, but it is a bit at least, and it's certainly long enough to warrant opening the steering wheel and carrying the speed instead of trying to shorten distance.
Absolutely. Well, we are now into our number 14, I believe this is now, as we make our way closer and closer to that deadline. Just under 11 hours to go, and a little bit of a rundown for you. It is Zenith Esports still leading the way, 9.4 seconds ahead of MSI Esports. In third place, it's Drive X Esports, currently driven by Luis Tarifa. In fourth place, Level Esports, Bruno Asturi in control of that car. Fifth place, Race for Cat Motorsport, Andrea Rodriguez behind the wheel of that one. Sixth place, William Esports with Arthur Lehook at the helm there. Seventh place, Obsidian Racing, Edu Fernandez in control of that one. Unicos Gaming in 8th place with Ishmael Martel. Momayas Racing Team, Yuri Gomez in control in 9th place. And rounding out the top 10, it's Cherokee with Borja Fernandez at the wheel. They're 4 laps down on the race leader. As we see there, Ricardo Costa in the pit lane in 17th place.
And factory team decided, you know what, battling with Espanita, not really what we're trying to do here. And so they went into the pit lane, went for a short pit stop there, 34.4 seconds. So no driver swap either. Ricardo Costa stays in the car, but he wanted to pull himself out of that battle. And it was quite interesting. I was looking at the stint length of their previous stint before that pit stop, 24 laps. So they've short stinted it, just pulling themselves out of that battle, trying to undercut the Espanita Rocket Factor team and maybe get the position in the pit lane, which not the worst call, honestly, seeing how they were stuck behind that Espanita car for so long. Espinita, on the other hand, they're going to still probably do, I would expect, 8 laps on the current stint, on the current tires and fuel. They're 28 laps into their stint, now 29 as they come across the line. So maybe I would say about 7 more laps. 36 is what we see from most teams at this time.
Absolutely, but there is your second place car at the moment in Julian Rodriguez. 10 seconds now down on the race leader at this moment in time. So losing a little bit more time, maybe possibly fatigue starting to set in. It is a common factor when it comes to endurance racing as he now rounds that final corner, taking a healthy chunk of curb on the way in and a very healthy chunk of curb on the way out of the final corner. Just to take a look at the bottom end of the table, if you were with us earlier on in the stream, in fact, you would have seen George and Jack there calling that Supercopa Esports Mexico. They did find the wall earlier on in the race. They came back to the pits about 11 laps ago and had a 12-minute 59-second stop. From what I can see, they're now out on track because they are registering a speed out there. So they are running in 28th place, and unfortunately they're 11 laps down on the next car ahead of them. But fair play to them. They could have thrown in the towel, but they've said, no, we want to finish this one.
And that's the sort of spirit that you need in these races. And I mean, of course, the Jourdain brothers and the D'Alba brothers have that. They are real life racers, so they know they're a bit about having the right mindset for racing and sim racing, these sorts of endurance races. So I'm not surprised that they keep going, they keep fighting, as we now have Level Motorsport in the pit lane. So they are pulling the trigger on this one, saying, you know what, we're going to come in now 15 seconds behind DriveX Esports and Luis Tarifa. They're the first ones to come in from the top 4. And it will then be probably DriveX following them next lap. And then we should have at some point Zenith and MSI. Zenith first, then MSI.
Well, that's the prediction then that Austin has got, and you'll notice with an Austin prediction, he does get his facts right. He does get his stats right as well. So I'll take that as the truth with no proof. That's what I'll do with that one. Watching car number 3 there, that is the Cometa team. That's Baltasar Sevilla at the helm of that one. Currently looking at that one. Looking like it's 1 minute 24 down on the next car, so just about 20 seconds away from Project Bullet E-Racing putting a lap on them. But yeah, if you're still in the race at this point and you're still willing to get to the end, fair play to you, because you know, you've got teams like Supercopa Esports Mexico. They could, like I said, easily have thrown in the towel, and it's the spirit of the day. As Austin said, they want to make it to the end. In the pit lane, High Speed Demons in 13th place. Hugo is about to take control of that car, I believe. Joining them in the pit lane is Cherokee as well. Borja Fernandez looks like he's going to be in this one. And Drive X also in the pit lane. Luis Tarifa looking like he's going to be in that one. In fact, Cherokee have changed the driver. Inigo Bea is going to be the driver who takes over that helm of the car in the number 10 Cherokee liveried car. It looks to me like Luis Tarifa is going to stay in the Drive X car in the number 14. And as I say that, nope, absolutely not. Proven wrong once again, twice in a minute. Sergio Ignacio will take control of that car when they get back out there. So 2 driver changes, got them both wrong. Can you find a better record?
Well, my prediction came true. It was DriveX to follow Level Motorsports there into the pit lane 1 lap after. And what's also going to happen now is that Level Motorsports is going to overtake DriveX, because Level Motorsports did not have a driver swap. They remained with Bruno Asturi, but DriveX have switched to Sergio Ignacio. So this will give Level Motorsports P3 on track when they were behind DriveX before. So we have an actual proper position position swap. And not just that, apparently Williams Esports have made it past as well into P4. However, they still have to pit. They are on 31 laps right now. They are not fully out of sync, but they are slightly trailing behind in the sync with everyone else. They are they're coming in a little bit later than everyone else, so their position always seems a little bit inflated.
Well, you can see there, that is Kilometro Zero in 9th place, and that's Mamias Racing Team in 10th place. They're actually going to be racing each other. Mamias obviously stops first. They'll be released first, as normally is the way when it comes to pit stops. Fernandez now making his way out of the pit lane and rejoining onto the track. I believe he went into the pit lane in 9th place. Looks like he's going to re-emerge onto track in 9th place.
One difference, though, the gap between those two cars before the pit stop was about 30 seconds. I think even a bit more than 30 seconds. But because Mamaya's racing team has switched to driver, same thing as with Level Motorsports and DriveX, because one team swapped to driver, the other didn't, the gap has now come down to 8.6 seconds. So we could see a battle there. Zenith Esports is now the third team of the top four, counting MSI, Zenith, Level, and DriveX, because again, Williams still has to make the pit stop, even though they're running in P4 right now. The third team is Zenith, and as I said, the fourth team will then be MSI Esports. The question is whether Williams are going to short stint as well, slightly, from the 36 laps that they all do, or 35 laps maybe that they all do, to a sort of 33, 34 lap stint, or whether they just keep going at this pace and hope that it leads somewhere in the end.
Absolutely, there is your race leader at the moment though, but pending the entry into the pit lane, Julian Rodriguez flying through turn number 9, but Ricardo Rico taking the helm of the Zenith Esports car. We've already seen there, we've already heard that George has a little bit of a soft spot for Ricardo Rico. Not difficult to see why, as he emerges from the pit lane then, easily in second place. Of course, they both the leaders got a lap on third place driver, so they can pit in and very easily and comfortably re-emerge as one of the top two cars. So it really is, looking at it with just under 11 hours to go, these are the two teams that are going to be fighting tooth and nail right to the wire.
Esports should be coming in at the end of this lap. We'll see if the camera gets this. No, they actually stay out for another one. They're going to go 37 laps on this stint. Very interesting. What we're going to have to watch out for is whether Julian Rodriguez will stay in the car or whether they will swap drivers as well. We've seen so far that MSI usually copied Zenith. Whenever Zenith came into the pit, so did MSI. And whenever Zenith swapped a driver, so did MSI. We'll see if that holds true. If they don't do it, they might still find themselves in the lead after this pit stop.
Yeah, absolutely. Ivan Moreno is into the pits then for Project Bullet iRacing, currently in P25 in this race, as they look to just add some, I guess, some change of tyres in order, a bit of fuel on board as well for the pink livery, pink, yellow, grey, whatever colour there isn't on that car, let me know. But making their way now down the pit lane, it's livery you're not going to miss there, Austin, that's for sure.
Yes, I think the only colour I couldn't spot there was green. Apart from that, everything else was on there. I think I saw some blue as well, some light blue on there. So
No, you didn't. No, that's a lie.
Meanwhile, I'm still looking at that gap between MSI and Zenith, and when MSI is going to come into the pit lane, surely they're going to have to come shortly. To take the tires and the fuels, 37 laps, and there we go. As I say that, their name lights up orange on our timing screen, which means they are now in the pit lane. So MSI taking this car and this tank of fuel and these tires, 37 laps on this stint. One longer than we usually see. And Julian Rodriguez, is he going to stay in the car? Or will we see a swap? It seems like we do get a swap. Oriel Bohe now in the car. So once again, MSI follows exactly what Zenith is doing.
Yeah, and they brought out the big guns in Oriol Bohe. He really did start to scythe through the gap earlier on this race. And you can see he's steering the wheel. He's absolutely ready to go. He wants to get going now. The team can't work any quicker, but Bohe doesn't care. He wants to go now. There is Ricardo Rico then in the Zenith Esports car. A little bit of traffic going through as he's got the high-speed Devils car of the Ford GT just ahead of him. But I'm sure he'll flash his lights any moment now. There's Paul Mune in the pits with the Euromaster Esports team currently in 20th place. There's the fastest lap of the race by Rico. Certainly not hanging around 140.6.
Whoa.
He aggressively takes the racing line. He's not hanging about at all. Bohe leaves the pit lane then, and very close to that pit lane exit line. They can just get up to speed straight away. But rejoining now in second place, but with Ricardo Rico setting the fastest lap of this entire 24-hour in that out lap alone. That's going to be a big gap between the two of them now.
Not necessarily. It needs to be said the fastest lap between those two cars now is 1/100th of a second as there's a spin. Ooh, that was close. That was close. Ricardo Rico, imagine being the leader 13 hours and 15 minutes into the race. You come through a corner and you see that. That, I think, again, the technical term for that, I think, is a Code Brown moment. As we're trying to get a replay here. Let's see, that's the Cometa team, Baltazar Sevilla, and right in front, there was not much time to react. And thankfully, he pulls out of the way there. Question is, what he's going to do? Going to go backwards on the inside there. It's hard to find some grip there, but this is not too bad. Now he sees all the cars coming, so they're not in his blind spot. And so that certainly helps with rejoining the track. Is he going to be able to do it safely? Oh, yep.
Maneuver. Yeah, there you
Oh,
go.
boy.
Had to do a lot of waiting around though, did
Yeah.
Sevilla. At least they rejoined safely. That's the main thing. But yeah, leader of the race, just over 13 hours in, and you see a spinner. What do you do? I know the simple answer, but I'm not sure I could say on a broadcast.
I think what you can say on a broadcast, the easy answer is avoid.
that too, yeah. We'll go with
Yeah.
that one. Your answer. The number
Yeah.
22 car of Gabriel Martin is in the pit lane, being replaced now by Alvaro Garcia in the Españita Rocket Factor car, currently P16 in the number 22 car. They're sort of in and around the battle for 16th place. 3 cars in that one between themselves, IRS and Carbono Esports, all pretty much on the same lap there. So interesting to see how that goes.
Another spinner.
And that was
The
Rusties
Rusties.
car, wasn't it?
Yeah, easy to spot. Very easy to spot. That was Raul Monraba in the Rusties car, losing some time there. And they might... will they get overtaken by the El Bardaqueta Racing team? The gap was... the gap was 3 seconds. It's now 1.8. There we see what happened. That's quite a typical... Yeah, quite a typical spin there. And then again, has to wait to rejoin safely, and did so. Lost a lot of time. Now there's a little bit of a battle going on between Rusties and El Bardaqueta. 1.4 seconds, the gap between those two cars, which is in fact the smallest gap on track right now between two cars that are battling for position.
Absolutely, and that's what happens when you don't quite get that right there. Augustin Canapino is now into the pits and ready for his next stint in the car. Roughly, if assuming he's near Buenos Aires, it's going to be about 10 to 10 where he is right now. That's assuming, of course, that he's near the capital. It could be somewhere else, and it could be a different time zone, but we'll go with 10 to 10, so at night at the moment. So pretty much similar conditions to what he's got out on track right now.
Yeah, he's taking the wheel now. Remember, it was Arthur LeHook before him, so they have swapped drivers. You can see from the pit stop time, 1:02, and they're in their pit stall. So they have swapped drivers. Arthur LeHook has done his job in the last couple of stints, and now it is Agustin Canapino. and they have actually
Oh, no,
jumped.
Ooh,
That was
there's a lot
Obsidian,
of
wasn't
points.
it? That was for position. That was Obsidian.
I think it was. I think you're right. Yeah. Yeah, so another close call for Williams Esports there, and I think that's their second or third close call in this 24 hours. Let's see what's happened here then. So this is going through turn 1, now into turn 2, and
Oh no,
that's a
yeah.
very awkward place. So that was Gandia in the Plus G Escuderia. I think that wasn't the same one we were
Yeah.
thinking of, but yeah, that was a very awkward way the car just sort of lost control there.
Yeah, I think it was just a lack of grip at that point. It was maybe a little bit too aggressive on the steering. You got to remember these cars are not as delicate to drive as, for example, Formula One car, generally open wheelers, but certainly rather delicate to drive as well. You have to be very smooth in your steering inputs, and you have to be very, very gentle on the brakes. Not as gentle on the throttle, but at times even that. Um, so this is certainly what that looked like. Maybe a little bit too much steering input there, a little bit too hectic on the steering wheel. And ultimately then the car decided that it did not like that, it did not appreciate that, and a little bit of a slide. I wouldn't call it even a spin, it was really just a slide there
Yeah.
for the for the Plus G Escuderia car.
Well, we've got car number 21, car number 32 in the pit lane. They are, separated by a position, but they're also separated by a lap. So David Munoz there making his way in the Customs Exilium GT, making his way out onto the circuit there in 24th place. Just having a look here, the next car behind them was the Project Bullet e-racing team. They were 2 minutes down on the car in front. So obviously pit stops affecting that sort of interval time between the two of them, but he does rejoin in 24th place. There is your race leader, Ricardo Rico, who set the fastest lap of this race on his outlap on his first lap in through this night stint. That's a way to set the marker down. That's a way to make an impression. I'm here to really put the pedal to the metal. Just have a look at his last lap times. 1:41.2 in his last lap time. Let's have a look and see what this one's all about then. Might take a couple of seconds to come through on the timing screens, unless that is the lap
Refresh.
time. Oh my
Yeah,
hell.
141.0 is the last lap time.
So 1:41.0. So there you
I
go.
was looking at it. I was like, it refreshed for me. Why did it not refresh for you? So yeah, I knew that's why. But yeah, 141.0 for him. 141.3 for Oriol Bohe in the MSI Esports car. So 3/10, 14.6 seconds the gap now. Ricardo Rico extending that one. The one thing they're gonna have to watch out though for Zenith Esports is the fair share rule, meaning if we right now the prediction is 855 laps, with Zenith Esports having I think 4 drivers. Yes, indeed, 4 drivers. That would make it every driver has to race at least 107 laps, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, no, 107 laps. That was quick math right there. Very proud of myself. Um, thank you. So 107 laps is what every driver has to do on a 4-driver team. On a 3-driver team, it's going to be even more. It's going to be around 140 laps. It's going to be just over 140 laps, something like 142. I'm not going to do that maths right now in my head. It could be 143. Don't quote me on that, but it's roughly in that neighborhood. And so that is the number for 3-driver teams, but for 4-driver teams like Zenith and for MSI as well, that number, as I said, 107 laps roughly. Again, it will all be measured by the final lap result, by the final lap tally, whatever that ends up being. That is what determines the amount of laps under the fair share. We're basically the equal share, so you divide the number of laps raced by the number of drivers, and then everyone has to do at least 50% of that.
Yes. actually, do you know what? I said that at the start of the stream, the start of the very first stint, and I somehow managed to overcomplicate it. Your explanation was so much better. Can I use it later on?
Yeah,
Oh, there's a bit of
sure.
smoke there. I don't know if that was just a little bit of grass being kicked up, maybe a little bit of a lockup. Well, that was an unusual place for that part of smoke to be on the track. In any case, we're riding on board now with Augustine Canapino, who just like Ricardo Rico on his first lap, goes out there and sets a purple lap time. Current fastest lap holder. Yeah, I said that right, didn't I? 140.571. So just about a tenth faster, maybe slightly less. But it is the fastest lap of this race. There is Basayo in the BWY Academy car in for a stop there. Currently in P27 as make their way into that pit lane there. Looks like there's some fuel being added to that car, and then they'll be on their way. Unless, of course, there's a little bit of damage maybe to the rear right. You never know.
Looking at the time right now, and it's going up. We're over 40 seconds into this pit stop. Maybe there was a driver swap. That could be the case as well. If this ends up being a 1 minute 1, 1 minute 2, 1 minute 10 stint or pit stop, then I think we're looking at a driver swap there for the BWY Academy. And it's shaping up to be as the Plus G Scuderia car of Alberto Gandia loses it there in the final chicane, but recovers very, very quickly indeed. And yeah, to follow up on the BWY Academy pit stop, 1 minute 4.5, so this was a driver swap.
Yeah, I think just to sum up the Gandia one, just a little bit too much speed taken through the first part of the chicane, and just with the change of direction, the car just wasn't going to be able to handle that one. So just a loss of time, not actually a lot of time in all honesty, just got straight back out there, nice recovery, and just pretend it never happened. That's what Gandia will be thinking.
Yeah, looking at the time, he's lost about 5.5, 6 seconds there from that one, which, or on the whole lap, I should say. Maybe he had another mistake earlier, but I think we would have seen that probably. So 5.5, 6 seconds lost from that one. Not too much, again, in the grand scheme of things, but he's not going to be happy with himself either.
No, it's one of those awkward mistakes where you think, why did I do that? I could have prevented that, and I didn't. It's one of those mistakes you just kick yourself over. But as you've said before, those sorts of mistakes, you've just got to make sure you just get rid of them, get them out of the back of your head, and just carry on with the race, because obviously there's still a long, long way to go.
That's just something you have to just drop out of your head, basically, as we see Obsidian and Unico's fighting over 7th place. Williams Esports has now cleared both of them by quite a margin. In fact, 10 seconds ahead of those two. So they're battling over 7th place here. And Unico seems to have been slightly quicker, or as of recently, as of the last couple of laps. But this is getting really close. And I think this is when the move is on right here. Ismail Martel. When is he going to pull out of their slipstream? He wants to get it to the very last second. Now pulls out to the inside. He is alongside. Who's later on the brakes? Oh, Ismail Martel a lot later on the brakes. And he parks the bus on the apex and gets the position there ahead of Edu Fernandez. So Unico's Gaming up to P7 and Obsidian Racing down to P8.
Yeah, nice move there from the number 12 of Unicos Gaming, Ishmael Martel. Made that look easy with the lunge down in towards turn 1. Just nice move. You could have put a bow on it. It was that good.
You could. Didn't expect that one from you, Kieran, but sure.
But it's happened, and we'll live with it now.
Yeah. Better not to talk about it at this point.
Yeah, sure. All right then.
But meanwhile, Zenith and MSI 5.5 tenths. The difference now. Zenith gaining more and more. Ricardo Rico just putting in lap after lap after lap. That is just at a fantastic pace right now. I think the only one who can sort of semi-match him is Augustine Canapino in the Williams Esports car. Certainly faster than Oriol Bohe right now, who seems to struggle maybe with the conditions a little bit. Maybe he does not like the nighttime as much as well, I don't know if Ricardo Rico likes it. I mean, he's just quick in any conditions, really, is what it is. Um, but it seems like Oriol Bohe doesn't like the nighttime as much as he likes sort of daytime scenarios. Certainly loses some time here to Ricardo Rico. 5.5 tenths, quite a bit for one lap.
Absolutely. There is your race leader, the Zenith Esports car of Ricardo Rico, who has had phenomenal pace since he jumped into that car 10 laps ago. Just absolutely phenomenal driver right now. And Zenith Esports just look absolutely formidable today, don't they?
They really do. Um, if MSI want to win this one and want to become repeat champions, back-to-back champions here at the 24-hour of the Circuit Barcelona Catalunya, then they're going to have to find a way to neutralize Ricardo Rico. If they can't find that, it should be Zenith Esports for the taking.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. There's a lot of waiting to do, but I'm sure there'll be action all along the way as we watch Ricardo Rico tackle turn 3 once again. Just to put into context, for the 454th time, he's gone through turn 3 there. Now heading his way through turn 4 and then onwards towards the downhill section and towards turn 5. It's interesting then, you can see a lot of information on the heads-up display that the drivers receive. Obviously, we don't have the luxury of having all of that information as a spectator, but you know, even the simple thing as well, the lights on the dashboard go red when it's time to change up. I could do that. I could do with that on my regular car.
Yeah, some of that technology is truly fascinating. I mean, being able to look at the tire pressures during the race, looking at your fuel with 2 digits after the comma, or a decimal point. That's the German coming through in me. It's just something I would like to have in my car as well. Being like, okay, I have 8.27 liters left in my car. Wouldn't that be something interesting to know?
That would be interesting. You can then totally work out how much fuel you need and whatnot. Why hasn't
Yeah.
anybody done this? That would be cool. Anyway.
Maybe it's a little bit too advanced for the average driver who's not a sim racer or a real racer.
Well, there you see. There's Sergio Ignacio, 5.6 seconds behind the level motorsports car of Bruno Asturi. That is to confirm who is in that car. Unfortunately, his name doesn't appear on the graphic there, Asturi, but that is definitely him in that car. It's appearing on our timing sheet, so we're going with that. But yeah, nearly 6 seconds between the two of them now. And yeah, I have to say, Level and DriveX have been pretty much, you know, swapping lap times throughout this race. They never seem too far apart from each other.
Look at the fastest laps they've done. 1 minute 41.1 for both of them. DriveX slightly faster by about 700ths of a second, but pretty much the same. And if we look at their last lap, DriveX 2/10 faster almost. And at the end of the day, what we saw is that DriveX was losing P3. Remember, in the last stint before they pitted about 25 minutes ago, what we saw was DriveX was in P3, Level was in P4. Now that has switched. Level is up to P3, DriveX down to P4, because DriveX switched drivers when Level Motorsport stayed with Bruno Asturi and basically saved around 30 seconds from that. That's how much a driver swap costs you, which is why we see a lot of teams going for driver swaps only every 2 to 3 stints. You don't want a driver swap after 1 hour because it costs you 30 seconds roughly. So that's why we see that a lot. Double stints, triple stints. 4 hours is too much from a driver to ask for a driver to ask from. Can't really do that at that point. The concentration just keeps waning, and so double and triple stints is what we see for the most part.
Yes, indeed we do. You can see there, that is the number 2 car. Obviously our race leader in Zenith Esports, just commanding the field at the moment. Nothing stopping him so far, but you know, we've seen Zenith have a 50-second lead and something happens out of their control, which then sides that gap, well, in twain, basically, more than in twain. It really completely put a massive hole in that lap time, in that gap that they worked so hard to build up. But this is racing. It can so easily go wrong, and everything you've worked to build up going into the race can just be taken away from you in the blink of an eye.
Especially in endurance racing, especially in 24-hour races, it can happen that quickly. And right now they're trying to rebuild the gap. I mean, it was at one point down to about 9 seconds. It has gone up now to 16, but that's still nothing. That after 13 and a half hours, the gap is 16 seconds. That means basically they've gained about what, 1.3 seconds per hour? That's nothing.
Yeah, when you put it like that, that's oh no, that doesn't bode well at all. But I'm sure they'll love you for pointing out that sort of statistic there, Austin. That's for sure.
I'm not sure they will. Meanwhile, we have Cabono Esports in the pits. That is Lucas Granja. Will he switch with another driver from his team? Let's see. Yes, he will. It is Jose Manuel Cazon back in the car. So expect them to wait there for about a minute and 2 to 5 seconds, maybe 10. But they will keep P18 right now because the car behind Karuma Motorsport in P19, one of my personal favorite team names for sure. As I explained the origins of that earlier on. They're almost 2 minutes behind, so even that 1 minute was it going to be in the whole pit lane, 1 minute 20 pit stop with the driver swap, they're still going to be way ahead of Kuruma Motorsport, about by, I would guess, 35 seconds, 35 to 40 seconds.
Well, that's the guess there made by Austin. And if you've seen Austin's streams before, you'll know that he's got the knack of being right. He does have that knack. I'm very jealous of that knack, but it's something he has, and I don't. And
I can tell you it's a lot of experience that comes into that. A lot of races, and a little bit of maths as well, obviously. Being quick on my feet in that regard certainly helps, but it's mostly just experience.
well, we're riding on board here with Sergio Ignacio, trying to chase down the level motorsports car of Bruno Asturi, but it's proving to be a little bit difficult because obviously they're just swapping lap times at the moment, at this moment in time. But there is Borge trying to close in on the race leader. In fact, now that's switched over. I looked away for a second to refresh the timing sheets, and they changed which driver they were looking at. So I've got to be quicker than that, Kieran. You can't do that. DriveX there, you can see Sergio Ignacio still in 4th place, trying to close in on the car ahead with a back marker just to keep them company there. Battle for 3rd place, 3.1 seconds, with DriveX and Sergio Ignacio getting that car closer and closer to the level motorsports car of Bruno Asturi. A little bit of a back marker in the way then as we head our way through that final corner. It's the number 31 car as they make their way towards that start finish line. That's the BWY Academy car. Flash of the lights to let the Academy car know that it's there, and there you can see it makes his way through and again aggressively takes that line there, so not happy going through that.
Yeah, that's a statement right there. That is not just you know, I would say semi-dangerous driving maneuver. That is a statement. I think that number 14 car, I think that Sergio Ignacio was not happy with the way BWY was staying on the racing line and not letting him take the racing line into the corner. He wanted to show him that he was not appreciative of that. It just, oh, that is such a moment there. If you're in the BWY Academy car, if you're Jose Antonio Bazayo, you're seeing that car almost swipe across you. And I've said it a couple times so far. I'll use that phrase again. That's another Code Brown moment right there.
We're getting a lot of Code Brown moments in this stint alone, Austin.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we've seen plenty of them. To
Yeah.
was the whole 24 hours, I think.
Mm-hmm. That's, to be fair, if you last the whole 24-hour race as a driver, or as a team, I should say, without one, you've done something wrong. Let's just say that.
Oh, absolutely. Meanwhile, then, that is Sergio Ignacio this time. The driver pulls to the right-hand side. You can see there's just a bit match for pace. The back marker there doesn't want to lose too much momentum going down towards turn 1. And, of course, because Ignacio doesn't have to move off of his racing line, there's no way for him to aggressively take that racing line back as he has done before. But it's cost him a little bit of time going through those back markers because there is the third place car there making his way on towards turn number 4. Austin, it's a little bit of you know, the gaps are spread out. Obviously, we've got a battle for third and fourth. We've got the odd battle here and there, but for most drivers in this current situation, it's all about keeping their cool and being consistent at this time.
Also, not to get focused too much. It is sort of a pendulum. If you are not focused enough, there's also on the other side of it, there's a thing called being too focused, sort of getting tunnel vision. And as I said before, what I always like to do at this point is that's when the jokes come out. When I was racing and I had a teammate in the call with me, I just started talking. How do I say this in sort of rated PG terms? I can't put it in PG terms, but I started just anything I thought was kind of funny. It just no filter, and it just came out. And usually you know, I hope my teammates never faked laughing, but they did laugh for the most part. But not always.
Oh dear. Okay.
Yeah, that's the risk of telling jokes. Sometimes they just fall flat. But no, everything that came to mind that just I thought was kind of funny helped me ease my mind off, and it wasn't to entertain my teammates, although that was a nice side effect because they're obviously at this point everyone's battling with tiredness, unless they have slept before, which in most of the endurance races I've done that wasn't possible because we were only 3 drivers, so sleep was not really much of an option. They at least have 4 here for the most part, so maybe it is possible. But the main reason why I did that was to not get that tunnel vision. Because once you enter that, because everything is happening around you on a track like this in 24 hours, and certainly not just on a track like this, but on any track really, even at Le Mans, or even on the Nordschleife, everything's happening around you. You're constantly either lapping cars or being lapped by cars, or both if you're sort of in the midfield. You have to always keep your eyes open for everything around you, and sort of getting that moment where you just look straight on, and everything to your left and everything to your right you don't even see. That's a really, really bad thing, and you don't want that to happen ever.
No, that just sounds like a bad thing. As soon as you
Yeah.
said the words tunnel vision, I thought, oh no, that's not good. You don't want
Yeah.
that to happen, ever, ever. But yeah, I mean, if real drivers, if motorsport drivers can suffer from it, then it can just as easily happen to esport drivers. Gap between the leaders is just over 16 seconds. Such is the pace of Rico there. He's absolutely on another level right now.
Yeah, he really is. He's gaining more and more time with every lap. Last lap is the odd one out, it seems. Although he has just come across the line to be a little bit quicker than the MSI team. But last lap he lost about 0.03 of a second to MSI, which again absolutely minute. Now that he came across the line, 141.49, gained another 0.2 on MSI. So we're back to the usual basically, after this one-off where MSI was slightly, minimally quicker than Ricardo Rico and Oriol Bohe. Just got a little bit of time back, but now we're back to Ricardo Rico just dominating.
Yeah, it just seemed like Ricardo Rico said to Bohe, okay, you can have a few hundredths of a second, but I'm going to take 2/10 away from you. Give a little, take a lot. That's the mantra that seems to be. But riding aboard here with Gerardo Babbio as we make our way now through that chicane, as this is a battle for position between himself and the car ahead, Alberto Gandia. Ismail Martel is into the pit lane, and this seems obviously Martel now has been in that car for a while now. He's come back in. Obviously, he's during our stint, Austin, he's taken control of the car. It doesn't seem that long. He left the pit lane for the first time for the night.
He just came in last stint and has done 1 hour, and I didn't expect him to swap with another driver from Unicos, and he did not indeed. So this is a normal 34-second stint, I think, or a 34-second pit stop rather. Let's see where the clock ultimately stops. 34.6. Yep, pretty much right there. A little bit on the longer side actually, but maybe it's because it's nighttime and obviously the mechanics can't work as quickly because they can't see as well.
Yeah, that's that old excuse for a mechanic. Yeah, I couldn't see, so I couldn't do. Oh, that's a loss of control from Gerardo Babbio. He locked up the brakes there to make sure he didn't make contact with the wall. But that's that precarious turn 8, and I wonder if he just hit a slight bump there because that car became so unsettled there.
It's a really a tricky situation. It's a really tricky spot there as well, because if you look at that Kamsa corners, when you look at the replay right here, it's very, very interesting. Now you see it's just before that, thankfully, but really weird. And then getting up to speed. Now the trickier part, I don't think we'll see this. I think we'll switch to live by then. Yep, indeed. The trickier part of this is if you lose it before Kamsa, suddenly you're slow through Kamsa. And the last thing you need is that, because it's over crest as he goes into the pit lane. Oh yeah, that was towards the end of the stint, so maybe the tire wear was playing into that as well a little bit. But you don't want to be slow out of Kamsa. That's the really worst thing there, because it's a corner that goes over a crest. You take it blind. And you don't want to be the slow one on the exit of a blind corner. Just imagine someone being... let's take another... What's another blind corner around a different track in the world? Oh, Rouge Radion?
Yeah, I'd go with that one. That's a good
Yeah, that's a good one. Imagine all of a sudden you have a slow car in front of you on the exit of Radion. It's not really what you want to see. And you have very, very short times. There's someone in the gravel. You have very short time to react in such a scenario, in such a situation, and it just... sometimes you have not enough time to react, and you just end up hitting that car. So that was the trickiest situation there. Losing that car on the exit of the Vert corner cost him about, what, maybe 2-3 seconds? It's negligible in a 24-hour race, but if you get collected on the exit of Kamsa, that's more than 2 or 3 seconds. Then we're talking 2 or 3 minutes. So
Yeah.
tricky
Well,
situation that, but well handled at the end of it.
Absolutely, and we've seen already some drivers, they just once they lose it there, they just take to the grass on the inside of that flying right-hander of turn 9, and you know, I don't blame them. I'd rather get a couple of instant points for being off track and maybe cutting the track than possibly being collected by someone who's just not expecting to see a car slow in the middle of the track.
Exactly. Totally understandable. If you can't rejoin safely in the corner, you cut the corner. And because there is grass, you don't gain any time, so you don't have to slow down. If you do gain time, by the way, for those of you who don't know a lot about iRacing, if you do cut a corner, you get a slowdown penalty. Basically, the game tells you slow down, yield that much time, and then it shows you like maybe, I don't know, 1.2 seconds or however much you have to yield, and therefore you have to then slow down. And if you don't, it just keeps increasing. So you are very much at an advantage if you do actually slow down, because otherwise that's just going to multiply. Um, yeah, I'd rather take that, and even with a slowdown, I'd rather take that than being slow on the exit of a corner, on the outside, on the racing line, and it being a blind corner as well.
It just sounds like the better option, doesn't it? Just when you
Yeah.
say that, it just sounds like the best option possible. That's the third place car of the number 13 Level Motorsports, driven by Bruno Asturi, making his way now down that start-finish straight. Of course, his closest rival is quite, well, actually not that far away at all, because he's only a second back. That is the DriveX Esports car of Sergio Ignacio. And I'll say this right now, that third place has, that battle for third place, I should say, has well and truly reignited here. Just over 1 second between the two of them. We've already seen how Sergio gets a little bit annoyed with back markers that don't necessarily get off the racing line. He's going to be feisty one going for this third place.
We also need to keep in mind that Sergio Ignacio is on his first stint. He just took over the car. Not his first stint in the whole race, but his first consecutive stint. He just took over the car from one of his teammates about 23 laps ago, whereas Bruno Asturi is near the end of his second stint, as he has taken over the car over an hour and a half ago. So they're very different parts of their individual races, and it seems like that was about as easy as it could be. Did Bruno Asturi just wave him by? Did that?
Yeah.
What?
That's exactly what happened, yeah.
He rolled out the red carpet for him.
Well, there's obviously some strategy behind that one. Yeah, he rolled out the red carpet, didn't get any paparazzi, didn't need them, they didn't have time to show up. Because by that point, the number 14 car of the DriveX Esports team of Sergio Ignacio just took away the position. We're going to see a replay of it as we go all the way through. Oh, is that a little bit of a moment? Oh, that will probably be
That's
wrong.
why, yeah. So he did not roll out the red carpet. He did not roll out the red carpet. He got a little bit wrong through Kamsa, through turn 9, and basically just had to yield the position because he was too slow on the exit there. So, not the red carpet exactly, more of a, okay, well, here you go now. I unfortunately, you know, regretfully, but yeah, such a mistake can easily decide a battle, and we just saw that right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately for the Level Motorsports driver of Bruno Asturi, that slight bit mistake, that slight, you know, running too wide on the exit of 9 has cost him a position. But of course, as we say, we've just got 10 hours of this race to go. Only just 10 hours to go. Plenty can happen in that space of time. Zenith Esports, though, still lead the way. At the helm is Ricardo Rico, leading this way, and by a comfortable margin as well, rebuilding that time that the team lost earlier on tonight. Just going into the night shift, they had that incident there with A2, and they're looking to try and just rebuild that lead that they did have, which was 50 plus seconds, 50 plus seconds. Gap is just creeping up past 18 seconds now. That's 1-8 seconds, so they've still got a long way to go to get back to where they were, but they're going the right direction because they have increased their gap on that last lap by another 1/10 of a second.
Zenith Esports are in such a comfortable position. I wish we had that opportunity when I was still racing in endurance races, where we could just call one of our teammates and be like, look, the gap has shrunk, don't be mad at us, can you come in and make it bigger again? And the guy just comes in and says, you know what, yeah, sure, give me the car for 2 hours, we'll get it from 8 seconds, 9 seconds, we'll get it to 18 on the first stint, and then we'll probably get it to, like, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets it to 25 at the end of his second stint. So I wish we had that sort of a driver back in my day.
Absolutely. Just call him up and he'll do the job then. As
Yeah.
every single car he comes across, of course, will be getting out of the way for him. A little flash there to send him on his way, I think, for the race leader. Maybe he knew he was on camera there and gave us a show. Either that or he's just waving the Zenith car goodbye.
That could be it, but no, I think it was just a little bit of a "you're welcome" flash there. Sometimes, so flashing the lights, especially during the night, can mean a lot of things. If you're the car in front, it can mean, "Come on, get a move on, get past me, come on." It can mean, "Here you go." It can mean, if you're the car behind, it can mean, "Hey, by the way, I'm here. Let me overtake you, please, or let me lap you, please." It can mean, "Hey, I'm really going for it now. Be aware that I'm going to lap you," as we've seen previously. And it can mean such simple things as "you're welcome" or "thank you."
I was going to think of a really bad joke then, but no.
No.
It's definitely not
No.
worth it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Augustine Canapino is just over 11 seconds behind Sergei Haras in the Race for Cat motorsport car number 5, racing in 5th place. Oh, it's just perfection. You love to see it. But Canapino is looking to try and ruin my day by taking chunks out of that gap between himself and Sergei Haras, who is now 10.9 up the road.
Yeah, the gap has come down quite significantly. I still remember when we sort of took over the commentary from George and Jack. Williams was in P8, behind Obsidian and Unicos. Unicos was in P6. In fact, Obsidian hasn't changed at all. It's just that Unicos dropped 2 positions. And Williams was quite far away from 5th place. Now it's 11.5 seconds. They've completely cleared both Obsidian and Unicos. 20 seconds to Obsidian, over a minute from Williams to P8 to Unicos.
Spinner.
And no, I think it was just a bit of smoke. I didn't see anyone spin there.
I don't know. I think I saw an outline of a car there, but I
Yeah?
could be wrong. Well,
if so,
find
we'll
out.
see a replay.
There we go.
Oh, we do. Okay.
Well, here's the replay of something. Let's see what it was. This
Oh,
is
yeah.
completely. This is
No,
David
that's
Munoz here.
Yeah,
So
that's
this is a
something different.
corner. So this is now heading up the hill through turn 8, up towards turn 9, and let's see what Munoz does here. Gets onto the curb, making our way through, and I think
Everything's fine.
yeah, just seeing how David Munoz took turn 9. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, it is a tricky corner, and being able to take it perfectly is an art in and of itself. As Obsidian Racing, one of the teams we just talked about, is now in the pit lane for their next pit stop. And they have swapped driver as well. It's now Ruben Luque Nogales in the pit lane, as we see a replay of what exactly now. Raul Esteban in the Rusty's car, running a bit wide in turn 3, but there's a lot of runoff area there. Maybe in turn 4 something happened. No, I think it was just to show us the livery again.
The livery, the terrifying teeth.
Yes.
As I call them, for this one, but yeah, running a little bit wide out of turn 3 there. Really, just on the verge there of calling in the incident point there for off track. Right on the limit there. Any further, and he's really, really playing with that new incident point. We're not far away then from entering the single figures, basically, of hours left in this race, if you like. At least on the time. We'll still have nearly 10 hours to go, but very close now to single figure hours left in this race. Gerardo Babio is making his way in towards the pit lane in the R70 car. In fact, he's actually making his way out of the pit lane, making his way out towards the pit lane exit.
Yep, that's a drive-through. So he has collected his 75 incident points for us. Not just him, obviously. All drivers combined have collected 75 incident points at this point. and so he had to serve a drive-through penalty there. Has done that and has not lost a position from it.
Yeah, fantastic. So just a little bit of a slap on the wrist there. The drive through, the bog standard. Oh, you've received 75 incident points. Here's your drive through penalty, and be on your way. So he's taken that punishment now and makes his way back out onto track, ready to try and not rack them up in. Well, in fact, we don't really know how many drive through penalties each team has had. That's the thing we don't know. We're in a little bit in the dark about that one. No pun intended. So obviously with the team there, we know now that the R70 team, that one has been reset because of course they've got the 75 instant points. So keep an eye on that one. Let's see if they are called in for a drive-through again. We'll keep an eye on the timer. It's just 10 hours to go now as we are approaching the 15th hour in this 24-hour endurance. There is not a lot of time left comparing what we started with, of course. We're over halfway through, nearing that 3/4 of the way through the race, or 2/3 of the race as well. So that'll all happen through the stream as you make your way along, and before you know it, it'll be that sprint towards the end, towards that checker flag. Big lock up there from one of the Porsches, and actually onto the curb there. Whoa, that was very close there for Ricardo Rico. You see there's just a bit of a magnet there for mistakes for other drivers. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, but he navigates through it quite well as well. So, kind of is a little bit of a trade-off there, really. One thing to note on the incident points, by the way, for the first 75, you get a drive-through penalty. For the next 75, you get a stop-and-go penalty. So, it's not that you can just collect 75 and every 75 it's a drive-through. First 75 are a drive-through. The next 75 are a stop-and-go. And if you keep going like that, the punishment gets more severe. I think what happens is as soon as you get to 225, so 75 times 3, that's a disqualification for the whole team.
Well, we'll have to keep an eye on it. We haven't seen any disqualifications as of yet. We've seen a couple of retirements from this race, but as we now are in the next hour, we are in hour number 15, and we're halfway through, myself and Austin, this nighttime shift that we have got for you tonight, as we have the race leaders making their way through Zenith Esports, and again, Ricardo Rico just showing us all how it's done, setting consistently quick lap times, lap after lap, leading the way. MSI Esports with Oriol Borge is in second place, DriveX with Sergio Ignacio in third, Level Motorsports with Bruno Asturi in fourth place, Race for Cat Motorsports with Sergey Haras in fifth, Williams Esports with Augustin Canapino in sixth place, Unicos Gaming with Ismail Martel in seventh, Obsidian Racing Ruben Luque Nogales in 8th place, Mamias Racing Team, Jose Miguel Fernandez Andreu in 9th place, and Kilometro Zero with Daniel Ramos in 10th place. That rounds out your top 10 so far in this one as we head into the 15th hour of the 24 hours of the circuit, the Barcelona Catalunya. Still plenty of racing action to be had, and of course, plenty of time to spend with myself and Austin. Aren't you lucky?
Indeed, as the drivers are now preparing for the next pit stops. For Bruno Asturi, this might be a driver swap. He may be done. He's on his second stint. He's near the end of his second stint. Sergi Haras is coming in. He's the first one of the top 6 to come in for the Race for Cat Motorsport team. That is definitely not a driver swap unless there's something unprecedented, because Sergi Haras just did his first stint. So I'd be surprised if he actually swaps out with someone right now, because it would just cost too much time at the end of it, and my timing screen has frozen. And yes, he stays in the car. So that is going to be another stint for him, at least one more. Next cars I would expect in Level Motorsport and DriveX, potentially on the same lap. But I think it's more likely that Level Motorsports, Bruno Asturi is going to come in first, and then Sergio Ignacio for DriveX, as Sergio Ras makes his way out. Good 33.8 second pit stop. That was a really good one there. Didn't lose him too much time. So he is going to be fine. rejoins in P6 right now, ahead of Unicos Gaming and Ismail Martel. And we have Raul Esteban for the Rust-eze team in the pits as well. The terrifying teeth. I can't believe I said that as well. But yeah, as I said, we're expecting Level Motorsports and DriveX to be the next two, followed by then Zenith and MSI in that order. Although again, Level Motorsports and DriveX, it could happen either way. I think it's a bit more likely that Level Motorsports is going to come first because their stint is just one lap longer than DriveX's is at this point. So if they do the same stint length, Level Motorsports should be the first one to come in.
There you can see Ricardo Rico, nearly 20 seconds now, the gap between himself and Oreo Borge in the MSI car. 19.6 if you're picky, is the gap between them. And of course then you've got DriveX Esports with Sergio Ignacio at the wheel, with Level Motorsports Bruno Asturi. We saw then the two swap positions down towards turn 10, mainly because Asturi got a little bit too friendly with the gravel on the left-hand side of turn number 9. Looking at the rest of the field, the closest battles, we've got the battle for 10th place, Kilometro Zero and Cherokee. That is 3.7 seconds between them at this moment in time. And out of all of them, there's only two cars, but there's only two battles, I should say, that are under 10 seconds. So everybody else is pretty much spread out across the track, running their own races and just trying to get this night stint done, basically, Austin.
This is where I tell you that you need to refresh your timing again.
No.
Because we actually do have 3 battles that are within 10 seconds. We have Level Motorsports, as you mentioned, 5.7 right now behind DriveX. We have Cherokee 3.1 actually behind Kilometro Zero. Seems to be that Kilometro Zero may have made a mistake. Oh no, that's going up to 3.6 again. But then we also, oh no, now it's gone again. I think it was IRS 10 Factory that were rather close to Espinita Rocket Factor, but that has just changed because IRS 10 Factory made it into the pit lane. So of course that's all moot at this point. There's there's no battle going on there between those two. If the car behind Thiago Carvalho goes into the pit lane.
Yeah, absolutely. There is still Raul Esteban in that pit lane there in the Rust-eze number 18. It's not number 95. It is the number 18 car, and obviously been stationary now for just over 40 seconds. So looking like there's going to be some tyre changes as well to that car.
That car's been stationary for 3 minutes now. The 42nd was the IRS 10 Factory.
Oh yes.
Rusty's is under repair right now here, Raul Esteban. They've been stopped for basically 2 laps at this point. 3 minutes, 20 seconds. There is the IRS 10 Factory, Thiago Carvalho, and that is a driver swap as well. So Thiago Carvalho now taking the car for a little bit of a ride, if you will, for probably at least 2 stints, maybe 3. That's at least what we would expect. Of the top 5, no one has come in since Race for Cat has been in the pit lane, since Sergi Haras did his first pit stop and went out onto his second stint. Again, we expect Level Motorsports and DriveX to be the first ones, followed then by Zenith, MSI, and Williams in that order.
And I think that was Thiago Carvalho there giving us a little wave with the flashing lights there. He knows we're watching him. That's always nice to know. Inigo Bea in the Cherokee car, the number 10 in 11th place, trying to chase down Daniel Ramos there. 2.5 seconds is the gap so far between the two of them. And looking at the last lap times there, Cherokee, well, that's trying to work that out quickly. That's 9:10.
1.1.
1.1. Yeah, that was the one I mean. That's what I meant. You knew what I meant.
Yes.
1.1. That's a huge amount of time to take out in one lap.
Yeah, 1.1 seconds per lap. If they keep going like this, if Inigo Bea keeps going like this, 2 laps, and the overtake should be easy. But then again, it may be that Daniel Ramos made a little bit of a mistake on the last lap, as there is Level Motorsports as expected, just 1 lap prior to DriveX, who will probably be coming at the next lap. And Will Bruno Asturi stay in the car? That's the question. I don't think he will. Will we see a swap? Oh, doesn't seem like it. I think he will stay in the car. He's going for a triple stint. So, that is interesting. So, Level Motorsports wants to get that position off of DriveX by going for a triple stint with Bruno Asturi. Oh, this is going to be really interesting now. Out of the top 5, only Bruno Asturi was on his second stint. Everyone else is on their first right now, at least first consecutive, I should say. Ricardo Rica for Zenith, Oriol Bohe for MSI, Sergio Ignacio for DriveX, and Agustin Canapino for Williams. All 4 of these on their first consecutive stints, so they will most likely remain in the car. Although it was still a 51-second pit stop for Bruno Asturi, so I'm not sure what happened there, as we still see Raul Esteban in the Rusty's car getting repairs. 6 minutes it has been now. That is an agonizing time waiting in the pits, hoping to get that car fixed. There's the high-speed demons. Oh yeah, Hugo. That is a normal pit stop in P12 they are right now. And here comes Sergio Ignacio for DriveX. Most likely a normal pit stop. Should be around 34 seconds, again 35 seconds at most. Unless, again, they also have some sort of issue where they have to wait for 51 seconds. In this case, it could be that it's going to take a little bit longer.
Well, let's have a look and see what happens here. Sergio Ignacio making his stop there, obviously, with Level Motorsports sticking with Bruno Asturi for another stint in the hopes that they can try and get ahead of the Drive X team. But as you say, Austin, it's going to be all in the pit stop there. That's 34.5 in the stop there. As they make their way now, Sergio Ignacio should rejoin well ahead, does he? Now making his way towards turn 1. And we've got Fernandez now into the pit lane. It's showing on the timing screens that Ignacio has rejoined ahead of Bruno Asturi. So that tactic of doing that triple consecutive stint, I should say, for Bruno Asturi hasn't quite worked, because there's almost 20 seconds the difference between those 2 pit lane times, or at least pit stop times.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that he went for a pit stop that lasted 51 seconds. If that wasn't the case, if he had gone for the normal 35 second pit stop, at that point, the gap between those 2 cars right now would be around 8.5 seconds. So, and that could have been interesting, because then they would have both swapped drivers probably at the end of the stint that they just started, so in about an hour. And then it could have gotten really interesting, because then they're all of a sudden both on the same strategy, both pitting almost at the same time. The pit stops lasting about the same time, and they're 8.5 seconds apart. So this could have really warmed up and turned into something there. But the way it turns out is Agustin Canapino is now half a second behind Level Motorsport. He still has to pit. So again, the position is slightly inflated here. But Canapino maybe trying to get a move on P4 here. Bruno Asturi in the Level Motorsports car. We see them there very close together. Now, what do you do if you're Williams, if you're Agustin? What do you do? Do you pull into the pits prematurely because you don't want to fight, you don't want to lose time, but you also don't want to overtake and risk some sort of incident? Or do you stick it out and try to make the move happen? That is the question that they're going to have to answer right now, as Ricardo Rico's in the pits for to prepare basically for his second stint. 48 seconds. So he also took a little bit of a longer pit stop there. Don't know what that was for, but 14 seconds lost. So this, if Oriol Bohe gets a normal 35 second pit stop, that gap could come right down to about 3, or let's say anything under 10 seconds.
Well, quite a few cars now entering the pit lane here. We did have Zenith Esports, as you said, coming into the pit lane as they now rejoin onto the track, still in second place. Obviously, the top two know that if they pit in, they're at least going to take the top two positions when they re-emerge out onto the track. Cherokee and Kilometro Zero are in the pit lane as we speak. Inigo Bea still staying in that car, as well as Daniel Ramos in the Kilometro Zero car in 11th place.
Nope.
Campino then up to 5th.
Nope. Sergi Real Yopart is actually taking the wheel of the Kilometro Zero team. Inigo Bea does stay in, but you have to wait sometimes a little bit for the driver swap to take place. It's quite tricky. Sometimes it happens in the first 5 to 10 seconds of the pit stop. Sometimes it takes 20, 25, even 30 seconds. So it can be a little bit tricky, but you're always going to have to be a bit more cautious in that regard, because sometimes the drivers aren't as quick because they have a minute to do the driver swap. They don't have to do it in the first 5 to 10 seconds. And it doesn't prolong their pit stop either. Once the driver swap is sort of initiated, is sort of is initiated, they have a minute to do it, and so that's what we saw here. And Sergi Real Yopart still in the pit lane. 1 minute 15, 1 minute 16. The clock keeps ticking. That's a very long. Is this? Are they having a repair as well? I think that's what this is. Now that it's gotten to 1 minute 30, I think they're also repairing the car. The question is how long that's going to take.
Yeah, well, they'll be hoping it's minor damage. Of course, they'll know how long the repair is going to take. Right from the outset, when they approach that pit box and stop in the pit stall, they know exactly how long it is going to take. And of course, if they stop
There it is.
1 minute 42.5 in the pit box there, so definite damage repair, but looks like it was relatively minor damage that they've repaired there. Probably just bodywork damage that they've just pretty much bulked out a little bit. Might have been a dent, and they've just pushed the bodywork out.
Yeah, meanwhile, there's Oriol Bohe, the leader right now, also in the pit lane. Not necessarily the net leader. It depends really on how this pit stop goes. If this is, again, a 35-second pit stop, this could get really close between MSI and Zenith. We're talking less than 10 seconds between P1 and P2 right here. Let's see what they do. So Bohe stays in the car. That was pretty much obvious from the very get-go, as this was his first stint, his first consecutive stint in the car. So this will be his second. There is Ricardo Rico, who makes it past the start-finish straight right now. And indeed, Oriol Bohe, 34-second pit stop. So he gained around 14.3 seconds. Comes out of the pit lane right now, and I want to see the gap slightly move up there. It's now at 5.5, but because the straight is so long, yeah, 6.1 seconds the gap between P1, Ricardo Rico Zenith Esports, and P2, Oriol Bohe MSI Esports. That after 14 hours and 17 minutes. That is incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. Long may this continue, as Bohe here just having to refresh my standings. As you say, 6.7 now, the gap between them. There's the Level Motorsports car, the number 13 car in 5th place. The Williams Esports car of Augustine Canapino now moves up to 4th place, but that Bruno Asturi is looking to try and come back and try and make a move at least on the Williams Esports car. How successful he will be with that, we'll be finding out very shortly, but he's not going away anytime soon. Ricardo Rico still leads the way, 7 seconds ahead in the Zenith Esports car, ahead of the second place car of Oriol Bohe in the MSI Esports car. 2 cars in the pits, plus G Escuderia. Alberto Ganadia is still in the car at the moment, but of course that is subject to change as long as they're in the pit box. They've just stopped in the box now. That was also Euromaster Esports. Paul Monet has just exited the pit lane, rejoined back onto the track, and it's Alejandro Codina who's going to take over in the driver change for Plus G Escuderia. Now, they did hit the wall earlier on. This is their first stop since they hit the wall. So I wonder if they're going to stop and change the bodywork. And that's still the Rusty's car of Raul Esteban, still waiting patiently in the pit lane.
15 minutes it's been now for them, and they're still in the pit lane. It's really, really heartbreaking to see. Meanwhile, you mentioned Agustin Canapino, Williams Esports, battling away with Bruno Sturry from Level Motorsports. If you're Agustin right now, you're thinking, please do not try to overtake me, because again, on strategy, Level Motorsports just pitted 5 laps ago. Williams Esports is about to pit in the next couple of laps, next 2 to 3 laps at the very latest, maybe earlier, probably earlier. So the one thing you're thinking to yourself right now is, please, Lord, for the love of God, do not, under any circumstances, try to overtake me. Have some sense. Stay behind, please. And it seems like that's what Bruno Sturry is doing. The gap has now come up to 1 second. And so Agustin Canapino has a little bit of breathing room here. And I think, who's that? That's the Espinita Rockafactor car. That's slotting in right in front of the Rusties. And Williams Esports, in fact, coming into the pit lane right now. There it is, right there. Agustin Canapino into the pit lane. Will he swap? Or will he stay in the car? I think it seems like he's going to stay in the car for another stint. Which I think this was his first stint, his first consecutive after he took over from Arthur LeHook anyway. So this will be his second stint. Then again, it makes more sense to go for at least a double stint compared to going for just one, because a driver swap just costs you so much time. We're talking almost 30 seconds from a driver swap compared to a normal pit stop. So Canapino, although he's staying a little bit longer, he's standing there a little bit longer. It's going over 40 seconds now. Is this going to be one of those 48 seconds, 50-second pit stops? We'll have to keep an eye on that. It's going up. Maybe some damage. No, 48.7 is where the clock stops. So it's one of those slightly longer pit stops, the 48 to 50-second pit stops. So he's losing a bit of time there. Rejoins in P6 ahead of Unicos and Obsidian. With Ismail Martel and Ruben Luque Nogales, respectively.
Well, there is Sergei Haras for the Race for Cap Motorsport team. Car number 5 back in P5 as he now makes his way in towards turn 5. It's all coming together. I love it. Absolutely love it. But yeah, he's going to be hounded again by Agustin Canapino. 16.6 separating the two cars.
Yeah, and it's going to get closer, I think. Canapino, one of the fastest drivers on track right now. And not just that, but also the holder of the fastest lap of the race right now with a 1 minute 40.571. Not even Ricardo Rico was able to do that. So Canapino here really setting the pace. And his lap actually over half a second quicker than the fastest lap from Race for Cat Motorsport, with Sergi Haras at the wheel right now. So expect those 16 and a half seconds to come down rather quickly, maybe over the course of this stint. Kieran, I think you're muted.
Yeah, I haven't done that in a while, actually.
Yeah, yeah. I was surprised. I was thinking that maybe your internet cut out again, but then I looked and I saw, oh no, you're muted.
There you go. You see, old habits die hard.
I think we need to invent a sort of a code word in case that happens again.
How about Kieran? Your mic's muted.
Okay, fair enough.
That'll do. That'll let me know. Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
The main solution to the problem would be to just unmute my mic when I mute it. That'd be a great solution, wouldn't it? Unfortunately, it's happened. I'm pretty sure that's double figures now. If you're counting along at home.
Yeah, it's also such a way too easy solution.
Yeah, but also it happens. What's there going to be more of? Hours in this race, or me forgetting to unmute the mic? Place your bets now.
I mean, at this point, the hours are leading, so there is some hope still. Not by much, but the hours are leading.
Well, that's good because I've only done a few hours in the commentary box at most at the moment. David Munoz comes into the pits with the Customs Exilium GT car, 23rd place so far in car number 32. We've also got Daniel Jerez in the Masked Devils Esports car, P13 in the number 23, and Adan Traen in the car there looking to take over also in the car. So three cars in the pit lane. Obviously, they arrived in tandem, so it makes sense if they all leave in tandem as well. And that Rusty's car of Raul Monraba still there, 20 minutes now. He's been sat almost 21 minutes in that pit stop box, so it must be some major repairs going on to that Porsche.
Yeah, at this point, I think it's safe to say that they are out of fast repairs. That is very safe to assume. And they did not actually leave in tandem. The Bartaketa Racing team, Adam Train, he had a quicker pit stop because he did not. They did not swap drivers. Adam Train stayed in the car, whereas for the Customs Exilium GT team, it's now David Munoz who takes the wheel, and therefore it is a driver swap, and that cost them about 30 seconds. So they came in tandem, but they did not leave because one of them swapped drivers. The other did not.
Well, Paul Monet is right on the back now of Francesc Casado in Karuma Motorsport, as I like to call them, Car Motorsport, making their way now through that long right-hander of turn 3. It's just almost full throttle through there, just a slight lift halfway through the corner, and you should be absolutely fine. Now in towards turn 4, and then eventually going down the hill towards turn number 5. As you can see here, just trying to make sure that he keeps on the back of that car ahead. It is number 7 car of the Karuma Motorsport, of course. It says it right on the back there, so Paul Murnau's not going to forget which car he's following.
I don't think he cares too much about it at the end of the day, but yeah, this at least this reminds him that this is a battle for position, because he will see Karuma Motorsport. Obviously, the drivers have a little window, and you explained it before as well. Yeah, that is Paul Monet. No, that is not Paul Monet. That is the Karuma Motorsport car that just spun there on the exit of La Caixa. And that is the position, at least, for Paul Monet. But it's also damage for both the Euromaster Esports car and the Karuma Motorsports car. So, oh, and he's still there, is he? Hold on. Let's see the replay. Yeah, I know that's the replay now. He's trying to get back going, and okay, we're rewinding. So yeah, he just lost it by himself. You see it right there. He just lost it by himself. Starts spinning around and then gets collected there. Really, really unfortunate. But Paul Monet was the only one to run into him. Although this is a spot where you don't want to be left. Thankfully, in the night, at least you have the bright beams of the headlights that at least warn the other drivers that there is something going on. But yeah, Karuma Motorsport therefore now losing a position, losing a whole chunk of time. They're 11 seconds behind Euromaster Esports now, so that lost them a whole chunk of time. And Euromaster Esports lost a couple of seconds there as well, obviously, because Paul Monet did run into Francesc Casado there. So both cars losing a bit of time, but Karuma Motorsport certainly a bigger chunk, and both cars also getting some damage.
Yeah, I mean, I feel so sorry for Monet there. He had absolutely nowhere to go. Francesc Casado just losing it on his own, and yeah, Paul Monet was just caught in that sort of nowhere to go position, and collected him anyway. Obviously, he might have front end damage to that car. Having a look at it, it's very hard to see under the dark skies here in the nighttime part of this race, but I'm pretty sure there'll be some sort of splitter damage, if not more, to that Porsche. There is Borja Gisbert in the pit lane for DX Droids, 19th place currently in the Porsche, and there goes Paul Monet in 20th place in the Euromaster Esports car. And you just see under there is a little bit of damage to that front end. You could see just on the aerial shot some dents and bruises definitely on that Porsche.
The question is, how manageable is it at this point? Because sometimes it is worth it to just continue driving, even with slight damage. And if I look at the last lap time from that Euromaster Esports car, 43.4, surely not great, but also not too bad of a lap time. The same goes for the Kuruma Motorsport car, 43.6. So they're both having damage. They're losing, I would say, about 7-8 tenths per lap, but it's still sort of manageable, especially for Kuruma, who are 29 laps into their stint, to say, you know what, we're just going to go on, do our normal strategy. The time we lose right now is not too much, so just keep going until the scheduled pit stop. Whereas for Euromaster, it's a more tricky situation, more tricky decision to make, but I think it still pays off if they keep going, then pit for the next time and repair that damage during a driver swap.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the decision that loses them the least amount of time, is carrying on with what they've got for now and repairing it on their next scheduled stop. Riding aboard here with a lovely colourful interior, lots of purple all over the place as we make our way in towards turns 7 and 8 here. That sleeping policeman on the inside of 8 there is, it looks like it's in a horrible place because it is in a horrible place. It's to deter the drivers from using too much of that curb on the exit, and well, as you can see, it works.
I mean, that's the whole point. They are supposed to be in horrible places because the track organizers, the track administrators, if you will, they don't want anyone to go to that sort of spot. And it's very tempting if you don't have that sausage curb there to just, you know, take your liberties with it and go just a little bit further. Same thing happens here on the exit of the chicane. There's another one that's very, I would say personally, that's one that's even more awkwardly placed. But yeah, it's really tricky. Limits the exit of the chicane as we see the BWI Academy car there, Jose Bazayo, in the pit lane. How long's he been standing there for? 20 seconds. I think at this point it's safe to say he's not going to swap with one of his teammates, so he's going to go out for another stint in that BMW M8. I'm just quickly looking at where the time stops for him. No, it still keeps running. So this, oh no, 37.3 seconds, a little bit longer than usual, but still in that sort of, you know, near to the 34, 35 seconds that we always see. So just a normal average pit stop.
Yeah, and of course the Rusty's car, Ral Monraba, still in the pit lane. 28 minutes so far at the pit stall, looking so much closer to half an hour as it goes on, as the seconds tick up, and still no movement. Currently the last of the runners right now, as he's just been overtaken. In fact, we won't really know until we get out there, but he's definitely now a lap behind Supercopa Esports Mexico, which we saw earlier on had that incident. They had to come back to the pit lane and get that major car repaired. They then rejoined, what was that, 15 laps down from their next opponent, so that was a huge gap to make up there. They're now only 10 laps behind BWI Academy, so they're making progress there, and progress is good progress, no matter what it is.
Yeah, certainly. Any sort of movement that you see, unless it's of course, unless you're in P1, you're moving down. Then of course it's bad progress.
Oh, it's a be a move. Sorry for position.
Yeah.
That's the number 23 there. That's the R70 car down the inside, getting the move done round the outside into 2. And the R70 car then of Gerardo Babbio moves up to 13th place. Nice little move there in the end from the R70 car. That was the number 23 of the Masked Devils with Daniel Jerez 1. And yeah, it just sort of looked like into turn 1, I think Daniel was just not interested in battling that one, it seemed. Either that or he just didn't get his braking right into one.
I think what it was is that what you said first, that Daniel Jerez was not interested in battling this. looking at the stints from the two drivers, I'm seeing that Gerardo Babbio has been on a 21 lap stint, and in fact this might be shorter because Gerardo Babbio served a drive-through penalty 21 laps ago. In case you remember, so his stint is actually going longer than that. So he's about to pit, I would expect, in the next 10 laps at most, probably less than that, maybe 5. Um, Whereas Daniel Jerez just came into the pit lane 5 laps ago, so he's still got a long stint in front of him, and he doesn't need to battle right now because in the net position, he's still ahead of the R70 team.
Well, we're seeing here Ricardo Rico still leading the way here, 7.6 seconds ahead of the MSI esports car of Oreo Berge, right behind, not going anywhere to really help the Zenith esports cars really relax. But there is no relaxing as he runs slightly deep in towards turn 10 there, but maybe just to try and get a little bit of a better exit there. I think he might have got a little bit distracted by the back marker then, just letting him through, which is, as I know from experience, is very easy to do. You just lose that concentration for some reason. Just that little glint of a back marker and suddenly you miss your braking point. Very, very easy to do.
Something that you do lose with experience. It's so the more you participate in any endurance event, doesn't have to be 24-hour races, but obviously 24-hour races give you a bit more experience in that regard, because you're driving longer. But any sort of endurance event, anything of 4 hours or more, where you suddenly start into lapping cars and you have to find your way through blue flags, doesn't mean that they have to pull out of the way. It just gives you more experience with that, with how to focus, how to stay concentrated, and I wouldn't expect someone like Ricardo Rico, who has his fair share of experience, to get distracted at that sort of a situation.
No, no, not really. So he'll keep pressing on in this one. 7.4 the gap was, although that was about 30 seconds ago, so it might have changed since then. And knowing us, it probably, or knowing them, I should say, it probably has changed. Yeah, it's gone up by 0.2 of a second there to 7.6 seconds. So, yeah, I mean, we're into the, well, halfway through the 14th hour, I believe this is now, as we make our way through. And the gap is still less than 8 seconds. I mean, this is incredible.
It's fantastic. It really is. At this point, I wish I was able to commentate on the last 2 hours, but at the same time, I will definitely enjoy my sleep. Once my last stint is done. So I'm already looking forward to that, and my last stint will be over in, what would that be? That's gonna be about what is that gonna be, Kieran?
It'll be 9:30 British Summer Time, 10:30 Central European Time.
Yeah, there you go. So about 6.5 hours from now.
No, I'm
No.
going to correct myself. It's
No,
9:30.
7.5 hours.
Yeah, so it's 9:30 Central European Time, 8:30 in the morning.
Oh no. Okay, so 5.5 hours then.
Yeah.
5.5 hours. I see.
It's,
See, I even got it wrong. That's the effects of the night right there.
all making mistakes. It's no problem whatsoever.
Yeah.
There we go. In fact, I made a mistake earlier on saying it was halfway through the 14th hour. It's actually halfway through the 15th hour. Oh my goodness.
Oh yes.
But yeah, but yes, the number 2 car of Zenith Esports there, Ricardo Rico, dispatching the back marker then and moving on. That was the number 13, and if I'm not mistaken, that's our 3rd place driver in the level esports. Oh, sorry, my apologies, 4th place driver there. So that's another lap on the level motorsports car of Bruno Asturi. When they get to the timing line, we'll be able to see if that's 1 lap or 2 laps. I'm thinking that's going to be 2 laps now on 4th place. The only 2 drivers have less than that are DriveX Esports, who are only around about 20 seconds up the road, 26 seconds actually up the road, 1 lap down on Ricardo Rico. And then the other driver is Oreo Borge, who's only 8 seconds down. So yeah, it's pretty dominant performance from Ricardo Rico. And actually, when you think about it in the long run, we're averaging, let's say, 1 minute 40s, as you said earlier on. So to be 2 laps down, we are only 3 minutes 20 behind the race leader. In all honesty, that's not bad when we're in the 15th hour of this race.
It isn't. I mean, 14 hours, 40 minutes almost done. 3 minutes 20. Let's say 3 minutes 25 behind, because 1 minute. No one did a 1 minute 40.0. The fastest lap is 1 minute 40.5, but they're usually doing 1 minute 42s, 1 minute 41s maybe. Let's say 325. That's 175 seconds. No, that's 205 seconds. Apologies.
I like this maths.
In yeah, in 14 hours and 40 minutes. That's about, what is that then? Like 10. No, hold on. 15. Less than 15 seconds per hour. Again, that's not much. If we break that down further, we can say it's 1 second every 4 minutes. That's still not much.
No, not really. When you think about it, that's the number 11 car there of Tiago Carvalho having trouble with traffic there as he made his way through the final corner into turn 1. So he's not really too impressed with that in the IRS BMW. But the battle for 16th place rages on because it's in and amongst this midfield and back marker pack, as there's a little bit of smoke there into 5. That's normally a lockup. That sort of smoke there through the middle of turn 5, but not sure who it was, because all that we saw there were the smoke particles it left behind.
Yeah, really difficult to see that sort of stuff this late at night. I mean, the time on the server right now, let me quickly get this as it's refreshing.
There's a contact.
Yeah.
Going
Oh,
into turn 10. That's the number 11, and that was
yeah.
the bright orange car there of the Espanita Rocket car that's been collected by the number 11.
Yeah. Hold on. Was that full position?
No, it
yes,
wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Oh, it was.
Yeah.
Right, it was.
6.5 seconds the gap between the two of them now, but Espanita hasn't started again yet. 7.8 now. It's going up a little bit. So that was full position. Yeah, I hope we get a replay of this. We'll see if we can actually get one.
At
But
glance, yeah, it looked a bit Carvalho going for a move that was always closing, unfortunately. But he will carry on in that IRS at BMW. He is in 16th place now, but I'm sure he'll be investigated by the stewards for that one. I have a sneaking suspicion anyway.
Meanwhile, I have finally grabbed the actual time on the server right now. On the server, it is 3:18 a.m. So that's what the in-game time is, and tells you a lot about the sort of conditions right now. Track temperature is now down to under 20 degrees, 19.4 degrees. That's how cold it is, and it really shows to an extent here, as the drivers keep battling, and it's dark. This is about as dark as it gets. I think from this point onwards, at some point, I would say probably in the next hour and a half, it starts getting brighter again. Just minute by minute, hour by hour, it gets brighter and brighter. There's the Kuruma Motorsport car in the pit lane. Now here's the question: are they going to get the car repaired? Because they had the incident obviously earlier with the Euromaster Esports car, where they spun in La Caixa in turn 10 and got collected by Euromaster Esports. Nothing Paul Monet was able to do there, but they're in the pit lane now. And I wonder, the driver stays the same with Francesc Casado. So, and no, they did not repair anything, I think. Or if they did, it was a very fast repair. As in, there wasn't much damage, not as in they used the fast repair. because 34.5 seconds, I don't think they repaired a single thing on this car. They just switched tires, put in some fuel, back out there.
Well, if they feel that's what they need to do, then that's exactly what they're going to do. I mean, you can't fault the team if they just want to get the car back out there and doing some laps. There you can see Ricardo Rico still leading the way. Now the gap is 10.1 seconds. It's now down to 9.7 as they make their way now through the first couple of corners. But yeah, Ricardo Rico once again showing how good he is out here, just consistently setting the lap times. Just to put it into perspective, last lap times from Zenith Esports, Ricardo Rico, 141.1. MSI Esports, Oriol Borge, last lap time, 41.7. That is dominating performance there from Ricardo Rico. And the terrifying thing is that he can keep up with this pace for hour after hour. And that is just terrifying to other teams.
Gap was down to under 7 seconds after the pit stops. That was 16 laps ago. It's now up to 10 seconds. In fact, 11 seconds now. Although, no, there you go. That was just a bit of a timing issue, apparently. So 9.8 as the next, or the only car basically out of sync in the top. What is that? The top. Well, basically, the only car out of sync in the top 17, if we're completely honest, if we're counting everyone. Unico's Gaming is in the pit lane, P7 currently, and they have a driver swap as well. Pablo Hidalgo back in the car after we saw him earlier for, I think, multiple stints, actually, not just a double stint. I think he had 2 double stints already. So he's basically, once he does another double stint here, he's going to be done for today, unless they want him to do more. And they want to rely on him. But in terms of the equal share, not the fair share he's already done. But in terms of equal share, he would be done at this point. Let's see, Unico's, have they 3 or 4 drivers? Let me quickly check my notes right here. They have 4 drivers, so yeah, he would be done in terms of equal share. Have we seen Christian Lamella already for Unico's? Because I know we've seen Daniel Lozano and Ismail Martel. And Ismail Martel has done 2 double stints as well. But have we seen Christian Lamella already?
Yes.
We have, okay.
Earlier on, much earlier on in the race, we have seen a Christian Lamella out on track. In fact, Unico's Gaming, you said there, coming into the pits, rejoined on track with Pablo Hidalgo, who's going on for another stint. But yes, I do recognise the Christian Lamella. We have seen him. I definitely remember that. Yes.
Start driver potentially for Unico's.
Thinking back, I don't think he was. I think he was one of the ones that was an early change.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. Ismail Martel was obviously the start driver, yes. But if he was an early driver, maybe we'll see him towards the later parts of this race. I mean, we are in the later parts of the race at this point, but the even later parts of the race. But right now, Pablo Hidalgo taking the car through sort of the last part of the night. And then I think he will hand off to his teammates. Question is whether Ismail Martel is done for tonight or for today for the whole race. Because he's obviously done his job, I think. And maybe we'll see a little bit more of Daniel Lozano. And yeah, right now it's Pablo Hidalgo. In P8, 35 seconds behind Obsidian Racing. But again, they are always the first one. So as much as Williams Esports' position is always a little bit inflated, their position always looks a little bit deflated. They are not in P8 right now. They have just pitted. They are more really in a net P7. Maybe even P6 if Williams Esports gets a really bad pit stop, which I wouldn't expect. So yeah, they're really in the net P7 right there, Unico's Gaming. Just that the car in front of Obsidian Racing hasn't pitted yet for the second time.
Gerardo Babbio for the R70 team into the pit lane, and as you can see, that is well, the back end of that Rusty's car is probably the reason why that pit stop is taking so long. I think if I just refresh my timing sheets there, you've also got Daniel Diaz in the Cometa team, also in the pit lane. Well, Rusties have been in the pit box for 3/4 of an hour at this point, so it is some major repair works going on there.
It's very major, yeah. At this point, I mean, 45. What can you do in 40? Oh, there you go. No, that's Daniel Diaz. Sorry, I was getting a little bit excited there, but no, it was Daniel Diaz for the Cometa team, who's done his pit stop there. That
That was the R70 car there, almost coming to a stop at the pit lane exit.
Why?
And Daniel Diaz did very well there to avoid that one. Bizarre from the R70 driver there.
Yeah, I know what's going on there. What happened there? But Daniel Diaz did well to avoid that. But yeah, 45. What can you do in 46 or 45 minutes? There's so much you can do. You could play probably 4 different. Like you could win 4 games in a row of Fall Guys if you're that good. That's probably taken about 45 minutes.
Rub it in, Austin.
No, I was talking generally. I was not trying to rub anything. I haven't won 4 games in a row ever, so I'm not rubbing anything in. But you could watch half an F1 race in 45 minutes. That's so much time. You could probably brew coffee, read the morning newspaper, and probably still have time to go to the bathroom in 45 minutes. So unbelievable how long it takes to repair all this damage for the Rusty's team there. And yeah, at this point they are 38 laps down on the leaders and 11 laps down on the next car.
I mean, it's commendable that they're still in this race, to be honest with you. They could have easily thrown in the towel after that one, but they want to finish this race, and that's fantastic to see. Obviously, with iRacing, if it's terminal damage and there's not enough time to even fix it, even attempt to fix it, that is, they call time, basically, the team. They say, well, we can't do anything, it's done, we're not going to be able to fix it. But the fact that their engineers can try and attempt to fix it, well, all remains to see how long it's actually going to take. I mean, we were sitting here when it was 20 minutes to get, it's got to be soon. It's now double that, and still, it's approaching an hour that they've spent in the pit lane. 47 minutes and 47 seconds. It is just waiting, biding their time to try and make their way back out onto the circuit again to hopefully put in a lap time. Alex de Alba has just served a drive-through penalty there for Supercopa Esports Mexico, and I know that because they never entered the pit box. So 17 seconds down the pit lane is the punishment, and now they are joining back onto the track. Augustine Canapino there in 6th place for the Williams Esports team in one of the only 2 Ford GTs out there, and looking to try and close in as much as possible to the Race for Cat motorsport team of Sergei Haras, who is 6.6 up the road, now 6.4, so he's closing marginally, corner by corner.
I mean, expect Obsidian Racing and P7 to be the next ones to pit. Stint already 31 laps long, so they're gonna fall back behind Unico's Gaming again. So those two are gonna switch positions once more in just a couple of laps, and then the next ones are going to be Race for Cat that you just talked about. They are going to pit as well within, I would say, the next 8 to 9 laps. So it's going to take probably around another 8 laps would be 14 minutes. So in the next quarter hour, we will see Race for Cat coming into the pit lane as well. And then at that point, the next pit stops have kicked off, basically. We will then see Level, DriveX, Zenith, MSI, and finally Williams shortly thereafter, one after the other.
Absolutely. As you can see that the Williams esports car looking to try and close in on Haras as much as he possibly can. But we'll take you through the top 10 rundown in just a few minutes' time. Meanwhile, that's Jaume Dalmeses, who I haven't seen out there on track at the moment. I think he has done a previous stint before for the R70 team, but he's out there right now and looking to get some laps under his belt under the I would say midnight sky, but it's more like the 3 a.m. sky now.
Really is 3:30 a.m. Roughly is the in-game time. Looking at it right now, yeah, it's exactly 3:30 right now.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so that was a good estimate for me, I have to
Ah, not
say.
bad at all.
Bit surprised by that. But yeah, it's 3:30 a.m. in-game time right now, so yeah, it's not really midnight sky, but it's still very, very dark out there, and the visibility is rather limited. Thankfully, the car numbers are illuminated. We can see them quite well. That's the one thing that really, really helps us, at least, spotting those cars and being able to talk about them as we see Jaume Dalmases there in the R70 car. Gap to the car in front is 55 seconds. Gap to the car behind is 35 seconds. So not really racing anyone right now, more in a race against himself of the car and the track.
Yeah, and as we said before, as we mentioned before, Austin, those sorts of races can be quite difficult on yourself. I mean, if you're the only opponent out there, you haven't really got anyone in front of you, no one really behind you, no one close proximity to battle with, then the onus is on you to be as consistent as possible. And sometimes when drivers are focusing so hard on that, they can start to have those mistakes start to creep in.
One thing I can tell you that's going to make it easier for these drivers that I, back in my day when I was racing on R Factor, didn't have, is that iRacing gives the drivers a little bar that shows them how well they are doing compared to their you can switch it, I think, compared to your best lap or compared to your last lap, and it shows you basically where you're losing time in real time. So that's something that can keep you focused, where you see instantly where are you losing time, and you can make sort of a note in your head that basically says, okay, next time we're doing this, as Obsidian Racing is serving a drive-through penalty. So Ruben Luque Nogales, coming into the pit lane, serving a drive-through, so they have accumulated 75 incident points as well. Definitely not the first team to do so, and I don't think they'll be the last.
No, definitely not. As we head through here, 9 hours and 3 minutes to go here of the 24-hour sim racing Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya endurance race. And there you can see Ruben Luque for Obsidian now making his way down towards turn 5. And I think he'll be a little bit annoyed. He hasn't been in that car long, and the team have accumulated 75 incident points in order to earn themselves, I say earn themselves in the lightest possible tone, but they've earned themselves a drive-through penalty. And of course, when the team builds that up, and you might get sort of 2 or 4 incident points through your entire stint, and you're the one that has to take drive-through, it's quite annoying, I'd have to say.
Yeah, I think the most annoying thing would be you take over the car, and the first thing you see, you get one incident point, you get 1x, and it says, oh, 75 out of 75, drive-through penalty, enjoy. So you took over the car with 74, and you contributed basically 0 to it. That's gonna be rather frustrating, but at the same time, what it does is it gets the drive-through penalty out of the way. And at that point, if you're going to accumulate some of the incident points, which most likely will happen, you can say, okay, well, I did the same thing. It's just that mine didn't cost us anything, but they would have if I was in their position. So you can be quite sensible about it. It's just that, obviously, in that moment, you don't like getting a penalty, any penalty. A drive-through only costs you about, what, 18, 20 seconds maybe. It's 17 seconds through the pit lane, but it costs you, because the straight is so long, it costs you more, like 20 seconds. Because you obviously have to get back up to speed as soon as you leave the pit exit. So, you know, it's not the greatest thing, but then again, 20 seconds in a 24-hour race is rather negligible.
Yeah, it's amazingly close, especially over 24 hours. As we ride on board here with Alejandro Cordina in the Plus G Escuderia car here, trying to chase down Daniel Jerez. I mean, this is not Daniel Jerez in front of him, although that rear wing on the car in front looks like it's taken a little bit of a beating, especially on the right-hand side. Doesn't quite look level there. It looks like it's got a little bit of a kink on the right-hand side. I don't know if that's probably just my eyesight, to be honest with you. But,
There's a little bit of a wave in there, I think. There's a little bit of a dent. I don't think that. Oh no, yeah, no, the right side is definitely lower as well. Yeah, I thought it was just a dent, but apart from that, it was rather level, based comparing one end to the other. But no, that angle showed clearly that front wing was lower on one side than the other.
And here comes Ruben Luque back into the pits, so had to serve a drive-through a couple of laps ago, now in to have his actual pit stop to possibly put in some fuel and put on a set of brand new tyres. Well, we're only seconds away from entering our number 16 here in the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya 24-hour race. And with seconds to go before that happens, we will take you through the hour rundown of the top 10. So for the 16th hour here, we do have Zenith Esports with Ricardo Rico leading the way. It's been a name we've said at the top of the table for quite some time. Completed 505 laps so far at the time of this. 12.4 seconds behind is MSI Esports with Oriol Bohe. Third place, DriveX Esports with Sergio Ignacio, a lap down on the race leaders. Level Motorsports are in fourth place, driven right now by Bruno Astori, 2 laps down on the race leader. Race for Cat Motorsport, driven by Sergei Haras, is in 5th place, 2 laps down on the race leader. Williams Esports, you're currently watching here, Augustine Canapino, is currently in 6th place, 2 laps down on the race leader. Unicos Gaming with Pablo Hidalgo at the wheel of the car, 3 laps down on the race leader, in 7th place. Obsidian Racing currently in the pit lane with Ruben Luque Nogales there, 3 laps down on the race leader in 8th place. Mamias Racing Team with Jose Miguel Fernandez, currently 9th place, 4 laps down on the race leader. And Cherokee rounding out the top 10 with Inigo Bea at the wheel, 5 laps down on the race leader. We have one more hour, Austin, of our stint in the night shift, so we'll have to keep our eye out and see if there are any last minute mistakes out there.
And meanwhile, the the Obsidian Racing car of Ruben Luque, has left the pit lane, so he's back on track in 8th place. 31 seconds now behind Unicos Gaming, and a minute 8 ahead of Mamias Racing Team with Jose Miguel Fernandez Andreu at the wheel.
Absolutely, but there you can see Ricardo Rico really jumping over that curb there, taking no mercy with that first curb through the chicane, as we now make our way through that final corner and once again onwards towards that start-finish straight. We said before, Austin, at the start of this stint, how we might hit 850 laps in this race. At the moment, it's predicting 853 laps with 505 completed. We're on lap 506.
Yes, indeed. But at the same time, what you have to keep in mind once again is that right now the lap times are very, very low. We're talking 1 minute 41.1 by Ricardo Rico. That was his fastest, or his last lap. Not his fastest lap. No, not nearly. But his last lap. So based on that, 853 seems to be a good estimate, but at the same time, what you have to keep in mind is that the track gets warmer again. Right now, it's at its pretty much at its coldest, 19.4 degrees Celsius. Yeah, I don't think it will get any colder than that at 3:40 a.m. in-game time. From this point on, it will only heat up. Maybe not right now, not in the next hour. Will probably remain there, but then at some point it will warm up, and I would expect the sort of the lap times to go up again for two reasons. One, with increased air temperature, not track temperature in this case, but air temperature, what will happen is that the cooling of the engine and the cooling of the brakes will have to work harder, will basically not work as well. So the braking is going to be slightly impeded, and the engine is going to, have to run at slightly higher temperatures, meaning it's not going to put out as much power as it does right now. And then with higher track temperature, sure, it might give the tires a bit more grip. Maybe if the tires can handle it, but at the same time, these tires are quite easy to get onto temperature anyway and keep them there. And it won't be much of an issue either way, whether it's night or day. So it won't compensate for the issue that you get from engine and brakes.
Well, as you can see here, Oreo Borge, we're watching here in the MSI Esports car, 13.9 seconds behind the race leader. Race for Cat Motorsport with Sergey Haras at the wheel has just entered the pit lane there and making their way to the pit box. There they are in the Porsche and making their way to their own pit box here. Now, I wonder what's going to happen here. Is there going to be a driver change as the Rusty's car still in the pit lane? They've been there for over an hour now,
Yeah.
trying to repairs to the car.
Yeah, that's just heartbreaking to see. Sergio Haras, meanwhile, does remain in the car as it seems. We're going to wait, obviously, a couple seconds longer. But I think at this point, it's safe to say that he remains in the car and will do another stint. For most of the drivers in the top 5 right now, because obviously Unico's Gaming was in 11 laps ago. So the top 5 right now: Zenith, MSI, DriveX, Level Motorsports, and Williams Esports. I expect driver changes. I think with Race for Cat now being back out of their pit box, 48 seconds, so a bit longer pit stop there for Sergi Haras, but he stays in the car. But for the top 5 right now, I expect at least, I would say at least 2 driver changes, maybe all 5. It could be all 5 really, but it's certainly going to be at least. I think Oriol Borge and Sergio Ignacio will hand off the wheel to someone else. So MSI and DriveX are at the very least the 2 drivers I would expect to step out of the car.
Meanwhile, we've got a battle developing here for P13. Masked Devils in 13th place, Plus G Escuderia in 14th place. Right on the limit here as we make our way through. It's Sergey Real Yopart in the number 15. Sorry, that's not the right one. It's actually Daniel Jerez Juan. I read the name on top, unfortunately, but there we go for Masked Devils Esport, and it's Alejandro Codina for the Plus G Escuderia car we're riding on board with right now with that lovely purple interior. Tiago Carvalho then into the pits then, 16th place in that IRS BMW, ready to make changes to the car, fuel, tyres, whatever they need to do, whatever they decide is best. And that's going to hand a couple of positions over to everybody else. So now Codina and the car in front in Daniel Jerez Juan are now battling over P13 as they make their way through turn 3.
Well, I'm having a look at Tiago Carvalho here. When is he going to re-enter the track out of the pit lane? Right now, Tiago Carvalho only going for 33.8 second pit stop. That's one of the shortest I've seen so far this race. So very, very quick pit stop there from the IRS crew, and he is back out on track, obviously behind the Espinita Rocket Factor team, but that was unavoidable. However, with that pit stop, once the Espinita team comes in, That's definitely going to give the position back to IRS-10 Factory. And if when R70 comes in for the next time, they might actually get that position as well if there is a driver swap for R70. Although, that being said, Jaume Dalmases only took over the car. Oh no, he took over the car over a stint ago, so he did have a pit stop there in between. So he could leave after a double stint. Meanwhile, looking further up the road, again, we're talking about the top 5 here. Zenith, MSI, Drivex, Level, and Williams. Those are the top 5 right now, and Drivex and Level, P3 and P4, I'd expect to come into the pit lane in the next 5 minutes. Both of them.
Here comes Codina then up the inside of Daniel Jerez Juan. He's got the inside line in towards turn 1, gets the braking right, and that is P13. Easy as you like for Codina. For Plus G Escuderia, they're now up into 13th place. Meanwhile, Level Motorsports, Bruno Asturi, who's now done 3 consecutive stints, if you like, in that car. Surely, Austin, this is going to be a driver change.
Yeah, I would expect so. Although, that being said, let's see if someone does actually come into the car. Yes, indeed. There you go. There's the driver change. It is Moises Caraballo. Or Caraballo, sorry. My eyes deceive me. That's why I'm wearing glasses. There's a good reason for that. It still doesn't help. But Moises Caraballo now in the car. So the triple stint is over now. And Caraballo takes over the car. So the 5 minutes that I predicted for Level Esports and DriveX, well, they came a little bit sooner than expected. But DriveX still staying out for at least one more lap. However, I don't think it's going to be too long until we see Sergio Ignacio coming into the car, into the pits as well.
No, absolutely not. Zenith Esports with Ricardo Rico, by the way, leading by 15 seconds at the moment. It is quite an astonishing gap, and it just keeps getting higher and higher as the race progresses, with Oriol Borge there in second place. Comparing last lap times, it doesn't appear for Ricardo, unfortunately, but his last lap time was 1:41.1. He's just crossed the line there. We'll see what Oriol Borge has done, or will do, I should say. Wait 15 seconds and we'll be able to find out. 1:40.7 was his last lap time, so actually 0.02 of a second in that one.
It's quite interesting to see the battle between the two of them and how much Ricardo Rico is dominating. And you know, we said earlier that 1/10 doesn't look like much, 2/10 doesn't look like much. When you're gaining about 4-5 tenths every lap consistently, lap after lap after lap, that is domination. When you're the fastest car out on track for the whole stint, that's domination right there. And Ricardo Rico is doing that right now. To an extent, I for one, I haven't seen before, and two, completely justifies George's semi-crush on Ricardo Rico. And I have to say, I kind of agree with him at this point. Seeing Ricardo Rico drive this way is just absolutely amazing to watch.
Well, you can see Adan Traim in Albar de Keto making his way now onwards towards the first few corners. I believe he's just been in to serve a drive-through penalty. So obviously 75 incident points racked up, and that is the instant slap on the wrist delivered by iRacing itself. They don't even hand wrap it either. They just give it to you. It's not very nice, but anyway, Ricardo Rico leading the way, 1:41.2 on that last lap. And let me just see what the last lap time was for Borge. It's a 41.7. So half a second added on to that one. And
Once again,
yeah. So when
consistently.
Yeah. So when a driver is consistently setting faster lap times than you, no matter what you do, how does that affect your mindset?
It's crushing. It's devastating. You feel like you're powerless. Is really what it is. I mean, I can try and say, oh, it's not that bad. No, like I've been there before. When you are so close I mean, we're talking 16 seconds, but there's absolutely nothing you can do. You're thinking really, the number one thing I was always thinking in these situations was, what am I doing wrong? What is this guy doing better than I am doing? How can I still improve? I've done all this practice, all this time into, into learning the track, into finding the right setup, into getting familiar with the car, all that stuff. And this guy just comes along and is half a second quicker consistently, lap after lap after lap. What am I doing wrong? And I think that's probably what's going through Oriol Bohe's mind right now. Is we have Drivex now in the pit lane. Sergio Ignacio, is he going to swap? I was expecting him to. He isn't, I think. This is going to be a triple stint then for the Drivex Esports driver there. So very interesting to see that. He decides to keep on going. Ricardo Rico, on the other hand, also in now. And what's he going to do? I think he's also going to stay in. So, as I said before, it could be all 5 the driver swap. It could also just be 2. And right now it's going closer towards 2. We already saw Level Motorsport switching to Moises Caraballo. Sergio Ignacio now coming up with a 48-second pit stop. I think we will see the same for Ricardo Rico. No, 34.0. Very short. Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. Because he did take a longer stop earlier. So is Ricardo Rico going for a 4 stint? Because I'm pretty sure that he came into the car. He's already done a triple stint by now, if I'm not mistaken. And that makes it 4 stints in a row for him. Or am I miscounting?
Do you know what? I'm not going to go against you, but I don't have the proof to prove you wrong. So we're gonna go with what you say. Just a couple of pit stops other than the top guys there. Mamias Racing Team in P9. Adri Montez is now in the car, and for High Speed Demons, Daniel Gomez has taken over the seat of that one, rejoining in 12th position. 8 hours and 44 minutes left to go in this race. We really are close to getting. It's almost a wonderful time. We're having a great time. All 4 of us will be absolutely knackered by the end of this one, but it will have been absolutely worth it, wouldn't it, Austin?
100%, 100%. And just to close off on the whole pit window sort of situation right now, we're waiting for 2 more cars to come in. MSI Esports, obviously, they have taken the lead from Zenith because they are staying out just that bit longer. And then Williams Esports is always the last ones, really, of the front runners who have to pit. They're always trailing everyone else a little bit in that regard, which is, as I said before, why their position is sort of slightly inflated. But they are getting closer. They're only 3 laps trailing behind MSI Esports. Not 3 laps as in they're 3 laps down. They're 2 laps down. But 3 laps in terms of pit strategy, that they are behind MSI Esports. So they're going to pit usually around 3 laps after MSI Esports. And I think it's coming down a little bit more. So maybe it's because MSI Esports goes very long into their stints, longer than Williams is. Or maybe it's because Williams just shortens their stints slightly by about 1 or 2 laps. But we should expect Oriol Bohe to lose his lead rather shortly as he's heading towards the final chicane. Will he come into the pits at the end of this lap? We'll see in a couple seconds as he makes his way through the final chicane. And he does not come in. So 1 more lap at least for MSI Esports here, for Oriol Bohe, before he comes into the pit lane. And the question whether he will remain in the car or it will be someone else. Sergi Real, meanwhile, he is in for the Kilometro Zero team. No driver swap. And he should be going rather shortly. There we go. Perfect timing. Is that beautiful? Is that beautiful? 33.3 seconds. I think that's the quickest pit stop I've seen so far today.
That was pretty lickety split, wasn't it? That pit stop.
Yeah.
So I'll be very happy with that one.
Yeah, very good job by the mechanics there. I think they're all going to get a drink after this race for that pit stop.
Soft
That was
drinks, wouldn't
fantastic. Yes, of course, of course, of course. Don't drink and drive. Um, but yeah, that was a very, very good pit stop right there. And Kilometer Zero now rejoining in P11. 1 minute 37 behind Cherokee PS, but 11.4 seconds ahead of the high speed demons and Daniel Gomez. As I would expect Oriol Bohe to make his way into the pits by now. So lap 37 on these tires and on that stint. Surely he's going to have to come in now.
Do you know, I'm getting very weird deja vu. You know, it's surely going to happen now. It's surely this lap. I can't think where though. Alejandro Cordina comes into the pits then from 14th place in the Plus G Escuderia team, and got to get it slowed down before those cones there, signifying the pit lane speed limit start. As he now makes way into the pits. Meanwhile, MSI Esports, as I'm sure you're trying to get the message across, have brought in Bohe, so he's now in the pit lane, ready to make the changes.
Yeah, he's staying in the pit lane for a long time, taking a very neat entry there, staying in the pit lane itself for as long as he has to, and then pulling off textbook right there. And it is a driver swap. Salvatalon's back in the car. I think MSI Esports are now throwing the kitchen sink at it. I think that's what this is. They're trying to throw up their best driver in Salvatalon's, trying to rival Ricardo Rico, trying to limit sort of the gap and the time they lose, and maybe trying to gain some back, although that's going to be very difficult with Ricardo Rico on the other hand, on the other side. But I think this is throwing the kitchen sink at it, trying everything and hope it works. Salvatalon's now in the car, and of course it's going to take a minute for him to take that car, so the gap will go up from the 15-16 seconds that we saw earlier, because they have swapped the driver while Zenith Esports haven't, so that's quite natural there. 40.8 is what it shows right now, right on the pit exit, but of course this will go up as Salvatalon's goes down the straight. In fact, yep, 44 right now, and it should be about 45 once he comes through turns 1 and 2. There it is, 45.1 seconds. So that is the gap right now between Zenith and MSI after that driver swap and pit stop.
Yeah, and I think you're right. With Salvatalon's in the car, they're going to try something different in order to try and close the gap. But of course, that means that they have to get the driver change in, which means a longer pit stop. But they'll be hoping in the long run that that is the right decision. Ivan Ruiz is now in the Euromaster Esports car. The driver change they have undertaken there. Paul Monet makes way for the new driver in Ruiz to take the helm. We also had another car in the pits, but I missed that one, unfortunately. We do have Project Bullet iRacing in the pit lane, though. Oriel Montes is in the pits, and I think, yeah, Rusty's there have retired the car. They've spent 77 minutes in the pit lane, and the pit lane counter is not going up. They've been greyed out. I'm sad to say that they have retired the car, so that is really unfortunate for them. They did wait so long, you know, an hour and 15 minutes in order to repair the car, but they've just decided to call it a night, unfortunately.
Yeah, speaking of calling it a night, I think Agustin Canapino is calling it a night. He has just switched off in the Williams Esports team for Dominic Steib, who is now in the car, the Austrian driver. That means Williams Esports will lose that one position to Level Motorsports. Maybe another one to race for Cat Motorsport, although I think they will remain ahead. Williams Esports, that is. So Dominic Steib now in the car, waiting to take control of it. It's going to be another 20 seconds roughly until he's going to get going and get out on track. Should be another 10 now. I'm not going to try to count it down perfectly, but let's say 5 seconds from now. And yep, we see the car moving a little bit. Oh, it takes a little bit longer. There you go. Now it's on its wheels, and there we go. So Dominic Steib, not perfect. You know, I was a little bit optimistic there. Took him 1 minute 2.7 seconds for that pit stop. But he's now back out on track and behind Race for Cat actually by 9 seconds. It's going to go up a little bit, 12 seconds. It's going to be 14 seconds roughly, just under 14 seconds that Williams Esports will be behind, or 13 seconds even, just. So good turn 1 there from Dominic Steib. So 13 seconds behind Race for Cat. This could be the battle we have to watch out for in the last 36 minutes of our stint here. Until we hand it back over to George and Jack.
Absolutely, and one thing you obviously hope to happen is that they do wake up. They do wake up on time, and they are ready to take over. I have set about 17 alarms to make sure I wake up for the for my 8:30 stint back in the box. That's British summertime, of course. Just to make sure I actually do wake up. So that will be fun. I should wake up. I hope I wake up in time. But anyway, yeah, it's always a little bit of a sketchy moment. We'll make sure that hopefully they'll be here. I'm sure they'll be here. I'm pretty sure with the energy drinks that George is drinking, he won't have slept. I'm gonna guess.
Most likely, yeah. That's one thing I can never bring myself to is generally just drinking energy drinks, whether it's for an event like this or just really any moment in my life. I'm not a fan. I'd rather have my orange juice, and you know that's got quite a bit of sugar as well. But it's more natural. That's just what I like. But more power to him. If it works, the one thing that I'm worried about is that obviously if you do drink energy drinks, you're gonna have some sort of crash at some point because obviously your sugar levels go back down again unless you keep and keep and keep drinking them, which I hope George hasn't been doing because oof, that's just gonna make the crash at the end of it all even bigger. And it's probably better to get that sort of first crash once he's off air and then recover from it and then get it again once he's off air and then recover from it. It's probably better in terms of energy levels than just keep drinking energy drinks over and over and over. And after those 24 hours, he's going to sleep for 2 days.
Do you know what? I have the funny feeling that George never gets tired. I think he always has the energy. I think
he does.
Definitely.
He does, yeah.
Really passionate about commentary. You know, he only started last October, and he's got it just like that. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Daniel Jerez now in the pits with Mars Devils Esports. Looking to make either fuel, tyres, driver. We'll have to see what changes go on in this pit stop. And Austin, I have to bring your attention. It is a driver change. It is Marcos Alacon who steps into the car. Austin, I have to bring your attention. It is the big BMW M8. I hear you're a fan of this car.
Are we really going to talk about this now? I am absolutely in love with all the big M8 memes that are out there on the internet. I have most of them stored on my computer at this point, and I just enjoy them. And when I'm feeling down, I just open the folder and look at them, and then I feel happy again.
Absolutely. It works every time, trust me.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Amazing. I have to say as well, it's great if you're watching along in this, no matter if you're watching in Central Europe, if you're watching in the UK, maybe you're watching elsewhere, let us know, and we can help get the right time zones. That's the word I was looking for, the correct times to you personally. How about that? But so at the moment, obviously in Central Europe and the UK, it's early hours in the morning. Austin, it's approaching, what's that, 5 o'clock in the morning for you. You've almost pulled an all-nighter pretty much.
Basically, yeah, I'm gonna go to bed as soon as we hand it off to George and Jack. That will be 5:30 a.m. for me. For you, it's gonna be 4:30 a.m.
Yeah, which is
And
so annoying.
then we'll sleep for 3.5 hours, and then we'll come back.
Yes. For yourself will be 2 hours, and I'm sure after that you'll have a nice long sleep there. Customs Auxiliary, meanwhile, changing their driver to Juan Munoz, who will take over the charge. Yeah, I'm sure we'll all have a very good night's sleep come Sunday night, if not earlier.
Yeah, Sunday night for the most part, yeah, because once I'm done with my last 2 hour stint, you got to remember there's this pesky little thing going on right now called Formula One. You know, they have the Italian Grand Prix,
Oh, yeah.
and yeah, you can't. I can't miss that. So that's gonna that's gonna cut my second sleep short as well. So I'm probably gonna go sleep 3 times on this wonderful Sunday in early September of 2020. So that's gonna be fun. Never done that before. Going to sleep 3 times in one day.
That's
That's
what
gonna be an
Sundays are made
experience.
for.
Yes. If
No.
any day is Sunday, for sure.
Oh yeah, why not? Why not? All of you night owls out there, welcome along to the stream. Obviously, we've got 8.5 hours left to go in the 24 hours of the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya endurance, and it is Zenith Esports at the top of the table. And there they are, Ricardo, Rico. Last lap time 141.7. Maybe just a little bit of a blip there, because we normally are expecting low 41s from Rico at this point.
Yeah, a high 41 certainly out of character for him. But at the same time, he's also got a gap now of 42 seconds, which is something you have to keep in mind. So maybe he's looking at this going, hold on, what's going on here? The gap was 15 seconds. What happened? Well, what happened was a driver change for MSI Esports that cost him around 28 seconds, 27.7 seconds in the pit lane. So that would explain that difference right there. But yeah, bit uncharacteristic for him. Another one, 41.6. So he's staying in the sort of high 41s. Very, very, yeah, uncharacteristic. I can only say that's the word that comes to mind, really. And describes the situation the best. But, you know, maybe he's getting a little bit, either he's getting a little bit tired, or he didn't change tires, and the tires are on their second stint as well. Because remember, he did a 34-second stint, 34-second stop rather. Apologies. So it could be that he didn't change tires and still kept on the same ones from the first stint, and only refueled the car, and that's why he's falling off just a little bit. Obviously, quicker than changing all 4 tires, which costs you 14 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. But obviously, the way to go, they feel. I can tell you that George is awake because he's liked a tweet that I was mentioned in just now. So he's definitely up, which is a good sign. We just need
Yeah.
to do the same now, just like
Oh,
any
yeah.
tweet, if you can hear us, and we'll know you're up. That would be awesome. But there
Yeah.
you can see Ricardo Rico still leading the way here. Still setting those mid to high 141s, maybe taking it a little bit easier in this stint. That could be the case. Borja Schisber into the pit lane for DX Droids. 48.3 on his last lap, 41.6 fastest for the team. Driver change to Juan Ramos there, who will take control of the car for this next stint here.
Meanwhile, I'm looking at seeing DX Druids. When are they gonna re-emerge there with Juan Ramos? Is that a driver? It looks like a driver swap, or is that just for tires? Again, there are 3 different pit stop times. 35 seconds, as I always mention, for just fuel. 48 seconds, 49 seconds, 50 seconds for fuel and tires, and then the minute, over a minute for everything, including then the driver swap. So this is a driver swap. DX Druids now back out on track. 1 minute 1, and in P21. So that should make you a little bit happy, Kira, right? 1 minute 1, P21.
We're getting
That-
there. We're getting there.
Yeah. Slowly but surely. Slowly but
We'll
surely.
get there. We'll get there.
Yeah. We still have the Race for Cat team, the number 5 in P5. So
Yeah, all right. That's a good one. I like that
yeah,
one. I do like that one.
I knew it. Oh, we also have the Cherokee team, the number 10 car in P10.
Oh,
Just realized that.
this is too good to be true now.
But yeah, I think those are the only two. Ah, the El Bartaqueta Racing team. The number 21 is in P22, just one off. But they're also a lap down on the DX Droids team. So, gonna be a bit tricky there to get that position off of them. But anything can happen still, 24-hour race. Anything can happen. But yeah, the gaps are generally rather large. Williams and Race for Cat, that's the one thing that I think George and Jack are going to see. Unfortunately, we are probably not going to see it unless the Race for Cat team makes some sort of mistake. But I don't think that's going to happen. They haven't made too many mistakes over the course of the race. So I think they're going to start now. 8.3 seconds the gap there as we see Dominic Stabe in the Williams Esports car. And there is the gap. So that's what they are probably going to cover once it gets to that point. Right now, last lap, Dominic Stabe only gained a 10th and a half on Sergi Haras in the Race for Cat car. So, not too much. Would take a long time to get that closed down if you gain a 10th and a half every lap. But you can see, I think, for almost everyone, the lap times are going up. The fastest driver on track is Dominic Stabe right now with a 1 minute 41.5. This time gaining almost 4/10. That's certainly more like it. That should put him in sort of striking distance within 20 laps. But, it's a little bit... it's still a long time. 20 laps means around 35 minutes. Just under 35 minutes. And at that point, George and Jack will have taken over from us.
Yeah, that's the plan. Anyway, that sounds like a good plan, I think. 40 seconds, as you say, separates Carballo from Sergi Heras, who we're watching now for the Race for Cat Motorsport team, car number 5 in position number 5. Yep, makes me very happy, that one. But still, 40 seconds between the two cars. Not a lot, considering the length or how much of this race has passed already. Just to take you through the sort of top positions here, Zenith Esports, obviously Ricardo Rico, obviously dropped away a little bit from the pace, to be honest with you. 41.6 his last lap. Salva Talens, a bit of fresh mind in the car. 41.3, so just eating into that gap bit by bit at this moment in time. DriveX in third place with Sergio Ignacio, who's keeping his cool out there, 41.8 on his last lap. Level Motorsports in fourth place, 41.9. That's only 8/10 off of their best lap time so far, so pretty good from them. Race for Cat Motorsport, 41.8 their last lap time around here. Williams Esports, of course, 141.5, so they're looking pretty tidy around there, trying to close in as best as they can, but they've got 7.7 now to make up on Race for Cat Motorsport. And those two have come across each other time and time again, and it just seems to be every single time, once one of them makes the pass, the other one pits in.
Yeah, they've swapped positions over and over and over again in terms of pit strategy, and they're still 10 laps apart in that regard in terms of pit strategy. So Race for Cat Motorsport, 18 laps on their current stint. Williams Esports, 8 laps, so big difference there. And so I think we'll see it again. There's so much out of sync with the 10 lap difference there that with them being 7.7 seconds apart, surely we're going to see Race for Cat come in first. Williams take that position for about 10 laps. And then Williams comes in and Race for Cat should take it back, but not necessarily. Because the hope here would be the real bad play, the really bad play for Race for Cat would be to swap drivers at the end of Sergi Haras's next stint, because then The next stint, because he just refueled and got new tires on his last pit stop. So his next pit stop, he would just have to refuel, no tires, 34 seconds. A driver swap would increase that to a minute, and you lose 25, 30 seconds from that. Whereas if you swap Sergi Haras for someone else in 2 stints time, or a stint and a half time at this point, then you would replace a 48 to 50 second pit stop, meaning a pit stop that has tires and fuel, with a 1 minute pit stop, and you lose about 10 to 15 seconds. So not nearly as much. You cut your time loss in half, basically, from 25 to 30 down to 10 to 15.
Yeah, absolutely. Just having a look at the timing screens, we're down to 27 runners. Obviously, the most recent retirement being one of our favourite liveries, Austin, the Rust-Ease car. That they took it back to the pit lane after what we assume was a very serious off. They spent an hour and 15 minutes in the pit lane before eventually retiring the car. So really unfortunate to see them bow out of the 24 hours of Catalunya. No more terrifying teeth. I can't think of a more sad image, to be honest with you.
I'm not too sad about the teeth being gone, but obviously the rest of that livery was absolutely fantastic. And throwback to the Cars movies, and it's just it was just a really good job. It was a well-designed livery, top to bottom, nice little homage to the Cars movies and to Lightning McQueen, as we see here Ivan Ruse in the Euromaster. I was about to say he's going off there. He's going off because he was trying to avoid. I think that was the IRS 10 factory car that he was trying to avoid. That wasn't for position. Euromaster being 2 laps down on IRS 10 factory. There it is, Thierry Cavalli. So I was indeed right by spotting that. There's the spin. That is the replay of that spin, and we'll see there is the other car trying to avoid. Yep, there he comes through, the Euromaster car. So yeah, that's what happened right there. Big spin by Thierry Cavalli. Thankfully, no contact, no damage. They can all keep going on, and we are back live.
Yeah, I was just thinking at number 16, did he try to avoid, or did he just sort of slightly miss his braking point because of what happened up ahead of him? It's always going to be hard to tell from that angle, but
yeah, I think he tried to avoid, because what he saw was the IRS 10 factory car, Thiago Carvalho, starting to accelerate back onto the track, and he was like, oh no, he's going to rejoin the track, he's going to rejoin unsafely, and he opened up the steering deliberately to make sure that nothing happens, and he'd rather take to the gravel than run into a car that's unsafely rejoining. Even though he didn't, he accelerated and then braked again. So it would have been fine, but you don't know that in that situation. So you'd rather take the precaution of say, okay, I open the steering, I go the long way through the gravel, and make sure I don't hit anything, don't get damaged, and I'd rather lose the 5 seconds or whatever it costs.
yeah, absolutely. Meanwhile, Adrian Arisa in Carbono Esports is now into the pit lane and making the necessary changes on the car. There's Daniel Gomez, who we haven't seen a lot of in this stint he's doing in High Speed Demons. Car number 4, really riding that sleeping policeman there out of the chicane. Jaume Dalmesis, we haven't really seen him either since he took over that car. Obviously, if we don't see a lot of you on the stream, sometimes that can be a good thing. It just means you kept your head down and kept yourself out of trouble. That's all that really means. Through the final corner and now onwards towards that start-finish straight. We'll see here he's right behind another Porsche. Of course, we started this race with quite a handful of Porsches, that's for sure. The most popular car on the grid is a Porsche, believe it or not. There were 16 Porsches that started this race, 15 BMWs and 2 Fords. No Ferraris picked in the lineup, unfortunately. And just having a look at Dalmesis there.
That's for position.
And it is for position. That's what I was trying to check there.
Yeah.
With the plus 70 team. So Dalmesis is trying to close in on Codina for position for 13th place as they make their way now through turn 4, down the hill then towards turn 5. I really don't like the fact that there's on the left-hand side of that steering wheel, there's just a green button that says kill. I really don't like that button and how
Oh.
that's obviously the kill switch for
Yeah.
the car itself, and hopefully not for anything else. A little bit of a moment there for the 19 car as we make our
Not
way
here.
now through turn
Not
9.
here.
Side by
Oh.
side we go. It's going to be tight,
Ooh.
but just about kept out of trouble there. The number 19 car of the Plus G Escuderia, Alejandro Codina. Well, both of them had, well, bravery is one word to describe it. That's for sure, but still they're battling.
I disagree with the decision of trying to get to the inside of someone before Kamsa. It's never going to end well unless someone pulls out of this. And thankfully, Jaume Dalmases did exactly that. Decided, you know what, this is not the move that's on right now. Right now, this move may be on. He's showing the flashing lights. He wants to overtake. He shows that he's there. He's now in the blind spot, obviously, of Alejandro Codina. So he's showing, and Codina is now saying, yeah, I see you there. That's the communication. I'm trying to translate from flashing lights to English, basically. But here goes Jaume Dalmases on the Plus G Escuderia of Alejandro Codina. Takes the position up into P13 he goes, and Codina down to P14. That is the swap there. It needs to be said, however, that Dalmases didn't really have to do that. He's closing in on his next pit stop anyway, potentially another driver swap, or if it's not, then he has to go 2 more stints, unless he wants to lose more time than necessary, which I don't think he wants to. But yeah, 32 laps on this stint already, so he's probably in the last 5 laps of this stint before he goes back into the pits.
Well, meanwhile, we're watching Daniel Gomez there. This is for position between himself and Sergi Real in Kilometro Zero as they make their way now through that chicane and onwards towards the final corner. Is this a chance for Gomez to try and get into the slipstream? We've already seen that the Ford GT, its one weakness around this track is this kilometre-long straight heading down towards turn 1. You can see the Porsche very slightly edging away. Now the Ford gets a little bit of the slipstream, but it's nowhere near enough, nowhere near close enough to even attempt to move into turn 1 there. So, I mean, Gomez is going to have to really rely through the corners in order to get any move done. And turn 3 is a perfect opportunity for that one. You can see the car is so low down to the ground, it's able to turn in much more nimbly than the Porsche ahead of it.
One thing that plays into it as well, though, is that Daniel Gomez is on his first stint on these tires, whereas Sergi Real for Kilometro Zero is on his second stint with these tires. So a lot more wear in the tires of Sergi Real compared to the tires of Gomez. Should be an easier move this time around for Gomez, as we see Unicos Gaming opening up the pit window for themselves. They're the ones that are now most out of sync with everyone else. They're pitting the earliest out of the top 8 as they're in the pit lane with Pablo Hidalgo, who stays in the car. And my timing screen, I just reloaded it, it stopped working right away. That's amazing. I've never seen that before. But here you go. He's back out 33.9 seconds. Really good pit stop there from Pablo Hidalgo. Unicos Gaming back out on track in P8.
You see here Gomez still putting that pressure on the car ahead as they make their way around the final corner of Kilometro Zero there, heading down that start-finish straight. Sergi Real just staying ahead. There's the back marker there, just getting out of the way. That's the number 7 car of Kuruma Motorsport, car motorsport obviously, as Kuruma translates to car in Japanese. And it's as simple as that. Car Motorsport is their name. Going through turn 3 now, still Gomez can't find a way past it. He can't seem to get close enough at the moment.
Which is really a shame because, again, he has that tire advantage, but he just can't make it work. Last lap, he lost 0.02 of a second, so you can tell that he's that close that he's basically running the same lap time as the car in front. not. I mean, losing 200 is nothing. It's like they're driving the same lap. So it's really really tricky here, and I said it before in our first commentary stint about 9 hours ago, 8 to 10 hours ago, something like that. At this point, the Ford has to get creative. One way would be to try and overtake into turn 4, or use the tire advantage through turn 3, carry more speed through the corner, and then into turn 4. Another opportunity would be into turn 5, the falling away corner. That would be an option, but it's generally very, very tricky to get that run on the car in front. And the next issue that comes here for the high-speed demons is that they're pretty much on the same pit cycle as Kilometro Zero. As we see, that is Kuruma Motorsport in the pit lane, Francesc Casado. He's done 37 laps on these tires. Will he swap with someone else in his team? Yes. The car disappears. That means someone else is going to take it. And it is Tony Vallejo who will take over that car. So it's going to be a 1-minute stop for them, and they will rejoin, I think, just ahead. This could get really interesting with the DX droids in P21. So Kuruma and DX droids, we're going to keep an eye on that once that car gets released onto the track. Meanwhile, we still look at high-speed demons, who are still behind Kilometro Zero. But a little bit further, it seems. A little bit... yeah, there we go. So it's still about 8/10 now. It's still under a second. But too far away, certainly, to make a move. As Kuruma Motorsport is about to be released any second now. And, let's see. They're... oh, no. They're still... Yeah, there you go. Now they're released. And DX Droids... they're gonna make it past. DX Droids just past Kuruma Motorsport. We can't see that on screen right now, but DX Droids just made it past. 1.5 seconds between those two cars, now up to 3 seconds, as Kuruma Motorsport obviously picks up pace on the long main straight. But just by 3 seconds, DX Droids past Kuruma Motorsports into P20 and Kuruma Motorsport P21.
Daniel Gomez still on the back of this Porsche of Sergei Real. He's just, as you said, Austin, it just doesn't seem to be that creativity to try and get the move done. Number 3 there, Daniel Diaz in the Cometa team into the pit lane. Doesn't look like, oh, now they are. I just about said they were not going to make a change. They are going to make a change. It's going to be Victor Santana to get into the car and get themselves out there. So a 1 minute plus pit stop for him. Yeah, bringing it back to Daniel Gomez. He's right on the back of the Porsche, all through these areas that need a grip through these corners. For example, turn 7 and 8, you need the grip through there. Turn 9 at the top of the hill, you need the grip through there. But down the kilometre-long straight is where the Ford is really struggling. It does not have the same grunt as the other two cars, the BMW and the Porsche. The engine power just isn't enough. It has to solely rely on its cornering ability.
Yeah, and that's going to be the hardest way to overtake. Because the difference is so slight, they're so small, that it's impossible to overtake through the corners. You're going to have to do it on the straight and sort of, you know, use the slipstream to let yourself be pulled alongside and then make the move into turn 1 or into turn 10, depending on where you are at that point. Here we see it again. And I'm looking at the at our timing sheet right now to see the top speed of that high-speed Demons car. It actually went up to 269. So right at the end, he did have enough of a top speed to sort of get closer there. But at the same time, it wasn't enough to make the move. I think at this point he's gonna have to get brave on the brakes. He's gonna try it here into turn 4. No. He just showed himself. decided to maybe try and make Sergi Real a little bit scared is the wrong word, but maybe nervous. Yes, that's the word. Thank you very much. A little bit nervous there into the braking zone, thinking, oh, this guy behind me is trying to attack me, and then forget his or not pay attention to his braking marker, and ultimately miss the braking point and get the position. But our 70 team, meanwhile, in the pit lane, that is Hamed Dalmases, who's in the pit lane now, has not swapped. So he will go for another double stint, most likely. And that's one that then George and Jack are going to cover.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're waiting in the wings, waiting for us to hand over for them. We'll bring them in just a few minutes' time, but Daniel Gomez here is looking closer than ever. The only problem is that final corner and the kilometre-long straight. He does look closer to the Porsche than he has done on previous laps. Can he use that to his advantage? You see that the Porsche's pulling out a gap already, and then finally Gomez is able to get the higher top speed using the slipstream. Can he look for a move down the inside in towards turn one? He thinks about it, but again, he's not close enough to get a move done into one. He just really has to attack these corners in order to try and make a move here. Now flying through turn three and onwards towards turn number four. I think, if anything, Daniel Gomez is going to be frustrated that he just can't find a way past.
I was having a look at the speeds of the cars in kilometers per hour to see what exactly the issue is, and I saw the sort of the crossover point where the slipstream finally made Daniel Gomez faster than the Kilometro Zero, the Porsche in front of him, and it was 244 kilometers an hour, which is way too high. You want to have that crossover speed sort of much earlier into the whole acceleration, because the cars only reach around 265 to 270 kilometers an hour in total. So getting up to 244 to finally close in on the other car is way too late, and he's not close enough at that point. So that's really the issue. It's less about it's less about the top speed of the car. It's more about the acceleration out of the last chicane.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see now, we're heading towards 8 hours to go, which, if you're a mathematician, that's 2/3 race distance. We are very, very close here. Ah, got it right. See, Austin's shaking his head. He's happy with that one. I'm happy with that one. That's all good then. Daniel Gomez again. Can he find a way past? No, he's too far back once again on the back of that number 15 Porsche. He's doing his utmost best to try and make a move stick here, but no matter what he tries, Austin, it doesn't seem good enough.
Yeah, it's really frustrating. I mean, you can only do so much, and the limitations of the car holding you back is really the most frustrating feeling, because that's the one thing where you can ask the question, what could I have done better? And the answer to that might very well be nothing. And that's the most frustrating feeling for any racing driver. That when you do your very best, you do everything in your power, and it's still not good enough.
Yeah, it's hugely frustrating for Gomez here, just trying to find a way through. Well, we are approaching the crossover point where we've reached 2/3 race distance, so we might as well bring in our lovely colleagues in George Morgan and Jack Kanan. Both of you, hope you had a good sleep and everything. How are you both?
Bearing up, I think is the word, Kieran. Nah, we're loving it here in the comms box. I've got to say, a few hours of rest. I couldn't believe it, actually. I managed to fit it in. I did not fancy my chances of sleeping at all. My big plan was to coast through with a few cans of Red Bull and hope for the best going into the hours of the morning. But no, I got to say, it's okay. I've just made myself a cup of coffee now, and we're sort of rolling into the early hours now of the morning. So we'll be taking these guys through very, very shortly. But I got to say, what have you done to the Zenith and MSI situation? The gap has increased up to 39 seconds, a lot different from where we left it earlier on.
Yeah, well, I think to put it short, MSI Esports have gone for a driver change. They've now put out Salva Talens, whereas Zenith Esports have kept Ricardo Rico out there because he's doing such a good job with the low to mid 141. So they've kept him out there. That's why the gap is quite big at the moment. Before the driver change, the gap was somewhere around 15, 16 seconds. So it was always increasing. So MSI have thrown the driver change out to see if anything can happen. Whilst you were obviously away to Dreamland, I do have some bad news for you. The Rusty's team, best livery on the grid, arguably. The number 18, disguised as the number 95, retired from the race. Big incident happened to them. They spent an hour and 15 in the pit lane making those repairs. At the end of the day, they decided to call it a night. So unfortunately, they are taking no further part in this race. But other than that, there's been some great action out on the track there. A couple of mistakes, but as we draw to the dawn, hopefully arriving soon, you'll take us through that, both of you.
Yeah, we're basically bringing you the breakfast show, guys, coming into this morning now. So it's going to be interesting, to quote Radio 1. Me and Jack are definitely looking forward to that. Not you guys couldn't see earlier on, but I am eating ginger nut biscuits to get me through this morning to start off with. Obviously, I did fancy making a bagel, but I decided to eat ginger nuts instead. Sorry, Jack, about the joke.
Why?
Oh dear. Oh dear. Well,
I find
I
this
think we
offensive
should
on so
bring
many
to an
levels.
I know you do, Jack. Just hang in there. It's almost over. Well, we'll bring an end to what basically was the shipping forecast and hand you over to the breakfast show. From Austin and myself, we'll be back in about 4 hours' time after we've had some amount of sleep, in which point we'll leave you in the very capable hands of George Morgan and Jack Canaan for the next 4 hours. This is us signing off then for that bed over there. That'll be nice.
Great stuff. No, credit to you both. Well done for doing the bit. Obviously, arguably one of the most difficult stints when it comes to sim racing commentary, a 24-hour event, I'd imagine. So credit to you guys for that effort. The Statman, ever the Statman, Austin, you kept it going, mate.
Yeah, the one thing you guys are going to watch out for now is I think that's going to be the defining battle of your stint is going to be between Williams Esports and Race for Cat. The gap is 6 seconds. It has been closing for the last 3 hours, 4 hours. It has been closing ever since. They've taken 2 positions. They've overtook Obsidian Racing and Unicos. So they're making their way up the field. Dominic Stabe now at the wheel for them. And the gap now actually under 6 seconds. So they're gaining more and more. So that's going to be interesting for you guys to cover.
Absolutely, we cannot wait to call that one. Obviously, the gap has certainly closed. We're keeping an eye on Williams and their mesmeric rise since obviously the start of the race. Obviously, very difficult circumstances for Williams Esports, starting P18 on the grid. They have come through from the start and managed to whittle their way up into the top 10, and now they seem to have solidified at least a P6 position. Obviously, a minute and 17 ahead of Obsidian Racing. And just 6.6 seconds behind that of Race 4 Cat Motorsport. Phenomenal scenes here at this race. So great to see them rise through the ranks and now chasing the top 5 proper. So it certainly will be interesting. And Jack, I think we've got an exciting stint coming up.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be, it is very, very early, but I have got tea, so we're going to get our way through this. But yeah, I don't know what you guys have done, but I don't think MSI are going to like you for having the 9 seconds go up to 39. So hopefully it comes back down when we do it now. So
Yeah,
All that
definitely
hard
our
work.
fault, yeah. Well, we'll leave the warning stream in your very capable hands and see you in about 4 hours' time.
Certainly will. Certainly will. Thank you ever so much, guys. We'll catch you later on.
See you in a bit.
see it. Right, it is the breakfast show on on the 24 Hours of Barcelona Mundo GT YouTube channel. Shipping forecast coming out in about 5 minutes, but for now we've got Sergio Real and Daniel Gomez to sort out first.
We certainly do. Currently 0.6 of a second. Daniel Gomez following, trying to track that of Sergey Real. Let's see if we can get a bit of an early morning battle for you on the stream here, folks. Obviously, welcome back if you've just joined us. We are here for the 24-hour of Barcelona, Catalunya, here on the Mundo GT YouTube channel, and we're very fortunate to bring this to you. The party is just getting started here, folks. We are now into the morning, the final 8-hour stint all the final 8 hours remaining in this race. It certainly will be a very decisive 8 hours, that's for sure. Obviously, the battle between Zenith and MSI still rages on. It's still 38 seconds behind. Certainly plenty of time for that gap to be closed. Obviously, certainly considering in our last stint, Jack, we watched MSI close catastrophically on Zenith Esports, getting to within 9 seconds after nearly coming from, nearly over a whole minute. Absolutely incredible recovery. But I got to say, this is the battle on track we have now, and Daniel Gomez looking like a man on a mission.
Yeah, absolutely. And even in the short time that we've already been on air, MSI have already started to close the gap. It's now down to 37.0. So looking good for those guys. Salvatales is behind the wheel, that MSI machine, Ricardo Rico in the Zenith machine. And yeah, the battle between Williams Esports and Race for Cat is coming to a climax there as well. That's 5.4 seconds. But certainly the battle between these two is the closest one that we have on track for just outside the top 10. They're a little ways off the Cherokee team there in P10, but certainly Williams Esports versus Race for Cat is going to be a battle in the next few laps, and that is going to be Obsidian in for a pit stop. Ruben Luque, going to see if he's going to stay in the car. But yeah, we're just past the pit stop phases now. But in the next hour, we should see some more drivers switching out.
Yeah, it looks like Sergio Gadil now, Ferrero coming into the car of the Obsidian Racing team. P7 they are at the moment, obviously, P8 now, in fact. I think obviously changes being made across the grid. They are dropping back. Williams Esports still closing all the time now to within 4.8 seconds now, Williams Esports. So that time is crunching down. Remember, that was around 6.8, as we now see Daniel Gomez making a move on the outside of the 4GT. High-speed Demons getting a move done early this morning. They love the breakfast show here. Oh, my word! We have lost yet another one. Some seeds here at turn 1. Out of that, the start of that lap. Unbelievable. Daniel Gomez managing to stay on the circuit there for the 4GT. I'm not quite sure what happened to Sergey Real Lapar, but he is off the track. And the Cometro Zero team, who have pretty much enjoyed being on track and fighting it out for their positions, have now come a cropper there at turn 1. We'll have to obviously look at a replay if we can get one, but surely not very pleasant scenes there for them. But instantly benefiting Daniel Gomez. Let's look at the replays. We now watch the camera here. You can see there Sergey Real coming into turn 1 and just got nudged there, I think, a little bit by the 4GT and finds himself into the gravel trap. Luckily enough, it wasn't as worse as what it could have been. Didn't career into the barrier. Was it just a simple case of, just racing into turn 1, Jack?
Yeah, it just looks like a tag from the 4GT. Was kind of really simple. We'll have a quick look at it. Look at a quick replay again. The Cherokee car right here. I'm probably going to try and see. They were obviously trying to key up the replay for the other one, but it was just a simple tag in the rear. Here we go. Looking at this instant again. So comes down into turn 1 on the inside, leaves the space, and just the smallest tag sends him around. That's a really unfortunate for Sergio Real. Ford certainly had the space. Well, that's kind of marginal. Stewards might be looking at that because he's almost 4 wheels off the circuit right there when he went on the entry, and 4GT could be in trouble there.
Could well be. I mean, I'm not sure if there's a lot he could have done, really, because looking at it, I mean, it's whether he broke away from that line or whether he tried to go straight. We're now watching an on-board camera there of Sergey Real there. You just see he got spun right onto the gravel trap there. That's the Kilometro Zero car. It looked to me, though, that the 4GT didn't carry on following the curb line. They pretty much went straight, and that obviously cost them big time. Obviously, Sergey Real is not going to be very happy with that. And that puts them down into P12. Not ideal for the Kilometro Zero team. Obviously, just looking further up the grid, Williams Esports, like I said before, within the 4.8 seconds now. So they're really starting to push and prod at Race for Cat Motorsports. Sergey Hara is certainly going to be under pressure very soon if Dominic Stabe can actually continue this onslaught that he's bringing up now. Though I will say that gap has increased to 5.2 seconds. So still a chance that is going to come under significant pressure. But I think the big story, once again, are we going to be talking about this as we see Race for Cat come into the pits, in fact, Jack? So a great chance for Williams here to capitalise, obviously given the fact that Race for Cat have yet to pit. This will allow Williams to go through, and they certainly do. They're up to P5. But the story here, MSI, once again, closing that delta time, 35.6 seconds again, Jack.
I was literally just about to say, it was like they're almost listening to us. They almost know when we're on stream. It was like, right, now we close the gap. 141.1 on the previous and 141.5 for the leaders. So the gap is down to 35.6. It was 39 when we started. They're absolutely flying, MSI. So we have 4 hours to see how they're going to close that gap back down again. We Andrea Rodriguez is into the race for Cat Motorsport Machine, but that has now put Williams Esports into 5th place. Now they're obviously on a they're actually now put themselves on the same strategy now. So Williams Esports now firmly and officially on track into P5, which is a fantastic result considering they started 18th on the grid.
Yeah, I got to say credit to them on this spectacular drive. I mean, to be honest with you, they're only 49, just over 49 and a half, or just under 49 and a half seconds behind Level Motorsport, that being Moises Arcaballo, who is currently in P4. So obviously a great opportunity for them to maybe have a shout at the P4 position if they can keep up this pressure. They certainly have almost grinded their way up through the grid order. Obviously, remember, they started P18, folks. It's been a phenomenal rise from Williams to sort of rise their way up the grid. And they've done extremely well to get back up into P5, so all the credit to them. As you can see, that's the race for Cat Car. Andrea Rodriguez there. You can now see him after they came out after their pit stop. Obviously, quite a significant gap between them and Unicos Gaming. Pablo Hidalgo in the seat there. Obviously, quite a considerable distance back. And obviously, there's a huge gap, of course, to the Williams Esports team. That's now, according to my screen, 1 minute 16. I'm sure that's not quite right. I don't think, well, maybe, considering the length of the pit stop, it was 1 minute 2. So, yeah, that does make a lot of sense. Williams Esports, though, looking to really push home the incentive now. Maybe they'll try and have an attempt at closing at Level Motorsports there, Jack.
Yeah, possibly. They've certainly got an opportunity. They're with 47.4 behind Level, which is certainly within touching distance, even if it does seem like a monumental gap. But yeah, certainly in with a chance there with Dominic Stye behind the wheels, and he's done a really, really good stint so far. But it's just keeping an eye on the lead battle once again, down to 35 seconds dead, 41-0 on that previous lap for Salva Talents. That's pretty rapid this late into the race. IRS Tent Factory are also into the pit lane with Tiago Carvalho. So we'll see if they'll swap over a driver as well, or if they've just swapped in Tiago Carvalho. Well, we're just about to find out. Ricardo Costa is into the IRS Tent Factory Sim Racers car. They're currently P60. Don't think they're actually going to lose, but they may lose a place to Espinita Rocket Factor. They're the guys who are battling with for 16th, 17th place. They've got a distance back to Carbono Esports, so they're through go Espinita, and they should come out in P17. But yeah, I'm glad we come back when we did, because MSI just seem to be now doing what they did exactly about 4 hours ago, closing the gap right back down again.
Well, the difference is they're going to be starting from that just under the 35-second gap. So they've almost got a head start in comparison to when we started with them in our previous stint. So we could still see a potential MSI overtake here leading into the early hours of the morning. So I got a feeling that's going to be the story of our stint here. We're going to follow this and see if MSI can make this happen. As you can see there, Daniel Gomez, who are running on board with in the high-speed Demon car, obviously fresh after their little to-do there with the Kilometro Zero team, that being Sergey Real back in P12. The gap now is increased to 11.1 seconds, being dropped now to 10.8. So if anything, the Kilometro Zero team gaining a lot of ground here. 9.8 now the Delta time. So they're finding incredible pace, certainly on a mission. 8.5 seconds now. Obviously, I think Sergey Real is being asked to really start pushing and try and rein home some sort of an advantage here, Jack.
Yeah, Daniel Gomez looking like he's struggling a little bit in that high-speed Demons car, even after the instant between them. But certainly, yeah, gap's really down to 6.4 now. So I wonder if Gomez has an issue on the car, because that gap is coming down so fast. As we see, that is Level Motorsports in from 4th. Moises Arcaballo. Let's see if they're going to swap him. It doesn't look like they're going to swap him out. They're going to keep him in the car for the next hour, roughly. And he will continue in that Porsche. So we'll see if we're going to see any other sins. But I wonder now, there's a lap between, I believe there's a lap between themselves and P4. So actually, no, they're not. So maybe Williams Esports might be able to slot into 4th place here, actually. Here we go. That should be Williams into fourth, and it is. So Dominic Stipe has brought Williams up to fourth place. Great job.
Yeah, great effort there from Williams. I've got to say, rising up the grid order, obviously, there's still going to be a stop behind Level Motorsports, so they're going to have to stop again, I'd imagine. Obviously, that depends on the strategy, though. I mean, if they can keep the car out, then that's all the power to them. They're a very professional esports outfit, as we now see the Cherokee PS Racing team ahead of the Kilometra team. We're on board, actually, watching Sergey Rial of the Kilometra Zero team, and they're just dispatching what looks to be that being the 4GT. In fact, that is a battle. That is a straight battle. They've actually retaken that position of High Speed Demons. So I'm just wondering whether that is simply whether High Speed Demons haven't got damage, whether they just feel they need to give the position back, Jack.
Maybe so. Maybe they were told to give the position back. Maybe you're right, because their last lap was a 154.0, and they backed off in the last sector. But now you can see he's coming straight back at them. So the battle that we had that ended in contact is now we've got it again pretty much, because the 4GT certainly hasn't lost that much pace. He has a look up the inside there, but certainly this battle is certainly not going to rage on. But at least they have been obviously given instruction to give that position back, because they've got a decent gap back to P13, so they have another chance to have another go at it.
They certainly do, where the gap is currently under 0.3 of a second now. So still a chance for Daniel Gomez to win this on the circuit. So obviously a great showing of respect there from Daniel Gomez to give the position back to Sergey Rial. Obviously good to see that there's no issue with the 4GT car there as they make their way down the stretch towards what will be the Lakea bend. Sergey Rial now doing all he can to hold on to that P11. He knows that he's going to be up against a tricky customer, that of Daniel Gomez. The question is, can Daniel get it done on the main straight? That is the big question as they now come up towards the next right-hander, that being the Bank Sambadel. Very shortly, they'll be making their way down towards the Europe car bend. Once again, we have done 550 laps here, folks. So phenomenal scenes here as they now make their way down to the RACC chicane, and you can see that the 4GT almost looking to take over on that chicane there as they now come round that bend now. 0.3 of a second. Daniel Gomez might have been better off just waiting here, as we see there's some traffic in behind. The 4GT being asked to move as such, as they now bomb their way down the stretch, and that will certainly separate that of Daniel Gomez and Sergey Rial, that's for sure. And indeed, he allows the car through. Not quite sure which car that is at the moment, but obviously Sergey Rial now has a bit of breathing space. Obviously, I'd imagine he's going to have to give up the same position as well very shortly to allow this car. That's
MSI.
number one. That is MSI, yes. So they're in P2, obviously, and still looking to press home the advantage here. Obviously, they've got Delta time to make up. Just bear in mind, though, folks, MSI now down to 34 seconds difference in the gap between them and Zenith Esports. That's a phenomenal gain once again, really piling on the agony now. And you've got to think that maybe MSI could be on for a mesmeric rise now. As you can see, he's flashing once again, really looking to improve his prospects against the Zenith team.
And he just caught Sergey Rial in the correct space. And all the 4GT looks up the inside, going through the S's, and maybe there might be contact there as they come up the hill, and they somehow managed to hang on right there. Almost got the opportunity done there, Daniel Gomez, but still has to hang behind the Porsche.
Yeah, that 4GT is not messing about at all. I got to say, looking to snatch it as soon as they were making their way. They're now making their way down to that KO bend, and then certainly the 4GT is all over the back end of that Porsche right now as they head up towards the next semi-chicane onto the Bank Sambadel. Look at Daniel Gomez. He's pressing home as best he can. The number 15 car, that being the Kilometro Zero team, the Porsche Cup rounding the Europe car bend, coming down towards the RACC chicane once again, and this will be the decisive factor, the exit of the chicane, and look how close they are, 0.3 of a second or just over, heading round towards the straight now. As you can now see, Daniel Gomez looking to press the advantage now. He's right, all he has to do is push the button, and as they come down the stretch on the right hand side, the paddock is coming, looming is turn one, as they now see the High Speed Demons car bombing down the outside there, and certainly looking to take advantage on the Porsche. But can we see them take the advantage now as we now see Daniel Gomez? Yes, I think he's got him. He has taken it. He is now up to what we can see to be P11. The Kilometro Zero team, Sergey Rial, has to give way to Daniel Gomez. He's done it on track. Phenomenal move, Jack.
That was brave round the outside of turn number one. Give him props for that one. Obviously, he made the mistake to contact the first time. I certainly made no mistakes in that particular move. That was fantastic. And kudos to Sergey Rial for not possibly retaliating. And we've seen drivers do that before, but gave him the room. Gomez took full advantage of the space he was given. Now he's got free track. He's got 40 seconds to catch up to P10. So now he's got to get his head down and see how much inroads he can make in this stint.
Yeah, definitely. And I got to say, fair play to him. We're just going to watch an instant replay of that mesmeric move there, indeed. We're just actually watching MSI Esports Salva Talons. Not sure what's gone on here. Hopefully there's not an issue, as we now see them round the next right-hander. Just want to keep an eye on this, because hopefully there isn't going to be a problem as they now make their way down towards the next left. In fact, I'm just looking at the delta times, Jack. 21.8 seconds. I'm not sure what's gone on circuit.
21.8. Obviously, we need to see what happened to our leader, Zenith Esports. What's going on with Zenith? Because they've just dropped 18 seconds. Have they got another drive-through? Because they obviously remember the delta last time was about 16 to 18 seconds of a drive-through. They just dropped 18 seconds. Have they just got another drive-through?
Well, it's dropped now to 20.7, so it's a job to know. I'm not sure quite what the situation is right now, but the time gaps, I can assure you, I don't think it's a drive-through, Jack, because looking at it, their last lap was a 142.099. I'm looking at MSI's car now, 141. I mean, 142 wouldn't suggest a drive-through as such, but I can see there that MSI Esports, Salva Talons there, a 141.120. That's another second they piled on the Zenith team, as we now see them making that overtake on the number 16 car. But I get the impression now that we're going to be seeing MSI very, very soon, right on the tail end of Zenith Esports once again. We'll have to see what happened to the Zenith car, whether they are going to come in the pits. They might not have served the penalty yet, but I'm curious to understand how they have lost 10 seconds in the space of such a quick period, as we now see Ricardo Rico now making his way around the Europe car bend down towards the RACC chicanes. We now see Salva Talons now coming around. Danny Alcavallo there in P3 as well for the DriveX Esports team. They've just come out of the pits themselves. Dominic Stabe there in P4 going past the back markers there. The Williams team certainly proving to be a great outfit here today, recovering all the way from P18, and still they rise. And in behind them, 6.8 second, 6.9 gap back to Level Motorsport. We can now see that Ricardo Rico is in the pits, Jack, and he's driving down the pit lane, and they are making a change.
Yeah, so this is obviously a scheduled stop. It looks like Euromaster are also in, but I'm curious. I'm really curious to see how they lost that much time. Lucas Colombo is now in. I think that's a good choice considering how fast he was in the night stint earlier on, to put Colombo in the car. Now it must have been an error from our race leader at that time for him to have dropped about 13 seconds. It must have been an off into the gravel or something, because it was still at a loss as to how they lost that much time in the space of a sector. But MSI have stayed out, so MSI now, for at least this lap at least, are leading this race.
Well, Jack, remember in our earlier stint when they did the overcut, when we saw the Zenith Esports team come into the pits before, the MSI Esports stayed out and actually pitted on the following lap, managed to gain a shed load of time. There's a good chance we could see that again here if they make their way around up through the Verth curve. Are they going to press home the advantage now? Is this where MSI Esports steals the race? They're known to do this. They're known to pull off this kind of a strategy. Lucas Colombo he's just about leaving his pit bay now, a 1 minute point 2 leaving the pit box now. And as he rejoins the track, that places him nearly a minute behind. So a very disastrous fit. Well, over a minute behind now on MSI Esports. How disastrous or how crucial could have these moments been in the race overall, Jack?
Well, even on their in lap, they lost 4 seconds to the leaders. So this is going to be an overall a gain for MSI, and they could at the end of this pit stop. I'm predicting they're going to be about close to just 15 seconds behind when they started with 40, coming into the stint at the beginning of the 8th hour, or the beginning of the quick maths at this time in the morning isn't, but could be the beginning of this hour. And I'm waiting to see what MSI are going to do, and they've stayed out once again. I think this is the right choice. I think they still have the pace to hang on for at least a couple of more laps and see what they can do. Because the gap's up to a minute 4 for now. So I wonder how long they're going to go into this stint. But what they're going to do is they're going to extend as much as possible, pit, and then they'll have about a 14 to 15 second gap when they come out of the pit lane. Fresh tires, tank of fuel, and they're going to have a massive advantage. So this is going the way of MSI now in this hour.
Yeah, definitely looking like last year's champions are taking the race by the scruff of the neck now. Let's see if this pays off for them. Obviously, looking down, Zenith Esports have a mountain to climb all of a sudden, as we now see the Plus G Scuderia come into the pit lane. Alejandro Cadena coming in. Looks like there could be a potential driver change. There is Alberto Gandia taking over driving now for the Plus G Scuderia. They're currently chasing down Kilometro Zero after they were just taken by high-speed demons. We're just seeing Boya Fernandez there for the Cherokee PSOCO Sim team coming into the pit bay. We're going to hopefully see, or possibly see, should I say, a driver change there as well. They're in P10, having a very respectable day today. There's Oscar De Barrio coming in for the El Bar de Ketlo Racing team, and they're obviously making their scheduled stops. Starting to see a few drivers flurry in now and make their necessary stops. As we can now see that the Plus G Scuderia, Alberto Gandia, like we said, Alberto Gandia Modal, now in the car. Still yet to leave the pit bay, though. And indeed, by the looks of it, MSI have just come in, Jack.
Yeah, this is a really crucial stop for them. Are they going to keep Salvatalens in the car or swap him out? I know he's been doing a decently long stint, so are they going to put Oriol Bohe into the car? Remember how strong he was, or Julian Rodriguez? Either they've got a really strong lineup ready for them. Minute 4.5 they have to Zenith. Zenith will still come out in front, but the gap is going to be minuscule now. It's going to be about 15 seconds when they come out. It looks like they're keeping Salvatalens in the car, in that MSI car now. I'm interested to see this because the gap is going to be much smaller than it was when they started the stint earlier on. There is the Zenith car coming through sector number 3. They will retake the lead after the pit stops, but the momentum has certainly swung in the direction of these guys who are sitting in number 1. And out you come. This could be. I think MSI have just jumped him.
I think they have. They certainly have, and they've actually just managed to peel off in front of that car just ahead of it, or just behind them there as well. Just looking now, Salvatalens coming out once again, staying in the car, and they will retain that P1 spot by a meteoric 16 seconds, which in the grand scheme of things, considering they made a pit stop, sorry, that's 12 and a half now. Sorry, my time screens are starting to readjust now. 12 and a half seconds, still a big gap. In the context of a change. I mean, obviously, he's got to get the tyres warmed up, as you can see now, whittling down to 11.6 seconds. But still, they've got a lot of work to do. But nonetheless, MSI have stolen this race now, Jack. And a great opportunity now for Salvatalens to kick home now and give MSI every chance of retaining the 24-hour of Barcelona.
Exactly. So what they're going to do is they're going to extend as much as they possibly can, so that Zenith are also forced to change their driver, because it's the driver changes that add to the pit stop time. So Salvatalens now has an opportunity to lead this race, but now it's the momentum. Zenith now all have to do the chasing. Dominic Stibe in for Williams for he's dropped down to P5 now, but comes out now, and he should still be in that 5th place. So yeah, they're firmly in 5th now. So an excellent job from Williams to do this. There's Andrea Rodriguez, so they will have to battle on track, but they should come out on track in front of that Porsche. Pretty tight, but they've just about managed to do it. That's good strategy from the Williams team, and they come out into the top 5 positions. Remember, these guys started 18th. Should have been starting 3rd. They started 18th after driver changes, so they've done an excellent job to get themselves inside the top 5. But now Zenith are the ones on the attack, rather than they've been on the defense for the best part of 7 hours or so. Now it's Zenith doing the attacking on MSI.
It certainly is, and that this means they're going to have to start crunching out the lap times. But we know a little bit about Lucas Colombo, certainly based on the previous stints that he has done. Obviously, a very good driver in the night as well. But now, obviously, we're going to be in for a different challenge, because obviously we'll be moving into the morning, and this is when we're going to see the sunrise period of the day as well. Obviously, we're coming up to 5 o'clock very shortly here in the UK. Obviously, still, I think, another hour before we even see, I think, sunlight come across well, certainly through our windows here in Britain. But obviously, that'll be the same for the Circuit de Catalunya, I'd imagine. In the next hour, that's when we'll start seeing some natural light coming through, as we now see Salvatalens in P1, still holding on to that advantage in front, but albeit it is sort of being attacked at the moment by Zenith Esports. They're still down to 10.8 seconds, and Lucas Colombo certainly is driving a clinic. I can imagine the team boss is in his ear right now, looking to really push him to try and close up that delta. And indeed, he's doing his best right now. Let's run through the current grid order. MSI Esports still leading the way after that incredible show of strategy. Zenith Esports there in P2. That's Lucas Colombo, who has just changed into the car. Number three, P3 is Driver X Esports Scalpers team driver Danny Arcalvo. And in P4, you got Level Motorsports. That's Moises Caraballo. In P5, Williams Esports, Dominic Stave there. In P5, P6, Race for Cat Motorsport. That being Andreu Rodriguez. In P7, you got Unicos Gaming, Pablo Hidalgo. P8, you've got Obsidian Racing, Sergio Gudil Ferrero. In P9, you've got Momias Racing Team, that Adri Montez driving the car. In P10 as well, Cherokee, PS Okiosim. That's Boya Fernandez, Gurmirans there in P10. That's your top 10 currently on the circuit. Currently, the closest gap we've got right in front of us is between that of Karuma Motorsports, in my knowledge, and they're challenging DX Droids at the moment. Wansi Ramos, they're in the DX Droids team. Karuma Motorsports, Tony Vallejo Caballo, they're in P20 at this moment in time. Espinita Rocket Factor, they've just come into the pit lane, that being Alvaro Garcia Paredes. He's coming into the pit lane. Also, the Cometa team, Victor Santana, now coming into the pit bay as well. As you can now see him about to come into his pit box. And whether this is a change, I'm not so sure. But I got to say, I think we're going to be in for a very interesting stint here, Jack. And it's going to be interesting to see whether Zenith can close the gap again.
Yeah, exactly. Zenith, well, on their outlap, they set a 40.715, which is only a couple of hundreds off the fastest lap of the race. So they're pushing on. A quick gander at the lap times from that one, and Zenith a little bit quicker than MSI on that previous lap. So the gap is 11.18 seconds at this point in time. Cometa team, I don't know if they're going to switch out Victor Santana here, but there is Salva Talens, but they've opted to not change the driver to get themselves track position, which is also crucial here. But they will have to change out their drivers eventually. But I wonder, is Salva Talens going to do a mammoth long stint and force Zenith into having to do something they don't want to do? But even after, this is incredible. This is 7.5 hours left of this race, and the gap is still only 11 seconds between the top two. They're still fighting.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's certainly nothing between them. And this is going to go right to the finish. Marcus Alacon, in the Masked Devils esports team. They're in the pit bay now, just making a little bit of a change. Let's see what happens to them. They're still currently in the pit box as it stands, currently amassing a 20-second stop at this moment in time. There's the MSI esports driver, Salva Talens, now coming up through Verth Curve. Very soon he'll be coming through Camp. So we've also got a pit stop here from Espinita Rocket Factor. That being Alvaro Garcia Paredes, now coming into the pit box now. They're currently in P16, and they're going to be closely followed by Ricardo Costa, I'd imagine, any minute now, because they're only 20.4 seconds or 20.5 seconds in behind. So this will allow IRS to certainly move ahead, albeit they have already had 2 additional pit stops to what Espinita Rocket Factor have. So maybe this means that IRS can pretty much hold on to that P16 position. Ricardo Costa driving that IRS car. Certainly on that basis, they should be able to hold on to that. There's the Carbano esports team. Adrian Arisa there in that P17 car. Espinita Rocket Factor still in the pit bay. And Nacho Gaspar has taken the reins on that one, Jack.
I think that Espinita Rocket Factor actually have lost those positions because on the previous lap, they've already been in on the previous lap, and I think that was to serve a drive-through penalty, and they've had to come around, and now they have to serve the scheduled stop. They've lost 2 spots as a result in a chunk of time at a point there, so it's not ideal for them. Gap between leaders, 10.7 seconds, and the lap times that time by were absolutely identical almost, only 200ths between them on the previous lap. But then we have Zenith taking almost half a second out of them on the previous lap, 41.7, 41.2 for Zenith. So it seems that the momentum, whenever you're chasing, the momentum seems to favor the chasing driver. But for the past over 7 hours, 8 hours, we should say, it's still been Zenith in the lead. It's taken strategy to put MSI in front. But it seems that track position is absolutely the key factor.
Well, looking at the lap times, I mean, we can tell that MSI and Zenith, both of them similar race pace, certainly. So in that situation, all you can do to beat your opponent is utilize the strategy. which obviously is what these guys are trying to do right now. Whether Zenith Esports will have to do the same thing is the big question. We're now coming down. We're past the 7.5 hour mark now, and we're whittling it down. As you can see, 7 hours and 27 minutes left to go of this race. The predicted total laps are 853. We have done 559. So amazing. We're getting so close to that full allocation of laps. And we're just looking there. Obviously, you can see there Salvatalen's just coming past the pit bay. That time gap now reduced once again, 10.2 seconds there, going back to the Zenith Esports car. There you can see Tony Vallejo there in the Karuma Motorsports. They are currently chasing, and this is the battle I was discussing earlier on. They are literally within the time gap there of DX Droids, that being Wansi Ramos there, who's ahead of them, as we're now witnessing Tony Vallejo make his way around the Europe car bend. They're going to come out of the chicane now. That being the RACC chicane. You see Wansi Ramos there in P19. He's going to be under a lot of pressure here. 0.4 of a second separating these, and it looks like Tony Vallejo got a better exit there heading into the home stretch. They now start to whittle away at that delta time. You can see the Karuma Motorsport car plowing through. Can he beat the Porsche? That's the big question. Here comes the Beamer coming down towards turn one. He actually backs off there. She picks not to actually make the move, but we see that the BMW has favorable traction at this circuit, and therefore he might choose to try and wait a little bit longer, maybe take his advantage further along the grid, Jack.
Yeah, seems to be just be patient here and just bide his time. Doesn't want to try anything untoward. But yeah, gap up front down to 10.2 seconds. Zenith took another 0.4 out of them on that previous lap, so it's going back and forth between them at this point. But it's interesting to watch. But at least we have a battle here. This is for 19th on track at the moment with Karuma and DX Droids. Tony Vallejo in the number 7 BMW. Chasing after that Porsche. Now it gets a little twitchy on the eggs of the S's, so see if we can get a slingshot through this right-hander. This would be ideal for him with the straight line speed that the BMW has. It's one of the stronger in a straight line. As it comes down towards the left-hander, not going to have anything happen for him here unless the Porsche goes wide. Nothing to help him out there. So he's going to have to stick behind, but he needs a run out of the last corner. Really, that's going to help him slot in front. Going to obviously just constantly refreshing the timing screens to keep our eyes. MSI a little bit faster on that lap, but the gap is still only 10.2 seconds on track. So really MSI cannot afford to back off or lose any sort of pace because they will lose the lead.
Certainly will. There you see Tony Vallejo still trying to press on the back end there of the DX Droids car, Wansi Ramos. The delta time now 0.6 of a second, nowhere near as close as it was in the last lap. They're just coming in towards turn one now, though how long can that Wansi Ramos hold off the approach here from Tony Vallejo Caballo there in P20? Fair play to him. He's certainly shown a great turn of foot. I made a comment earlier on about Karuma Motorsport and their recovery throughout the race. Obviously, they were pretty much in obscurity. They've dropped down the placings quite a bit since the start of the race. That's a different story for DX Droids, who have managed to gain a couple of positions. As we now see, DX Droids running a little bit wide there, and the Karuma Motorsport team have already managed to reaccrue all that time that they lost previously, and they're now within the 0.4 gap now. It certainly seems to me that BMW seems to be able to manage things better in the middle sectors. Certainly seems to attribute itself to the corners far better, Jack, I think, as we now watch them come through Sector 2.
Yeah, Porsche seems to be pushing out wide a little bit more. You can see the Beamer, just how aggressive it is through there now. It obviously cost him time and that time by for Tony Vallejo as they head into the left-hander down here. But certainly the Porsche is certainly looking like it's struggling to get out of the corners compared to the Beamer, who's really pointed on entry. Even there, you can see the Porsche's pushing wide on midway through the corner, which is obviously not helping. It's allowing Tony Vallejo to really catch up. It just seems to me that the tires are just not holding up on the Porsche compared to the Beamer here. But it's straight in. I think I was right. As the DX Droids car peeled into the pit lane, I think that was just mega tire where they're struggling from there. But Tony Vallejo now doesn't have to pass them on track. He's into 19th place right now. And we also have El Bardaketo Racing Team are also in. I thought they were just in, but certainly looks like they've had an excursion, possibly. Wansi Ramos in the DX Droids car now into the pit lane as well. So approaching now, 7 hours 23 minutes to go. And we should have about in about half an hour's time, we should see the next round of pit stops, I would imagine. But I reckon in about an hour's time, well, just under an hour's time, the sun is going to come up here in Barcelona.
Yes, I think so. I agree with you there, Jack. Certainly the sunlight will be coming through, I'd imagine, as we go through the next hour. So Adam Train taking over proceedings here for the El Bardaketo team. Whether Wansi Ramos is going to give up his seat now as we go into the morning now, we'll have to find out. But there's the Salvatalens team. The Salvatalens driving for the MSI Esports team coming down the straight once again and past the paddock. The time gap once again seems to be sticking around the 10.3 seconds. So whether MSI can actually keep nurturing this lead is obviously another question. Obviously, Zenith Esports are going to be doing everything in their power to close that time gap. But certainly Salva driving a particularly decent race so far. They seem to have the credibility or certainly the potency to sort of generate consistent lap times. They have been consistently quick since the start of the race. And that's the secret, I'd imagine. Obviously, MSI Esports, that's the secret to their success after winning last year as well. So they bring today a wealth of knowledge as well as some talented drivers, and at the same time able to kick out lap times in the 141s on a regular basis. Just witnessing there, though, Driver X Esports also breaking into the 141s on the last lap. I think the track is now beginning to warm up again, and we're seeing a lot more drivers across the grid hitting the 141 mark as we now wait and see if Adam Train actually leaves his pit bay. He's been there for quite a considerable amount of time. We're actually into the 2-minute mark of that car being in the pit box there, Jack.
I think my suspicions are correct, and I think they're currently having to get damage repaired. If they've been sat in the box for about 2 minutes, then they're getting some major repairs done on that car. That's going to be painful for them to sit there, but they're losing so much time sitting in the pit box there. But yeah, DriveX Esports have actually been quite impressive. Actually, everyone behind DriveX level, Williams, as well as Race for Cat, they've been on the pace of the leaders. They're just they haven't had the luck. As you can see, levels on a 42.0, Williams on a 42.0, Race for Cat 41.6, which is right on the pace of the leader, which is really, really good. Zen another 2/10 out of MSI on that previous lap. Gap remains at 10.1 seconds now on this lap. This is the Driving Esports car we're talking about. They're not exactly out of the danger zone in third place, Daniel Calvo. They have Moises Caballo about 30 seconds behind them, which is really nothing. But you can see Lucas Colombo has absolutely no problems from behind. 1 minute 26. Daniel Calvo is behind, and that's been consistent for the past couple of hours. So it'll take basically a damage stop for DriveX to slide into second place. They're just trying to make their way through past one of the Porsches here, and does get well out of the way for them. Opens the door on the inside, and straight through he goes. But always, and that gap has now dipped under the 10-second mark up front. It's now down to 9.9, which is exactly where we left it when we got off the stint 4 hours ago. But Diego Cano back out in the El Bar, certainly a damage stop. 3 minutes in the box. Which is not ideal, but the gap now up front under 10-second mark. It's it's 10.0 now, but it's dipping into 9.8, 9.9. So it's getting interesting.
Yeah, and that's that Carbano Esports livery there. Just 2 seconds away from Ricardo Costa, who you can see there. We're just riding on board in the car of Adrian Arissa there. You can see ahead. There is the IRS 10 Factory Sim Racers car being donned by Ricardo Costa coming around the Renault curve now. And very soon they'll be bombing down the straight before they hit the Repsol curve as well. So certainly all to play for at this late stage of this race. Obviously, we're now moving into the morning territory now, of course. And you can see they're eating away at the Delta time. 1.6 seconds now, 1.7 should I say. Adrian Arissa certainly looking to power on or pile on the agony here on Ricardo Costa, who's now certainly under a little bit of difficulty now. You can just see that the Carbono Esports team are certainly finding their negotiations around the corners far easier, certainly in comparison to that of Ricardo Costa. Incidentally, we can discuss once again that these are both BMW drivers as they now round in the Campsa corner. You can see that there's the BWY Academy team, Hugo Molina in the pits making a change as well. But looking further up the grid order, still MSI Esports and Zenith, the delta time now 9.8 seconds. That is stagnant at this moment in time. It's actually gone up, if anything. So MSI still managing the pace well, albeit the last lap, they were 0.2 of a second slower than that of Zenith Esports. I think you're right, Jack. I think the car that's chasing generally finds more pace. Whether that's because they feel that they have to gain, and the people and the driver certainly in P1 feels that they can just let their foot off the gas a little bit just to maybe conserve the tyres. I'm not overly sure, but they're both still kicking out meteoric lap times.
Absolutely, still doing an excellent job, still consistently in the 41s. They have not dipped into the 42s as of yet. DriveX also in their level are 41.6, and they're starting to eat away at the gap to DriveX now as well. Williams Esports are 55.3, but I'm interested to watch that battle actually, because after the pit stop, they've got it now out in front of Race for Cat, but the gap is only 7 seconds between Williams and Race for Cat, and that's staying pretty close because they actually took 0.4 of a second out of Williams on that lap. So there's a battle for fifth. There's a battle lining up for third, and there's certainly a battle for the lead. And our closest battle at the moment is Carbono versus IRS 10 Factory, which we are looking at right now. But there's it's always the way that everything starts to happen in the early morning when basically nobody is watching, and they come back and wonder how the hell this happened.
I know, absolutely. I think we've still got people in the live chat, though. So obviously, please do join us in the chat window if you haven't done so already. It's always a pleasure to bring you all the action here on Mundo GT. Don't forget as well to leave a like on this stream and also drop a subscribe to Mundo GT as well. But as you can see now, Carbano Esports now dropping back slightly. They're now a second away from Ricardo Costa in the IRS 10 Factory Sim Racers team as they round the Europe car bend, heading down towards the RACC chicane. And as you can now see, it's the time gap's now coming back in 0.8 of a second in between Adrian Arissa and Ricardo Costa now as they head down the stretch. And you can see there the gap gone, well, it's basically shot right through again, 1.266 seconds now. So indeed, it looks like Adrian Arissa is actually dropping back there from his competitor as they come down towards turn 1. So hopefully he can try and restore that gap as they now round turns 1 and 2, heading into turn 3. That being the Renault curve once again. You see the Pirelli board there in the distance as they round this right-hander. And certainly there will be, I'm sure, a battle on the cars here as they now round the straight. As we're now on board now with Salva Talens, who is still leading the way. That 10-second gap is pretty much back to where it was now. And I haven't actually seen any improvement between that delta time. Lucas Colombo has still got a little bit of work to do. Of course, Zenith Esports have got a real challenge on their hands here now. On same strategy now as what MSI Esports are. They're both on the same number of pit stops. So it's certainly going to be a case of who's quickest at this point, Jack.
Certainly is, yeah. I think MSI also have to do a driver change later on as well. So I think it could come back the way of Zenith. It depends on how MSI work this strategy, because it is intriguing to watch. I wonder, are Zenith going to do something similar to what MSI did? So it's going to go back and forth between them. Gap comes down to 9.5 briefly as they enter the straight there, but still stagnant at 9.9, 9.8 seconds as they catch up to some lap traffic here. But MSI now taking the lead and holding on to it for now. At least they've held onto it for the best part of this hour as we head into the beginning of the new hour. Hopefully, when we begin hour 7, the sunrise should start. As we see, that is the Carbono Esports car into the pit lane for, I believe, scheduled stop. Oh, he's missed his box. That's embarrassing. He had to reverse there to get back into it. But manages to get it stopped. But I think this is just a fuel and tire stop. Adrian Arissa is not long in that car, so it's obviously just going to be for.
I think there we've just unfortunately lost Jack Kinan there. Just watching now the factors unfold. Now you can see Salva Talens still in top spot. I believe we've got Jack back with us now. Jack, you okay?
I don't even know what happened there. That was like 2 seconds of me dropping out, dropping back in again. That was weird. Anyways, yes, I'm alive. I'm currently fine.
Great stuff. Well, we're just back on board now with Salva Talens, who's in the MSI Esports team. He's got a yellow car ahead of him, obviously one of the back markers. from earlier on, as you can now see, as they round the next right-hander, that being the Kamsa curve. And surely is going to have to give up the position now very shortly. You see there the flashing lights of Salva Talons' MSI Esports car. Still looking to press home the advantage here as they come down towards the Lakea bend. And indeed smoothing the car around that left-hander, swallowing a lot of the curve on the outset, rising up through the chicane towards the bank San Bedell now. Very shortly, they'll be coming towards the next right-hander. That, of course, being the Europe car bend. And very shortly, they'll be coming through the RACC chicane as well. There's Marcos Alacon, though, as well, for the Mass Devils esports team. P14 currently for the Mass Devils esports team. And at this moment in time, they are currently easing their way around the circuit. They're being chased currently by the Plus G Scuderia of Alberto Gandia Modal, who is currently 9.2 seconds behind him. So still in contention as such to make a move here is Plus G Scuderia, and we've seen quite a few battles involving them throughout this race here at Spain. It certainly has been an impressive day for overtaking. Despite the circuit obviously not being so wide, we have seen lots of one-on-one battles going through the corners, which have really been exciting, and that's exactly what we want to see, certainly when it comes to typical racing. Just looking further back, though, Carbono Esports are now back on track. They're 1.5 seconds behind the IRS 10 Factory Sim Races team. Ricardo Costa still in P16, and Adrian Arisso is going to look to try and close that gap if they can. So it's going to be interesting to see whether that will come into fruition for them. You can see there Dominic Stabe in P5. There's a gap there of just over 5.8 seconds to that of Andrew Rodriguez, so we're now on board and watching now in the Race for Cat team. And coming into the pit lane there, we can see that's Unicos Gaming, Pablo Hidalgo coming into the pit bay, Jack.
Zenith just took half a second out of MSI, and that lap gap's down to 9.3 on this now. So Pablo Hidalgo into the pit lane. They're going to lose that position to Obsidian Racing, who is currently just behind them. Sergio Gurdiel is just going to pop in front of them just now. They should be fine for Momias Racing. They're a lap behind, so they are going to come out in P8. We'll and see if they're going to be battling in the pit stops with Obsidian. But yeah, Race for Cat have done a really nice job for now to close up to the back of Williams for now, because the gap is down to 5.5 seconds now. Another couple of tenths, 4/10 of a second they took out of them on that previous time by. As well, Level Motorsport that are nipping chunks out of DriveX as well. They're all lapping in the 41s now. Our top 7 are all in the 41s on this previous time by, but certainly the lap time is very similar between Zenith and MSI that time by. That was 0.003 of a second between them, but that previous time, MSI losing half a second on one lap, and the gap is certainly, it's more costly to lose that kind of time now. Now we're into a gap of just over 9 seconds as they try to make their way through. But Sergio Gordial just taking P7 for Obsidian Racing, doing a nice job in there. And their next target will be, or they can't really catch up to the next car. They're 1:30 behind. But Race for Cat are now 4.5 behind Williams. So there is going to be a battle for P5.
Definitely is, yeah. Just over 5 seconds, the gap between Race for Cat Motorsport and Williams Esports. Dominic Stave still holding on to that P5. Andreu Rodriguez there in P6. Like we said before, just over 5 seconds separating the two teams as we speak. But obviously they're on the similar strategy now. Williams Esports on 7 stops on this stint. Race for Cat Motorsport on 7 stops, as well as we're now seeing Andreu Rodriguez there in the Race for Cat. Obviously the Catalan colours there on the spoiler as they make their way down towards turn 1. As you can now see, that time gap has pretty much stabilised. He's in between a bit of a sandwich there of traffic. Obviously, there's a huge gap back to Obsidian Racing of Sergio Gudil Ferrero there. So obviously, this is not Sergio's car that's behind him. That's obviously one of the back markers or one of the non-racing cars. We now see Dominic Stave now getting past yet another bit of traffic as they now around the right-hander. Got quite close there, in fact. To that of the car that he just overtook there. As you can now see, the number 29 of Dominic Stave just going around this next left-hander and doing well to hold on to P5, that's for sure. But like I said before, stabilising the 5.2 second gap, and it looks to be increasing. It's now up to 5.4, so another 2/10 going up towards Dominic Stave there. Obviously, we're now in lap 571, which is absolutely unbelievable. MSI Esports still in front and still that gap is sticking to 9.5. I got a feeling now, Jack, we're starting to see the whole grid stabilize. I'd say the only severe time gap, or the shortest time gap, is that of DX Droids and Euromaster Esports. Wansi Ramos closing in on Fran Parada.
Seems to be, yeah, 1.1 between those guys after the pit stops. So all looking good for them. Gap stabilizing up front. Gap is stabilized between Williams and Race for Cats. And otherwise than that, I think the destabilization of this is going to be the pit stops once again. And when we come around to that in about, I think, I'm going to guess about 20 minutes, we're going to see the pit stops start to come in as we head through. 9.6 seconds it stands now between Salvatallons and Lucas Colombo. We'll see across the line now. It's going to go but down, of course, but it's sticking around the 9.7 to 9.9 second lead, going in the way of MSI. They're controlling it for now. Having a quick look at the lap times this time by 41.3 for MSI, and it looks like a 41.4 for Zenith. A small gain from MSI on that previous lap. Keep an eye on the gap behind as well. Gap between Williams and Race for Cat has gone up to 6.8 seconds. So they've really opened it out in the traffic there. And the gap between Euromaster and DX Droids is also opening up as well. I say that Euromaster have just come into the pit lane for a pit stop. So that is going to mix up the order a little bit now. They've just entered pit lanes. A DX Droid slot ahead of them. They don't have rules from behind Victor Santana. They are 3 laps behind them. So no need to worry with those guys. But currently the closest gap apart from that is the gap between Race for Cat and Williams Esports at a 6.7 second gap, closely followed by the gap between Plus G Escuderia and Mass Devils. That's just down to 9.5, or was 9.5, it's just gone up to 10.5. And of course, the gap for the lead, 9.5 seconds between MSI and Zenith. And it looks like Tony Vallejo is also in for Karuma. They've just managed to come in as well. I think they're keeping Tony Vallejo in the car after that. And we go back here to Lucas Colombo as we tick towards the end of this hour, taking into a new hour, and this hour from 5:30 UK time to 6:30 is going to be the time that we're going to see that sunrise pop up. At least we're going to see the pickings of it at least in the next hour or two, and then obviously we're going to see that track temperature start to come up and the lap time start to come down a little bit more.
Certainly are, and obviously that is when the drivers will obviously have to adjust themselves once again, and we could be in line to seeing maybe some further incidents. Obviously, we hope we don't, but we saw it yesterday evening as the track began to darken. We saw that the track temperature begin to cool down, and I think the Porsche cars certainly found it difficult to negotiate their way around the initial couple of corners. Obviously, we saw 3 spinning Porsches going around turn 1. As we now see Salvatallons now in P1 for MSI Esports, just ahead by 9.5 seconds. That gap has been pretty much stable for the last few laps. So I've got to say, great day for MSI Esports. Certainly a great day in prospect if they can hold on to this situation right now. As the R70 team, Wam Dalmasa now comes into the pit bay in P13 at this moment in time. Let's see if there's going to be a change in the wings. As you can see, obviously looking back behind, Mass Devils Esports are currently 44.2 seconds behind them. I can imagine that that gap is actually going to be closing very shortly, given the fact that they are in the pit bay. Also, commentator team Victor Santana in the pits as well, as we now watch Salvatallons come round towards the latter stages of his lap here. And he's in amongst quite a flurry of traffic there as he rounds the next right-hander. But obviously, Jack, we could be seeing some changes in the wind in terms of drivers. A bit untidy there, Salvatallons there. Lost a little bit of shape there, squirreliness as he heads down the stretch. Obviously, it'll be a different. It could be a different ball game coming into the morning. Obviously, like I said before, drivers have got to try and react. They've got to try and change, I suppose, the way they drive the cars. As you see there, the MSI Esports eating up a little bit of the greenery there on the entrance to the corner. But can you see that the daylight really affected these drivers as they wake up into the morning hours now?
Well, they certainly welcome the daytime. Obviously, the drivers are a lot more drivers are more adaptable to the daytime conditions. But I think they've been in nighttime longer than they've been in daytime. So it's going to be a tricky enough one to readjust in the final 5 hours. I guess that the date fully here with us in about 2 hours time, 7:30 British time. Gap now, you can kind of see the lap traffic's affecting MSI because the gap's come down to 9 seconds flat on this lap alone. So they're starting to eke away time with the lap traffic that's just ahead of them. And that is that could be costly. They just managed to get through half spin for the car behind, and that is the exact same position that we saw Zenith collide with the Rusty's car earlier on, and very lucky to get away with that. But thankfully the car only managed to do a half spin, and the car in front managed to hold their brake to stop them rolling into the next car. So, but they still, either way, are still eking away time. Gap currently is 9.1 as they come to the line here. It is gonna go up and down, but that certainly went the way of Zenith on that lap. Let's have a quick look at the replay of what just happened there with the spin. I would assume. Oh, you can see that was the P3 car of DriveX Esports, very well held. But you can see Level have brought the gap down to 27 seconds. That was 33 not too long ago. So certainly Level are still in with a chance of a podium here, with Danny Arcalvo doing an excellent job to keep that car pointed in the right direction. And this is back to live pictures now, and we'll see these guys. This is Wansi Ramos, 16.1 seconds. I think now we're going to see a replay of the half spin we saw at the left-hander earlier on. Possibly not, as they're trying to just key it up in the background here. But the gap is 16 seconds between Fran Parada and the other guys. Back to live pictures now, as we keep an eye on the leaders, which the gap is exactly 9 seconds. It was 0.3 of a second in favor of Zenith on that previous time, and it's now just dipped under 9 seconds. 8.9 seconds it stands at now, which is getting ever closer as we approach the pit stop phases. So it could go the way of Zenith in this next hour. We'll have to see.
Yeah, it could be a very big twist at the top end, certainly, Jack. I got to say, how crucial could that mistake be? Now, 8 seconds, the gap now, 8 seconds flat. So already we're seeing Zenith Esports eat away at that time between them and MSI. We could end up seeing these two fight it out on track shortly, which would be a great thing to see, that's for sure. And I'm sure both of them will be going hammer and tongs, certainly given the fact that there's so much on the line here in this race. Obviously, still a long way to go, though. We've got about 7 hours, nearly 7 hours dead remaining in this race. And as you can see there's Danny Arcalvo, who obviously had that little scare earlier on, heading into the last stages of Sector 3. He's now coming round the initial couple of corners now. And as you said before, 26.8 seconds separating Level Motorsports, who are now very much in contention of pushing for this P3 spot. This is still on for a podium here, so it's going to be interesting to see how these guys get on. But just looking now, 8 seconds or just over 8 seconds is the gap between the Zenith Esports car and MSI. So we could be seeing those two tussle. Like I said, the pit stops will be vital for the rest of the race. It'll be interesting to see how the strategy is utilized as we go through 576 laps. We've accrued already through this race. Just looking further down, obviously still no difference in the time gaps, no battles elsewhere on the circuit. We've got a couple of close gaps there. The Albar de Keto racing team, Diego Cano, trying to close up on the Cometa team of Victor Santana. And further back as well, you've got Project Bullet E-Racing, Oriol Monte trying to close the gap on El Bar de Keto racing team as well. But like I said, they've still got a few seconds to find on each other. As things stand, though, that gap between the two leaders at the moment, MSI Esports and Zenith, still holding firm at the moment at 8.7 seconds. And certainly at this moment in time, I'd imagine they're just trying to keep their heads above the water at this early morning stage. I mean, obviously, like we suggested, over the next hour, I'm sure we'll start to see the sunlight peek through the clouds as we now see the Salva Talons make that overtake on one of the trailing cars now. And they've actually raised up 2 places since their position on the grid. So MSI really starting to make a charge now through the grid order. But I can't help but think if Williams actually started from P3, they surely would have figured at the front end of this race.
Well, considering they started at P18, they're now P5. They would have been right in this. I think the time loss can be attributed to traffic for MSI, because I think Zenith are now starting to suffer the same fate, because they've just got back up to 9.1 seconds now as they try to make their way through the traffic, which is always an incredibly crucial part of endurance racing. But it's um, it's it's going to be interesting to keep an eye on as we just see the Obsidian racing car going a little bit slowly here as he gets caught up behind by a lapped, or a last car's going to put a lap on him. And I think we're going to find out why he was going slowly. It looks like he's had a spin in the S. Look here. Yep, we've seen that before. It manages to just half spin it, does a full 180, keeps it on the gravel, but Williams managed to go through past him. But managed to keep the car running, gets it back on, has to do a bit of off-roading to get back onto the circuit, but that's not the first time we've seen a car lose it through there. The car just becomes so unloaded through there, it's very, very hard to get it back, but no harm done really for Sergio Gurdiel, as they still have about 41 seconds to Unicos Gaming, but it will certainly at least cost them 20 seconds in that regard. Unicos will have at least noticed that, and they won't be out of danger now, but they're still firmly in P7. No worries for them.
No, not at all. And like you say, that time gap still coming down, 40.2 seconds now for them, closing the gap. Obviously now 41.2 between Obsidian and Unicos Gaming. Again, we look at live pictures of Salva Talons driving the MSI Esports car, still in first place. Time gap now down to 8.6 seconds in front of Lucas Colombo and Zenith Esports. Obviously now we're into the final 7 hours of today's or this 24 hours of Circuit de Barcelona, that's for sure, and it's been absolutely enjoyable. We've enjoyed every minute, folks, as we now come into the morning. I hope you're all I'm sure you'll be waking up all shortly and hopefully joining us here for live coverage of this event. Obviously we've lost 5 teams in the last in the last hour since the start of the race, which is always a shame. And as you say, the Rusty's car, unfortunately, Jack, we lost that one just before we came back to our stint.
Yeah, shame to lose that one, but they've obviously carried too much damage. As there goes the IRS 10 factory car just off the track to let the Zenith Esports car through. But yeah, we've been racing now for 17 hours, and we still have another 7 to add to that tally. So we're into hour 17 right now. So good job for these guys to even get it this far into the race. Not long to go now. Hours are in the single figures now, which is always nice to look at. But MSI 41.40 previous lap. We'll see how Zenith respond to that one. 41.2, I think, for Zenith. 2/10 taken out of them last time. Gap is 8.7 seconds. Gap between level and DriveX has gone up, I think. 33.7 it's now at. And Race for Cat bringing the gap to Williams down once again. They're starting to take chunks out of them back down to 5.2 seconds. It took 7/10 out of them on the previous lap by. A lot of back and forth going on here, but I think in the next 10 minutes we're going to see pit stops again.
I think we will. And just looking at the level motorsports, Moises Caraballo, unfortunately, I think that last lap must have proved crucial. 149.356 against Driver X Esports 142.012. So it must have been an issue or an error, whether they got stuck behind traffic or something. I'm not too sure. As we now see Salva Talons now whittle his way through a bunch of lap cars now as well. I mean, that is basically the danger now for MSI Esports. They got to try and negotiate their way through traffic. And you can pretty much guarantee, certainly at this stage, given the fact that we're so into this race now, that they're literally coming across literally every lap car possible. You can see there, that's the leaderboard, the intervals above there. MSI Esports leading the way. Zenith Esports there in P2. That's the Salvador D'Alba, Salvador D'Alba's car there. And Michael Jourdain will retake the box seat. Great to see the Super Copper Esports Mexico car still in the grid, despite being the last of the running cars at the moment out on track here today. In comes the Obsidian racing car. Remember, we saw that one come off at the Verth curve as well. And Sergio Gurdiel looking to come in to make some changes. So let's see what happens, whether they stick with the same driver. That's the big question. So we'll see now if they make a change. But you got to give credit to the guys in the Super Copa Esports Mexico car there, Jack. They've managed to keep it on track, staying consistent, and seem to be doing okay.
I think they're learning as they go here. But they're 11 laps behind the next car, but it's not a big deal if you're having fun. Unicos Gaming, I think, should take 7th place with Obsidian Racing stop. So they now progress into P7. Race for Cat are still taking time out of Williams. It's down to 4.8 seconds now. Zenith taking time out of the leaders, 8.5 seconds. It's now the gap between the two leading cars. Pit stops are going to be very, very crucial here as we progress through to the early morning. I think that I wonder are Zenith going to try what MSI did when they managed to get the jump. Are they just gonna put in for tires and fuel and just keep Lucas Colombo in the car? Because I think Salvatalen is going to have to swap out of that car with the fair share rule in place. But we have a battle for position here. Oriol Montez and Diego Cano, Project Bullet versus El Bar de Keto, and Project Bullet has been about a second a lap. That was the battle we were actually seeing. Zenith Esports trying to get through, and I think MSI are also going to have to try and get through this traffic. They're not too far behind this, but there is on track at least between these guys. The gap is opening up there as the IRS 10 factory car is going to try and make his way through, as the BMW just sitting behind there, flashing the lights. Gap this time by between the leaders has not really changed. The gap I'm keeping an eye on is the one between Race for Cat and Williams. It's down to 4 seconds now, I think, as they try to negotiate their way through traffic, I would imagine. But it's really coming down quite fast between Williams and Race for Cat. As we approach the pit stop phases, this will be the driver's 8th pit stop in the past 17 hours of racing. DriveX matching the leaders as well. Race for Cat 3.8 behind Williams now. So that's the one I think we need to keep our eye on, which is the battle for 5th.
It is indeed, and that's the 11 car that was just rushing through there, the RS 10 factory team ploughing through. As we can now see, that Salvatalen still coming through, 8.6 seconds once again to Zenith Esports Lucas Colombo there in P2. Going back to what you were saying, Jack, Williams Esports certainly under a little bit of pressure there. The Race for Cat Motorsport team, Andrea Rodriguez, closing the gap down to 5.1 seconds, albeit I think we've been in this territory before. We've got a few deltas switching up here. Obviously, looking further down, the R70 team currently 6 seconds behind Mars Devils Esports. That's Marcos Alacon Gonzalez there in P13. Juan Dalmasis Torres there for the R70 team in P14, chasing him. But then we've got another 6-second gap back to Plus G Scuderia Alberto Gandia Modal, who is in P15, trying to close on the R70 team as well. So certainly some changes through the wings here as we now see the Albar de Keto racing team there. Diego Cano under pressure here from Project Bullet, Oriol Monte there as they make their way down the stretch and past the paddock. You can just see that delta time starting to filter back through now as they come towards what will be turn 1. And indeed, Diego Cano might have a battle on his hands here. The Project Bullet e-racing team certainly bulleting their way up towards the top, well, certainly up yet another place if they can get past the Albar de Keto team. That is going to be the test for them. Count Oriol Montes take that P23 position, Jack.
Looks like Diego Cano might have the measure of pace over him just at the moment to keep the BMW behind. I was just looking on the straight, see Cano going wide there in that Porsche. The Porsche seems to be struggling through these long left-handers. That's what allowed Montes to close right up to the back. It's like, oh, the 10 factory car has an issue in front. Thankfully, they managed to keep going, but almost had a half spin. And that's going to cause a little bit of a traffic jam here as the Oriol Montes closes right up to the back of the Diego Cano car. And the 10 factory car, thankfully, doing the smart thing. Then that's how you save the BMW. If it gets sideways, slam on the brake, get pointed back in the right direction with the traction control and ABS. So it's a very tricky car to get back. It's a very tricky car to save a slide, but the best way to do it is slam on the brakes and it will come back to you. That's exactly what the 10 factory car did on that lap by. Lap time still in the low 41s for the leaders, 41.2 piece for them on the previous time by, and the gap between Williams and Race, we're going to wait for the date, but I think Race for Cat have had a pretty terrible previous lap. It's to 44.7 for Race for Cat, and to them, but they've lost a chunk of time there. They've lost about 4 seconds. So the gap remains there, as you can see. Was Montez? I think Montez has actually managed to get himself back, get himself in front of that Porsche. So he takes 23 as that's the Obsidian racing car trying to make his way through there in that Porsche. You can see the lights flashing there as the Obsidian car tries to get through, but there has been a change anyway. And Oriel Monte way through. Hano can come back at him here on the inside after the traffic gets through. Quite tight. I don't think he's going to be able to do so, but the battle is going to rage on between those guys. But Obsidian at least have managed to make their way through cleanly.
Yeah, it looks to me that the Project Bullet car of Oriol Montez certainly seems to be handling the traction better through these bends. We've said it before, the BMW seems to handle traction better than what the Porsche does around this circuit to Barcelona, and certainly has been a telling fact around this track, as we're now riding on board now with Salva Talents for the MSI Esports team. 8.2 seconds now. That is probably the lowest it's been in a long time now, with Lucas Colombo trying to fight back against that, the MSI Esports team. And they're still leading the way. P1 Salva Talents taking them through once again towards the home stretch, and they will be commencing lap 579 here. We're within the 6 hour and 46 minutes remaining of this race. Obviously, me and Jack bringing to you the breakfast morning, or the morning breakfast stint of the race at this moment in time. Just out of interest, what are you having for breakfast this morning, Jack?
Oh, I don't know. Actually, I tell you what, I'm actually having. I haven't eaten breakfast yet, but when I do, I've got some freshly made soda bread, which I actually made by myself. I'm very proud of myself. I'm a master bread baker. If you ever want bread, hit me up. But Ricardo Costa, Iris 10 Factory in the meantime. So I'd like to know what the drivers are having for breakfast, how they're keeping up this pace for so long. 41.2 gap down to 8.2. But George, I know your breakfast is biscuits, but what else are you going to be having later on?
Yeah, I mean, this is just to get me through the early morning. Obviously, we don't get obviously when we're doing these long stints, like the drivers, obviously very difficult to stay. I suppose. Well, keep the hunger at bay, shall we say? But I will be probably having one of my famous fry ups, I'd imagine, when it comes around to the 2 hour break period. I do like a fry up. Oh, we've got drama there. Lucas Colombo.
Zenith.
Yeah, the Zenith team off the track there, and how crucial could that be? Look at the cluster of back markers there. They've now overtaken the green livery. How crucial is that going to be now as we head into the morning there? Lucas Colombo, we're going to see an action replay now as they come round. You can see there. Oh my God! That is Michael. Is that Michael Jourdain?
Michael Jourdain. Yeah, Michael Jourdain.
Yeah, Michael Jourdain, or Salvador D'Alba, sorry. Do apologise. Salvador D'Alba is driving that car. Apparently they made the driver switch, and they've collided coming up through that right-hander. Obviously, Jourdain made the switch with Salvador D'Alba. That's frustrating for Lucas Colombo. And how crucial is that going to be for the end of this race? You get the feeling that this could be the nail in the coffin. The gap now has increased to 24.5 seconds. And is there any damage on that Zenith Esports car? That did look like a serious collision, Jack.
I think what happened is D'Alba lost it, and Zenith, Lucas Colombo arrived, slammed on the brakes. I think he managed to avoid contact. But yeah, that's a huge, huge blow, because that's gifted MSI pretty much a solid lead in this race. There's still 6 hours to go, but that could be a major, major turning point in this race, and that's really frustrating for Lucas Colombo, because he was completely innocent in that one. Absolutely nothing he could have done. It's happened to him before. Remember the Rusty's car? He made contact with it earlier on with the same thing. Had to avoid the A2 racing car. He's been in the gravel already, but this one absolutely powerless to what was happening there. But now, from being 8 seconds behind to 24 seconds behind, I think he's lucky that the damage has not crept in, or he hasn't suffered serious damage. The car, he's avoided some serious accidents there. If he had picked up any serious damage, that would have been almost podium gone for Lucas Colombo. So at least they've managed to keep the car going. 24 seconds is still quite close, but it's certainly a big blow to their chances.
Yeah, we have to hope as well that there isn't any damage on the car. This will be a telling fact now. Obviously, no use them going into the pits at this stage. They are still trying to close the gap now on these back markers. You can now see this is almost an insult to injury for Lucas Colombo after that spin. God, how decisive could that be going in towards the end of the race? Obviously, the Zenith Esports team were the only contender against MSI Esports. Obviously, we've still got a long way to go, but 24.9 seconds, and they're diving into the pit lane. Does this mean there's damage on the Zenith car?
I do believe this is their scheduled stop anyway. This is the time they came in an hour ago around this time. But Lucas Colombo, I think, is probably going to stay in the car because he'll want to redeem something there. But they're going to need fuel and tires anyway. It's just a shame that it happened on their in lap that they happen to have the contact. So now we can expect MSI in on the next lap, I would assume. But yeah, that's such a massive, massive shame because there's absolutely nothing that Lucas Colombo could have done there. And the car in the last position, Supercopa Esports Mexico, that was actually Michael Jourdain at the wheel of that number 33. Inadvertently has caused a major, major turning point in this race after spinning by himself and collecting the Zenith Esports car up on the jacks that goes to change the tires. So expect the MSI Esports car into the pit lane on this next lap as well. I believe Level Motorsports have been into the pit lane as well to change to Moises Caraballo because Williams Esports are now in P4. After that, Race for Cat, I think, have also been in. So Williams out of sync in this one. They should come out in P6, I would wager. But they're now running around in P4. DriveX as well, still yet to pit. So we look now. Zenith Esports re-emerges, still in comfortably in P2. But wow, major, major turning point in hour 17 here in Barcelona. We wait to see MSI. It seems that Zenith have had all the bad luck go their way. I wonder, are MSI going to have something similar happen to them? Because I think what goes around does come around. MSI, sure, they're going to suffer something the next 6 hours.
Well, you can imagine the jubilation in the camp of MSI. Certainly, this is a bone, certainly, that's been thrown their way, certainly in this early morning stint of this race. Obviously, looking at it now, Salvar Talens knows, I'm sure, that there has been an issue with Zenith Esports. The time gap now is filtered back to 1 minute and 28 seconds. We're nearly reaching a lap period separating that of Zenith Esports and MSI, but I'm sure that Salvar Talens will be looking to come in the next lap or so as we now witness them coming down towards the next straight, heading down towards what will be Lakea bend there, swerving into the next left-hander. As you can see, the MSI Esports driver, Salva Talens, just negotiating his way around this circuit, coming up now towards the next rising chicane before they reach Bank San Badell. Now, will he be coming into the pits on this lap? Will they be taking advantage of the chaos that has been handed to Zenith Esports as they now make their way down towards the RACC chicane? You can see there's Salva Talens there in the car. P1 still remains for this driver, but no, he's staying out yet again. So maybe they're going to try one more lap and maybe provide the overcut. Sorry, Jack.
Yeah, they still should be able to pull off the overcut. This is an opportunity for them to get their driver swap done because, of course, they're a driver swap behind Zenith Esports, and usually it's about a 1 minute 20-second stop in the. It obviously depends on the driver swap, but a 1 minute 20 is for a driver swap, depending on how much fuel you take in, etc., etc. But they should still be about 15 to 20 seconds in the lead when they re-emerge. That's P3 into the pit lane. Now, DriveX Esports Scalpers, Danny or Calvo currently at the wheel of that car. They're going to keep him in, or we're going to see a new car. Momias Racing Team have also been in. They've now changed to Jose Miguel Fernandez Andreu as they re-emerge in P10 just behind Cherokee. High Speed Demons Daniel Gomez has just come into the pit lane as well. So we're now just waiting for P1 essentially to come in now and do their driver swap. We would imagine, but they still should have a 15 to 20-second lead when they re-emerge, which is very, very beneficial. There's Dominic Stive in the Williams Esports car, P4 at the moment. Now they still have a pit stop to do, but still an excellent job. Currently, they're a ways behind P3. Driving Esports are comfortably there. But Williams are in a battle, locked in a battle at the moment with Level Motorsports and with Race for Cats for the top 5. Pablo Lazar has switched into the high-speed Demons car, and we wait to see what MSI are going to do. You can see Zenith immediately coming out with a 141.1 on the previous lap, but MSI are extending the stint quite long into this hour.
They are. I think obviously they're trying to press home the advantage as best they can. So maybe we'll see the car come into the pits on this lap or the next couple of laps anyway. Salvatalin's obviously quite content to stay out and make use of the tyres that he's got on. So I can obviously imagine they're going to come in at some point and get the fresh tyres and fuel on board on that MSI Esports car. Whether they're just wanting to utilise the already warm tyres now, while of course Zenith are trying to heat theirs up. That could be the factor in this situation. But looking at this moment in time, Salvatalin's just taking this car now round the seat curve. We're in lap 589 at this stage. Salvatalin's now rising towards the Verth curve now. And what a great event this has been. No shortage of drama here at the circuit of Catalunya, or the circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya. The 24-hour of sim racing has been absolutely exquisite. We've enjoyed every minute of it. And or every hour of it as well. And there's Daniel Calvo there for the Driver X Esports team in P3. Obviously, Williams Esports themselves looking to try and close that gap as well, albeit they've still got to make a stop. And that will mean that Level Esports will have a chance to reclaim that P4 position as we now see Kilometro Zero and Euromaster Esports coming into the pits now, Jack.
Yeah, so a flurry of pit stop. I've just been having a look. Currently, Zenith and Williams have a special that they're going to get a special recognition award from me for this reason. They've actually spelled esports correctly. Nobody else has spelled esports correctly apart from Zenith and Williams. It's a capital E, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get it twisted. There's no dash. There's no small e. Sorry, I did the journalist rant going on here. Actually, Euromaster got it correctly as well. So good job from Euromaster. But capital E, small s, ladies and gentlemen. MSI. You may be in the lead, but your esports is wrong.
Absolutely. MSI, though, still leading the way. Indeed, let's hope they make those grammatical changes further down the line. I'm not sure whether they would have heard you there, Jack, but we'll soon find out. Salvatalin's still leading the way for said team as they come round the next right-hander. And still deciding not to pit on that lap either, or the previous lap, should we say. So he's now coming around the seat now, heading towards Verth once again. Let's see if he comes in on this occasion. Obviously, he's going to have to pit at some point because obviously he's currently a stop behind that of Zenith and the Driver X team and many others across the grid as well. Williams Esports still yet to pit for their stop as well. And as we can now see Sergey Real there coming out in P12. And they have made their pit stop. They're currently 1.2 seconds in behind High Speed Demons Pablo Lazar, who has only just recently taken the seat there at High Speed Demons. And they've got another minute and 30 seconds behind Mamias Racing team of Jose Miguel Fernandez Andreu, sorry, as we now witness Sergey Real Lepar there coming up through the Verth curve, and very soon he'll be making his way around the fast Kamsa curve, and no doubt he'll want to put a big hole in the time gap that separates him and High Speed Demons of Pablo Lazar. So very much looking forward to seeing what a cruise between those two, that's for sure. Whether that time gap comes down, we will keep you posted on that one, of course. Absolutely brilliant. But obviously the big story here, Zenith Esports' incident, obviously coming in towards the morning stage now of this race. Have MSI been gifted this victory here, Jack?
Oh, it could well be. The amount of twists and turns we've had in this, we just can't say anything at this point in time. But I did say before we came into the night stint that the night stint is the most crucial, and instance that you have in the night stint are the ones that stick. So this could be a double win by 2 years in a row. Zenith obviously have put on a hell of a show, but they're still not out of it, because when the pit stops are done, they're still only going to be 20 seconds behind at this point. But it seems MSI are really extending this stint because their times are still in the low 41s, even in this late part of their stint. It seems the tires are okay. The only thing they're really going to need to do is pit to change the driver and put some fuel in. But I think they're just going to run the tank dry and then come in, because they've got a minute 28. So when they make their pit stop, they should still be about 25 seconds in front of Zenith Esports, which is a massive, massive advantage.
Yeah, and of course, with a lighter fuel load, that allowed them to press the advantage as well once more, as we now witness the MSI esports team now make their way down towards the next right-hander. And indeed, that time gap has stabilized at 1 minute and 28 seconds. Williams Esports now in the pits there. Dominic Stabe coming in for his stop. This will put them back onto a level strategy with the rest of the grid. Currently on 7 stops. This will be their 8th. Now, will Dominic Stabe make way for another driver? That's the question. Or will they just load up the fuel and new tyres? As we now see Sabatalens, finally, the MSI esports car coming into the pit bay now for no doubt another refuel and tyre change. Will they change the driver, Jack?
I think they're going to have to, because they were behind on a driver change when they made it, so they're going to see a swap of drivers. Oriol Bohe into the car, strong choice for the night stint, as well. Augustine Canapino has switched into the Williams Esports car as well, so this is going to be an interesting one. Oriol Bohe now. We saw how much he closed up to Zenith in the hours earlier on, but we're going to watch the gap come down. Expect the gap to be about 20 seconds when they re-emerge. Cherokee I've just put Borja Fernandez Guimarães in the car. Alberto Gande Model is in the Plus GS Scuderia car, and Project Bullet are also into the pit lane as well. So MSI have got all the time in the world to play with here to get the pit stop and come out, and this will solidify them in the lead of this 24 Hours Barcelona Catalunya.
Yeah, and look at the Williams esports driver change. Augustin Canapino back in the hot seat for Williams, coming out of the pit bay shortly. I'm sure they've actually accrued a 1 minute, 1 second stop. They're now back out on track now. We're just watching MSI esports Oriol Bohe. What a driver choice that is to see them out for the rest going into the morning. As you can now see, now he's back out of his pit box now. The gap is now it's still currently maintained. That is very close, 13.1 seconds. So a great chance here for Zenith to start accruing back the damage that was done earlier on. They're now back on the 9.2 seconds. So it's almost as if nothing has happened now, to be honest, Jack. It's like a switcheroo at this moment in time. Because remember, it was the other way around, and it was MSI chasing that 9.2 second gap earlier on.
Yeah, I was we're looking at the gap, because if they made the driver changes, obviously 1 minute 20 on the pit lane. But there's a spinner in front of Zenith again. They almost get collected again, but they managed to get it. They managed to avoid it this time. Wow, they're having to really go through the wars here, Zenith Esports. But just think for a moment, if they hadn't had that off, Zenith would be back in the lead of this race if they had not had that incident, because the gap was 9.3. They lost so much time. Zenith at this point in time should have been about 20 seconds in the lead, but that's what it's them. It is MSI firmly in the lead at this point, but it's reset to a 9.5 second gap that they had before. But of course, Zenith are going to have to pit a whole lot earlier than MSI at this point in time. So MSI really in the box seat at the moment.
Yeah, they certainly are. So it's certainly going to be a tale of two halves as we make our way into the morning stint now. You can now see 9.7 seconds separating that of MSI Esports, but don't count out Oriol Bohe, who can forget in our last stint when me and Jack were calling the action earlier on, just going in towards midnight. Oriol Bohe's dramatic resurgence of the MSI team managed to crunch down 50 second gap all the way down to an incredible what looked to be around 10-second gap. So he was the one who put in all the donkey work overnight and actually managed to accrue such a narrow advantage for Zenith Esports. So it really is all down to him that they are really here today. So he can, I suppose, given the driver change now, it must be a huge, I suppose, testament to the abilities of himself, and also maybe piling on the agony for Zenith Esports. They're going to see that Oriol Bohe's back in the MSI Esports car and think, God, what have we done to deserve this, Jack?
Yeah, exactly. And of course, now Oriol Bohe's on fresh tires as well. So Zenith are 20 minutes behind them on the stops, and this is really going to hurt, because they're just going to see Oriol Bohe like check out once again, which they can do. And that instant just has essentially cost them the race lead at this point. They would have been with that back in the lead, but it's not way at all. They're having to avoid spinners constantly in front of them. But you can see, just having a look at the timing screens, Williams Esports now firmly in the hunt for P5, 5.7 seconds behind race for Cat at this moment in time. Anybody else close to one another? Not really. Everybody else is quite spread out, apart from Kilometro Zero, R70, They're quite close together. Kilometers there and High Speed Demon, sorry, they're quite close together on track, but the gap is opening out front, 10.5 seconds. But probably the battle that we're going to see shortly is the battle between Augustine Canapino and Andrea Rodriguez for 5th place.
It is obviously Williams Esports going for a juggernaut of a driver of their own. Augustin Canapino, the Argentinian, back in the hot seat here for Williams, and certainly trying to hammer down that lap time now, as we're now going to watch an action replay here, as we now see Tony Vallejo of Karuma Motorsport. It looks like he's ventured off onto the gravel trap, and by the looks of it, I think coming around the seat curve, as we now see him looking to attack, he got in quite deep there, and that just seemed to be a spin out of nowhere, really. Maybe he was a bit sharp on the brakes, going around the seat indeed, and the number 7 car donned by Tony Vallejo and Karuma Motorsport has had to rejoin the track. So maybe a question there, Jack, of just a little bit heavy-handed there?
Yeah, that was a simple case. He locked the rear brakes, round it went, nothing he could have done. So Tony, I think he was basically trying to stop himself from hitting the car in front. So he slammed on the brakes and locked the rear tires, and round she went. But I don't think there's a hell of a lot of damage done anyway. So anyway, Marcus Alarcon in for Mass Devils Esports. So we'll see if they're going to swap out the driver. Alarcon's been in the car for a while now, so we'll see if they're going to swap him out. They're in a Plus Gia Scuderia. I think they're going to lose that place after the stop. It's going to be quite close, actually. We're going to watch this between Espinita and Rocket Factory. They're going to come out neck and neck on the pit exit between Matt and those guys there, because the gap is 1 minute 20, and a pit stop takes 1 minute 20. Right here, so they're going to be battling for, that'll be 16th place, but Plus Gia Scuderia are going to slot in front of them after this pit stop. And they have put, well, actually, it was going to be a battle, but not quite. Nacho Gaspar is in for Espinita Rocket Factor for P16, so that's going to give Plus Gia Scuderia P14.
Certainly will. Nacho Gaspar coming in for a pit stop now for Espinita Rocket Factor. Let's see what happens here, whether they actually go for a driver change as well. It's pretty elementary at the moment. The drivers all seem to be evenly spread apart now. Certainly no distinct battles out on circuit, but I've got to say the Williams Esports team accruing some time upon Race for Cat Motorsport now, down to 4.1 seconds at this time. And there's Oriol Bohe, of course, still leading the way. The time gap between them and Zenith has increased to 11 seconds. So Oriol Bohe pretty much continuing from where he left off earlier on, and starting to really accrue some time against Zenith Esports. So superb work from him to certainly come back to where he was before. Obviously, you can imagine after having such a lengthy time out of the car, it might take time to readjust, but not for this man. Oriol Bohe sitting in the car like, he's taking to it like a duck to water once again. And he's now starting to press home the advantage at this moment in time. 11 seconds is the gap between MSI Esports and Zenith.
Oh, no way.
Oh, wowee. It's on
Zenith.
its back. They're out, surely. Does that mean they're out, Jack?
They're not going to be out, but that's the podium gone. I would imagine if they haven't got a fast repair, they're done. So, oh, my Lord, we need a replay of that if they can load that one up. How have they ended up on the roof? What has gone on with Zenith Esports today?
They've literally just seemed to have hit a brick wall, and we're bound to be able to see a replay now shortly. We'll have to find out what happened there for you folks. Absolute scenes here, and here it is. The replay here. Lucas Colombo Russell, of course, just waiting for our screens to readjust here. Won't be a second. Obviously, that is a crucial moment here once again in this race. And here it is. We're back live. Sorry, we will bring you the replay now very shortly. Here it is now. Here comes the replay. As you can see, there's Colombo. That's the car on its back. Trying to self-right itself. Here we are, further back now, just literally rounding what looks to be the Verth curve, and he seems to have hugged the... Oh, my word! It's
Michael Jourdain again.
Yeah,
he's hit again.
At exactly the same place they did it before, but this time it's been absolutely fatal for the Zenith Esports team. They are now on their back. The bonnet is gone. The engine is in total misrepair. Michael Jourdain clashing with the Zenith Esports car of Lucas Colombo Russell, and that has effectively handed the victory so far to MSI Esports, although albeit we've still got plenty of time remaining. But Oriol Bohe can now sit easy or rest easy knowing that the Zenith Esports car is in the pit lane. There's severe damage to that car, and Michael Jourdain is carrying on. Obviously not affected as badly as what the Zenith Esports car is. And as you can see, no quick pit stop there, Jack. That could well be the nail in the coffin for Zenith Esports.
It's going to take them 2 to 3 minutes to tow back to the lane, so it is going to promote DriveX to second. It will promote them to second by the time they finish their pit stop. They're going to hope that they're going to have a fast repair left. But yeah, MSI now firmly in the lead. There's nobody that can challenge them at this point in time. You can see the gap there. Look, DriveX into P2 now as a result of them getting towed back to pit lane. But I mean, what does Zenith have to do? They've just had the worst luck today, and to have Michael Jourdain twice spin in the same corner and get collected and put on the roof. I mean, it's just awful. I've got to feel so bad for them. They've done everything right. They're still in pit lane at this moment in time. And if they haven't got a fast repair, they're going to be sat there for upwards of 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes. It's going to be awful.
Yeah, that's just brutal. I got to say, and I got to say, what does this mean for Williams? Because obviously they were chasing on for a podium spot. This could be music to their ears. This could bring them right up into the fray here. Let's not forget DriveX Esports, who now effectively take P2. Level Motorsports as well, moving up into P3. Race for Cap will join the party as well as Williams Esports. So we're going to be seeing a straight fist fight now for the balance of the podium positions. But this gives MSI Esports lots of comfort knowing that they've got a little bit of respite here, a whole lap separating them from the rest of the grid now. And that will just give Oriol Bohe lots of confidence. As long as they can keep it clean on track, it doesn't seem to make much sense for them to go hammer and tongs now and solidify the victory. They may as well just steadily go around the circuit, just making sure they don't take part in any issues or mistakes, and try and wrap up this now while they can. I mean, obviously, given the fact the circumstances at this moment in time, Zenith Esports now crippled here, and already you can see that pit stop has amassed 3.5 minutes. Absolutely unbelievable. And Race for Cat does indeed go by them.
Indeed, yeah. So this tells me they have not got a fast repair available to them. So this is going to take about 10 minutes to repair the damage. They've dropped down to 6th place now. Williams into P5. They're now fighting for P4, and I wonder. It sounds awful. This could be a terminal issue. They could be completely out of this race now with that instance. If the damage it is possible that the damage is irreparable, and that's their race done after 17 hours of leading the race for the best part of 7-8 hours, and having the worst luck thrown at them that I've ever seen. Gotta feel so sorry. Quick look at that's Inigo Bea in the Cherokee car, and what's happened to him? Have they had an excursion off the track here in this hairpin? Gets onto the brakes all fine there, but not quite sure what that was. But we get back to pictures, and we'll try and see if we can find. But now, yeah, you can see MSI have got a whole lap on second, and it's comfortable. It's really comfortable now as Zenith continue to drop down the order, now down to 6th place, of course. After that, Unicos have a big gap back to them. They're a couple of laps down on them, so they might still be able to get a top 5 out of this if they manage to get back out on track. But wow, I mean, just it's completely turned on its head in the 17th hour.
What a moment that is, certainly in the context of this race. Another replay, though, we will bring you now. We're going back to Inigo Bea, certainly for the Cherokee Racing team. I'm not sure what has happened there to obviously require a replay. Obviously, we'll have a look and bring you any news when we have it. Obviously, the Cherokee team currently in P10. Inigo Bea now making his way through the Verth curve now around Campsa, obviously at the site of where we saw the Zenith Esports car end up on its back after that collision again with Michael Jourdain. Obviously, absolutely heartbreaking there for Lucas Colombo Russell, who I'm sure after such an incredible start that Zenith Esports had after Ricardo Rico's prolific run at the very start, netting them that P1 at the very start of the race. Lucas Colombo must be devastated given the fact that they were challenging for the win here, and they looked to have it wrapped up comfortably from the start of the race, and now they have a potential terminal issue, which sees them in the pit box, and now dropping down to P8. Phenomenal scenes, Jack.
All caused by one car, the Supercopa Esports Mexico car, both times at the same corner, forcing them off the track. Well, obviously the spin in front of them, they managed to avoid it the first time. Now, it obviously cost them the lead, dropping the 9th. But then, same corner, same driver, they end up getting collected this time and having the worst luck of getting flipped over and suffering huge damage to the car. And I have a horrible fear that this is going to be a terminal issue if not a 25 minutes to an hour repair time on that car.
Well, it's 6 minutes and 50 seconds and amassing as well. It just keeps on racking up, as we're now seeing Oriol Bohe, who of course must be counting his luck right now, and obviously a good opportunity here for DriveX Esports Scalpers team and Danny Calvo to certainly press the advantage now into P2. Obviously back in P3 Level Motorsports after a very consistent drive. Moises Caraballo there in P3, certainly enjoying his time at the moment in the podium positions. Obviously don't count out Race for Cat as well, who are in P4, as well as Williams Esports, Augustin Canapino, the Argentina, I got to say the Argentinian star there, currently in that P5 car. And Williams can be very proud of what they've done here today. Wansi Ramos in the pits as well for DX Droids, obviously looking to make some changes to their car. Maybe a driver switch here, and indeed, Alberto Prefrera now takes over back again for the DX Droids team. They are in P20, at least for the time being. Euromaster Esports in behind them as well at the moment. And still we look ahead at the Zenith Esports car. It certainly doesn't look good. They are now 7 minutes and 55 seconds in that pit box. Unbelievable, Jack.
Yeah, the how this has turned on its head so quickly is unbelievable. But I've just had a quick look, and I think we're expecting the sun to start coming up in the next 40 minutes. I think the estimate is given us for that. But yeah, here we are, battle for P4. How about this from Williams Esports? 2 seconds behind Andrea Rodriguez, and Augustine Canapino chasing them down here in this 4GT. Gap is staying around about 2.7 seconds, but this is an on-track battle now. They're on the same strategy for 4th place. And I'm just having a quick look. How far are they off 3rd? They are 45 seconds. They're still in with a shot of a podium here, Williams, and that would be a hell of a result, starting from 18th on the grid.
Yeah, I'm sure the team boss there, Javier Guerra, will be delighted if they can get anywhere near that. I got to say, and if you're just joining us, folks, you have missed some serious drama here at this stage of this 24-hour race. You can now see the Zenith Esports car is, I can confirm, in the pits and still in there getting repairs. 9 minutes they've amassed in that pit box. They've dropped all the way down to P9 and look to be facing a terminal issue here. They're now level on laps with Cherokee Esports at the moment, or Cherokee PS Okio Sim, driven by Ingo Beer. But Lucas Colombo Russell coming into a collision there with Michael Jourdain earlier on at the same corner, the Wirth curve, where they came together earlier on in the evening, earlier on in the race. And this means that Zenith Esports have got some serious damage accrued on the car. They rolled the car. They're now in the pit bay getting repairs. And at this moment in time, you can see there the Cherokee team now surpassing that of the Zenith Esports team. And this is certainly a serious catastrophe there for Lucas Colombo Russell. I mean, we could talk about this for ages. Obviously, the dominance of Zenith Esports that we have seen for the initial part of the race. They took the lead. They led pretty much throughout. MSI Esports were very slowly chipping away at their advantage. And now all of a sudden, Michael Jourdain has been the cog, or should I say the spoke in the wheel, and almost taken them clean out of this affair. They're now dropping down to P12, and they've passed the 10-minute mark in the pit bay as we now see Hugo Molina come into the pits there, Jack.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very long and painful pit stop for these guys. So obviously the damage, thankfully, is repairable, but it's going to take about 20 minutes to repair it. So they're going to be at least another 10 minutes in that pit box, which is going to drop them down even further, way further down the order, which is going to hurt so badly for them. While MSI Esports cruise out front, it's just seemed that Zenith just have had they always seem to arrive in the wrong place at the wrong time. This guy's spinning in front of them, and it's caused the woes that they have there. But at least we have this Williams Esports versus Race for Cat. 2.5 seconds, it's staying stable at the moment in time. But the team of Dominic Stibe, of Josh Thompson, Augustine Canapino, they've put in a hell of a drive over the past couple of hours to get them to drag themselves up from 18th all the way up to 5th place, and fighting now for 4th place and possibly 3rd later on in the race.
Yeah, they certainly are. But they're seeing the scenes here. Obviously, the pictures here of Augustin Canapino, the Argentinian star, coming round the Bank San Badell now. And very soon he'll be coming through the Europe car bend as well. He's just 2.4 seconds behind Andrea Rodriguez there for the Race per Cap Motorsport team. And very shortly we're going to be seeing that Williams Esports car parading down the home stretch now past the paddock. And I'm sure we won't be long before we start seeing these two come to blows now shortly. This is the battle for fourth place. And both cars on similar strategies. But let's not forget, because of the incident involving Zenith, which is now amassing to over 12 minutes of them being in the pit bay, Driver X Esports are now up to second. Level Motorsport, after a very consistent and impressive drive, are now up to P3 with Moses Arcaballo driving an exceptional drive. Obviously, don't forget the contributions by Toby Soriano as well for Level Motorsports, who has certainly provided us with many a great moment as well. This obviously means that a Porsche has now made it into the top 3 to join the BMW M8 GTEs that are made up of MSI Esports and Driver X Esports Scalpers team, and Danny Arcalvo in the seat for them as they now round the seat. You can now see the scenes here of Augustin Canapino now driving that beautiful livery on that Williams around this circuit. I can't get over the colours coming off that car, Jack. It certainly is a stunning car.
Yeah, they did an excellent job there. We're now looking at a battle here. This is still going on, this battle between Project Bullets. Oh, God almighty, that snap of oversteer from David Gomez. Managed to keep it pointed in a straight line. But it's not easy to save this car when it gets sideways. But Project Bullet versus El Bartiqueto is still a battle that's happening on track, and it's been going for the past hour. Gaps still remain very, very close to come across the line. Of course, that snap of oversteer will have cost Gomez a little bit of time there, but he's bringing it back through turn 1 and 2 there. See how much he gained by being neat and tidy. And we saw that Diego Cano, that Porsche, pushing wide on the way through these long right-handers, does not like them as they come on here. But yeah, they're still keeping tabs on one another here. They've been following each other for the best part of an hour here. And interesting to see how that battle's going to end between the two of them. As we keep an eye on the Williams battle, that's still about 2.7 seconds. Zenith Esports now still in the pit lane, are now 14 minutes into their pit stop, and I'd love to see the repair time on that, because they're still planning to get back out on track and finish this race. But this is probably the most painful you're going to see.
Yeah, that's absolutely devastating. I can't imagine how Lucas Colombo's feeling right now. I mean, obviously they have put so much effort into getting that. Oh my word, we got another incident there. Karuma Motorsport, I think that's Tony Vallejo that has just come off the track there, and he's just rejoining us now as he makes his way down the stretch. And again, that is another spin coming out of the seat into the going into the seat bend. So unbelievable. More incidents around that middle sector. It seems to me that a lot of these drivers are struggling. Maybe a change in conditions here, Jack. Are we finding it getting warmer out there at this moment in time?
Could be getting warmer, or it could actually be getting colder slightly. With the track temperature, it's starting to get a little bit more icy there with the tire wear starting to kick in as well, and possibly a little bit more wear could be going up in these early morning hours. We'll probably get to see a replay of this spin for Vallejo. I think that's going to be him running off the circuit, but that's actually not Vallejo we're looking at. Where this is Simon Marquez we're looking at, but I could pretty much work out how Vallejo ends up in that gravel trap on the entry. Just a little bit too much sideways, or a little bit too much turn-in was what gave him spin. But I still no harm done. He's still in 19th place at the moment, and I just seen Unicos Gaming are into the pits with Christian Lamea, and they are now coming in for, this will be their 8th pit stop, so they're out of sync with the rest of the top guys at the moment. But they are into the pit lane, and I think, are they going to keep Lamea in the car? Looks like they have done. They're back out again. Looks like it was just a splash and dash for fuel for those guys, but they're back out on circuit now. P7, 29 Obsidian Racing, with the gap between Race for Cat and Williams is now down to 1.1. So I wonder what's happened there, but it's come down by a second.
Absolutely, Augustin Canapino certainly on a charge here, but also on a charge is David Gomez. He's in the Project Bullet racing car now, making his way around the next right-hander. You can see there Pablo Lazar in behind these as well. For High Speed Demons asking to be let by. You can see the Ford GTE really trying to push all over the back end of that Project Bullet car, coming down towards turn 1. just letting him know he's there. Obviously, Pablo Lazar very keen to dispatch these two, but certainly seems to be that he's caught in the midst of a battle between that of the Project Bullet team and also that of what looks to be the El Bardaqueta Racing team. Diego Cano trying to defend here from David Gomez. Is coming into a 2-wide battle. This couldn't be a worse time for them to have to let a car through, that's for sure. And I got to say, I've got a feeling that Diego Cano is going to, try and milk this while he can. And as you can see, very impatient there. Pablo Lazar is really, really trying to forge his way through these back markers as we now see them come down towards the next left-hander. Indeed, that being the seat once again. And on the outset, heading down towards what will be the Verth curve. Once again, Lazar flashing his lights to ask to be let by. And indeed, I'm sure it won't be long before he is let through. I'm absolutely sure of that fact as we now see Diego Cano, who's still currently holding on to his racing line, coming round the certainly the Campsa corner now. Oh my word, that was very close. There, the 4GTE nearly venturing off the circuit, and I'm sure that Pablo Lazar is not impressed, certainly with what's gone on there, as we now see a late lurch. Oh my word, a lock up there on the tyres. The number 27 car, the Project Bullet Racing car, moving up in front there of what looked to be the El Bardaqueta Racing team. Diego Cano there was caught napping going around the Lakea bend, and that allowed David Gomez there, the Project Bullet. That was so close. We nearly ended up having a calamity there going around that bend, as we now saw David Gomez there coming around the right-hander. It all started at this point. They rounded Campsa. You can see there that the Project Bullet Racing team just sitting quietly behind, as we then saw what looked to be the other 4 GTE. That, of course, just coming through. Just see the late break there from the Project Bullet car of David Gomez, and Diego Cano, as a result, has dropped back through the field, and he is now down on his luck. Very unfortunate, but of course, a great dive, I got to say there, by the Project Bullet team. David Gomez, what a drive indeed. A great move executed there, but very brave going into Lakea, that's for sure.
Yeah, that was absolutely textbook, using the space created by the lapped car to get himself through there. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Diego kind of saw it coming as well. He was looking in the mirrors the whole way through, but fantastic job from David Gomez. Gap between Williams and Race for Cat, 1.6 seconds now, and Zenith Esports are approaching 20 minutes in the pit lane. They're now 21st on this list, and I think they're not going to quite end up last by the time they come out, but it won't be far off. They're going to end up, depends on how much longer they're in the pit lane, they're probably going to end up right down in 26th place, basically last, apart from the Supercopa Esports team, which is a big, big hit for these guys. We're almost 2 hours into our stint here, at least, which is flown by. We have another 2 to go, as will be approaching sunrise in possibly 20 minutes to an hour's time here. Here in Barcelona, so they've been in the night for a long, long time here, but we'll be heading into some dawn conditions not too long, as Augustin Canapinos is making his way through the traffic here and keeping tabs with the guy in front of him. 1.4 seconds it is to the next car in front of him, which is not himself. It is the Race for Cat motorsport car of Andrea Rodriguez. Oh, ahead of him, there he is, actually. Just catch a glimpse of him there in the red Porsche up ahead of him, so he can firmly see his rival right here, and they've got free track in front of them to battle now.
Yeah, they do. 1.3 seconds separating Augustin Canapino now from the man ahead of him. That, of course, being Andrea Rodriguez there in the Race for Cat Motorsport now as they head down the stretch. This is a battle for 4th place. And obviously, as they make their way down now, this is a good chance for Augustine to actually close the delta time as they head down the stretch now towards turn 1. Indeed, he is now well within a second now. He's 7/10 to be exact. Coming in towards turn 1, that has quickly changed back to 1.3. So obviously the time gap's not very reliable at this moment in time. They're just heading into turns 1 and 2, soon to be turns 3 as well, around the Renault curve. Look at that Chill Blast livery. Obviously a stunning looking car indeed, and Williams certainly famed for their incredible affluent liveries, and it looks absolutely brilliant, certainly in the night. And that's no doubt why they use it. As we now see the Williams car make its way around the next right-hander, the seat beckons now. And, of course, they're going to try and close the gap on Andrea Rodriguez as well. 1.3 seconds, the gap as they make their way up towards Campsa. You can see the Catalan colours there on the spoiler of the Race for Cat Motorsport team, done by Andrea Rodriguez there in P4. Just looking further up as well, obviously the gap still being maintained of 45 seconds between that of Race for Cat and Level Motorsports there. Moises A. Caraballo doing well to maintain that P3 position. And I got to say, they richly deserve a podium here today after the way they've driven. They have maintained a great race throughout. Just interesting to see as well, just looking back at Zenith Esports, still in the pit bay, 21 minutes amassed there, nearly half an hour in the pit bay. Must be a very frustrated Lucas Colombo Russell there down in P21, and it's now coming up to 22 minutes now. So it's absolutely devastating for Zenith. I cannot believe after such an amazing race, we saw the likes of Iago Martinez and the likes of Ricardo Rico pushing the car up to the very top. And Lucas Colombo, after driving an absolutely a phenomenal drive through the night, has unfortunately become a cropper after contact with Michael Jourdain there of the Mexican car. That being, of course, the Super Copper Esports team. And Michael Jourdain is at the tail of the field, still carrying on though, and he is currently 31 laps behind that of the rest of the leaders, 12 laps behind the next car ahead of them, that being the BWY Academy of Simon Marquez. But as things stand right now, they could be having another car joining them at this rate. Zenith Esports crawling down towards the back of the grid.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if I even saw them out on track again, with the amount of repairs they seem to have to do, because sometimes in endurance racing, I was being kind of optimistic with a 15-minute repair. Sometimes these repairs could take an hour, so they could be an hour in the pit lane before we see them out again, and that would drop them to last place, behind Super Copper Esports. It would drop them a long, long, long way down the order. So they've currently lost 14 laps to the leaders. Add another 15 to that, and you've got you'd be 30 laps behind. So you're only just about come out for the Super Coppa Esports at the point. But they're going to lose an hour to the leader, which is going to be such a huge, huge blow to a fantastic drive. But we're going to keep our eye on this battle between Williams and Race for Cat, which is now down to 1.1 seconds between these two. It's probably going to shoot up as they cross the line here. But Canapino just a touch quicker on that lap, as we see. Victor Santana in Cometa, he's going to come in for his stop. We're approaching now at the next pit stop phase again, actually. It'll be coming up in the next 20 minutes. Victor Santana swapping out for Carlos Baza in the Cometa team. Brand new driver into this one, but pit stop phase coming up in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, and of course, if you're just joining us, obviously lots has happened since you probably last saw from us. But obviously, drama here in this stint for me and Jack. Certainly, as we know, witness Tony Vallejo coming into the pits for Kuruma Motorsport. We can confirm that obviously Zenith Esports had an incident involving Michael Jourdain, and therefore Zenith Esports rolled the car and they're now receiving repairs. They've been in their pit bay now for just over nearly now 25 minutes, and they've dropped right down to P21 at this stage. An absolutely devastating result after a collision with Michael Jourdain. And Michael Jourdain is off again, and this time out again at the Verth curve, it looks like, I think. We'll just have a look at the replay once again, and there's Michael Jourdain.
Ooh.
And it actually looks like he's made contact with the wall there. He's actually, it's coming around what looks to be the Renault curve. He's actually lost it. He snapped back after coming around the bench. So obviously must have just tweaked the wheel slightly, and that must have created him off. Looking at the corner there, I believe that is the Renault curve there, Jack.
Yeah, it looks like turn 4 already, but yeah, but he is completely overcorrected and managed to just tap the wall, but managed to get back going again. Still down in last place, P27, and it's not been a good race for these guys, to say the least. They're 15 laps behind the next car. R17, Eric Tetas, P12, and now in the car. So we'll see how he gets on. And we'll wait and see how the Williams battle progresses. That gap's down to 7/10 of a second between these two. As we look at it now, just as I mention it, Augustine Canapino putting the pressure on there. This is if he's not able to make it on track, this battle is going to go into the pit stops.
It certainly will. And Augustine Canapino, a very experienced racer, obviously, like I said, famed in his home country of Argentina, as we now see him round the next left. And certainly he's all over now the back end of Andreu Rodriguez for Race for Cat, currently in 4th place. Obviously, this battle is for 4th place as things stand, as they rise up through the 3rd curve. Obviously, like I said before, the scene of the incident involving Zenith Esports, which now sees them trapped in the pit bay, as we now see Augustin Canapino bombing down the stretch now towards what will be the Lakea Bend. And indeed, Andreu Rodriguez there for Race for Cat has certainly got it all to do here as they round the next left-hander. Augustin Canapino has been eyeing up this potential overtake for quite some time now. He's been closing the gaps down over the last period of 10 laps, that's for sure. It certainly has been a long-serving battle between these two as they now round the Europe car bend, heading down towards the final chicane, the RACC chicane, before the New Holland corner, which will see them going onto the home stretch. And you can now see just over 8.5 tenths of a second separating Augustin Canapino and Andreu Rodriguez right now as they come down the straight past the paddock. The familiar blue colours of the Williams car coming down the straight. You can see the familiar logo as well on the front end as they come towards turn 1. That time gap now within 6 tenths of a second, now whittling down to 2.5 tenths of a second. The straight line speed on the Ford GT is really impressive, but it's what they can do in the curves is the important thing, because obviously they don't quite have the handling of the BMW, I don't think. And as you can see, running very wide there, Andreu Rodriguez, maybe allowing Augustin Canapino a chance here to once again close the gap. I think the Porsche is slightly better through the corners than the Ford GT, though the Ford GT benefits from its straight line speed due to its aerodynamics, as we now ride on board with Oriol Bohe, who is still out in front and is currently in an unassailable lead. The closest team to him is the P2 sitters of Driver X Esports Scalpers team, that being driven by Danny R. Calvo, of course. And they're still trying to fend off the advances of Level Motorsports, but that gap certainly has gone out wider. So Danny R. Calvo certainly doesn't have a lot to worry about at this moment in time. That P2 position certainly looks like it's in safe hands. But I got to say, in the grand scheme of things, being a lap behind MSI Esports, they're maintaining that gap right now. So, you know, fair play to them. I mean, obviously, still plenty of hours to go. We could see more twists at the top end, Jack.
I'm just looking. Top 4, look at the time. It's 41.7, 41.7, 41.7, 41.7 for the whole top 4. So they're all matching each other. Williams Esports the fastest out of anybody in the top 5 at the moment as they're chasing after P4. Look at this now. They come down the straight, going to have a really, really nice slipstream. Williams Esports, are they going to be able to take P4 here in the 24 hours battle on the Catalonia? Really closing out, flashing the lights at the car in front of Andreu Rodriguez. Is he going to go to the inside, go late braking? Not quite. But certainly now, Augustin Canapino is right in range of taking that 4th.
Yeah, he certainly is. They're just rounding the Renault curve now. You can see Augustin Canapino. He is very, very keen to get past this Race for Cat Motorsport car. Andreu Rodriguez in P4. After that little bit of flashing there from Augustin Canapino, just letting him know that he is there and he's here to compete as they come round the next right-hander now, heading down towards what will be the seat. And indeed, the blue livery of the Williams Esports car rounding the next left-hander. You can see Andreu Rodriguez still holding on to P4 as things stand on the outset now, just rubbing off onto the curves as they head down towards what will be the Verth curve, which will see them rise up through towards Campsa. You can see Augustin Canapino starting to rise to the occasion here. 4 tenths of a second separating that between the Race for Cat Motorsport team and the Williams Esports car as they come down towards the stretch, leading down towards the Lakea Bend. The familiar yellow and red colours of the Catalonia team there on the rear spoilers. You can now see the Williams car chasing all over the back end of that Race for Cat Motorsport vehicle as they now rise up through the next chicane very soon to take the back San Badell. And indeed, Augustin Canapino is right on the edge of a 4th place here if he can hold it together, coming down through the Euro car corner down towards the RACC chicane. Indeed, this is when they'll peel off round the New Holland Bend for this next lap, where, well, he will have a chance here, Augustin Canapino, to make a move here. He's currently just over 3.5 tenths behind that of Andreu Rodriguez, and we know all about the Ford GT straight line speed, and indeed this is a chance for him to exploit it here as they come down the straight now in towards turn 1. Will Augustin make a move here, heading down towards turn 1? I got a feeling that he hasn't quite amassed enough time yet, but it's in the initial sectors, we're seeing the 4GT being more effective through the corners now. So maybe the tyres are starting to fall off for Andrea Rodriguez as they now come round the next right-hander. This battle has been raging on for the last few laps at least. And as they come down towards the next right-hander again, leading towards the Repsol curve, you can see, look at the cluster of cars that are being amassed. They're starting to pick up a bit of traffic here, Jack. Will a move be made?
Augustine's got to be careful here. He doesn't want to try anything that will send Andrea to the shallow realm, but he's got to keep himself behind for now. But certainly really piling pressure on that. That's the Obsidian car behind them as far as I can see now. Up through the S as they go. Of course, we've had plenty of spinners there. That's where Zenith Esports came a cropper. They're still in the pit lane, by the way, at this point in time. Through the right-hander, here we go. Agustin Canapino trying to put some pressure on Andrea Rodriguez. They're both on the same strategy. We're approaching pit stop window now for this next hour. We're into hour 18. Canapino's alongside. Here we go. Is he going to be able to get alongside? No. Rodriguez has to shut the door, but now the Porsche is feeling the pressure. Flash of the lights. Canapino, that's Morse code for saying, I'm coming for you.
Certainly is. Andrea Rodriguez making a huge mistake there, going around Lakea, going extremely wide, and that allows Agustin Canapino to once again get on a charge. Can he get a better exit out of the final chicane? Indeed, as they round the next right-hander now, the New Holland Bend once again as they come round, and certainly it looked like the Augustine managed to get a tighter line on the outset now, and we're heading down the stretch once again. This time, it looks like the exit was prudent as they come through. He's within 3/10. Coming down the stretch now, he's within the slipstream. He's going to move on to the outside, surely to make a move into turn one. No, he's been patient once again, is Agustin Canapino, but will he have better traction going into turns 3 and 4? I'm sure he's going to try and make use of the speed of this 4GT as they round the next right-hander. Indeed, though, Andrea Rodriguez proving to be a formidable defender at the moment for the Race for Cat Motorsport team as they round the next right-hander. Jack, I don't know where this is going to go, mate. I think we've just lost Jack. In fact, he will be back with us shortly, but I'm just watching now. We can see the Williams Esports car now making its way around the next left-hander. Jack, they're still tussling here for that position. Oh, my word, there's a car off the track there, very nearly. Augustin Canapino had to be careful, as we now see. I'm sure we'll see a replay of that, but for now, we've got to watch this battle raging on as they rise up through the Verth curves, heading round towards Camp. So you can now see the Williams Esports car home, trying to make the advantage count now, heading down towards the stretch, taking it wide. What an exit there by the Williams car, heading down towards the Lakeo bend, moves on the outside of the corner. Indeed, race for Andrea Rodriguez. Can he get the switch back? What a move there by Campino! Moves up into P3. The Williams Esports takes the advantage, hammers home into the P4. Sorry, there for Canapino. Great drive there for the Williams driver. What a battle indeed.
Textbook switchback from Agustin Canapino, showing his experience in Turismos right there, forcing Rodriguez to go deep on the brakes. But look at the train that's formed now. Canapino got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars there. We got I think that's Obsidian peeling into the pit lane now from P6. That's Sergio Gordiel who's just peeling into the pit lane there. But absolutely brilliant move from Agustin Canapino to put Williams into 4th place now, and absolutely fantastic. Just see a swap now. That's a car putting a lap. That's the P2 car, actually. This is the DriveX Esports car that's just making his way through in P2. Car off there in front. That's the this is a car going off the road a little bit there. Not too nothing to worry about there. That Obsidian have now swapped to Ruben Luque in P6. They've got plenty of gap behind, but now Williams need to open the gap to the guys behind because the pit stop phase is opened. So it's still all to play for P4, but now they've got to set their sights on possible P3 here.
They certainly do. And just looking here, Level Motorsports still holding on to that P3, albeit 45 seconds separates them and Race for Cat right now. Though I've got to say, no apologies. Obviously, that's the Williams team that obviously have overtaken. So obviously that move was made. My time gaps have just frozen on me there. Apologies there, folks. It is in fact Williams that are chasing down on Level Motorsports. Still a podium on the cards here for the Williams team if they could keep it under control. As Daniel Calvo there in P2 is just gesturing there to the lap cars there just to let him through. And indeed, the Obsidian Racing team, Ruben Luque now taking the seat of the Obsidian Racing team. And as they exit the pit stop now, obviously that puts them 42 seconds. In fact, they come straight out into a battle because the Mamias Racing team of Jose Miguel Fernandez Andreu is actually right in amongst it there with the Obsidian Racing team. And obviously have to keep an eye on that as it unfolds. But at this moment in time, just looking further back, Zenith Esports still in the pit bay, and also Michael Jourdain for the Super Copper Esports Mexico team. They are also in the pit bay, obviously still considerably behind Zenith Esports, despite Zenith being in the pit bay for 36 minutes. They're still no way near to overtaking that Zenith car. And indeed, I think Super Copper Esports might have retired here, Jack.
Yeah, they've just disappeared off the timing screen. That's it for Super Copa, which means Zenith Esports are now classified as last, 22 laps off the lead from being in the lead for the best part of 8 hours. That's how quickly endurance racing bites. But now we're looking at Christian Lamea in the Unicos gaming car, P6 for them at the moment. After the pit stops, they've managed to jump in front of Obsidian by 43 seconds. So good job from them. They're a lap behind Race for Cat at the moment, so there's not going to be a battle there. But you can see now, have a look at the sky. The sun is rising here in Barcelona. Great to see it. Oriol Bohe will say, "No, stay the hell down. I'm quicker in the night." But they've got a lap over P2 at the moment for MSI. But the sun is rising. Fantastic to see. It's 20 to 7 here in UK time in the morning, and we're going to see some beautiful transition today here in Barcelona. But still plenty to come. We have 5 hours 48 minutes to get to the end.
Yeah, we're just seeing the daylight sort of rise here now, Jack, as you were saying. Obviously, great to see it, as you say. And here in the UK as well, the sun is starting to shine here. I hope you're all enjoying your morning. Obviously, still early doors. I'm sure a lot of you are still tucked up in your beds right now. But if you're joining us on stream, thank you for joining us as well. And like you say, if you've missed or if you've missed anything at all from the start, or if you haven't, or if you're just joining us, should I say, obviously currently leading the way is MSI Esports by a considerable margin at this moment in time after an incident involving that of the Zenith Esports team, who are still in the pit bay. They are now stone cold last now through the classifications, and I'd imagine that it's going to be pretty academic here, that I'd imagine a retirement is on the cards, certainly given the fact that they are last of the running cars and considerably behind now, 4 laps behind that of the BWY Academy team, who is still going to the end. And I got to say, for these newcomers, they've done extremely well to stay out on track, and they're only 1 lap behind that of the Customs Gazillium GT team, driven by Francisco Ramirez Munoz, as we see Sergey Haraz now in for the Race for Cat Motorsport team, who have just pitted, and this will allow Williams Esports to garner an unassailable advantage in P4, Jack.
Yeah, this is a really crucial stop for Race for Cat. If they manage to get a quick one, they might be able to come out neck and neck with Williams. But Williams now will be extending a little bit further on. But we should be seeing Oriol Bohe into the pit lane shortly enough now, because they're in the next 10 minutes or so. That's roughly around when they make their stops. But the top guys should be making their stops in just a few laps time at least anyway. But it's been good so far, but it's great to see a bit of daylight starting to come back a little bit now, and we'll see if the daylight can provide some twists and turns, because the night certainly has. Eric Tetas there, R70, still running well in P12, so they're currently a lap behind Kilometer Zero, and they have got a little bit of a challenge coming from Plus GS Scuderia by Alejandro Codina, 19.1 seconds behind them. As we see DriveX Esports Scalpers 50 seconds ahead of level, and a minute 35 between him and the leader, Oriol Bohe. They'll be going a little further on into this race now, but nobody else in the pit lane. Part still from Zenith. 39 minutes in the pit lane, approaching now, are just about to tick to 40 minutes in the pit lane. They're now 24 laps off the leaders, and they're 5 laps down on the next car. They are, I'm pretty much going to call it now, they're probably going to retire from this race.
Yeah, I mean, we've already lost 6 cars in this race, and I got a feeling number 7 could be on the way. And obviously, I still can't get over to this moment after such an impressive start to the race. Zenith Esports were in control at the very start, and obviously, in my ignorance, obviously in my first occasion of taking or commentating on an endurance race, I cannot believe how everything can turn on its head in just one moment, and certainly that was the case. Zenith Esports, after that phenomenal incident involving Michael Jourdain and the Super Copper Mexican team, who are now out of the race, just coming together on two different occasions. The second one being the worst of the bunch, coming around the Verth curve, both instants at the same corners, and certainly that does not help. And Zenith, unfortunately, as a result, down at the back of the grid, still in the pit bay, have amassed certainly a crazy amount of minutes in that pit bay, 41 minutes and counting. And MSI Esports now running away with it at this moment in time. But obviously, don't count out Driver X Esports. That time gap, they're nailing exactly the same lap times as MSI right now. Obviously, MSI nailing a 141.595. Driver X Esports managing to nail a 141.566, and the same. In fact, they're both slower than that of Level Motorsport, who've just nailed a 141.440. So the top four certainly have been quick, Jack.
Yeah, they've been consistently quick as well. Obsidian, how about Obsidian? 41-1 in P7, and that is their fastest lap of the race so far. So Ruben Luque doing a really nice job there in P7. They're kind of chopping away at the bit to catch up to the next couple of cars, but yeah, it's been really action packed so far. It's one of the most action packed 24 hours I've done, which is a good thing. Between these ones, but you kind of learn in endurance racing that a 40-second gap is absolutely nothing when it comes to a full day of racing. So we have Level Motorsports in. Moses Carvalho going to change the driver. Toby Soriano back in the car now in P3. Toby Soriano did a good stint earlier on to get the guys up consistently in the fourth place, and now he gets to drive, hopefully, keep them in that third place. They're still comfortably in third place at the moment. They may lose it actually to Williams for just a moment, for a lap or two, while those guys continue around on their laps. So it should be Williams promoted briefly to third place. And there we are. Yeah, Williams now, Augustine Canapino, now up to third place. Now, even though they won't stay there, that's still got to be morale boosting for them.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Fair play to Augustine Canapino. He's certainly worked hard on his stint in the car, but great to see Toby Soriano back in the hot seat. Obviously, very impressed with his performance in the early stages of this race. Certainly made some very steady maneuvers as well. They kept the car up towards the top end of the grid. They've actually made 4 places since the start of the race, so credit to them for that. And obviously, is this man, Oriol Bohe. I got to say, been very impressed with him and what he's done for the MSI Esports team, obviously through the night, accruing the time that he did, whittling it right down, piling the pressure on Zenith. And it all seemed to go wrong for Zenith when Oriol Bohe was tracking them back. You have to wonder whether they were, maybe it ruffled their feathers a little bit, Jack, after that one, and maybe sent them in the wrong direction.
I think they could have just done some kind of brain dance or spell on them to get cars to spin in their way in front of them by the looks of it, because that's all that seemed to happen to poor Zenith. Because even after all of the action and all the spins, they were still only 9 seconds off the lead after the incident with the Mexico car there. But of course, it was the Mexico car that gave them their downfall. But every time, that was the third incident involving a car spinning in front of them. You had the Rusty's car in the opening stages of the night. You had the Mexico car earlier on in our stint, and then the Mexico car again flipping them over. They were just so unlucky with the contact that it somehow managed to flip them over and give them one of the longest pit stops I've seen. As we just have a quick look, they're still in there, almost 45 minutes into a pit stop now, which is really off. They're 26 laps off the leads, 10 laps behind the next car, and it's hard. It really is heartbreaking for them because they would have worked so hard. Drivers put in so much practice, pre-qualified for this event, and to have it taken away from something out of your control is really disheartening.
Absolutely, and the amount of hard work, obviously staying up, pursuing the race as well. I mean, it's starting to brighten up here in the UK, of course. It is currently 10 to 7 in the morning. Hope you're all doing well in the live chat. Hope you're all keeping with us, staying awake. We're doing our best to obviously bring the action to you here. Obviously, as things have started to calm down a little bit after the festivities that me and Jack have certainly had since we've come back to the comms box, it has been absolutely breathtaking. at the same time devastating as well. But MSI Esports still running away with the race so far. P1 for Oriol Bohe, and still amassing a laps advantage on DriveX Esports driver Danny R. Calvo, who's in P2. Williams Esports, though, great to see them in the podium spots. Augustin Canapino really doing well to hold on to that P3 position, albeit Toby Soriano has just joined the Level Motorsports team and has already got a pit stop advantage upon Williams at this moment in time. Obviously, there's a gap then to Race for Cap Motorsports. Sergei Haras obviously having his 9th stop as well for the team. Unicos Gaming, Christian Lamella there in P6. Obviously, they're a stop behind at this moment in time, and it looks to me that they're going to be just battling for P6 right now. Obviously, Obsidian are 41 seconds behind them, or 42 seconds behind them right now, and Mamias are also there in the mix, but they are still yet to pit, as well as a string of 3 other cars behind them as well, that being Cherokee, High Speed Demons, and Kilometro Zero. And obviously, the battle at the top certainly is, without question, MSI Esports currently out on their own at the moment, leading this race. And as we ride on board now with Pablo Lazar, who's now coming down towards the Lakea Bend for High Speed Demons, this being the other Ford GT, obviously the other one shared by Williams Esports. This one, High Speed Demons, the red livery, making its way around the back Sambadel Bend. And obviously that's the stadium section. You can see the crowds littered on the left-hand side, just coming around the Europe car now indeed as well. And they've currently got a 2-second gap behind Inigo Bayer as they come out of the RCC chicane. But it looks like it's quieting down a little bit, folks. Please leave your predictions as to who you think is going to win this race. Obviously, as we come into the morning now, as you can see, look at the sky now. The orange starting to glisten across the skyline. It certainly is a beautiful sight to see here in Spain, Jack.
Yeah, so we've finally getting some daylight back, some shedding some light on the subject here. This is Mamai's racing team in for a stop here from P8. So Jose Fernandez is going to, I think, continue the stint by the looks of it here. No sign of a driver change from Mamai. It's going to be fuel and tires for them, and they'll be back on their way once again. So good job from them. Look at as we see P2 are now in, DriveX Esports are in from 2nd place, and I think that should end up then with should be Williams following them in as well after that stop. But you can see we have cut to a camera of Zenith Esports, and no sign of them anywhere, and that is official DNF for Zenith Esports out of this race.
Heartbreaking. Zenith Esports are officially out of the race, folks. After leading the majority of this race, they are now out of the race. Absolutely heartbreaking scenes here. Obviously, Michael Jourdain and the obviously Colombo there coming a cropper there. Lucas Colombo Russell coming to blows at the Verth curve. It certainly was devastating for the team after a lengthy pit stop, which amassed to 46 minutes. Or 46 and a half minutes. They regretfully, I'm sure they were umming and ahhing whether they should continue or not. But unfortunately for them, they are out of the race. And this just leaves it on a plate currently for MSI Esports. Oriol Bohe, who is just coaxing the car around the circuit at the moment, though still amassing some very competitive lap times. 141.528. The man is an absolute machine, Jack, as the DriveX Esports team now exit their pit bay as well. They're now on their 9th stop. So MSI will be making a stop, I'd imagine, very soon as well.
Yeah, they should be coming in quite shortly. DriveX have kept Danny R. Calvo in the car by the looks of it. And Augustin Canapino, we're still waiting for him to take a stop for Williams here. As, yeah, it's getting really bright now all of a sudden. So the sun's coming up quite quickly here. But certainly still headlight territory for these guys. But the headlights will be coming off in just a couple more minutes, I think. And we'll have full daylight conditions here. Just getting some scenic shots of this wonderful circuit here in Spain. So it's still going to be a couple more laps, I think, before we see Oriol Bohe in. He kept the stint quite long in the when he switched into the car. So it's going to well, the previous stint was extended a little bit more. So it's we'll see how much longer he's able to go. But DriveX Esports now going to be they're now 2 laps behind the leader. Of course, there's a pit stop still to be taken by the leaders, but still, that's a sizable gap. And Williams Esports now, they still have a stop to take. They're 26 seconds behind P2. Level Motorsports are 34 seconds behind them. So it's still going to be quite tight between Race for Cat and Williams on the pit exit.
Yeah, I get the feeling they're going to have to come into the pits now, or it's going to be a case of now or never, really, Jack. Augustine Canapino still out on track, obviously. I'd imagine, given the fact that the Delta times are starting to change up a little bit now, obviously, it doesn't seem to make much sense for Williams to stay out on track right now. So surely there must be a pit stop lined up shortly. Just looking, High Speed Demons, the other GT car, has actually come in as well. As Pablo Lazar, you can just see on the cameras there viewing the red livery, the familiar red livery that we've been seeing this evening. Obviously donned by that Ford GTE car, now in the pit bay. And they're going to be making some changes. Whether they're going to be making a driver change, I don't think they are. I think it's just a case of fresh tyres and some fuel, perhaps. But they're going to be coming out of the bay, obviously still currently in P10, but obviously Kilometro Zero currently 40 seconds behind. They can still close the gap, albeit they've still yet to make a stop as well. And Cherokee is still out on track as well. They're the team that ahead. And as I say that, Kilometro Zero coming into the pits as well. Euromaster Esports as well coming into the pits. They've dropped down the classifications. Karuma Motorsport moving up, as well as DX Droids and Albert Prefrera moving up into P19 as well, dropping and relegating Euromaster down to P20. And they're pretty clear ahead of Cometer Team, that being done by Carlos Boza, who is still in P21. And looks like Euromaster are pretty safe there in P20 for the time being. High Speed Demons back out on track. Pablo Lazar, now after his 9th stop, now out back on track. Kilometro Zero still in the pit bay. Gabby Montoro in the car, and he'll be completing his 9th stop now shortly. So obviously now we're making our way into the morning. Like you say, Jack, the skies are starting to get brighter here. The flashlights off, the headlights on the front of the cars will soon be switching off, and we can get back to some nice natural racing here now. In this morning, in the early hours today. I hope you're all enjoying yourselves, and hope you've enjoyed me and Jack's contributions here today. Obviously, like I say, please leave a like and a subscribe to Mundo GT. A special thank you to the 24-hour sim racing Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya for allowing us to commentate this amazing event. Obviously, we've witnessed so many great battles as well. That includes the ones held in the stream with Kieran and, of course, Austin Smith. Don't forget our friends as well in the Catalunya or the Catalan and the Spanish streams as well that have been shown on Twitch and as well as Twitter as well. We are live on Twitter as well for the other broadcasts. But we are here in the UK. We are the UK broadcasting team, the first UK broadcasting team of this event in its history. There's been no other English-speaking broadcast of the 24-hour Barcelona Catalunya. So it's quite a privilege to be the first ones, Jack.
Certainly is, and to get to do it from home as well. Who makes history from home, huh? P10, currently Pablo Lazar managing to come back out there. But yeah, it's fantastic to be part of this event. Kilometro Zero, just having a quick look there, still appear to be according to my time is kind of still in the pit lane. I think they're back out. Yeah, they are back out on track. But yeah, why else would we get out about 4:30 in the morning to commentate some sim racing? It's fantastic to be part of this event. So it's a massive thank you to the promoters, to Mundo GT as well, who've pulled all this together with the streaming in quite a short space of time. So far, the stream has run completely smoothly, and I think quite shortly, I would assume that we'd be switching over to a third stream part for the final 4 hours. I think that'll be when we have and the guys come back for the last 4 hours. So just keep an eye on that. There will be a separate part that's usually YouTube chopping up the streams. There is a limit on how long a live stream can be in one single part. That's why we have to chop it up into different little parts. So the first 12 hours are available to watch now, I believe, and obviously part 2 we've had from our 12 all the way now to our 18 that we're in right now. So 5.5 hours left to go, and it's now officially 7 a.m. here in Ireland and the UK. So we've still got an hour and a half left of the commentary stint, and we'll see how things are going to unfold in these as we approach the end of this race. Actually, really.
Absolutely. Pablo Lazar, who you can see just coming around the corner now, the final corner, now coming across the line, the start-finish line, P10, currently for High Speed Demons. Williams Esports in the pits. That obviously means that Augustine Canapino is now coming in for his stop. That allows Level Motorsports to retake that P3 position with Toby Soriano. So there's still a hot contest there for that P3 position. And at this moment in time, I think Williams Esports are quite comfortably in P4 because obviously Race for Cat currently 28 behind Williams Esports, so quite considerable gap there. Obviously, I can imagine that narrowing off quite rapidly, given the fact that the pit stop will probably last for about a minute or so. In fact, the stop was 48.6 seconds, so the Williams Esports team managing to actually get a good getaway out of the pit bay there and maintain some sort of a serious advantage there. So there still is a true fight on for P3 here, Jack.
Yeah, so obviously that was just tires and fuel, no driver swap for Williams. So they come out in P4, substantially in front of a race for Cat Esports. So they'll still be in a decent pot. There's pretty much comfortably in P4 and only 30 seconds behind P3. So they're on a good charge. They're going to use this to try and catch up here a little bit. Plus G Scuderia are also in. Project Bullet are also into the pit lane as well. And we still have 25 cars running around in this one. Of course, we've lost a number of cars. We've lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars overall. And at this point, we have now completed 630 laps of this circuit. At this point, 629, as MSI are in from the lead.
They are, and indeed that'll be another change, obviously anticipated, because the rest of the field is starting to amass 9 stops. Obviously, currently the MSI Esports team currently on 8 stops, and they'll very shortly be making a couple of changes, I'd imagine. In fact, a couple of the teams have already amassed 10 stops, so 2 stops ahead there. That being the IRS team and the Euromaster Esports team. But as Oriel Bohe will be coming in to the pit bay to obviously get his 9th one underway. There's a couple of other teams, I'd imagine, that will be looking to make their stops as well, as I update my live timings now. Just losing it off the screen there. And indeed, Oreo Bohe still staying out on track, and he'll continue pressing the advantage for MSI Esports. Just looking across the grid order right now, we've only got a select group of teams now still on 8 stops, that being Unicos Gaming and Christian Lamella. They've been out for quite some time now, and obviously they're going to be fodder, certainly for the Obsidian Racing. Those two are going to be battling it out, I'm sure, towards the end of this race. Obviously, looking further down, you've got the Cherokee PS Okio Sim team in Inigo Bayer there in P9, the number 10 car. They've still yet to come in for their 9th. And also Mass Devils Esports, Boya Garcia still on 8 stops, as well as that of Espanita Rocket Factor and Carbono Esports, as well as Karuma and DX Droids, and Customs Exilium GT and BWI Academy as well, who've still yet to get their 9th stop underway as well. So still quite a few drivers that have got to come in and take their 9th stop indeed, as we see Sergei Haras now coming around the right-hander, coming down towards the seat as well. And the Porsche Race for Cat car still in the mix. Obviously, we'll challenge, we'll try and recover some of the Delta separate from the Williams Esports team. Augustine Canapino has done a great job to get some form and an advantage upon the Race for Cat team. And I'd say that Williams are very much in the fight now for P3, Jack.
Definitely, they're starting to chip away at the gap up front, so it's really, really good. Just looking at the stop, the stop for MSI was 35 seconds, so that was a very quick, I think, just a fuel and go for MSI. So they're now currently 2 laps in the lead over DriveX Esports. Level Motorsports are back on the same lap as DriveX, so they were a lap behind, but they managed to get back on the same lap. They're a minute behind now. So not really too far with five hours to go. But Williams are certainly very close, 29 seconds behind, as Cherokee Ochosim are now into the pit lane as well from P9. They will now continue on their way. So apart from that, this is a really quiet phase of the race. The only battle that we have is actually for P23 between Customs Exilium GT and Project Bullet iRacing. They are quite close. And how about that from Augustine Canapino? Fastest lap of the race at this point. He's done a 140.5 was that I saw come up. It was certainly it was the fastest lap of the race. It was 40.5. 140.571 for Augustine Canapino. With 5 hours left of the race, fresh tires. That just shows you what could have been for Williams. They could have been up fighting with MSI.
Yeah, and as you can see now, they're well within the 29-second gap now between them and Level Motorsports, that of Toby Soriano, who's in P3. So the battle for P3 is definitely on, so we'll definitely keep our eyes peeled on that one. Hopefully we can see a straight tussle. Be great. Certainly richly deserved. I mean, you can't separate Level Motorsports. Level have driven an impeccable race. They deserve it just as much as Williams. But I think if you look at it on paper, that mountain that Williams climbed from P18 up to P4 is just so richly deserved. And I think a podium place would certainly be the consolation prize that they certainly deserve. Pablo Lazar there in P10, High Speed Demons currently there as well. The time gaps, they're currently trying to, they're just maintaining their spots at the moment. I think the real battle going on there is between them and Cherokee PS Okio Sim. Bear in mind they both accrued similar amounts of pit stops. We see a little bit of flashing going on there with the drivers behind. Obviously, I can't quite see who that is. That's car number 13. That's Level Motorsports. Toby Soriano looking for a way by on Pablo Lazar. Pablo Lazar himself, and the High Speed Demon team looking to try and rein in that just over a second gap to that of the Cherokee team, but obviously having to let by Level Motorsport. Looking further down, Espinita, Rocket Factor, Nacho Gaspar also into the pit, Jack.
Exactly. So we see now, as I just try to get my full screen back, there we go. There is Kilometro Zero P11 with Gabby Montoro, and Kilometro Zero, how far? They've got a minute to the car in front and a minute to the car behind, so they're on their own. Yeah, High Speed Demons after the pit stop for Cherokee are right on the back of Cherokee as well. But DX Droids and Karuma close on track, and Customs, Exilium, and Project Bullet also close on track. So there's definitely plenty of on-track battles that we need to have a look at, if at all possible, as we continue on our way. But gap between third and fourth is the one that we want to see as well, and that's now 29.8 seconds. So it's evened out a little bit now. Espinito Rocket Factor are also into the pit lane for another stop. So this will be their 10th stop to catch up with the rest of the field. I think that was a very quick, 47.7 seconds stationary in the pit lane, and they come out in P17 for now. But we approach the end of hour number 18. Mass Devils Esports into the pit lane as well. Borja Garcia is also going to pit, and that's going to be tight enough with Plus GS Maria. We see what's going to happen here, but it's very bright now in Spain. The headlights are still on, but in the next, I think, 10 minutes, we're going to see those lights shut off as we're going to be in full daylight.
We certainly are, and I got to say, it's a very welcome return of the daylight here in Spain, as well as the daylight here in Britain as well. Obviously, great. Good morning to you as well, everyone at home. You were joining us here for the 24-hour sim racing circuit to Barcelona, Catalonia. It's been an absolute pleasure bringing to you this event. Obviously, me and Jack have enjoyed our morning stint. Obviously, if you haven't heard the latest news, obviously Zenith Esports out of the race after an incident involving Michael Jourdain around the Verth curve. 2 incidents were accrued in our stint between Michael Jourdain and that of Zenith Esports, and they came a cropper once again and actually ended up on their back. They amassed a 45-minute stop, which they still hadn't completed. They ended up retiring in the pit lane out of the race and effectively handed the reins over to the MSI Esports team, who are now careering away with it at this moment in time. Obviously, just to give you a rundown of the classifications there, Driver X Esports Scalpers team in P2 still holding on to that second place. So they've benefited off the back of the loss of the Zenith Esports team, as well as Level Motorsports and Williams, who are currently battling it out at this moment in time. But obviously, as you can see from me and Jack's cameras, we are here and ready to call with you some of the action. Of course, we are currently at 7:09 here in the UK at this moment in time. Obviously, as you can see, the daylight starting to really come into effect now. I hope you're all enjoying your Sunday morning with us. Certainly, breakfast time is approaching. Welcome to the breakfast show here with me and Jack. If you want to get in contact with us, of course, you can see our Twitter tags there. You've got CRGGO there, and down below you've got Jack C Coms as well down below. Please give us a tweet if you fancy it. As well as leaving a comment in the chat box as well. I usually talk about drivers of the day in Formula One, so why not? Let's have a driver of the day here in the live chat. Don't hesitate to pop your messages down there below as well. Who has been your favourite driver here today? Who's been your favourite team? I suppose we should call it team of the day, Jack, would you say?
I think so, yeah. I think we should call it team of the day, yeah, absolutely. Because an endurance event is a team event. We don't want to put all the focus on one driver in particular, but certainly for now, my pick at the moment is Williams.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, certainly the resurgence that they've had. I mean, obviously back from P18th position on the grid, a massive in the early couple of laps. They made such great progress pushing forward, but some of the overtakes, the style of driving, Augustine Canapino being one of the vital assets in their rise to the top. Also, not forgetting Josh Thompson, his contributions to the team as well. Williams Esports with a euphoric rise through the grid, and they are going to be pushing and prodding for that third place. They could well finish on the podium at the end of this affair, as we can now see there a battle on screen there with Karuma Motorsport and DX Droids. We're on board actually with Alberto Prefrera now, a delta time of 0.3 of a second. Gap in between that of Karuma Motorsport. I'm sure that's a battle we're going to be seeing shortly as they come up towards the Birth curve. But like I said, folks, please leave your comments down below. I hope you've all enjoyed the event. Drop us a little tweet as well if you haven't done so already. Leave a like and a subscribe to Mundo GT as well. And big thank you to the Circuit of Barcelona for allowing us to certainly allow us to bring coverage to this great event. Obviously, we've very much enjoyed bringing you the action. We've I've got to say, lots of battles all across the circuit. The drama has been nothing short of intense, and we've enjoyed every single bit of it. Oriol Bohe still out on track for MSI. He's currently leading the stretch at this moment in time. I'm sure we'll look forward to seeing him once again press home the advantage. But what a comprehensive drive it's been, Jack, from MSI Esports. Great drive.
Yeah, they jumped them in strategy. They were in the lead off their own merit anyway, apart from Zenith's mistakes. But they've been consistently there and capitalized off the issues, which has got them to where they are. But this is the battle on track, I think, for P18 now. DX Droids versus Karuma, and they've just been pacing each other now for the past couple of laps. We're going to see if the Porsche is going to be able to make a way through past this BMW. Just ahead of her here, not able to find some space just yet. They come through turn number 3. And nothing doing just yet. Now, better run out from the Porsche at that time. Might be able to pull alongside here if he gets a decent exit. Not quite. He shows himself on the brakes there. But I think this is where the Porsche starts to struggle a little bit. It doesn't like this corner in particular. It tends to understeer out to the right-hand side. And the BMW is a little bit more pointed. But it seems that the BMW, its trade-off for being more pointed is that it's a lot snappier at the rear end. We've seen plenty of them facing the wrong way.
Absolutely, and here comes Alberto Prefrera now. He's really closing up there on what looks to be the BMW just ahead of him, as we now see the Karuma Motorsport team still trying to hold on as they make their way down towards the Lakea Bend. Indeed, it looks like Alberto Prefrera might have better luck as they make their way into Sector 3 as they come around the Lakea Bend. Just look at the traction he's garnered there. The gap is pretty much maintained, as we can now see. 0.3 of a second he's managed to close it down to as they round the Bank San Badell. And the number 26 car, you can see the daylight has really come upon us now here at Spain. And obviously delighted to see all the cars in their fancy liveries out on track as they come down through the RACC chicane once again, round what will be the final New Holland curve here in amazing. We've actually amassed 635 laps here in our stint now, Jack, as we now see Alberto Prefrera now pushing on the DX Droids car down through the stretch. He's going to manage to make a move here as he bomb down towards turn 1. Then now within a tenth, he moves in, has a little look on the inside. No move can be made there. Indeed, it's going to still be Karuma Motorsport and Tono Ordires, who is still holding on to that P18 position. But this battle is going to be intoxicating because I'm sure that eventually we're going to be seeing moves being made across the circuit. The Porsche needs to try and nestle into the corners a little bit better than what the BMW does, but the BMW has better traction. They're running wide there, the Karuma Motorsport car, and the Porsche can now pounce as they make their way down towards the chair. Will a move be made here by Alberto Prefrera as they make their way around the left-hander? Did not seem to cling to the curve, as you'd expect on the outset now, heading down towards the seat indeed. And here comes the DX Droids car again into 0.3 of a second once again. Will they take advantage as they make their way around the Campsa right-hander? And indeed, as they do so, the BMW looks like it's going to try and hog the curve. Pretty much they both get the same sort of entrance and exit there, and still the Karuma Motorsport car is holding on, Jack.
Doing an excellent job as Ordiera is at the moment holding up Pifferer. It's going to take a massive run wide moment, I think, because it seems the BMW had the legs in a straight line, as well as having a little bit of an advantage in the corners as they come through Sector 3 now. If Tonio Ordieres manages to hold on to the last sector, then the Porsche's not really going to be able to do anything. Needs the exit here, needs the slingshot out of this last chicane. Not quite going to be able to do that. A better exit from the Beamer that time, managed to hold on for now. He will get a nice slipstream though, as they head down the front straight, a little bit wide from Ordieres here as they head towards turn number 1 here. As the closing into the slipstream, you can see how much it's helping him as they approach turn 1, but he's definitely not going to be close enough to go for a move here as they enter the braking zone for turn 1. But it's going to be, I think, this crucial section, turn 1, 2, and 3, that the Porsche needs to get right if he wants to get past, because the pace is identical between them, but the BMW just having a tiny advantage in these conditions.
Yeah, definitely noticing that the BMW is definitely managing the traction a lot better than what the Porsche is. We've seen it right through this race across the grid. Obviously, lots of accidents concerning Porsches going into turn 1. And once again, we're seeing Alberto Prefera struggling to close the gap once again to Torno Odierez, who's currently nursing his BMW around very effectively at the moment. As you can see, there's the Williams car of Agustin Canapino. Just looking back now, 30 seconds, the gap in between him and Lavelle Motorsport. That seems to have sort of sunk in now as they make their way around the next right-hander. And the Ford GT certainly seems to be just sort of nestling himself into a very, I suppose, a relaxed atmosphere now in P4. Obviously not trying to get too hyped up. Obviously, he's only 25 seconds clear of Race for Cat, who is behind him. Sergei Haras, of course, who's also managed to amass the 9th pit stop. Obviously, I think the Race for Cat are pretty safe currently in P5 because Unicross Gaming, who are currently just over a minute ahead, still have another pit stop to make. And obviously, that'll allow Obsidian Racing to reclaim a potential P6 here, as we now see Agustin Canapino rounding the next right-hander. That gap has certainly increased, I think, that gap between Level Motorsports. So Toby Soriano doing a sterling job to keep piling on the agony here. They're, in fact, within 57 seconds of second place. So don't count out Level Motorsports just yet. Toby Soriano could be onto a winner leading down towards the end of this race. Could we see another twist at the top? Can they snatch P2, Jack?
Oh, I certainly can't count out anything here, because everything that could have happened in this race has happened, of course. So Canapino just trying to make his way through some lap traffic here. And I think you can probably see the headlights are officially off as far as I can see. We'll have to go to it. No, they're not quite off just yet. But approach, so that at least Pino will be happy, because it means he can continue flashing his lights at lapped cars as they come down towards turn number 1 once again. With 5 hours, 13 minutes left. We just have about just over an hour left of our stint before we head off and hand over the reins once again. Actually, as we see, Canapino now just going to get past the IRS 10 factory, the number 11, going to pull alongside, and I think that they are going to back off into the braking zone. I would hope. I'm not going to try hang one around the outside on Canapino. No, absolutely not. As they come through this turn number 4 section now, we have DX Droids into the pit lane. Albert Piffer has peeled in from P90. He was battling with P19 Crewman Motorsports, and there's going to be battle in the pit lane between these guys. But we are now approaching the pit window once again.
Certainly are, and Williams Esports still currently down in P4. Obviously, the Delta times are still currently being maintained. Obviously, I'd imagine that 30-second gap is still the same. And as you can see, Level Motorsports here still maintaining that gap indeed. They're still 56 seconds behind Driver X Esports Scalpers team driver Danny Calvo there in P2. But there's the Williams livery. And just watching now, that's car number 32 there. Obviously, that being... of course, number 32, that's the Customs Exilium GT. And they're quite considerably behind Project Bullet now. 1 minute 30 behind them. They've still yet to pit. So they're sort of on their own, really, at this moment in time, because BWY Academy, Simon Marquez, considerably well back, 1 minute 35 himself. Obviously, they haven't pitted either. In fact, they're on 8 stops, so they need to make another one, or effectively another 2 stops, really, to get back with some of the field, that's for sure. So I think you could probably consider BWY Academy out of this race pretty much. They're just looking to bring it home to the finish. But I got to say, they've driven a very respectable race, but you haven't seen actually a BWY Academy car in too much trouble, Jack.
No, they've been keeping stuff clean, which is so crucial in this one. So Momius Racing Team have just pitted and put Jose Miguel Fernandez Andreu into the car. El Bar de Keto switch as well, Danny Sanchez now into that car. So there's a couple of switches going on. That'll be their 9th pit stop. So they're still well in contention for this one. As we just wait to see, as a couple of others are going to start peeling into the pit lane, I think, on this lap. in the next couple of laps at least. Anyways, we take 10 minutes until the 19th hour of this race. There's Albert Piffer, who's just been into the pit lane for DX Droids, emerging in P20. And there is P21, so they've got a whole lap on P21. 3 laps, actually, on them. So the battle really between DX Droids is with Karuma, who they were unable to track, but can they get past in the pit stops?
That is the question. I mean, obviously, DX Troy's still got a lot of work to do. They've still got another stop to make to obviously match the 10 that are being littered across the circuit at the moment. Mamias obviously being the highest team in the grid order to reach 10 stops. This obviously won't concern the likes of Obsidian, as Unicos Gaming finally pit for their 9th stop. They got Obsidian Racing in behind them as well. You can imagine that time gap's going to filter through. It'll be interesting to see how quick this pit stop is, because Obsidian Racing were 42 seconds, 42.3 seconds to be exact, behind Unicos Gaming, and they currently are mounted 20 seconds on this stop. So it'll be interesting to see how far they come out. Karuma now in the pits as well. They're going to be making their 9th stop as well. So you're starting to see the 8th starting to disappear now, starting to become 9s as the Project Bullet team starting to rise through as well. The El Bardaqueto Racing team, Daniel Sanchez now driving the car. Be interesting to see where this ends up in relation to Karuma Motorsport. Like you say, Olka Cross now jumping in the car. And they've currently amassed 25, 23. Unicos Gaming currently into a 48, 50 second. This could be well over a minute. Danny Lozano still in the pit box. And this of course allows Obsidian Racing to retake that P6 position and drops Unicos down to P7 as well. But obviously don't count them out. They've just left the pit bay. A minute and a second stop there by Unicos Gaming there, Jack.
Yeah, so Christian Lemay out of the car, Danny Lozano into the car. So now P7 for them, which is a decent job from those guys. So Karuma, they have come out behind DX Droids. The DX Droids have managed to jump them by 10 seconds, actually, looking at that margin. So a really good stop from those guys. I'll wait for the Delta to redo itself, because it was a quick stop from Karuma. But it still appears that DX Droids have managed to come out in front of them. So the pit stop has worked in their advantage 2 laps earlier.
It has, yeah. They've actually piled on around about 12.5 seconds ahead of Karuma Motorsports. Walker Cross has got to try and put a big hole in that delta at this moment in time. And we're just seeing car 31 there going down the stretch. Indeed, that is going to be, I believe, that of BWY Academy, who have already stopped as well. They've actually amassed 9 stops themselves, but there's still a lap behind that of Customs Auxiliums GT, Francisco Ramirez Munoz. And that's the other 4 GT as well, no doubt, of the high-speed demons. Pablo Lazar driving that car around the next left-hander. They're coming out of Verth now into what will be Capsa Corner, and they're trying to close the gap on Cherokee PS Okio Sim, that being Inigo Bayer. The gap currently between them, 10.1 seconds. Both have made 9 stops, and Cherokee are currently a minute and 5 away from Mamias, who are ahead of them and who have already managed to equate to 10 stops. So high-speed demons, they've got a chance here to try and pull back the delta. 10.1 if Pablo Lazar can put his foot down and put pedal to the metal and really go.
Exactly. So just keeping an eye on the Level Motorsports versus Williams battle. They're just trading lap times at the moment. 30.6 seconds. Race for Car are still keeping themselves in there, 25 seconds back. So there's a pit stop between those guys, really. So that can all change quite quickly. Closest gap we have at the moment is between Espinito Rocket Factor and IRS 10 Factory. 6.5 seconds is the closest gap we have. So this is the most spread out, actually, we've seen the field all race long. And essentially, that's all because of the esports DNFing, flipping over, and MSI now having a 2-lap advantage over DriveX. But still, with 5 hours left, it's still all to play for, really.
Well, yeah, we could see another incident very similar to Zenith. Could MSI, it could happen to MSI, it could happen to anyone on this circuit. Of course, we don't want to see it, but well, maybe we do. I don't know. Certainly MSI running away with it. Last year's champions, looking to become 2-time champions in a row I've got to say, back to back, that would be a huge achievement considering the margin for error in these races is quite massive, as we just see that Pablo Lazar running quite wide actually around camps, very nearly catching the gravel trap, and that would have very easily spun him round if he wasn't careful. Obviously, we said it before, the 4GT is not very good when it comes to cornering. The traction is a bit tricky to obtain, certainly at high speeds, and as they come round the Bank San Bedell now, it tends to favour more straight line enterprises, certainly given the fact that it's aerodynamically suited to that style of racing, as we now see them coming through the RACC chicane. And very soon they'll be rounding the final bend at the New Holland to soon enter the home stretch. And they've still got a fair way to go to catch up with Cherokee, albeit they are currently 9.4 seconds behind that of Inigo Bear at this moment in time. Now 8.5 seconds, so they are starting to really push in the time gaps now. And you can see there's Inigo Bear there, and there's Pablo Lazar. So they're all putting the work in. Gabi Montoro considerably behind Pablo Lazar right now. So the battle is very much in between Inigo Bear and Pablo Lazar at this moment in time. But how far down can that 8.5 second gap go? Can Inigo Bear still hold on? Remember, they've both been on the same number of stops, Jack.
Exactly, but they took a 1.1 out of Cherokee on that lap, so there's plenty of pace in that car. So we'll see in a couple of laps' time if they are able to chip away at it over the next couple of hours, of course. So Cherokee still holding on to that position for now. Carbono Esports are in, and they've put Lucas Grania in the car in P17, so they've had to switch of driver as well. They're currently should be leaving the pit box now, and they're gonna now come out, I believe, still in P17, but not going to be too far between themselves and Euromaster and DX Droids. But actually, they're pretty safe. Back to Euromaster seems to have a lap on them, but they've managed to do their 9th stop, and they're back out now. So only a couple of other drivers have done 10 stops. So we'll have to see some more in due course. Mamaya's the only ones at the top 10 to have done 10 stops. So a pit stop window coming up in about 10-15 minutes time, and we'll see in due course how the pit stops is going to sort out the battle for 3rd place. That's really the one that's still the most up in the air, is the 3rd place battle between Level Motorsports Williams and Race for Cat.
Yes, 3 cars in contention for that. Obviously, as you say, Jack, Level Motorsports, who are currently occupying that P3 position. Toby Soriano in the hot seat there, and certainly seems to be going well at the moment, still nestling in 141.698. Williams Esports of Augustine Canapino. Remember, he's now come in from the night shift into the morning shift now, and he's managed to nestle, of course, that mesmeric lap time of 1 minute 40.571, a phenomenal lap that was, certainly by him, and 141.572 was his last lap. As I see, might have been updated since then, mine, because I need to refresh my screen. No, that is actually his lap. Race for Cat as well in the mix as well. Sergi Haras as well, who's currently just over 25 seconds behind that of Williams Esports Augustine Canapino. So fair play to them. We've got definitely a battle lined up for P3, that's for sure, and I'm sure over the next few hours we certainly will see it come into play. But obviously we've only got an hour left on our morning stint now, Jack, so obviously very soon we will be seeing Kieran and Austin come back to lead us through into the latter stages of this race. Obviously, I'm not sure quite what we're going to do for the final hour, whether I'm coming back, I'm not sure. Obviously, we've changed the schedule a little bit since, due to the start of the race, and obviously various changes that have been made throughout the stream, but the coverage has been absolutely brilliant. We've really enjoyed it. I hope you've all enjoyed it at home as well, and waking up to the early hours of the morning. Obviously, if you just joined us, like I said before, Zenith Esports out of the race after a collision with Michael Jourdain, after leading the majority of this race. They've handed it on a silver plate now to MSI Esports, who are careering away from it. They are 2 laps ahead of Driver X Esports Scalpers team, Danny R. Calvo, who's currently in P2. That's the number 14 car. You can see there's Sergei Haras there, 2.1 seconds in front of Ruben Luque, who we're currently riding on board with. So that's the Obsidian Racing team. But don't forget, if you look at the timing, the Obsidian Racing team have amassed 9 stops, as well as the rest of the top 7 in the classifications. Mamaya's Racing team, the only team in the top 10 to have amassed 10 stops as well. So very interesting to see that as well. But as we move into the deeper part of the morning, as you're all having your breakfast there at home and hopefully watching us on stream this morning, certainly plenty of action still to come. Obviously, I think this is the calm before the storm, Jack.
I think so. You keep mentioning breakfast. I'm absolutely starving at this point in time. We've been going since 4:30, and oh, I'm so hungry. I cannot wait to get some of my homemade bread into me. If you want to buy some, please hit me up. Just gonna keep putting that out there. Um, but yeah, it's been great so far. It's actually my final stint as well. Actually, the last hour, because I'm no longer. I don't think I'm on the schedule for the rest of this. Let me have a quick look. No, I'm not. So, um, this is my final hour. But I might just hop in and listen in the final couple of minutes maybe. As the wide car there, as that's going to be the Project Bullet car, almost collecting the Race for Cat Motorsport car. That was a little bit close for comfort. The piece they still remain comfortably in P5. We're now into hour number 19 of this race, under 5 hours, and the drivers are certainly on the home stretch now. Lights are still on, but it's daytime now. We can pretty much say it's daytime. It's a lovely morning in Spain.
Yeah, and it's actually a drizzly morning here in Wales at the moment. I got to say, we've currently seen that the rain has been falling overnight, but nonetheless, it certainly looks like the weather is lovely here in Spain. And you can see there's Sergi Hiras, their Race for Cat Motorsports driver in P5. And remember, they're still in contention for that P3 spot. Obviously, in amongst that of Williams Esports and Lavelle Motorsports, who are currently occupying that with Toby Soriano. Augustine Canapino still in the car for Williams. I'd imagine very soon they'll be making a driver change as well, as Carlos Borza comes into the pit lane as well with the Commenter team. They're making their 10th stop. And indeed, that'll put them on par with the cars in behind them. That includes the Project Bullet iRacing, who we saw getting a bit squirrely there previously. But there's Sergei Haras there. We can see we're actually going to have a look at a replay here. And I believe this is going back
a while back.
Yeah, this is the night stint. That's the 12 car. And I'm just looking on my screen here.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, this is what we're looking at. The Zenith accident. So if you haven't seen it, this is what happened to the race leader at the time. Bang, flip, and they are now unfortunately out of the race. And to the same corner, and it's an absolute. When we look back here, that was an absolutely horrendous accident they had. It was flipped over 3 times, and the Mexico car causing that crash after spinning in front of them. If you haven't seen it, that is the accident that caused Lucas Colombo and Zenith Esports to crash out from second place, chasing after the leaders. And they are unfortunately now registered as a DNF. Currently, MSI Esports still lead by a margin of 2 whole laps over Driving Esports and Level Motorsports. But the battle for P3 is certainly on between those guys. R70 into the pit lane and Cometa team into the pit lane as well for their stops.
They certainly are. The R70 team, Eric Tetters Osuna, they're down in P12. They are in the pit box. I think they're going to be pretty safe, though. Mars Devils amass 1 minute 38 seconds in behind them there. Obviously, I'm not sure whether this will be a short stop or a long stint, but it looks like they've come out on a short stop. That's a 35-second stop, so that puts them well clear of Mars Devils Esports. So Eric Tetters staying in the car, at least for the time being. But yeah, it definitely seems to me that the one battle on track that we need to be concerned about is definitely the one for P3. Obviously, wondering whether Williams Esports can crunch the numbers. Obviously, they seem to have risen a second above where they were before. Obviously, they were 30 seconds difference between them and Level Motorsports earlier on in the race, but now they've amassed it to 31. Not a huge amount of difference concerning the grand scheme of things, but obviously every little bit of delta counts, and it'd be interesting to see who comes off better towards the end. Of course, the lone Ford GT amongst 2 Porsches battling it out for that P3 spot. Obviously, we have got another Ford GT, but that's down in P10, being done by high-speed demons Pablo Lazar in 10th place.
And he's attempting to chase down the car of Cherokee, but that gap has gone up 0.3 seconds now over the course of the past 10 minutes. So losing time and then gaining it. So they can see the gap of a couple of seconds there. This is the car of Inigo Bea, which is a couple of seconds up the road from that Pablo Lazar car. And that is just a lap car behind them. which is of no trouble to them. But Inigo Bea currently doing a nice job to hang on there inside the top 10. Currently nobody in the pit lane just yet, but we're going to be seeing a wave of pit stops start in about 10 to 15 minutes time as they become well into the 19th hour of this 24-hour race. 4 hours 5 minutes left. It's certainly not long to go, and I think the driver swaps that we see here are going to be the final ones.
Yeah, I think they will be. Obviously, the fair share certainly coming into play. They're just making sure that every single driver has done its bit. Certainly through here, as we know, seeing Inigo Bea currently trying to hold off Pablo Lazar, who we can see in the distance behind them there, the high-speed Demon driver, currently just under 3 seconds behind him. And Inigo Bea now crossing the line, certainly for the Cherokee PS Ocio Sim team, currently bombing down towards turn 1. There's you can see Pablo Lazar, and behind him obviously a series of cars there, a flurry of them. 2.6 seconds Pablo Lazar needs to find out Inigo Bea there, the Cherokee PS Okio Sim car. Now coming around this next right-hander, that being the Renault Curve, and very soon they'll be tacked in the straight, running very wide there out of that corner, heading into what will be Repsol. And you can see the headlights are still on at this moment in time, but the daylight is definitely beginning to flicker on here. And as we head into the better part of the morning, we have just under 5 hours remaining in this race. It's been absolutely brilliant. We are now well within the final hour of our, your last stint, really, Jack. I hope that we'll be able to come back later on and perhaps it could be my last stint as well, actually. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe we can come back and speak to you good people at the end of the stream. But obviously, looking at things right now, we still have a battle to call because, of course, we've still got P3 to be decided, as well as this battle between Inigo Bea and Pablo Lazar, Jack.
Pablo Lazar off by about 1.5 seconds on that lap alone. It's down to 1.8. It was 3.3 when we came across the line not too long ago. But 1.8 seconds down. The lap car behind is actually trying to make their own way past her. You see the red Ford GT in the background as the car he's got to worry about. He's got 2 lap cars in between them, though, at this point in time, which is going to obviously impede him a little bit. But as the gap has really come down in the space of a lap, it was 3.3 back down to 1.8. So Pablo Lazar has got 40 seconds over the nearest car, now down 1.6 seconds across the line. Number 23 moves aside to let them through, which is courteous of them. And now they've just got 1 car in between themselves and Inigo Bea, and a spot in P9. So the 23 car that was letting them through is the Mass Devils Esports car in P13, and the gap between them is quite large. Don't need to worry about those guys, but the lap car ahead is actually trying to make their own way past, which is helping Pablo Lazar a little bit there.
Yeah, I'm just looking further down as well. Commenter team currently within a second as well. They're currently actually 0.8 of a second behind Project Bullet. I think obviously Project Bullet 2 have just made a driver change to, I believe, or actually no, David Gomez still in the car, but obviously Carlos Boza currently 0.6 now and starting to surge up on the Project Bullet iRacing team at this moment in time. Obviously, be interesting to see if they can make a move at all further down the grid. But at this moment in time, we're just riding on board with Inigo Bea and Pablo Lazar's battle here. Pablo Lazar currently, as you can see, the Ford GTE there, right on screen there, 1.1 seconds behind Inigo Bea in the Cherokee PS Okio Sim car. And obviously the Cherokee team here actually donning the BMW as we now right on board in the cockpit there of Pablo Lazar as they come down towards the RACC chicane. He's got a little bit of traffic there ahead of him there. Obviously a split in between where he needs to be. And as they round the final bend now heading across the line, you can see the daylight is well and truly over in the sky above us here. And we are now into the morning proper. And 20 minutes to go until it's 8 o'clock here in the UK. So we will be in the morning. And now going past now, Pablo Lazar can now focus on his battle now with Inigo Bea now for that P9 position, because that's the next car ahead of him. Let's see if he can close down that time gap.
So that was just the El Bar Peto team just moving out of the way of the car behind, or the car just went through the Pablo Lazar car. But now tenths of a second between them. So Lazar's closed that gap down very, very nicely, very quickly and efficiently to catch back up to the back of that Beamer as we're closing in to pit stops coming up quite shortly now. Nobody in just yet. A couple more still to come in. Top 7 still have to come in. Quite a number of 10th stop in time. But if you are watching, do let us know. It's 20 to 8. You should be up at this point. Let's be honest. Watching this race and closing out the last 4 hours of this race. But now you can see Lazar starting to really put some pressure on the Inigo Bayo Cherokee PS8 Sim car. There he is, looking from the back, and that's quite an intimidating view of a set of 4GT headlights blaring in the rearview mirror as he goes for a move on the inside line. Can't quite get it alongside, but really, he's trying hard. He gets the exit, and he's going to get it done even before they get to the last corner. He has got ahead, and he will get the run. Brilliant job.
Well, I think that's the first time we've seen a move like that made, and indeed he tries to break the slipstream as well, moving onto the outside. Of course, you can see now it's a battle going down towards turn 1, as you can now see Inigo Bayer trying to rely on that straight line speed as they come towards turn 1. He must have felt a little bit flustered after that immediate challenge there by the Ford GTE, but the battle still rages on. But Pablo Lazar, what a bold maneuver there, going into the chicane and ploughed home the advantage. It looked like that he had to pull out of the move, but he didn't. He kept going and actually managed to capitalize. I think that's the first time we've seen a move on that final bend, Jack.
Yeah, it's the first time I've ever seen one. There's actually now the Williams Esports car. Augustine Canapino's got to get himself involved in this one as well, get him through. There's the flash of the lights as per usual from Canapino, just trying to make himself some room here. I think he's managed to find some space on the inside line there. He's going to be able to get himself through ahead of that lapped traffic and slots in front. So the gap between themselves and P3 is now up to 32.8 seconds. Level Motorsports are actually flying in P3, 41.1 on the previous lap. And we have got our first stopper from the top 10, Obsidian Racing, into the pit lane for their pit stop. And that be possibly their final driver change of the day.
Yeah, Ruben Luque now coming in to take over the reins here for the Obsidian Racing team. And Unicos Gaming, as a result, retake their position. But obviously, there's still going to be a stop down, as they have been all race. But Augustine Canapino now looking to dispatch the other GT. The two GTs now coming together. As you can see, obviously, we just watched Pablo Lazar make that crucial maneuver going around the final bend. And indeed, we're about to see them make way now to allow the Williams Esports car of Augustine Canapino move into that, move ahead of him there going into turn 1. And obviously, this will allow Augustine to just focus on the gap between him and Toby Soriano in P3. Obviously, having those lapped cars ahead of him there would obviously provide quite a few headaches. No doubt might have contributed as well to the fact that they've been unable to close the gap, as we now see Race for Cat coming into the pit lane. Sergei Haras, whether they're going to be making a change of driver now, obviously leading up to the final stint. They're still 27 seconds behind Williams. Obviously, we'll have to see how this works out after the stop. Obviously, Williams will still need to make another stop as well. I'd imagine Augustine Canapino will be coming out of the car very shortly.
Yeah, no change of driver for Obsidian. Quick stop for them, 34.3 seconds in the pit lane. That looks like a fuel and go for them. So they're going to be extending their stint into the next hour. So now we're going to see if Sergio Heras is going to be changing out of that car. Doesn't look like he's going to stay in the car. And looks like they're just maybe going to be doing a fuel and go as well for Race for Cat. Checking the time in the pit lane. Stop is taking towards 34 seconds. Do they exit now? Yes, 34.1 seconds. It looks like this stint is just going to be fuel and possibly one set of tires if they're able to get those onto the car in due course. But Race for Cat re-emerge in P5, quite close to Unicos actually. Not too far back from them, but they still have decent track in front of them. But it's going to be actually quite close between Williams and Race for Cat, because if Williams do a driver swap, Race for Cat are going to jump them.
They will, and I'd imagine the driver swap will be on the cards, because Augustine Canapino has been in that car for quite some time now. In fact, we can see that in his stint, he's already amassed 26 laps, according to my view here. Just looking at it at the moment, you can see that Lavelle Motorsports Toby Soriano has already amassed 33 laps in his stint. Obviously, it resets itself after different stops, but we know Augustine has been in the pits already before. So since his last stop, he's amassed 26 laps. And obviously, it seems to me that the sweet spot tends to be around about the 33, 35 laps. So do expect level Motorsports Toby Soriano to come into the pits as well. Don't forget as well, the likes of IRS Tent Factory Sim Racers, who are currently under a little bit of pressure at the moment from Espinito Rocket Factor, Nacho Gaspar, now within 1.5 seconds, of each other. And it looks like that Nacho Gaspar is starting to really close at a rate of knots on Adria Povedano. They're in P15 there, Jack.
1.2 seconds he caught on the previous lap, so he's depending on how good his next sector is, he might be able to actually catch right up to the back of them here as they close up here, but keeping it nice and tidy so far for Nacho Gaspar. Adrio Povedano just currently hanging on to P15, but it's only a matter of time before Nacho Gaspar actually manages to catch back up again. So we'll keep an eye, of course, on that, as we know also on the pit stop phases that are occurring at this point in time. Looking further down the order, we can't see anybody in just yet. Leaders certainly pitted, and Driving Esports, no sign of them coming in. They pitted quite late, so they probably won't be coming in for a little while longer. But the stop we need to watch is Williams versus Race for Cat, and whether they opt to put a different driver into it, because that will put Race for Cat back into P4. But for now, Level are quite comfortable where they are in P3. They've got a decent gap over Williams and a solid gap over Race for Cat as well.
Yeah, very comfortable. Toby Soriano there in P3 right now. Nacho Gaspar still trying to work on that delta time that he's got in between him and the car ahead. Obviously, currently sharing P16 is Nacho Gaspar. P15 is Adria Povedano. They're currently 1.3, now 1.2 seconds behind that of the IRS Tent Factory Sim Racers team. And that Porsche is now going to have to be careful, because we know all about the BMW's traction through corners, indeed through the middle sector. So no doubt Nacho Gaspar is going to certainly be under a lot of pressure to try and get this move done, because I can imagine that the traction that IRS Tent Factory Sim Race is going to prove valuable going through here. Remember that Espinito Rocket Factor hasn't pitted yet for the 10th time, whereas IRS certainly has. So whether this move will really count for something, I am not sure. But given the fact that we're now in the closing stages, every move counts.
Yeah, exactly. So all the work you've done in the night stint now comes to fruition. How much you've gained on other cars, it starts to come into effect right about this phase of 4 hours to go, as we head to the sun starting to really start to appear over the horizon now. It's really bright, but it's just casting an orange hue over the track. The headlights are still on, just for obviously safety reasons, but you should be shutting off next half hour, I'd imagine. So for now, Nacho Gaspar just catching himself up to the back of that BMW up ahead of Adria Povedano, checking pit stops. Still no sign of any of the leaders to come in just yet. So it will be shortly though. 4 hours 42 minutes. We definitely saw MSI in around this time about an hour ago. And look at this now. Povedano's really under pressure now.
Yeah, definitely. They're rounding now the Renault curve, heading towards the next straight. You can see Nacho Gaspar there in the Espinito Rocket Factor team coming up round towards the Repsol bend now. You can just see, look how close he is to the rear end of that IRS 10 Factory Sim Racers team. The BMW doing all it can to try and hold off the advances of the accruing Porsche, now heading down towards the seat, the left-handed bend. They just try and swing into the curb. You can see them holding on to every crevice of that part of the circuit. Now on the outset, heading down towards the Berth curve, riding on board with Nacho Gaspar as they come round towards his left-hander, rising up through the chicane. Now you can just see Adria Povedano just doing all he can, just nursing the BMW around this circuit. Obviously, he doesn't have a lot to worry about in terms of pit stops. He has the advantage as they come down towards the straight, towards the Lakea bend. Nacho Gaspar now having a look down the inside as they come down towards the Lakea bend now, but indeed Adria Povedano just blocking every access route possible as they come up now through the next semi-chicane, leading towards, of course, the back down San Bedell, the stadium section of the track. The BMW running out a little bit wide there, allowing Nacho Gaspar to use the traction to try and gain a little bit of advantage as they round the Europe car bend into the RACC chicane. And if Nacho Gaspar could get a good exit round, and indeed another pit stop here, Andrea Povidano now moving into the pit lane. So whether this could be for their final driver swap for the day, we'll soon find out.
Yeah, we'll find out in just a moment. That promotes Rocket Factor to P15. It'll put Carbono Esport in ahead of them as well. So they're going to lose 2 spots with this pit stop. We're going to see, are they going to be swapping out the driver? It doesn't look like it. So it's just going to be fuel by the looks of it. No sign of tires going onto the car, but certainly fuel definitely going into that car. Daniel Sanchez, we're with right now, P23. And this is not a battle for position, but this is just him closing up to the back of one of the cars in front. That's the Cherokee car, I think, that is just up ahead of them, which is in the top 10. Level Motorsports, Toby Soriano's into the pit lane for Level from 3rd place, which is a decent job. They should hold on to that. We're going to see if they're going to swap him out of the car, but it will promote Williams to P3 momentarily, as it did before. But they will not hold on to that one after the pit stop phase is done. Soriano, no sign of them swapping the driver. Soriano's going to stay in the car for another stint. So it seems that the final driver swaps are going to be in the last 3 hours of this race.
Certainly are. I got a feeling that Toby Soriano will probably stay in the car. He hasn't long been in it since his last stint. But looking at it on paper, Williams Esports certainly look to be the ones that are going to be coming around the corner and certainly snatching that P3 spot off Level Motorsports. Indeed, they do. Augustine Canapino now up to P3. Toby Soriano there in P4, of course, obviously still in the pit bay. They've amassed currently approximately half a minute onto their stop time, and indeed they have a quick stop there, 34.5, and that leaves a gap of 21 seconds or 22 seconds in behind Williams Esports and Augustine Canapino. And of course, don't forget Sergei Haraf there for Race for Cat Motorsport, currently down in P5. They're currently a minute and 54, which is very interesting. The gap seems to have really fallen off there, Jack. I'm not sure what the reason is, but I'm wondering whether Race for Cat, whether Sergei Haras has made a mistake or whether there's been an issue somewhere, but the gap certainly seems to have increased.
Yeah, that's quite a strange one. We'll wait and see if with the time delta how it's going to increase, but that's very, very large gap that's managed to open themselves up. The stops is absolutely fine, but yeah, I'm at a loss there. I was just going to wait for the time delta to update. It is reducing quite significantly each time, so we'll just give it a minute and we'll see what the gap is. It's currently 59 seconds. That's going to probably reduce back down to about 40 to 50 seconds by the time they get around. But it should be that, just we're looking at the time gap, it should be, I think Williams have just enough of a gap to get a driver swap, still come out in front of Race for Cat here, but they still will fall behind Level by the looks of it.
Yeah, they certainly will. And it's going to be a straight test, certainly a test of stamina now towards the end. Like I said, folks, we're just drawing on to 8 o'clock BST at this moment in time. Good morning to all of you. If you've only just joined us back again after the activities that we've seen during the course of the morning, some of you might have missed as we're now watching the Cherokee team battle away with the car number 21 there. That being the Albar Ducato racing team of Danny Sanchez. That is Augustine Canapino for Williams. If you have missed the updates, of course, we can confirm Zenith Esports, who were leading the race right from the near enough from the very start, are in fact out of the race after a major incident involving one of the Jourdain brothers, obviously Michael Jourdain, unfortunately coming a crop around the Verth curve, taking out the Zenith Esports car that was being driven by none other than Lucas Colombo Russell. There were 2 separate incidents involving the pair of drivers on 2 separate occasions, both times at the Verth curve, and the Zenith Esports team are now out of the race. They had to come in to pit for repairs. The repairs in the pit lane were in there for 45 minutes, nearly an hour in the pit lane. But obviously they got to the 45-minute mark and decided to retire the car. Zenith Esports, I can confirm, are out of the race. So that's what you're waking up to this morning. MSI Esports currently leading the way. Oriol Bohe back in the car. He's been in the car for quite some time now and pretty much led MSI into the early hours of this morning in front of the leaders. in front of the pack, certainly, in this grid classification. Driver X Esports still maintaining that P2 spot, albeit 2 laps behind that of MSI Esports. And in fact, they've just come into the pit lane now for their 10th stop. Just looking further down, Williams Esports briefly now holding P3. But I'm sure this will change when they're going for their stop, because Toby Soriano has just stopped indeed, and he's 23 seconds in behind, 23 and a half seconds, in fact, behind Driver X Esports. And let's see whether they make a driver change. I'd imagine Danny Calvo will stay in the car. But yes, that's the news we can confirm. Obviously, MSI leading the race, and we've lost Zenith Esports. But we certainly haven't been short of drama, have we, Jack?
No, certainly not. Manuel Kubo has hopped into the DriveX Esports car, actually, so they have a new driver at the wheel of that BMW. I think they have a pit stop advantage over Williams alone, so they should be comfortably out in front when they get to the exit of the pit lane. Momias Racing Team have just come in and swapped in Ivan Casanova into the car from 8th place, so they're going to drop to roughly about 11th, 10th or 11th, in and around the Kilometro Zero team, who've just pitted as well with Montoro. So we're now just waiting for the pit stops for Williams, for MSI are the major pit stops that we need to wait and see for the podium slot. Currently, Williams still running P3. I think it could be quite tight with themselves and Williams have come out in P2, so they have come out ahead of the DriveX team, but with the, of course, DriveX with the pit stop advantage. So this is the highest Williams have come, which is still an immense job from 18th on the grid. They're currently running P2, and they still have a pit stop to do, though, so do not count that out. So they will fall a minute and 20 behind the DriveX car when they come in, but still an excellent job from all the drivers at Williams to get themselves and more than 20 places up from where they started. 18th second is one hell of a drive.
It is, and a massive effort there from everyone involved at that team. Javier Guerra has got to be pleased with his team's performance here. I have heard as well that, in fact, Williams Esports were actually winners of the Carrera Cup, the Porsche Carrera Cup, earlier on yesterday. I can now confirm, actually, Dominic Stave is actually in the live chat watching the footage here of me and you, Jack. So if you're listening, Dominic, credit to your team. Williams have driven superbly here today, and Augustine Canapino is in P2. Obviously, for this brief period, Driver X Esports have made a driver change. Manuel Cubo now in P3, and currently there's a tiny gap there, 1.5 seconds. I can imagine that the Williams team will eventually come into the pit lane to make a change. Lavelle Motorsport's still there, though. Toby Soriano in the car. That time gap is being whittled down as we speak as well, 22.7 seconds, and they've had 10 stops as well. Williams will have to follow suit at some point, as we now see Manuel Cubo there. We're riding on board with him there, going down the straight. Literally a second separates these two now as they bomb down towards turn 1. And indeed, the Driver X Esports team looking to reclaim that P2 that they have held for quite a long time, ever since, of course, Zenith came a cropper at the Verth curve after that incident with Michael Jourdain. But what a phenomenal race this has been. Lots of battling still to come. I still think the best is yet to come, given the fact that we've seen so many intense battles across the circuit. But it does seem to me at this moment in time, it's the calm before the storm. The drivers equally spread apart. The closest battle we have, this being the Driver X Esports Scalpers team and Williams Esports. Augustine Canapino still yet to pit.
Seems that we've really given we seem to be good luck charms for Austin and Kieran, because we came back and look what we've done to the race. MSI, Zenith are out, and we've got loads to happen, battle for the podiums, everything. When we came in, actually nothing was happening. So you can thank us later, Austin and Kieran, for what you've got coming up in the last 4 hours of this one. So a second between Manuel Cubo and Augustine Canapino. Of course, Canapino's still yet to pit. So there's still that to decide. And Williams, what is their gap back to the cars behind? They will lose the position to level, but it will be quite tight a race for Kilometro Zero and Euromaster also into the pit lane for their pit stops as well. And it looks like Williams, they were kind of the last of the top 5 to pit. They'll be going at least another 15 minutes, I would wager, for their pit stops, because their pit stop came right at the start of the hour. But we're 4.5 hours to go. Half an hour left in our stint before we hand over the reins to Austin and Kieran. Once again, they'll be joining us about 15-20 minutes time, just so we can update them after they've had their nap or whatever. I'm sure they've been to sleep. I hope they've been to sleep.
Well, we're 8 o'clock on the hour now. We are into Sunday morning. Good morning, everybody. I hope you're all keeping well in the live chat as well. We've seen some phenomenal racing here today. We're now currently riding on board with this battle here with Driver X Esports Scalpers team driver Manuel Cubo trying to close the gap on Augustin Canapino, the Argentinian who has driven superbly today, as well as the other Williams drivers that have certainly garnered a great race here. And Williams can be very proud of what they've achieved here today. Certainly up into P2 is no mean feat, even though they'll only be there for a brief period when they stop. As you say, Jack, in the next 10 to 15 minutes time. Obviously, they'll still be battling with the likes of Lavelle Motorsports indeed, and of course the Race for Cat Motorsport team, who in fact have pulled the gap back. I'm not quite sure what the glitch was with our times earlier on, but it said that they were well over a minute behind. A minute behind. As we're now watching Manuel Cubo round the bank San Badell, still within that 9/10 of a second gap as they make their way towards the Europe car bend. Very soon to be taking the RACC chicane now before they enter the New Holland. And as you can see, the Augustine Canapino still holding on. And indeed, they crawl into the pit lane a bit earlier than expected there, Jack. But nonetheless, Williams Esports in the pit lane.
So I would imagine Canapino's going to swap out of that car after a long stint in that car as well. High Speed Demons been into the pit lane and they have put Diego Nicolas in that car. So they've swapped out a new driver as well. So Canapino's done an excellent job. And we'll see, yes, driver change inbound. Arthur LeHook is going to take over the reins. The simulator driver for DS Techeetah in Formula E is going to take over the reins for the next stint. For the next, I think for the next 2 hours, he'll be in the car. So Manuel Cubo back into P2. Level Motorsports back into P3 as there's still a little bit of battling going on in front of him. Wants to make sure he gets through that unscathed. But Level Toby Soriano is still comfortably in there in P3, and interesting to see what the gap is going to be between Race for Cat and Williams. I think it's going to be pretty close. The gap is about a minute 25, so they should still have a 5-second margin when they emerge. And Obsidian are seconds behind. Only Mummy is only 6 seconds behind Cherokee as well. And Karuma and Euromaster are battling out in 19th place. They're only 4/10 between each other there. So hopefully we'll get a view of that, so of Karuma versus Euromaster, as we keep our eyes on P4 here, P3, sorry. Level Motorsports, Toby Soriano doing a long. Out comes Arthur LeHook, and he should still be P4 with the Race for Cat car in the background, but they have emerged firmly 4th place. Car in the background you can maybe catch a glimpse of is the Race for Cat car behind. So Williams Esports fighting back firmly in 4th place now.
Yeah, and I got to say, they sure look like contenders for P3 as things stand. I mean, I got to say, Arthur LeHook, like you say, no slouch, the sim driver for DS Techeetah Formula E team. And these are the sort of skills you need to certainly compete in a 24-hour event. Arthur LeHook, a very impressive sort on his day. And certainly the pace that Williams has shown, you wouldn't put it past them to nail a P3 spot. But to get to P4 is such a major achievement, as we're now seeing the Karuma Motorsport team. Olga Cross driving that car in P20. He's currently a second behind the Euromaster Esports Alejandro Avin Rui Sanchez, who is just ahead of him there. As you can now see, the gap is minimal, just over 9/10 of a second separating them now. And there is a car just in the way there as well. You can see there a couple of Porsches there. I think just looking down there, trying to see, it is actually another back marker, I think. Number 15, I think that car is. In fact, that's the Kilometro Zero. So they're not actually a car that's behind them. It's actually a car that's in front. So indeed, they let them by. And indeed, there could be a challenge going down towards the Kia. And indeed, Karuma Motorsport car there just had to brake gently. Obviously, that's Olga Cross trying to manage the brakes effectively and applying the accelerator where necessary, as well as they round the bank. San Badell heading down to what would be the Europe car right-hander. Now, this is going to be a straight fight, basically, for P's 19. Alejandro Alvin still trying to hold on to that position. Euromaster Esports, the driver knows exactly what's going to come, because Olga Cross is really starting to rise to the occasion now into in P20 now, one in that P19 spot that the Euromaster Esports driver has currently got as they round towards the home stretch now. Alejandro Alvin knows that he might be in trouble here, though though at the moment this second time gap is still being maintained. They're now 9/10 of a second separating the two of them as they round the first couple of bends. But as things stand, obviously no room for an overtake just yet, Jack.
No, not yet. He's going to have to work to get past the Euromaster car, I think, here. Only a tenth of a second really gained by Oscar Cross on that previous lap, even if the gap is going up and down like a yo-yo here. But gaining some decent time. And Arthur LeHook, fastest lap of the race. How about that? 140.5 on that previous lap on his out lap. And that's been consistent each time. Williams has set the fastest lap. But Arthur LeHook now holds the honour of fastest lap here on the 24 hours. In hour number 19, he set that one. That's impressive. On the opening set, well, you can see now where the BMW is strong, right in that middle sector. Look how he's gained 6/10. He's within now as he closes up in that Beamer, and the wide Porsche right up ahead of him, late on the brakes, just kind of trying to put Alejandro Avin off a little bit there, but still now if he needs a good final sector to have a chance at this one, because the Beamer seems to be just starting to kind of come away a little bit in that final sector, because you can see opening out 2/10 immediately Alejandro Alvin.
Certainly does, and he's doing his best to keep hold of it. I got to say, just looking now, Oscar Cross just seems to be attacking the curves a little bit better. Obviously, maybe making use of certainly of his car as they make their way onto the home stretch. You can see that time gap now still maintained though at 9.5 tenths, so it hasn't whittled down too much. And looking as they go down towards turn one, Alejandro Alvin. But there's the classifications above there. MSI Esports still maintaining that lead at this moment in time. Driver X Esports still in P2. Don't forget Level Motorsports there in P3 as well. Williams Esports, what a mesmeric climb there. Arthur LeHook now in the car, P4 for them, sorry. Race for Cat Motorsports, Sergei Harat there in P5. Unicos Gaming P6, still yet to pit. And obviously Obsidian Racing looking to challenge them in P7. And looking further down, you got the Cherokee team there in P8. Bamias Racing team as well. They're 4 seconds behind Cherokee, and they have already amassed 2 additional stops on top of what they've done in P9. High Speed Demons, Diego Nicolas now in the car, P10, and they're in the other 4 GT. Currently amassed 10 stops. They are clear by 10.7 seconds to that of the Kilometro Zero team, driven by Juan Daniel Ramos, who's currently in 11th. Eric Tetters in ER70 team P12. They are currently a minute and 12 behind Kilometro Zero team. Master Devils Esports there in P13 for Boya Garcia, who's currently 52 seconds behind there of the R70 team. The G plus Scuderia, Fernando Alcalea now in the car. He's in the pits currently, and they're currently waiting to come out the pit bay. I think they've just come out, in fact, for a short stint stop. I'm not sure whether you can confirm that, Jack.
Let's have a quick look at the timings. Couldn't quite see that either, so that remains a mystery. But we'll continue on with this battle as it goes back and forth here. 8/10 of a second once again, 42.5, 42.5 between the two of them there. A 100th of a second in favor of Euromaster on that previous lap. So this is gonna take a while to figure out this battle. They're just gonna be pacing each other now, and not doing anything untoward. Gotta remain calm in these last 4 hours as they tick towards the end of the 19th hour of racing. And it's still MSI, still out in the lead. And we can see now Espinito Rocket Factor are in for their 10th stop. But we can now change. Yeah, I can confirm that MSI have actually been in, yes. And Julian Rodriguez Moreno is now in the car for MSI. So new driver out front. And Julian Rodriguez, we saw how fast he was in the early part of this race. We thankfully didn't point this out. It's lap 667. We were just on lap 666, but that's a little bit unlucky. But lap 667 laps completed. Still 4 hours to go. Software telling us we're going to complete 851 laps around this circuit today.
Absolutely amazing. I cannot believe that is the case. Absolutely unbelievable. To be fair, my first endurance race, I've enjoyed every moment of it. We've been here since 4:30, Jack. Obviously, seen lots of developments coming through the circuit. Obviously, a very different situation at the top now in comparison to where we started. Obviously, now with MSI now taking the lead of the race. Espantito Rocket Factor, Gabriel Martin Alvarado now in the pits. Obviously having his stop now. It looks like they're making some serious changes there, a driver swap as well. So obviously Gabriel Martin Alvarado now comes into the car. They're just about to leave, and it looks like they're going to be in there for a little while longer. That's a minute 10 at least on the stop, and it is a minute 10. That's where it finishes. So he's coming out the pit lane now. Looking at it though, Julian Rodriguez now in the box seat now for MSI Esports, and so far it looks like they're very comfortable up in front there. They're just surging up there on the Race for Cat Motorsport. Sergi Heras, who's just ahead of them there. They're looking to lap him. But MSI Esports doing a superb job. I've got to say, they've kept their composure and certainly kept it clean on the track. And certainly they're not under any significant pressure right now. I mean, it's just the simple pressure of leading a race. But got to say, give them full credit, them and Williams Esports, for both their drives, as well as Driver X Esports for a great drive, and Level Motorsports, who have been so consistent here today. Cherokee have come into the pits as well. Carlos Marin Casa now coming into the seat, and currently they are in the pit bay now. You'd firmly expect High Speed Demons, Diego Nicolas, to actually close the gap there, and because that will put Cherokee on the same number of pit stops as High Speed Demons. So we're going to be seeing a straight tussle between those two, I'd imagine, when they come out of the pit box. But as things... Sorry, Jack.
It's all right. I'm just thinking the High Speed Demons are probably going to get the jump on them. They've had a good couple laps. There you go. They slot in front of Cherokee, and I think they should be secure in P10 anyway. But they have lost the place to High Speed Demon. Put in a good sequence of laps on the previous time right now. So good job from them. They've managed to jump the Cherokee car, and they're actually dropping down to P11 right now and emerge behind Kilometro Zero.
Certainly are, and as you can see, lots of movements around on the circuit. Indeed, the Cherokee team are currently behind the Kilometro Zero team, 7 or just about 8 seconds now, the difference between those two. Mass Devils Esports.
Ooh. Karuma are off.
Oh yeah,
just as we were watching there, we were on board with him as he just went. It got a little bit away from him. That's in that very same corner, and now dropped 6.4 behind Alejandro Aven. We'll probably get a short replay of that in a moment, but that was very, very easy. And that was a perfect example of how that BMW just does not like it when you get out of shape. It's just impossible to save. Had to keep it going in a straight line. Here we go. Let's have a quick look at this again. On the onboard, you can see he'll just get on the brakes right now. It starts getting away from him. Nope, straight to the gravel, and has to just let it roll through the gravel trap. But did well to keep it there. But he's now lost time, a big chunk of time, to the car of the Euromaster car. So the Euromaster car's got a bit of breathing space now.
Absolutely, and it takes a little bit of the heat off them now. The gap is now 8.5 seconds between Karuma and that of the Euromaster Esports team. Alejandro Avin Rui Sanchez in the Euromaster Esports car can now breathe a sigh of relief. Now he's got that 8.5 second buffer ahead of the Karuma Motorsports. You can see there the Karuma car coming round the New Holland Bend. You see there in front, there's the P50, oh sorry, the number 15 car in P10. That's Juan Daniel Ramos. For the Kilometro Zero team, bombing down the stretch. In front there of him is Adria Povedano in P16, who's got his own battle on there for IRS Tent Factory Sim Racers. The gap between them and Carbono Esports of Lucas Granjar is around about 12.2 seconds. So still in the frame for a potential overtake there as well. In fact, they definitely are, because Carbono Esports still yet to make their 10th stop. And you can say the same about Mass Devils Esports, because they've just come in. Jonathan Zamora Garcia coming into the hot seat of that car now, the BMW M8 GTE in 13th place. And you firmly expect the Plus G Scuderia, Fernando Alcalia, to get in close on him, Jack.
Yeah, certainly. It's going to be pretty tight between them on the pit exit, as we're just going to see now what the timing is going to be for them. They've managed to emerge in front of them. I think the gap is going to be quite close. Customs Exilium are also into the pit lane. David Munoz Palomino is now going to take over that car in 24th place. So it is very spread out at the moment. Closest gap at the moment is 6.8 between Obsidian and Unicos in P6 and 7. And Mass Devil and Carbono, we wait for that gap to just sort out. It's about 12, 10 seconds that they've got over the car behind Lucas Grania. So Gabriel Martinez now in the Espedito Rocket Factor car, taking over from Nacho Garcia. So they're running around now. I'm surprised they still have their headlights on. It's bloody bright. Turn them off, lads. You're wasting some energy there.
Did your mothers ever tell you not to leave the lights on? I tell you what, that's terrible. Just looking there at the Gabriel Martins car, the Espinita Rocket Factor car as they make their way around. We just got confirmation there from Dominic Stibe in the live chat, talking to the Williams supporters group, saying that they are fighting for the P3, but it's going to be really hard. It depends on how the strategy plays out for them. That's what they've confirmed. So they are indeed fighting for that P3 spot. I'd imagine that Javier Guerra has got plans set in motion of trying to coop that third place spot, indeed off Level Motorsport there that Toby Soriano is currently occupying. Arthur LeHook, certainly a great driver and the ideal man to try and dwindle that, but that's not to say that the other Williams drivers have had a direct involvement in the success of the Williams esports team in this race here today. They should be very proud of themselves and how they have conducted their race here today, currently in P4, but they are very much in the frame. They are only 50 seconds or 49 and a half seconds in behind Lavelle Motorsports, and still plenty of time left there to be a twist at the top, Jack.
Yeah, exactly. I think what they need is a mistake, either a mistake from the man in P3 or a shocker of a pit stop. It's what they need essentially, or the team to suffer a lot of damage and having to take a longer stop. That's the only way that's going to help them. They've also got to watch out because Race for Cat are only 10.7 behind, so they're still a threat. They can't back off too much there, and it is going to be very close between those. So Race for Cat were actually the big gainers there. They gained quite a substantial amount of time on Williams after that stop, but they're quite behind on the strategy. So they're all within a pit stop of each other. A pit stop covers the three of those guys there. So it's all to play for between those three. Unique lap behind, of course, Obsidian. They're battling away for that. Cherokee and Kilometro Zero 3.2 between those, and the rest of the field incredibly spread out. The car that is the furthest off the lead is the BWY Academy car that is currently 19 laps off the lead.
Absolutely. And I got to say, it's been a very hotly contested affair. We're now coming up to 20 past 8 here in the morning. Like I say, good morning to everyone in the live chat. Obviously, we've seen a lot of developments here out on circuit. I hope you're all enjoying your Sunday. Lots of action earlier on this morning. Very shortly, we will be having coverage brought to you by Austin and obviously Kieran McGinley as well. Obviously, this will be Austin's last stint. I'll be joining Kieran after a couple of hours, and of course, this is your last stint as well, Jack. It's going to be a shame. It's been really good fun.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it. It concludes 10 hours of a competition. It's the longest couple of stints I've done in the 24 hours, but thankfully we've had a great team surrounding us. We've got obviously got yourself, we've got Kieran, we've got Austin, who are provided some fantastic fantastic colleagues as well. I think even the preparation up to this, we enjoyed it, just getting to know one another and getting used to working on one another as well. And a fantastic job by the promoters of the circuit as well. Fantastic job by Mundo GT as well. All the directors that are working on the Spanish, the Catalan, and of course the English stream all at once. And I know one particular director has about 7 PCs running at once, trying to get the streams out at the moment. Overlays everything. It takes a lot of effort to get something like this working. So absolute props to everyone who's involved in this one. Props to the drivers as well, because even though with all this work, we couldn't have this at all without the drivers who are competing out there with 4 hours left on the clock. We actually have a battle on track 10 now. Cherokee catching Kilometro Zero.
Yeah, they are. In fact, they're within a second now. The Cherokee PS Okio Sim driver Carlos Marin now making his way around the seat corner. You can now see, look how close they are all to each other now as they rush down towards the Wirth curve. And Daniel Ramos there for the Kilometro Zero team now rising up through the semi-chicane. You can just see there Carlos Marin trying to close on every opportunity. Just look at the time gap. It's already been shrunk by 0.4 of a second as they now round the Kamsa corner. Now bombing down towards the left-hander, that being the Lakea bend. You can now see Carlos Marin being allowed through, obviously behind one of the lap cars as they come round towards the next left-hander. You can see now that the time gap is within half a second. Incredible scenes here as we now witness Carlos Marin. Look at the pace that he's generating, and he's catching on that Porsche. The Cherokee team have been really potent here today, and the BMW M8 certainly has been working for them. They are in the top 10, and this gives them, they're in the 11th place, chasing a top 10 finish. They come round towards the final bend. Now, this, of course, being the New Holland bend. And as they come down the stretch, they are within that half a second now, bombing past the paddock, heading down towards turn 1. At the moment, Carlos Marin still holding his own, as you can see ahead of him now. Daniel Ramos there in front of him there as they come down towards the bend now. You can see 2.5 tenths between the two, but no move can be made yet by Carlos Marin. But he breaks a little later than that of the Porsche ahead of him, and that generates him a little bit more pace as they come around the next bend. Indeed, more traction gained off that BMW. Just look how potent Carlos Marin is right now. He's within 0.3 of a second, Jack.
Did an excellent job to keep himself in there. That Beamer's flying behind. Of course, he's on fresher tires than the Kilometre Zero car. It's going to be, maybe you're going to have to go down the inside here. We've seen that plenty of times today, but no way alongside just yet. As he always got to swap ends of the Porsche, he saves it, but through goes the Cherokee car, and the Kilometre Zero car still facing the right way, but he just got out of shape, had to slam on the brakes to get the car to face the right way, but hands 10th place to Carlos Marin in the Cherokee car.
Yeah, not an ideal finish there for the Kilometre Zero team. But Daniel Ramos there having a lucky escape, I would say, though, after that near enough scare. Obviously just making his way now around towards the next left-hander, the Lakea. And Diego Nicolas and High Speed Demons up in P9. We're just watching Carlos Marin after getting into that P10. Cherokee having a great day certainly today. Up to P10 now. And they'll be happy to be up there, that's for sure. The P9 driver, currently Diego Nicolas and High Speed Demons, still there, though, in P9. We're just watching there. Carlos Marin now taking the RACC chicane before he reaches the New Holland final bend past the paddock, once again bombing down the stretch. And you can see the big stand there on the left-hand side. Look, the fans looking on, the virtual fans looking on in anticipation. You can really see that the chat board is livening up here. Good morning, everyone in the live chat now. We are in towards the final 8 minutes of me and obviously myself and Jack Stint here towards the end. Very shortly, we'll be having Kieran McGinley and Austin Smith back with you for the next 2 hours leading up towards what will be 10:30. And then you will, of course, have myself and Kieran leading up to the end of this incredible event. It's been an absolute corker. I'd like to personally thank as well myself, the organisers, Mundo GT, the producers for this event, and obviously a big special thank you to the 24-hour sim racing here at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya. Thank you to the circuit for allowing us to put on this grandiose event. Obviously, we do it every year. This year, it's taken centre stage, though, in replacement of the official 24-hour of Barcelona, and it's such an honor to be the very first British broadcast or the English speaking broadcasting team here for this event. Very huge honor indeed, and certainly beyond what I was expecting in my short venture into commentary, that's for sure. But I've certainly enjoyed it. I hope you guys have enjoyed it in the chat as well, and keep sending in your comments as to what you think of the racing so far. Who do you think? Which team has been your team of the day? Like I said earlier on, please put your comments below. I think there'll be a few hat tips there for Williams Esports, because there's quite a few Williams Esports guys in the chat room right now. So certainly offering their words of wisdom on the current subject. There's Daniel Lozano, though, for Unicos Gaming. Unicos Gaming currently in P7, and they have stopped. They are currently in behind Obsidian Racing, 45.3 seconds, but they are 2 laps ahead of Amaya. So we have got an instant replay alert here. As we now witness Diego Nicolas there for the High Speed Demons coming round into what looks to be the Verth curve, and very soon to be on to Kamsa. I hope he doesn't lose it around this bend. I didn't hear of any issues as such as he now makes his way around. Obviously, we know about the Ford cars susceptible to be a little bit harum-scarum around corners, as we now see Diego now making his way down towards the Lakea bend. Let's see what happens when he comes around here. No, it looks okay for the time being. No instant being plunged on the power or anything to do with the brakes, but no, I don't know what that's all about. We're back live anyway. And there's Diego Nicolas now making his way around the next right-hander But certainly a great closure to our stint here, Jack.
Absolutely. So it's been fantastic. We've had so much happen in the past 4 hours. We've had the lead change. We've had the leaders of the previous 4 hours before that, DNF, handing MSI a 2-lap lead. But if the previous 4 hours are anything to go by, I don't know what the hell the last 4 hours are going to be like, because something could certainly just turn on its head here. And Arthur LeHook is chasing P3. He's brought the gap down to 48 seconds. It was at 52 at the pit stop, so he is catching. And Sergey Heros hanging in there, 11.4 off the back of the race for Cat Car in P5. So ticking towards 4 hours to go, and it's been incredible. Heading into the 20th hour of racing. We're so close. We're finally in 20th hour with 4 hours, just under 4 hours to be completed here in Catalonia. And I think the final couple of swaps will be done in the next hour or so.
Absolutely, and this is when we'll certainly see the teams going to the end with their selected drivers, as we can now see the grid certainly shaping up across the board here, and quite considerable time gaps. Obviously, the nearest battle I can certainly see as I scan my way through the classification certainly seems to be that of the Kilometro Zero car of Daniel Ramos and the Cherokee Okio Sim driver Carlos Marin. But don't forget, those two have already battled together, and of course it was Carlos Marin who came off better, as we now see Fernando Alcalia for the Plus G Scuderia team coming down towards the next, well, the net would be the next left-hander, I'm sure, as they come round. And it certainly is, as they come round the Lakea bend. And there's Ruben Luque of the Obsidian Racing team. They're in a bit of a quiet spell now, because obviously they've been contested with Unicos Gaming and Danny Lozano. But the main battle between those two have certainly been through the pit stop process. So they haven't really met each other on track as such. It's more been a case that one's been in the pits and the other hasn't really. So obviously not in sync when it comes to pitting, can obviously shake up the leaderboard, as we see Ruben Luque rounding the New Holland curve now. Runs it a little bit wider than the others, very nearly catching the gravel trap there, but keeps it on circuit. Ruben Luque now heading down towards the first corner, and Obsidian Racing can be pleased with what they've achieved today, certainly, albeit this is where they started on the grid, so they're running pretty much neutral at the moment, Jack.
Yeah, and that's to be running neutral in a 24 hours endurance race is impressive. To start where you or finish where you started is absolutely an aim of anybody. So Ruben Luque doing an excellent job in the Obsidian Racing car. But I can see within our little Discord chat here, we have got Austin and Kieran standing by in the waiting room, ready to come in. So they should be hopping in the next minute or so, while we wait to officially end the stint and finish the changeover. No other stops as far as I can see. So most people have completed their 10 stops. Some are on their 11th stop at this point. A couple of them, like Project Bullet, are on their 11th. Euromaster on their 11th stop. But the gap's really spread out now. But the key one to watch, as we were saying, Level Motorsports bringing the gap under 30 seconds to P2, and Williams Esports bringing the gap under 50 seconds to P3.
Absolutely, and it's certainly going to be a tight finish. And it certainly seems to me that the battle is on for P3. But look at Race for Cat, though. Motorsports, Sergey Haras now within 12, well, just over 12 seconds away from Williams Esports. And so that'll be interesting to see how they get on towards the end. You can look at the top 7 now, and all of them, well, if you look at the top 10, they're all pretty much on 10 stops. But certainly the battle for P3 is the one that we're most looking at here. Obviously, Williams Esports very much in the frame, as well as Race for Cat and Level Motorsports. These three teams certainly the decisive factors to who's going to get the final position. And we've had a little bit of drama there, Jack.
This one of the Porsches spinning in turn 1. That is the Plus G Scuderia car, who just saw spinning around in turn number 1 there. Thankfully, they've managed to get back going again. Had an instant replay of this one, immediately keyed up by the directors. Here we go. This is a little ways further back, so we might have to wait to get the to catch up to the first corner. But either way, there it is, right there on the entry. Swaps ends, not quite swap end. Like, it's only a half spin, but still loses a bit of time, but manages to rejoin. No real harm done, just a dent in his pride, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Not an ideal situation, certainly for Fernando Alcalia and certainly the Plus G Scuderia team. Not doing too bad though. P13 in the grand scheme of things, not a bad venture whatsoever, and still maintaining a little gap ahead of Mouse Devils Esports. And we're going back to the live view now as we now watch Fernando Alcalia go around the Lakea bend. And certainly, this has been a great race to say the least. Manuel Kubo, you can see there in the Driver X Esports Scullopers team. And they've been very, very good indeed. P2 currently in the classifications, and they can certainly hold on to that as long as they keep things clean. But now that we've reached 8:30, I can now proudly say that we've got Kieran McGinley and Austin Smith with us in the comms box. How you doing, guys?
Yeah, we're doing well. Recovered from our 3 hours sleep, I think it was, Austin. I think we decided that was. But, I mean, yeah, we go to bed and we find out that the race leaders who had been dominating so much are now out of the race.
Yeah, it was an absolutely horrific incident. I mean, Jack, I suppose you could sum this up as, probably better than I can. Just looking at that incident when Michael Jourdain met at the Verth curve, it was horrific, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I wonder have the directors got a replay queued up so we can watch it again. But obviously, Michael Jourdain forcing Zenith off 2 laps earlier onto the gravel, losing them 9 seconds, and then 2 laps later after the stops, colliding with Jourdain and flipping the Zenith car 3 times into the barrier, sending them back to the pit lane. 45-minute long pit stop and eventually a DNF. So that leaves MSI currently out in the lead by a margin of 2 laps. DriveX Esports P2. And a decent battle going on for third place. We've got Level Motorsport sitting there in P3, Williams up to fourth, and Race for Cat Motorsport P5. Those guys are within a pit stop of each other, so there's still plenty to come there. But the MSI with Julian Rodriguez are in a commanding lead, unfortunately. So unfortunately the lead battle was kind of robbed from us by a lapped car spinning, and nothing that he can unfortunately do. But that officially ends my stint. It's been fantastic, and hopefully invite me back next time, please. I enjoyed the hell out of this, guys.
Oh, we absolutely will. Yeah, absolutely. It's all been very exciting all the way through. Lots has happened to keep our minds absolutely on it, and yeah, I'm looking forward to getting stuck in for the last 4 hours. Obviously, myself and Austin will be covering the next 2 hours, and George is actually going for a little bit of a 2-hour break. So actually, for the last time this stream, this is all 4 of us together. This is it, the final frontier.
We have some sad music. Got any?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I got to say, it's been absolutely brilliant. Obviously having us obviously chopping and changing, getting different viewpoints on things going on track. It's been extravagant. I got to say, it's amazing. You could go away for 4 hours, come back for your stint, and see that everything's changed at the top end. Certainly for you guys now, obviously after Zenith have certainly crashed out. What a mix-up that has certainly been for you guys. You must have thought this is some sort of a paradox or something to come back to. Mine's certainly blown indeed. But guys, I've got to say, we're going to hand you over now to, of course, Austin and Kieran, who are going to take you through the next couple of hours. I'll be back then to join you, Kieran, for the grand finale and see if MSI can hold it to the end.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, George and Jack, there for some really good breakfast show material. Unfortunately, I was asleep all the way through it, but never mind. Hopefully, I'll catch up. I'll catch up on demand. But anyway, we are here for the final 4 hours of the race here tonight. And Austin, just as George said, everything can change whilst you're asleep on the job. And it really has, because with the removal of our leaders, when we went to, when we handed off last time off, Zenith Esports, it now opens up an opportunity for MSI Esports to do the double, to do the back-to-back.
And no one's going to be more happy with that P1 right now. The very solid P1, 2 laps ahead of DriveX than the MSI Esports guys. Although it needs to be said, as much as it's, if they make it to the end, we have to be very careful here because, again, it's sim racing, anything can happen. It's endurance racing, it's 24 hours. And there's still 4 hours left almost, so a lot can happen. But if nothing major stops them now, as much as it will be an MSI Esports back-to-back win, none of the drivers from last year's win have been involved in this year's win. So completely switched out the team, brought in an all new squad, and still they go back to back.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've still got 4 hours left to run, and there's only, I say only 2 laps because that is an astonishing margin to have. I think astonishingly small margin to have in terms of an endurance lead. I mean, I think we were talking towards the end of our late night stream, I think we called it there, Austin. We were talking about how actually 2 laps down on the leader isn't actually that much at all. We worked out as about, let's say, just for the sake of not doing maths, 3 minutes 20 down on the leader. And around a track like this, where you're doing 1 minute 40s, we worked it out as losing 10 seconds per hour or something like that. That's actually pretty good. That means you're on the pace pretty much, doesn't it? It's so misleading when you stretch that over 24 hours.
Yeah, what we said I think earlier was 2 laps back when we talked about, which was I think about 10 hours ago. Or maybe it was 8 hours ago. Apologies. Yeah, it was definitely not 10 hours ago. Sorry. It was like 7 hours ago. I was saying that basically at that point it was just over 10 seconds per hour, more like 15 at the time. Now that it's actually come to this, 2 laps after 20 hours, meaning 200 seconds. So that was 3 minutes 20 right there. It's 200 seconds. For 20 hours, you can make the math. That's quite easy, that one. Being 10 seconds per hour, yeah. So, in other words, 1 second every 6 minutes. Which, I mean, yeah. Just think about what 1 second every 6 minutes. You just wait for 1 second. It's not much. You're
No.
still you're losing less than 1% to the next car. In fact, it's something like 0.3%. 0.03%. No, wait, 0.3%. Yeah, the first one was right. It's
Very
early in the
percent.
morning. Math is hard.
We've only just started. We've only just
Yeah.
woken up.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Half an hour ago.
Oh
Really.
yeah.
Um.
Half an hour ago. Man, that's brave. That's very brave.
Yeah. No, I said. So you said. What do you say? 17 different alarms. I've said.
Yeah, right.
I've said 5. The first two, two different devices were both ringing at exactly 9 o'clock my time, so 8 o'clock yours. So 38 minutes ago at this point, and then one for 9:01 a.m. and one for 9:02 a.m. and one for 9:05 in case the first 4 somehow fail, as a sort of last resort. And it worked out quite well. I heard all of them, and it really took all of them to get me out of bed.
What that meant then, Austin, was that you just like living dangerously. Only 5 alarms.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
My goodness, you do like to play the fine margins there. That is for sure.
Mhm.
We've got Diego Nicolas here in High Speed Demons, obviously in the Ford GT. I have to say, actually, obviously at the start of this endurance, we were all questioning, why have only 2 drivers, why have only 2 teams picked the Ford GT? I think over the endurance, I think we found out, yes, it's good through the corners, but down the long start-finish straight, it can just be left, pulling away as we were working, or as you worked out last night, that actually the crossover in for when the slipstream actually takes effect for the Ford GT happens too late down the straight. So it can't actually make anything unless the car in front has a bad exit out of 15 and possibly 16. So I think we found the weakness of the Ford GT, and it's a pretty big weakness in it all when it all comes together.
Well, there are 2 weaknesses. One that we obviously talked about, and that's a rather big one. The other one is one that obviously is not really visible to us as either us as commentators or even the viewers all too much, but for the drivers and for the teams, it's a very big one. The Ford GT, if not set up properly, is a very difficult car to handle. Yes, it looks easy now because both of those teams, Williams Esports and High Speed Demons, seem to have found a very good setup for it, respectively. But it's a very tricky one to get set up in the first place. The Porsche and the BMW are both cars that are or not quite easy to set up, but certainly easier than the Ford. If the Ford is not set up properly, you will lose. Uh, I would guess with the sort of middle of the road kind of setup that isn't really perfected for this track. You probably lose around half a second every lap. So, and at that margin, there would be no point in choosing the car. So that's something that we just don't see. That's something that's going on behind the scenes, but it's something that's very important for the drivers ultimately, and that's why so few teams have chosen that car.
Absolutely. I just got to keep an eye there on these two drivers here in Fernando Alcolea and Jonathan Zamora, because Zamora's having a tough time with that back marker. I did think he was going to launch it down the inside of 13, but now the back marker moves to one side and allows Zamora to pass through, but already it's cost him. He was 1.4 seconds, I believe that was. He's now even further behind now. Meanwhile, in the pit lane, Race for Cat Motorsport are making a driver change, I believe. Julia Pro Albert now steps into the car, 3 laps down on the race leader. The only car to be 3 laps down on the race leader. So that is really in the definition of in a race of their own at the moment.
Yeah, looking at it right now, obviously we're going to have to wait until they get going again. But from what it looks like, certainly quite a bit behind Williams Esports. Certainly a long way ahead of Obsidian Racing. We're talking probably at the end of the pit stop, roughly, how is that going to be? A minute ahead and maybe a minute behind Williams Esports is what it's going to be. So, yeah, absolute no man's land, really, in terms of potential battles. A minute ahead, minute behind. That is a long time. That takes a little bit longer than usual, this pit stop. Minute 10 in the pit stop already in the pit box. And the clock keeps ticking. I wonder what's going on there. And my timing screen has stopped. But at 1 minute 14 in the pit box it has stopped. So let's see. Yeah, it's still going. A minute 30 now. So there's certainly something to be repaired for the Race for Cat Motorsport team with under 4 hours to go. Yeah, anything can happen. Never count your chickens too early. And I think that might be happening right now. So much for 1 minute behind Obsidian Racing. Obsidian Racing have just gone past and taken P5. And I think, yeah, Race for Cat Motorsport now back out on track. It took a minute 41, so it was only some minor damage, maybe some bodywork damage that was being repaired there, but it cost them 40 seconds on top of the 1 minute that a driver swap already costs them.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's just not what they wanted at all as they were in the pit lane. But yeah, 1 minute 41 where they were stopped in the box for. So as you say, there's repairs going on there, but nothing like the repairs we've seen for 2 cars that have since retired from the race. Rusties, I remember, you know, arguably the best livery on the grid with that. If you're tuning in now, you missed one heck of a livery. The Rusties, they put a lot of time and effort into that livery, I can tell, and unfortunately didn't make it to the end. They had too much damage. They were in the pit box for 77 minutes, and they eventually decided to call it a night, as unfortunate as that is. We also had Zenith Esports as well, as George and Jack were describing what happened in their stint at about the 6-hour 20 mark to go. Obviously, they came across the back marker unsighted and managed to end up on their roof and completely totaled the car. They were in the box for 47 minutes, round about that, but they decided not to carry on any further, which is so unfortunate because, like we said, it can all change in an endurance on the turn of a dime. You can put your heart and soul into practicing day in, day out for however long it takes. You can lead the way, you can set fastest lap after fastest lap. You can build that gap 10th by 10th, and then it just happens that you're caught up in something you're not. You're not involved in. It's not your incident. It's not your accident, but you get caught up in it, and unfortunately, that's the end of the race. And unfortunately, that is motorsport. Unfortunately, isn't it?
Yes, and it can really happen at the blink of an eye that you just collect another car on the exit of a blind corner. And that's exactly what happened to Zenith Esports. Um, and you crash, and one crash can really just end your race in total, just completely end it right then and there. And it's just very, very unfortunate for them running in the lead for so long and ultimately nothing to show for. Not a podium, not a top 5, not a top 10, not even finished the race, and by no fault of their own.
And that's the important thing, isn't it? It's unfortunate that is the case, but well, unfortunately, that's the way the cookie crumbles in endurance racing. You can just be completely caught up in somebody else's incident, and that is your race decided. That's the love-hate relationship that you can have with endurance racing. When you crash out, you love to hate it, but I think you have to get into that mindset that anything does happen in a 24-hour, and as we've said, it's not how well you do, it's how well you recover from any mistakes you make, because other teams, they found the wall. Other teams have been in trouble as well, and some of them haven't recovered. Like the Rusties team, they crashed at some point. A2 Racing decided to call it a night as well early on in the race. Supercopa Esports Mexico, they also decided to retire from the race as well. They were caught up in the Zenith Esports incident, just completely unsighted for the leaders of the race. So when it all comes down to it, it's sort of as they described it, it sounded, Austin, like a racing incident there.
The Supercopa Mexico car was sideways on the racing line on the exit of turn 7 and on the apex, if you can call it that, of turn 8, which obviously is a flat out corner, so not much of an apex there, but um, basically right on the curb there, sideways, basically blocking all of the racing line, and that is a blind corner. You can't really see much of what's going on in there, and even during the night, because of the way they were facing, the light beams of the headlights were going in a direction that did not warn Zenith Esports that there was some sort of hazard in front. And so they saw it very late. It was Lucas Colombo at the wheel there who saw it very, very late, too late to react. And what happened as well is that they did see it. Lucas Colombo did see it, and he was trying to take a very narrow line to the left to avoid that. But at the same time, unfortunately, the Supercopa Mexico car also started going again, trying to clear the racing line. And at the end, that's just a massive misunderstanding. And then they both came together there, massive sort of sideways contact at an angle, at rather high speed, at least for the Zenith team. Obviously, the Supercopa Mexico team was not fully stationary, but rather stationary, and it ended being 3 flips, one of them into the barrier and then back out. Thankfully, not back on track, but race over for Zenith Esports.
Yeah, and it really just can change on the turn of a dime, just like that, when you're least expecting it as well. And also fatigue as well. If it's set in already, reaction times are already lowered if you're just a little bit tired. So imagine having to try and avoid something that could potentially end your race. It's going to be something. It's a definite Code Brown moment, but for this time for Zenith Esports, they weren't so lucky with the flip of the coin there. 3 hours and 41 minutes to go, and our race leaders, MSI Esports, currently lead the way 2 laps ahead of Drybex Esports in the hands of Manuel Kubo. in second. Level Esports in third place, Toby Soriano. Williams Esports in fourth place, Arthur Leherc at the wheel. I can't stress enough how well Williams Esports have done in this race. They obviously qualified in third place, so we were expecting them to be in the top part of the field battling for the podium. And actually, they're 48 seconds behind Level Motorsports. They'll want to try and get that as soon as they possibly can. They'll be fighting to the end, tooth and nail, for that podium. But they qualified third. They were hit with penalties because of the lineup changes. Obviously, if you have a lineup change for each driver, it is a 5-place grid penalty. So they changed 3 drivers, down 15 places. So they're starting in the midfield. So from starting from 18th place, they got caught up in an incident we didn't actually catch on stream, unfortunately. So we don't actually know what happened. But they had to recover from that. They had to pit in, assuming they had to repair damage as well. So that put them all the way down into the 20s in terms of position. And yet through it all, for the last 20 hours, they've been working away and absolutely showing us how it's done, currently sitting in 4th place. I think no matter where they finish at the end of the 24 hours, they could be immensely happy with how well they've recovered here today.
Dominic Stabe was in the chat earlier saying that they were slower than MSI and Zenith, and with the 15 plays grid penalty, it certainly made their life easier. They also had 2 drive-through penalties and 1 failed pit stop. I don't know how that exactly happens, but that certainly is an issue. If you go into the pit lane, pretty much no fuel left, and all of a sudden the crew tells you, the game tells you, oh yeah, your pit stop's not working. You're gonna have to go around once again on very low fuel, less than a lap of fuel in the car. That means you're gonna have to save a lot of fuel on that 1 lap. And then they also had they have no fast repairs left at this point, so they have used both of the fast repairs they had available. But in the end, that's the adversity that you have to face. That's rather normal, I would say, for a 24-hour race. Getting grid penalty is not too normal, really, but the 2 drive-throughs, a failed pit stop, that's something that can always happen, some sort of technical issue. Always something that can happen. And of course, having no fast repairs left is something that is just all too common. If you only get 2, chances are, at the end of the day, at the end of the 24 hours, you will have 0.
Yes, absolutely, and it's managing those drive-through penalties, isn't it? It's managing when to use the fast repair, and not only that, but it's also trying to manage your own drivers. Obviously, they can be subject to that fatigue, and it takes really good driver management, stint management, and planning to make sure that you actually get to the end of the race intact. So, the drivers that we have left so far have done well to keep it out on the track as much as possible. In the fact that we've got BWI Academy currently driven by Manuel Silgo, 25 drivers, 25 teams still in the running, and the furthest back car is 20 laps down. So let's say a lap an hour that BWI Academy are down by, which is that actually rounds up quite nicely. But say it's 1 minute 40 per lap, so they're losing 1 minute 40 per hour, which actually, when you actually boil that down, is only a couple of seconds off the pace per lap, which is pretty standard for endurance racing there.
Yes, the field spread here is quite good. It's quite close. 20 laps in a 24-hour race, and probably it will towards the end be closer to about 24 laps, which sort of has a nice ring to it. 24 laps down at the end of a 24-hour race. But yeah, it's 1 minute and 40 basically every hour, which if we just it's
He's
one.
trying to do the maths.
Yeah, it's 1/36, so about it's under 3% of the whole. It's under 3% that they're losing, which on a 1 minute 40 lap rounds turns out to be quite nicely calculated, because that's 100 seconds. So they're about 3 seconds off the pace per lap, compared to the leaders of MSI Esports.
Yeah, so again, we already know how quick the leaders are. So to be within that sort of 103% is pretty incredible. You know, we talk about percentage rather than seconds sometimes, so it gives you an idea of how close they actually are to the leaders. And 103% is very respectable, especially in endurance racing, and especially with all the drivers you've had in the car. Here's Toby Soriano, who's in the pit lane now in the Level Motorsports car, coming in for a pit stop. Wonder what they're going to be doing. This could be sort of looking into penultimate stops. It might be a bit early for the penultimate stop. I might be jumping the gun there, but definitely winding down the pit stops there. There won't be many for Level Motorsports to have. Now, does Toby Soriano stay in the car? It looks like he is. He's given the steering wheel a good steer, so I think that's him staying in the car. We'll try and keep you up to date on that one. Meanwhile, Manuel Kubo is in second place at the moment, and yeah, 2 laps down on leader. Before the pit stops, they were 25.2 seconds ahead of Level Motorsports, so that was always going to be a close one. Are Level Motorsports trying some sort of undercut here to try and get some better tyres on the car? It looks like they're keeping Toby Soriano in the car as well, Austin.
Yeah. Although I'm gonna say I don't think that's very good for them right now. Coming into the pit lane with 3 hours 36 minutes left in the race, meaning if they want to go with 2 more stops, they would have to make a stint last 72 minutes, which, according to my calculator at least, means 41 laps per stint, and that's just not possible. We've
That's
seen
really...
we've seen sort of a 36, 37 lap stint at most, so they will have to pit 3 more times with 3.5 hours left. So not really the best scenario. You want to come in at a point where you can then go with only 2 more stints, only 2 more pit stops, and they are just a bit too early. So this could be the opening for Williams Esports to potentially take away that 3rd place from Level Motorsports.
Yeah, it's a huge opportunity, isn't it? Obviously, that battle for second place is going to be absolutely mental towards the end of it. Meanwhile, Arthur Leherc, obviously with Level Motorsports coming into the pits to make their stop, now running in 3rd place. I asked you this about, I think it was about 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago. When can the teams start to piece together where they might be ending up? Is it now where they might think, actually, yeah, here's where we're battling for?
Yeah, certainly. At this point, you're looking at everything that's going on. You start to think, okay, what can we do? For MSI Esports, you're looking at this going, okay, I mean, we can't do much. We could just try and manage the gap 2 laps ahead. Um, Try and keep it on track at all times. Be very, very cautious, very careful. Always try to look ahead as far as possible. Not just sort of look ahead to the apex and a little bit further, but look all the way up the road every single time, even if that comes at the cost of sort of half a second maybe every lap. Still keep looking ahead just to make sure there's nothing that can ruin the race now, at least in terms of on track situations. Obviously, you always have the potential issue of some sort of technical issue that maybe the internet connection cuts out, or as we saw with Williams, a failed pit stop, and maybe you realize it too late, and then you're running out of fuel and you're stranded on track. As we see the DriveX Esports team now in the pit lane with Manel Kubo, who's going to remain in the car as it seems. Indeed, he is. That was a very quick pit stop right there. And I'm trying to get my cursor to my second screen right now. There we go. To try and refresh my timing screen. So, yep, there you go. DriveX still in P2. Although that gap should come down a little bit. It was minute 12 for Arthur LeHook to be behind, and it has come down significantly. We are now talking 20 seconds, but at the same time, Williams Esports still have to make the pit stop rather shortly. 33 laps so far on this tank of fuel, and I think on these tires as well. That should be the first, and Arthur LeHook just took over 33 laps ago from one of his teammates. So we'll see him in the pit lane rather shortly, probably 3 laps maybe.
Yes, absolutely. There's another thing that's on the driver's minds as well. Have we done enough to make sure everybody has their fair share? Now, that is not just oh, I hope everybody had a chance to drive the car. No, no, that's a regulation. They have to drive a certain amount if you're in a team. So if you're in a team of 3, you have to do, in terms of laps, half of the equal share at least in order to help the team out. If you don't, or if one driver doesn't, out of the 3 or 4 that you have, then excuse me, then it's going to be it's going to look not very good, and also you get disqualified for it as well because it's not a fair share, quote unquote. So I mean, I think the teams and the engineers will be now using their calculators to think, right, have we done enough? Have our drivers done enough? And they'll be looking and taking a keen eye on the predicted laps that we're going to have. I mean, this is what iRacing does with its timing. It sort of predicts how many laps are going to be completed by the end of the 24 hours. It's predicting 852, but that has been fluctuating wildly. Even over the past half an hour, it's been 849, it's been 851, 850, 852. So I don't think it's sure where it's going to end in terms of that one. So so how do the teams manage that one?
If you start planning this out right now, you've done something seriously wrong as a team. At this point, you're just checking to see if all the numbers add up, and make some, if there is some sort of emergency where you're saying, oh, one driver doesn't have it yet, and he's not scheduled to drive again, then you're saying, okay, we need to get him into the car at least one more stint, maybe two, because again, usually you want to go for a double stint here, because otherwise you're losing yourself too much time. But usually you plan this out beforehand, and you have a schedule for all the drives, just like we had a schedule as commentators where we were saying, okay, every 4 hours we switch through, every two, or the first 2 and the last 2 hours, with you, Kieran, and George then, and then we start cycling through every 4 hours after that. They will have a schedule as well where they're saying, okay, we split this into sort of hourly stints, because it works out quite well in the in the end, because one stint from full fuel tank to empty is 37 laps, which is about 63 minutes, so just over an hour. Which means any car that's coming into the pit lane now, by the way, they're gonna have to make one more pit stop than maybe necessary. Once we hit about the 3 hour 10 mark, that's when you can start thinking about, okay, we're just doing 2 more pit stops from here on in.
Yeah, and of course it's going to be oh so crucial, because even if you're topping up the fuel on its own, that's still a good 30 to 40 seconds you're in the pit lane for. In fact, more than that, even looking at the pit lane times. I mean, yeah, about 53 seconds it could cost you. And of course, it's more than that because you've got the long straight down towards turn 1. So it's getting up to speed then. So you're losing a minute, even if you're just topping up the fuel as well. So you've got to be really careful about how you plan your pit stops. And obviously, so much can happen, so much can change in the race. That can change up the strategy. Some teams here might be running a little bit of an alternative strategy or a little bit of adjusted strategy as they make their way through, adjusting to what's happened out on the track, whether they've had damage, anything like that. So I think as well that's got to take into account. But I think from what we've seen from the remaining 25 drivers, they've done well to make it this far. They'll now kick themselves if they don't make it to the end of this race.
20 hours, that's the moment where you start thinking, okay, let's hope nothing happens at this point. We just want to make it to the end. And unless, of course, you are in the lead or in the top 3, then you've got your eyes set on that. As Williams Esports Arthur LeHook now in the pit lane for the third last pit stop, oh no, fourth last pit stop actually, still, because we're still not at the 3 hour 10 minute mark. Will he remain in the car, or will he swap with someone else? Seems like he will remain in the car. So Arthur LeHook staying in the car and not switching. Let me just quickly refresh to make sure. Yeah, he stays in the car, so he will go for one more stint. And I would assume that this is a rather short pit stop, 35 seconds. Which still, as you said, it still costs you around 50 seconds to a minute, which is half a lap here. So one pit stop costs you half a lap. This is
And
something.
that's best case scenario as well, really, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. This is something to keep in mind. If it includes a driver swap, then it loses you a minute and 25 seconds, which is almost a full lap. As we see Arthur Loke here. This one was a not just a refueling stop, but also a tire change stop. So this one cost him 48 48 seconds in the pit box itself. The time loss on this one about minute and 10, minute 6 in the pit lane, but obviously to get back up to speed, to slow down for the pit lane, it's about minute 10, minute 15 that he lost there, which is sort of 3/4 of a lap. So quite a significant time loss. It's something to keep in mind when you see all these gaps of, oh, there's 2 laps, 3 laps, 4 laps between those cars. Maybe different pit strategies have contributed quite significantly to that.
Absolutely. We are now on lap 701. So the race leaders have just completed their 700th lap of this endurance here. And, according to the telemetry we've got here, there's an estimated 151 still left to run in the 3 hours and 24 minutes. We still have Julian Rodriguez in the MSI Esports car, obviously leading the way by 2 laps ahead of Manuel Kubo in the DriveX Esports car. And I wonder what must have been going through the drivers and teams' head at MSI Esports when that happened to Zenith Esports. Well, what do you reckon the first thing it is that comes to their mind? Do you feel sorry for your competitors, or are you just happy to get the position?
I think at first you feel sorry because every driver, every team in an endurance race is aware that the same thing could have happened to them. So you feel sorry for them, you feel lucky for yourself. You don't feel happiness, you don't feel like, oh yes, we got the position, let's go. Maybe in the back of your mind a little bit, but the first thought is always you feel sorry for the other team. There is, as much as, there are battles going on track, as much as you want to beat the other team, in endurance racing more than in any other discipline of motorsport and sim racing as well, by extension, you have a level of camaraderie that you just don't see in other disciplines.
Yeah, absolutely. Dominic Stave is in the chat there. Hopefully, I'm not butchering your name, Dominic. Great to have you with us on the Williams Esports team. He's just informed us that pit stop, they took 2 tyres only on the left-hand side, so that's why it was a bit of a short but long pit stop. So 2 tyres on for the Williams Esports car, and they're back underway.
So that's what the 48-second stops are for. So 2 tires cost them around 14 seconds. All 4 tires then cost them by extension roughly 24 seconds. So that's the 1 minute stop. That's what they usually do for the driver swap then. Interesting to know that. So yeah, more tires you change, more time you lose in the pit lane. It's quite an obvious one, that really.
That's a good equation, though.
Yeah, it certainly makes sense. But yeah, so 2 tire stint there, and I think this is what we've then seen from everyone. So the 35-second pit stop is really just a refueling stop, no tire changes at all. The 48 to 50-second pit stop is a 2 tire pit stop, and then the 1 minute pit stop, usually including a driver swap, but not necessarily for the most part. That's when all 4 tires get changed, because at that point you can afford it, because the driver swap itself takes quite a lot of time as well, and so it works out quite well in the end.
Yeah, we just had the race leaders into the pits, MSI Esports with Julian Rodriguez. 1 minute 1.9 stop, so I'm guessing tyres and fuel on that car. All 4 tyres, I assume, have been replaced on that car, and Rodriguez is now back out on track, still in the lead of this race, of course. He had a 2-lap advantage going in towards the pit lane. We're watching here Iban Casanova in the Mamias racing team. He's being hounded by the number 11 car. They're not on the same lap, these two. In fact, the number 17 is 6 laps down on the race leader. The number 11 is 10 laps down. So there's 4 laps between those two cars, and yet they find themselves pretty much sharing the same bit of track.
Yeah, not just them. You see, there's 2 more cars behind. There is I think that's the Kuruma Motorsport team that is right behind. That is another 2 laps down on the IRS 10 factory team. And then we have the Cherokee team right at the back there. And they're battling with Momayas. That's 1.5 seconds, but 2 back markers in between. Kuruma Motorsport now pulling out of the way, so still 1 back marker in between with the IRS team. They're going to have to clear that, but 1 already pulled out of the way. They're hoping the second car there does the same. And then it's Cherokee versus Mamaya's 4P8. Mamaya's currently in the lead of those two, currently ahead. But 1.5 seconds, or 1 second now, exactly 1 second now under. They are closing in more and more. The Cherokee PS team, Carlos Marin, really closing that gap on Ivan Casanova.
Absolutely, and now with the 1 back marker in the sandwich here between the two of them, we will have a battle for 8th place on our hands between Iban Casanova in the Mamias racing team and Carlos Marin in the Cherokee number 10 car, making their way now down that short stretch towards the heavy braking zone of turn 10 here. And obviously Carlos Marin now has got past the back marker, so now he's got him in his sights now. That is 8th place right up ahead of him. Less than a second separates them.
Now it's game on, and the only thought that is going through the Cherokee PS's team's head is we want to get past them. Looking at their strategies respectively, not really much of a point at the same time, because the Cherokee team is 34 laps into their stint. In fact, I think, yeah, my timing has stopped, so 35 laps at this point. So they're pitting in the next 2 laps roughly, maybe 3, if they can really stretch it out. But the Mamias racing team has pitted 7 laps ago. However, the way this shapes out to be, as it seems, is, as I said before, with 3 hours 10 minutes, once you come in past that point, then you will only have 2 more pit stops after that. If you come in before the 3 hour 10 minute mark, you're going to have to either do some serious fuel saving, or you're going to have to find some other way to make just 1 more lap every stint to make sure that you actually make it to the end on a pit stop less and lose less time. So this could be for position in the final classification right here. If Cherokee find those couple seconds, which right now they're gonna have to find, they need to find 1 more lap in every stint from now on and go for a sort of 38 lap stint at this point. Not impossible, but certainly a tricky challenge for them, as they're getting right up close and personal there right now, a little bit further away, almost half a second, but maybe a good run through the final chicane and the final corner then could see them challenging. They are staying out, so this could be the move right here down the main straight.
Absolutely, in that slipstream, he goes to the left of our screen, he'll pull it across, and look at that, just with that engine there, that BMW engine powering down the straight, and they are now ahead of the Porsche there. That's the number 17 of Mamias dropping down to 9th place, and Carlos Marin is now up into 8th, albeit temporarily, very temporarily, as we expect him into the pit lane sooner rather than later. But for Carlos Marin, he'll be happy with a pass like that.
Certainly, that he made it look easy, and at the same time, needs to be said, obviously, with different strategies, different pit stint times that they've made so far on this stint, needs to be said, obviously, a lot less fuel in that Cherokee PS BMW, so a lot more power there to be unleashed, a lot more acceleration with the lighter car. So that certainly helps a little bit. Plus the slipstream effects from the Mami's Racing Team car right there. As we see another battle here between Unicos and Obsidian, P6, P7. They are getting right up close and personal as well. And once again, we have the same scenario here where Unicos are the ones who have to pit rather soon. But both of these cars are going to be on 3 more pit stops. That's the move right there. That is a daring one, I have to say. That's not exactly the move you want to go for, but if you want to force the move, in a 24-hour race, you are very likely to see the other car, if they do see you coming, open up, because the last thing you want is some sort of collision, some sort of contact, and some sort of damage.
Yeah, Pedro Sanchez for Obsidian Racing not waiting around at all as he made the move there on the Unicos Gaming Danny Lozano. You did see there that the Cherokee car is now into the pits. Carlos Marin is in the car there. Mars Devils also into the pits. Jonathan Zamora at the helm of that car according to the timing screens. And there he is, Jonathan Zamora in the pit lane, looking like at the moment it's just fuel. I can't see that car being jacked up as of yet, but I don't think they've been in the pit lane for too long, in all honesty. So they'll do the fuel first, then the tyres. That's how the sort of GT pit stops work. If you're unfamiliar with how a GT pit stops work, there's only a certain amount of crew members that can actually work on the car. That can be beyond the. There's a little white line that they have normally in GT racing and in events like that. So they can only have a limited amount of mechanics working on the car, no matter what it is. So you can only have one on the refueling. You'll probably do other things like cleaning the windshield, anything like that. Then the tyres are normally the last thing to go onto the car, as well as the driver changes. So there's always that one engineer who's helping with the driver change. Normally, it's pulling the other driver out, which if you've watched endurance racing, is you shouldn't laugh because, of course, the driver's absolutely tired after a long stint, but it can cause some disorientation in the motorsport world. Luckily, in sim racing, all you have to do is press a button. None of this getting up and having to find your way outside of a roll cage, which is quite nice.
Although, as we said, some of those simulator setups are so elaborate that maybe some of them actually do have a roll cage, and once they are done with their stint, after pressing the button and they've left the car, they have to still get out of that roll cage. I wouldn't be
Very
surprised.
true. Yeah. Yeah, very true. Well, it has been proved in the past that you do need a roll cage sometimes when your when your force feedback is just a little bit too high. Anyway, Julian Rodriguez in the MSI Esports car still leading the way. Last lap time from him was a 1:41.649 as it now appears on your graphic on the screen. So it's just a second. Maybe slightly, very slightly under a second off their best lap time. But is this a case of we've actually seen the track at its best in the nighttime? Because just before we came on air for the night shift, we saw some absolutely blistering lap times being set.
Yeah, the fastest lap so far of this race, and I don't think it will be beaten at this point, is a 1:40.571 set by Williams Esports. And I think that was Arthur LeHook, who is in the car right now, who did that during the nighttime. May have been Agustin Canapino, one of those two. Certainly it was a name starting with A, which, to be fair, makes me quite happy. But but yeah, I don't think we'll see those lap times at this point anymore. The track has seen its best time, and certainly with the air temperature going up, I talked about this earlier, with the air temperature going up, the engine does not put out the same amount of power anymore. It's slightly slower because of the cooling, and the brakes are also struggling a bit more right now with the temperature getting slightly higher. Those are minute differences. They're not very massive, but they are certainly strong enough to basically ruin any chance of getting the fastest lap.
Absolutely, and I think it was the chance there for Williams Esports. I mean, they just took that fastest lap with both hands and weren't letting it go. They pipped it by just under 1/10 of a second ahead of MSI Esports, who are currently leading the way out there. Just checking if my timing screen has frozen, which it has. So we've got to press the refresh button. It only happened 20 seconds ago, so I'm all right. I'm okay. But we've got Customs Exilium in the pits lane. Oscar Ortiz is looking like he's going to jump into the car. Just over a minute now in that pit box. So I'm expecting him to leave now. Yeah, 1 minute 2.7 in the pit box. So that's fuel and tyres added onto that Customs Exilium GT car. And they should rejoin in 24th place, second to last of the runners. But I have to say, just finishing a 24-hour endurance race is a success alone. It's certainly a reason to be happy, because you've made it. You've actually made it to the checkered flag. You set out what you wanted to do, which was finish. I know some of the top teams will be wanting to try and win this race, but I think when they look back at it and see actually this happened and we actually recovered well, I think they'll actually be happy that they've made it to the end.
Yeah, I think since I had this little exchange with Javier Guerra, the manager of Williams Esports, the one thing he told me was that they want to ideally get a win. Obviously, you know, if you're one of the professional outfits here, you want to get the win. And at the very least a podium, because they haven't had a podium in the first two editions of this, so they've wanted one now for the first time. And right now it's close, but they are 38.7 seconds away from a podium, just under 40 seconds there. And I think they're going to be kicking themselves a little bit if they don't get it at the end of the day. If they remain in fourth place, because that was their goal. But at the same time, even though that was the goal that they set themselves at the start or before the start of the race, things changed during the race, and I think they will be rather happy with the fourth place, even if it turns out to be that way. They should be quite safe in that fourth place now, with 1 lap ahead of Race for Cat in P5. So that should be... I mean, nothing's ever safe in sim race, in endurance
never.
racing, but it's a good buffer. Let's just say that, and they should be fine unless something major happens there, some sort of damage or some sort of incident, which again could very well happen.
Absolutely. As we head towards 3 hours to go, it has simply flown by, Austin, hasn't it? Even the sleep we had flew by. We didn't get enough of it, but nevertheless, we're running on pure adrenaline. And to be honest with you, for a 24-hour endurance, I wouldn't have it any other way. Also, I don't really like coffee, so that doesn't really work for me. So adrenaline it is then.
Yeah, it's adrenaline for you, orange juice for me.
That sounds like
I'm not a fan of coffee either.
adrenaline and orange juice. That
Yes.
sounds like a band name or something. That'd be great.
Jeez. Yeah,
You heard it
doesn't
here
sound like
first.
a good band though. It needs to be said.
All right.
Sounds
okay.
like an underground grunge band.
All right, you didn't have to get personal with that one.
That's mostly because of the orange juice part.
No, I suppose so. We're watching the number 12 here. That is the Unicos gaming car, currently being driven by Danny Lozano. And what started off as a promising start, it just seems they sort of hit a brick wall at some point and couldn't quite fully recover. Still in seventh place though, so it hasn't been all bad. But could they have done any better? Was there anything in the way to prevent them from getting any higher than they are?
That is a very good question. I think their position right now is not too bad, considering that we are now past that 3-hour 10 mark, and they are going to be the first ones to pit. They have done 35 laps on this stint already with Danny Lozano, so they're going to be the first ones to pit. So this one, everyone will have the same amount of pit stops, but the other ones are going to have to run them a bit shorter, or just, you know, run the last pit stop very short, meaning you just come into the pit lane, put a splash of fuel in. You're certainly not going to change tires at that point, not even 2, let alone all 4. But just, you know, splash and dash right at the end. which is something you wouldn't think of in a 24-hour race. But yeah, splash and dash at the end if your strategy doesn't work out perfectly, if it doesn't line up perfectly, and you just need enough fuel to make it to the end. No tire change needed. Just go for however many laps it is, 5-10 laps there. That's what we could very well see from some of the cars in front, which is going to cost them a little bit of time compared to everyone else, but it's also going to save them some time if you look at just the overall pit stop time in those last 3 hours and 10 minutes, or 6 minutes now, really.
Yeah, it's a shame that you were talking about a splash and dash there. It's a shame the Rusty's team aren't in the race anymore, because I reckon their final pit stop would have been no tyres, just gas, and that would have been it. There you go. I would have made the reference, but it wouldn't have been funny, so I don't know why I said it.
Well, at the same time, they would have had Guido at their disposal, so
Very
even
true,
changing tires would not have been an issue.
yeah, that's very true. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
Yeah,
Man, I would love to. Yeah, the Rusty's crew have Guido as their race pit engineer, the only Guido as well. Quite astonishing. Absolutely brilliant. We're following Carlos Marin in the Cherokee car, in the car number 10, trying to chase down Diego Nicolas in the high-speed Demons car, in the number 4. That is the Ford GT, and it's the second highest running Ford GT out of 2, which, to be honest with you, like we said, or like we discussed earlier, Austin, we were sort of thinking, why did some drivers avoid the Ford GT? Why did these two teams in Williams and High Speed Demons pick the Ford GT? And obviously they picked it because it's a good handling car, it looks like.
Yeah, they picked it because it's a good handling car and because they thought they were capable. And I think both teams have shown that at this point, that they are capable to set the car up properly to be a good handling car. It certainly makes sense, but the reason why everyone else avoided it is because it's difficult to set up in the first place to be at sort of that level where it is handling nicely and you can drive rather comfortably. So that's why everyone else is avoiding it. But it's a two-edged sword. What plays into it at the end of it as well is that as much as it is a good handling car, what it really isn't is a beast on the straights. That's where it loses. That's where the disadvantages of the 4GT come in. And I think we've seen that time and time again over those 24 hours, over the last 21 hours, that the 4GT is really struggling in a straight line compared to especially the Porsche, but also to a lesser extent the BMW.
Absolutely, and I asked it at the start of the stream. I'll ask it towards the end as well. Why didn't teams pick the Ferrari? Maybe they just thought that maybe that wasn't the car for them. That 488 is completely unused by all the teams heading into this.
Yeah, it's a similar case as it is with the Ford. It's a car that's difficult to set up, and then what also plays into it is you just I don't want to say you don't get a nice driving experience at all, because that would be an overstatement. That would be too harsh. But it's certainly very difficult to set the car up to a point where you do get a car that's not very, let's say, angry with you. The Ferrari can be quite a tricky one to drive, and over the course of 24 hours, you want as smooth sailing as possible, and the Ferrari will not give you that.
Ah, I see. That does make sense entirely. Just having a look here at the timing screens, it's all looking pretty comfortable for everybody so far. There's good gaps between everybody, and as we head in towards the last 3 hours of the 24 hours here, we are fast approaching hour 22, Austin, and I have to say that it's going to be for the race leaders. Obviously they're going to try and be getting into their rhythm, getting into their stride, and making sure they keep their mistakes to an absolute minimum in terms of that. Otherwise they're going to throw away a win that after the downfall of their rivals, they'll surely want to try and take the advantage with this with both hands.
Definitely, but I have to say, at this point, if they try and start getting into their rhythm, it's a bit late. I think they have been in their rhythm for the last 21 hours mostly. I mean, we haven't seen any major issues with MSI Esports really. Has there been the odd adversity? Sure, for every team. It's a 24-hour race, of course. There's no debate there. But it, for them, it was sort of the race with maybe the least adversity they had to face, and if they had to face, or when they had to face it, I should say, um, they handled it very well. They recovered very well every time they did have some sort of incident. They had a couple times where I remember during the early evening time when it started getting darker during sunset. Um, they had a couple of moments where there were cars right in front of them spinning. So that was certainly something that they had to handle there, but they got around that quite well. And as we head into the 22nd hour of this race, they are leading, and they are a worthy leader of this race. To be fair, anyone who would be leading at this point would be a worthy leader, because it's been 21 hours.
Absolutely. There is the number 19 Porsche there, just making their way through. That's Plus G Escuderia, driven by, there you see, Mark Yabert. 13th place right now in the number 19 Porsche, as now he makes his way through. Gap to the car ahead is 1 lap, unfortunately, but sometimes it does say 1 lap until they get to the timing line, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. But we are now into hour 22. We have 3 hours left of the 24 hours of the Circuit de Catalunya, and top 10 rundown looks a little something like this. It looks a little different to when I last did one of these, but here we go. MSI Esports in the lead. At the helm is Julian Rodriguez, currently completed 714 laps here in the Circuit de Catalunya. DriveX Esports in second place at the helm, Manel Kubo, currently 2 laps down on the leader. In third place, number 13, Level Motorsports, driven at the moment by Toby Soriano, 2 laps down on the leader, 37.8 behind second place. Williams Esports in fourth place, the car number 29, the leaders of the Ford GT GTE, try saying that 3 times quickly. Holders of the best lap of the race so far, but they are in fourth place, 2 laps down on the leader, 37.8 behind third place. Fifth place, the number 9 of Obsidian Racing, at the moment driven by Pedro Sanchez, a lap down on the car ahead and 4 laps down on the race leader. Racecat Motorsport in 6th place, Julia Po Albert in the car at the moment, 4 laps down on the leader, 16.5 seconds behind 5th place. Unicos Gaming in 7th place, car number 12, driven by Christian Lamella, 5 laps down on the leader, 1 minute 14 behind 6th place. Mamias Racing in 8th place, car number 17, driven by Ivan Casanova, 6 laps down on the leader, 1 lap down on 7th place. 9th place, High Speed Demons in the number 4, driven by Diego Nicolas, 7 laps down on the leader, 39.7 behind 8th place. And in 10th place, car number 10, Cherokee, driven by Carlos Marin, currently 6 seconds back on 9th place, 7 laps down on the leader. That's your top 10 so far as we head into hour 22. Not long to go now left, Austin, especially in the 24-hour race. When does this become a sprint for the drivers rather than an endurance? Does that mindset ever kick in?
It really doesn't. The only time when that is thinkable is if we're talking the last stint and there is a car to be caught in front. Then yes, but that's a very rare occasion. We might see it once, maybe twice if we're lucky, throughout the whole field. It's certainly not going to be for the lead. And so I don't think we're going to see that too much. Meanwhile, I'm having a little bit of a look and doing my own calculations regarding the sort of lap expectation from iRacing. They're saying 847 is what the game is calculating. At the same time, I'm looking at it and I'm seeing that it's probably more like 100 and 506 laps left at this point if they keep lapping at the pace that they're going at, which means we're not gonna end up at 847. We're probably gonna end up closer to 820. So, game being a little bit overly eager there. So I think we are about to hit the last 100 laps. We're about to start those off.
Absolutely. I believe it was last year they had 837 laps, I think we were told last time around. Wow, that's a magnificent callback I had there. Just pluck that out of my brain. You'll never see it again. So take a video. It'll never happen again. But yeah, so 837 laps last time around. We did of course have that full course yellow at the very start for people crashing on the formation lap. So eager to get started in this race that there was an incident before the race had even started. There were green flags waved, so we were underway at that point. So all of that counted towards the results as well. So I said, oh, definitely 850. If it's predicting that, then it's got to be true. Yeah, I'm soon going to be proven wrong, I reckon. Currently on lap 715 of this race with 2 hours and 55 minutes to go. In fact, I've just realised that didn't refresh on my end, so it's going to be slightly higher now, probably 716, 717. Okay, that's not too bad then. Not too bad. Yeah, still plenty to happen here. We've already seen how a commanding lead can be instantly gotten rid of, as you see Zenith Esports there out of this race. Unfortunately, overnight, if you missed that, it was quite a spectacular crash, unsighted, with the back marker of the Brazilian esports team. Unfortunately, they both found themselves out of the race not long after that incident. We're watching Julia Pro in the Race for Cat motorsport car as they make their way in towards turn 9, that flying right-handed there, taking as much curb on the inside, and then taking all of the curb on the left-hand side. And what's been striking to me is that it seems like the drivers have been briefed that the edge of the curb is the track limits rather than the white line on the start of the curb. So that's why you're seeing the drivers using that bit of green. If any of their wheels ends up on the green there, 2 wheels of the green is fine. Any more than that, and they will get some penalties coming their way if they consistently do it. Of course, as well, you have the iRacing penalty system as well. 75 incident points is allowed until you are given a drive-through penalty. That is a slap on the wrist, automatic through there. So that costs you around about 20 seconds there on your race time, but over 24 hours. I think you'd be amazingly talented and amazingly consistent if you had no drive-through penalties for incident points whatsoever, considering the fact that incident points can be gained for contact. That's normally 4x depending on severity, can be even higher. Loss of control as well, so if you spin the car, that's incident points, and also if you're off track, that's incident points as well. So they do all add up over the 24 hours, and they apply to the team rather than the driver. So we've seen already, Austin, that someone's jumped in their car, obviously used a little bit too much of track limits, and it's come up saying 75 out of 75 at drive-through penalty. That must be so frustrating when you take over there.
But at the same time, you just keep thinking, okay, well, if I was in their position now, I would have collected some incident points, and they would have been in my position. They probably would have ended up in the same scenario, just, roles reversed. So you're not really too fussed about it. It is a team sport after all. And so you're saying, you know what, it happens. You don't really. What the one thought that doesn't cross your mind really is that you start blaming your teammates. Be like, guys, why are you collecting so many incident points? Maybe you'll say that jokingly, but never really meant seriously.
Well, there you go then. See, I'm learning more and more about being a driver in an endurance race and not just watching on. I would love to do 24-hour, but unfortunately, I'm in the comment books for a reason. Let's just say that, Austin. Mark Yabert, meanwhile, in 13th place in the Plus G Escuderia car of the Porsche. They're now making their way in through turn 2 and then through turn 3, as they're right behind this BMW here. And I'm just trying to see who that is ahead of Jobert, and is that going to be anyone for position? No, I don't think so. I think that's I can't see the number of that BMW, unfortunately. I'll just have to try and work it out if we can see a sight. That's the number. Is that number 10 there?
I think it may be.
So that is the Cherokee car. So they're not on the same lap, but so that is Mark Hubert turning 2 laps down on that car into 1 lap down now.
Yeah. Unlapping himself. Which again, it's perfectly legal if you can pull it off safely, and that's thankfully what happened there. Unlapping himself. Not really that it is of much use this late into the race. I mean, he's still almost 2 laps down on the P10 car in, or the number 10 car in P10. So doesn't really help him much in the grand scheme of things. But let's see, the R70 team was in the pit lane about a minute ago. Are they still there? No, they have since rejoined. But Plus G Scuderia is going to come across the line. I want to see what the gap has changed. It was 2 minutes that Plus G Scuderia was behind R70. That has come down to 1:15 now. So quite a significant pit stop there. 1:14 actually. So yeah, still quite a lot. R70 1:08 behind the next car and 1:14 ahead of Plus G Scuderia. So they're sitting very, very easily there in P12. Not much to do up front, not much to do behind. Not that many cars can say that they are over a minute ahead and over a minute behind. I think the only ones who can do that as well are Unico's Gaming in P7, who are 1:13 behind Race for Cat in P6, and a whole lap ahead of Momai's racing team in P8.
Absolutely, we're seeing as well a couple of battles developing out on the track here. I can see another reason why Cherokee would have let the car through there of the Plus G Escuderia team is because he's probably got the or they probably got the focus on the car ahead. The High Speed Demons, driven by Diego Nicolas, only 7.7 separates them in this late stage of the race. Looking further down the field as well, the battle between the number 22 car of Espanita Rocket Factor, driven by Gabriel Martin Alvarado, and the number 11 car in 16th of the IRS BMW. 6.7 seconds separates them. They're both on the same lap. Worth watching those two battles and keeping an eye on them, Austin.
Yeah, in fact, the gap has come down now to 5.7 seconds. So the IRS 10 factory team looking to close in and looking to gain that position. I think at this point, safe to say, both cars are going to pit the same amount of times, but not the same amount of time. So, with Espanita Rocket Factor having pitted 17 laps ago and IRS 10 Factory 27 laps ago, I think Espanita Rocket Factor has the slight advantage there to go for a quicker splash and dash at the end, whereas IRS 10 Factory is going to have to wait a little bit longer in their pit box to get that car refueled on their last pit stop.
Absolutely. There's Pablo Espes in that R70 team Porsche. 12th place right now, as you said, pretty much in a race of his own at the moment. The team are in a race of their own. A minute ahead of the car behind and a minute behind the car ahead. So they're really focused now on just getting to the end of this race without any further incidents or any further spins or any further action that's happened. They were involved actually very early on in this race as well, at that incident at turns 7 and 8. Not actually sure what happened, what resulted in that collision between the two of them, but I'm sure we'll find out in the long run. Meanwhile then, we're riding on board with Thiago Carvalho as they're trying to chase down Gabriel Martin in towards turn 5, 4.5 seconds. That's not the car ahead, by the way. That's the Williams Esports Ford GT. You're looking ahead, just going through turn 8 now, was the car of Gabriel Martin. That orange Porsche is the one you're looking for. Just out of the picture there, behind the wall through turn 9. And you can see Thiago Carvalho really pushing now because he's closing this gap at a rate of knots.
Right, last lap, 1.4 seconds almost. Is what he closed the gap by. So a lot of overspeed there for the IRS 10 factory team, for Thiago Carvalho. And at this point, this move should happen rather shortly. I think we can wait about 2-3 laps, maybe 4 laps. I'm gonna wait and see what the gap will be at the end of this one as Espanita Rocket Factor come across the line. Now, oh, 42.8. They have improved, so last lap must have been a slight mistake. So we're gonna have to wait maybe a little bit longer. Again, half a second though gained by IRS 10 factory. So 8 laps at this point, I would guess, until Thiago Carvalho is all over Gabriel Martin Alvarado.
There's another battle here that we completely missed off the timing sheet between Cometa and El Bardaqueto. Adan Train and Baltazar Sevilla all battling away here for 21st place. So that should be pretty interesting. That's the closest battle out on track right now, as they're both heading now down towards turn 10, both in that BMW. But who's got the better strategy and who set up that car better?
Looking at the timing sheets right now, it seems like El Bardaqueta was a lot closer previously, but they've lost 1.7 seconds on the last lap. They were half a second behind that Cometa car. Right now, that gap has slightly increased with a car in between as well. So that certainly doesn't help them right now. Adan Train trying to maybe navigate that traffic, or maybe he was letting by that car. Maybe that's why he's lost some time there. But yeah, last lap another 8 tenths. Was the Cometa team behind? Did they overtake? I think that's what happened here, because if I sort of count 1 and 1 together, basically I do get 2 here, and in this. Yeah. No, if I count 1 and 1 together, what I see here is that the gap is now, or the gap was not as big as the time lost by El Bardaqueto in the last 2 laps. So I think 2 laps ago there was a move there that we just didn't catch, and Cometa has made the move on El Bardaqueto, moving up into 21st, and El Bardaqueto now down in 22nd.
Absolutely. I completely misidentified the car as well for the El Bardaqueto team. Of course, they're driving the Porsche 991, which was completely my mistake there. But I got caught out by the gap. I thought it was directly the car behind, but I always try and avoid that one, but it happens. What can you do about it? 3.9 seconds now between Gabriel Martin and Thiago Carvalho. So, yeah, that BMW of the IRS team is really starting to close in on the Porsche of Españita. Flying through turn 9 now, all the way down towards turn 10 at 3.3 seconds now. Wow, that is a rate of knots, and I would think that was a little bit of a glitch there. I don't think it's quite closing in that quickly. I think the IRSC would love if it was closing in that quickly, but it's around 3.7 at the moment. Pedro Sanchez is into the pit box then for Obsidian Racing, and into the pit box then, so assuming that's going to be the penultimate stop that the team is going to make this late on into the race. There's Julia Pro, I believe, is driving that car for Race for Cat. P5 in car number 5, heading their way now through turn 4. Now, if only it was a corner later, I would have been truly, truly happy. Oh, it is a corner later. Here we go through turn 5. There we go. All right, that's made me happy now. Flying our way through. It's been a good race for Race for Cat. We haven't seen a lot of them, but that's probably a good thing, to be honest with you.
Yeah, oftentimes the one thing you don't want to be doing, unless you're leading the race, the one thing you don't want to be doing is be featured on stream all the time, because that usually means that you are involved in a lot of incidents, and it's the last thing you need in a 24-hour race. So for them to just sort of fly under the radar and get a top 5 result right now, as it seems, as Obsidian Racing is in the pit lane. Or have they since rejoined? Let me see, because my timing screen froze again. Yeah, they have rejoined. Pedro Sanchez still in the car, so no driver change there. Pedro Sanchez now in P6 for them. The number 9 car in P6, you arrange those numbers and have some fun with it. But 34.5 seconds now the gap from Pedro Sanchez to the next car ahead to Race for Cat. I don't think it was their penultimate stop. I think they're going to have 2 more left at this point. Considering that, again, one stint is about, at most, at the very, very most, sort of an hour 5 minutes. That's really stretching it. More like an hour 3 minutes, hour 4 minutes maybe. Um, so uh, counting this right now, they're gonna have to pit twice more at this point.
Absolutely. There's Manel Kubo, who's in second place for DriveX Esports, currently in that car. Again, 2 laps down on the race leader. And there is your race leader, Julian Rodriguez, in the MSI Esports BMW, making their way through the final corner and down that start-finish straight. And always the benefit as the leader is every car in front of you, basically at some point, is going to let you through. You have that luxury of parting every car that's really in front of you. Obviously, they don't have to. They could make your life a little bit difficult, but the last thing you really want to do is get on the wrong nerve of the race leader.
One thing that every driver sort of has in the very back of their mind, but it is still there, is that if you see the leader come up behind you, you're always thinking, oh, what if the camera is on the leader right now? Because very often, obviously, on stream, you do have the camera on the leader, because after all, they are leading the race, so they are deserving the spotlight there. And so you're thinking, oh my god, if I hold him up and we have some sort of contact or even crash, and that's on stream, that is really bad. Obviously you also think you don't want to have a crash either way, but you'd rather get out of the way of the leader. You don't want to get involved with deciding who wins this race if you're a back marker. And
Yeah,
so
not in
you'd
that
rather, yeah, not in that way, exactly. If you're fighting for P1, sure, you want to decide who wins the race. You want it to be yourself. But if you're a back marker, you don't want to get involved with that. And I said this earlier, you are a bit more likely to pull out of the way if you see the leader of the race come up behind you than if it's, let's say, P5 or P10.
Absolutely, but a good performance from MSI Esports. We're getting a replay here. Let's see what has happened here. This is earlier on. So this is how Zenith Esports probably went out and bowed out of the 24 hours. So this
Yep.
is coming towards turn 5, downhill then through the left-hander, and
Next
then
one.
onwards here through turn 6 on towards turn 7 and 8. So riding on board here, we might see a car or we might not. There's the spinner there, and oh no, yeah, no. Well, that is unfortunate for the Zenith Esports team there. I didn't actually quite see what happened there to Lucas Colombo, but yeah, the back marker spun and rejoined and mirror signal maneuver, and unfortunately that cost Zenith Esports. That is why they are out of the race about 4 hours ago, and that has really that's pretty much been the story there. Zenith Esports were on top of the world, absolutely comfortable in the lead, and one mistake from a back marker like that, and that's your entire race over.
Yeah, and you saw there, he did see the spin happen, but because the Supercopa Esports Mexico team drive, I think it was one of the De Alba brothers, was then accelerating, trying to get off the racing line, and did not take into account that the car behind, which was Lucas Colombo, was going to react to what he saw there. Um, they did come together, and that was just such a massive impact, and ultimately led both cars to retire. So we are down to 25 cars now at this point. And yeah, it's just very unfortunate for Zenith Esports. They were leading for so long, and then with about let's see 200 something laps to go only, with 6.5 hours left to go, it ends this abruptly.
Yeah, absolutely, and totally, really out of their control when you really think about it. As you say, they saw the spin happen, they saw the smoke come up. What they weren't expecting is the car to then accelerate forward, as if to try and get out of the way, as you said, onto the grass and out of there. And it's just one of those things where maybe put it in reverse next time around. But hindsight is always 2020, and for both cars, it did eventually spell the end of both of their races. So unfortunate there for both sets of teams. We're focusing right now on the battle between ninth place, between Diego Nicolas, High Speed Demons car, and Carlos Morin in a Cherokee PS car. Car number 4 versus car number 10. As you can see there, Carlos Morin is looking to try and get past this Ford GT up ahead. And we've already discussed, Austin, that the Ford GT does have its weakness down the straight here, and the BMW will be looking to try and exploit that advantage when it gets close. I'd say if, but it is looking like when at this point, because that gap is coming down at a monumental rate.
3/10 last lap. I would expect it to be a little bit higher this lap once they both come across the line. And certainly it should make for an easy move down the main straight, but anything can happen, and maybe a good run out of the chicane can help the high-speed demons here, as we see Level Motorsports basically coming up, Toby Soriano coming up to the back of that battle, and he's gonna look at that thinking, oh no, they're fighting 21.5 hours into this race, and I'm coming up to a battle. What is going on? That's the worst thing. That's the last thing you want to see as a driver. I mean, the second last thing. The last thing is a car parked on the exit of a blind corner. But that's second, right here. So he's looking at his timing screen, probably thinking, oh, dear Lord, what is happening? Does this have to happen? Can I get a pit stop in, guys? And in fact, Toby Soriano might be able to actually get a pit stop in before he gets there. 35 laps on his stint so far. This is lap 36, so either at the end of this one or the next one, he's probably going into the pit lane. So he's gonna avoid this battle and having to lap this battle right now. So that certainly helps him a little bit in that regard. What I wonder is the battle between Toby Soriano and Arthur LeHook, Level Motorsports, and Williams Esports for P3. The gap is 35 seconds, just over 35 seconds. It may have come down since. Let me refresh. No, it's still 35 seconds, 35 and a half now. But they're trading lap times back and forth. They seem to be the two fastest cars on track right now, has to be said. Both in the 1 minute 41s. MSI Esports isn't doing 1 minute 41s. DriveX Esports isn't doing 1 minute 41s. So they're the only two who are lapping that quickly. Maybe apart from Plus G Scuderia, who just set their fastest lap time right now with a 1 minute 41.0. Quite surprising. Mark your bet being that fast right now. But he's also 30 seconds behind the next guy, so I don't think there's that much going on there regarding any chance to overtake. So 35 and a half seconds between those two teams in P3 and P4. Level Motorsports is in fact in the pit lane right now. So the gap that we see on track 30 or on stream 38.3 seconds between Manuel Kubo and Toby Soriano. That is going to go up as we see the driver swap as well. Andres Fernandez now in. And I think he will be the final driver for them. I think he will take this car to the end now. Gonna have to do 2 more pit stops. One normal pit stop of refueling and change. No, not changing tires. I think at this point you can take it to the end 2.5 hours. There's a car slow on the inside of turn 11. That is the turn 12. Sorry, that is the Bank Sabadell corner. Don't know who that was exactly. I don't know if you caught it.
Yeah, I don't think I did. Just to happen a little bit too quickly there. I don't know whether it was a loss of control or whether they intentionally went onto the grass to get out of the way of the leaders. I kind of think that the former, because you wouldn't put yourself onto the grass like that. You might put yourself onto the curb on the outside. It's a very tricky place to let a car through, but I can't see that being purposely done to go across there, because you can risk yourself getting a little bit of damage running across there. Andres Fernandez now leaves the pit lane, rejoins in 4th place after his stop, and there is the 3rd place car now of Arthur LeHook, who is pit stop behind in theory, obviously, and probably in practical as well. But there's a lot of time that Williams Esports need to make up if they want to have a shot of this third place. Manuel Kubo, meanwhile, 1 minute 10 ahead of Williams Esports. And bear in mind that Arthur Lehook needs to bring that car into the pit lane at some point, so that gap could only increase if they're not careful. Just having a look at the standings here in Manuel Kubo. It's been 35 laps, so they're on their 36th lap on their stint. I think that's how that works in this one. Either that or it's their 35th lap. In any case,
36th.
So it's 36. So they are due into the pit lane soon.
Slap on the next one. If I was them, I'd try to stretch it out to 37 on the whole stint, but obviously it depends on the fuel consumption of the car. Depends on what the driver feels like, and in fact he does come in right now, so it seems like the fuel tank is too empty at this point to continue, so he comes in right now for a potential driver swap and getting the last driver in, the final driver who does the last 2.5 hours. We'll see Manuel Kubo heading towards his pit box, stopping, slowing down. There he is. Number 41 is that's quite beautiful, I think. Number 14 in the number 41 pit box, and there is in fact a driver change right now. Sergio Ignacio will be their final driver for the last 2.5 hours. The question that I have now is, oh, that's the same spot as the Supercopa Mexico card in the night. That's where it all went wrong for Zenith Esports. Thankfully, no one came around that corner at the time, so Borja Chisbert was able to get out of the way rather quickly there. A little bit of time loss, but no harm, no foul, really. But yeah, what I'm interested in is Williams Esports right here. Arthur Lehook, when he comes into the pit lane, about 4 laps at most, well, let's say 5 laps at most, is he going to swap drivers? Is he going to continue? Because I reckon he just did a pit stop as the DriveX car is now in the pit lane, and they're over a minute in there, so that was a driver change. Sergio Ignacio. Williams Esports now in 2nd place. Again, slightly inflated because both DriveX and Level Motorsports just were in the pit lane. But Williams Esports right now in P2, and I'm pretty sure they like seeing that, and they would love to keep that. But right now, I don't think it's too viable for them, as we're just waiting for the gap to update for Level Motorsports to DriveX. So the gap between P3 and P4, we see it's 10 seconds between Arthur Lehook and Sergio Ignacio, between Williams and DriveX. But there it is, 39 seconds. It should come down a little bit further. There you go, 36. That's more like it. 36 seconds. So the gap between Williams in P2 and Level Motorsports in P4 is around 45, 46 seconds. Meaning, as soon as they pit, even if it's just a refueling pit stop and there's no driver swap, there's no tire change, it's just for fuel, they will fall behind Level Motorsports, but not by much. They will be within 15 seconds of Andres Fernandez in that number 13 car.
Arthur Lehook has a couple of back markers to find his way through as he makes his way now around the final corner and onto the start-finish straight. He'll have a little bit of slipstream down the start-finish straight as well, which is what the Williams Esports car really needs in that Ford GT. It is really lacking at the top end. Diego Nicolas in the other Ford GT in the high-speed Demons, currently running in 9th place with a last lap of 1:43.1. Just having a look here, Cherokee are 9/10 behind them, so you'll see a BMW looming in the distance. There it is, and obviously that is for position there. That is going to be a battle for 9th place as the BMW draws ever closer to the Ford GT.
Yeah, and another car could get involved in this, as the Momayas Racing team, which is 34 seconds up the road from the high-speed Demons, is going into the pit lane right now, so they might find themselves in this very battle, depending on how long this pit stop takes. No, it's a driver swap. Yuri Gomez now in the car for Ivan Casanova, so that will put them right behind that, or not right behind, but quite a few seconds behind those two here, behind Diego Nicolas and Carlos Marin. So Yuri Gomez will have some fresh, clean air in front of him and not have to battle for P8 and P9 right now, as Mamai's Racing team is the first of those three to come into the pit lane. The other two will follow shortly. In fact, it will most likely be High Speed Demons next. They've been 34 laps on their stint right now on that tank of fuel, whereas Cherokee only 28 laps. So they still have a few laps to go. Maybe with an overcut, they could make that move happen outside of having to make it happen on track. They can do that on strategy, basically overtaking them in the pit lane. But we'll see how it goes as... let's see. Yep, the Mamai's Racing team, Yuri Gomez now back on track. And 44 seconds behind Cherokee. So a huge gap now, actually. Between those two battling here and the Mamai's Racing team behind.
Absolutely. We've got two cars in the pit as well. Kilometro Zero with Daniel Ramos in the pit lane right now. Euromasters Esports with Paul Monet into the pits as well. It doesn't look like there's a driver change, but they've been in the box now for 34.3 seconds. So that might be a splash and dash there, Austin. Doesn't look like, doesn't feel like there would have been any tyre changes there. Maybe later on in the race they'll be able to switch tyres, but we'll have to wait and see how that one develops in their strategy. There's the Williams Esports Ford GT making their way now down towards what I believe will be turn number 10, and yes it is, in through we go, and Arthur Leherc here in that Williams Esports car just trying to get the best out of this stint before they have to come into the pits.
Yeah, meanwhile another pit stop there as well for the Kilometro Zero team. Gabby Montero going into the pit lane. Normal pit stop, although there's something going on. The car is still showing orange, even though it has left the pit. Okay, now it has stopped. And Arthur Leherc coming into the pit lane now. 36 laps done on those, not on those, oh no, actually on those left-hand side tires. The right-hand side tires probably taking 3 stints by now. But he's in the pit lane now to refuel at the very least. We'll see if there's a driver swap there as well. Gonna have to wait a couple seconds more. 8, 10, no. Does seem like Arthur Leherc is gonna stay in the car. And as I say that, my timing screen freezes perfectly after 10 seconds of Arthur Leherc pitting. But yeah, he is still in the car, so he will remain. And in fact, he only went for a 17-second pit stop. That's half a tank of fuel. He didn't even go for the full tank of fuel.
So they're obviously trying to make the car as light as possible to get themselves to the last pit stop. So that's the strategy.
Two
there.
more.
Yeah.
2 more for them, and 2 more for everyone really at this point. Maybe MSI Esports could actually, if they stretch it out a little bit, they could go for 2 pit stops as well, but nah, not really. 34 laps into their stint, so they can only take it 3 laps longer, so they're going to have 3 pit stops at this point as well. Everyone else should be, well, again, High Speed Demons on 3 more at this point. Cherokee could be one of the cars that could make it to 2 stops from here on out. Certainly everyone else in the top 12 actually should be able to just go for 2 more stops. But MSI Esports is not going to be able to do it. They're going to do 3. Same for High Speed Demons, who I expect to come into the pit lane at the end of this lap. Which means that I'm not sure that they're going to battle this one too much if Cherokee wants to get past. As we see Arthur Leherc here, that is P3 right now. Because of that rather short pit stop, they are now 10 seconds, 11 seconds ahead of Level Motorsports. But will that hold up after this really, really, really incredibly short pit stop? It's certainly part of their strategy here. They wanted to get that 3rd place, but will they have it by the end of the race?
Well, it's a bold strategy call, that's for sure. But I'll tell you what, you don't win anything by not being bold. You've got to go for it sometimes. You've got to roll the dice. You've got to see what comes up and hope the snake eyes reward you greatly. And for Williams Esports, that's exactly what they're doing. Half a tank of fuel just to get themselves about 17, maybe 18 laps, possibly under the belt there, and then 2 stops for the end. So it gets them, actually, they're trying to get back in sync with the other drivers here, because they know if they take a long stop now, they're going to be all the way back down to 4th. If at least they take a half tank of fuel on board, they'll be able to try and keep 3rd place, and theoretically they have 2 stops to go, as well as other teams around them as well. So this could be a fantastic strategic call from Williams Esports if it pays off.
However, at the same time, Level Esports have been on 5 laps more on their stint, meaning they're going to have to refuel for 5 laps less, which is not half a fuel tank, to be honest here. But what also needs to be said is Level Motorsports is probably going for a full stint here. So they are going 30 more laps most likely on this stint with Andres Fernandez, whereas Williams Esports only going for about 17, 18 laps at this point. I think what this is their hope that they somehow get that position, but at the end of it all, Level Motorsports haven't had their splash and dash yet, but Williams Esports, I mean, they just did them a little bit prematurely, but they just did them as high-speed demons. Now, back out on track, Pablo Lazar now in the car, so that was a driver swap, and that's why they fell behind the Mamaya's Racing team with Yuri Gomez, so they're now down into 10th. Once Cherokee make their pit stop, they will fall behind Mamaya's as well. But unless they make a driver swap as well, Cherokee will be pretty clear of the high-speed demons.
Yeah, as Dominic Strabe in the chat there saying that they can't reach P3 on their own pace. They need some luck on their side, and maybe a strategic call as well is needed, which is why they've rolled the dice here. They want that to stick, and as you can see now, with theoretically a lighter car but no change of tyres, hopefully they'll be thinking that they can have some sort of chance now of trying to close in. They were quicker than the 2nd place car on their last lap, and look at that, quicker than Andres Fernandez on that last lap as well by 9/10 of a second. I wonder if that's going to be a little bit short-lived, because they're trying to get themselves back in sync. Obviously, Fernandez here will go much longer into their stint with Level Motorsports. So for Williams Esports here, it is a case of just rolling these dice and hoping that you get those snake eyes come up.
It's really hoping that Level Motorsports maybe get into some sort of issue in the last 2 hours and 19 minutes here. More than it's really about getting in sync or anything. It's just them basically saying, look, we're gonna pull forward the splash and dash that we were gonna go on anyway at the end of the race. Now we're doing it a bit earlier. That way we have 2 longer stints to the end, and hopefully that somehow ends up being fruitful. But I'm not so sure. Again, Level Motorsports still have their splash and dash at the back of their hand, and they have that opportunity still available to them, where they will lose less time, while Williams Esports in both pit stops that they will still make are going to lose a bit more time.
Yes, absolutely. If they still have that splash and dash, the Level Motorsports team, then they're going to use that later on, and that could sort of rescind the attempt from Williams Esports there. There is the MSI Esports car just emerging from the pit lane. They have done a driver change. Salva Talens now is at the wheel of the car, and I assume Salva Talens is the one who's going to be taking the checkered flag for the BMW team of MSI Esports and taking it to the end. And to be honest with you, they've got some good drivers in their lineup as well, as they've proved in this 24-hour, and it will be Talent who has the honour, if he can make it to the end now, in the remaining 2 hours and 17 minutes, of taking that checkered flag. Gabriel Martin is in the pits there for Espanita Rocket Factor in the Porsche there. I think he might stay in, Gabriel Martin, in the car. There's Tiago Carvalho in the IRS BMW, making their way now up towards turn 9 and then flying through here in that BMW. It looks menacing, doesn't it, as it eats up the curb on the inside there.
Yeah, it really does. BMW, a mighty looking beast, I have to say. And obviously, we talked about the big M8 memes earlier. Uh, I'm very much a fan of this car. I'm very much a fan of the memes, obviously. Even
Huge
though, you know, it's not that big of a car, but it certainly looks bigger than the other ones and a bit more frightening. And what's not to love about that?
What's not to love? Absolutely. There is Arthur Leherc there making his way through turn 9 and on the hill down towards turn 10. 12.3 is the gap between himself and Level Motorsports driver Andreas Fernandez. So the gap is, well, it's sort of stable. It's up and down, but at the moment it's 12 seconds.
Yeah, he needs to gain a bit more of time if he wants to have some sort of chance. Because right now, 12.5 seconds will not be enough. But I don't think he can gain enough time again unless Level Motorsport run into some sort of issue. Because I reckon for Williams Esports to have some semblance of a chance, that gap would have to come up to at least 30 seconds. And I don't see that. Maybe even more than that. And I don't see it happening.
Well, we'll have to keep an eye on it and see how they go. They've certainly rolled the dice early with their splash and dash. They'll save their 2 longer stints then for the end of the race. Meanwhile, that is Sergio Ignacio there in second place, currently 24 seconds ahead of Arthur Leherc. And all going well. He doesn't need to worry about that battle for third place. That'll just sort of happen behind him. He'll be able to focus now on getting this car to the checkered flag.
Yeah, for him it's a bit more smooth sailing. He doesn't have to worry about Level Motorsports. They're 38 seconds behind. He doesn't have to worry about Williams because they've already done their sort of short stint that they had to do, the splash and dash, a bit earlier, pulled that forward. And so strategy-wise, DriveX should be good to go again. Anything can happen in a 24-hour race, but if nothing major happens, they should bring this second place home.
Absolutely, and DriveX is the real racing team, the real esports racing team, founded by Pedro Della Rosa. So that's going to be a huge home podium there for DriveX if they can make it to the end of this race. So what a fantastic result that will be. There is the number 22 there of Gabriel Martin, and Thiago Carvalho has passed him now. So that was a job done in the pit lane. So Gabriel Martin obviously re-emerged from the pit lane behind the BMW that's now ahead of him. And so that's worked out perfectly for Thiago Carvalho, because that's all happened now. That battle has happened in the pit lane.
Exactly, that's what I was talking about earlier. That by pitting earlier and going for the undercut, he was able to get that move done. Meanwhile, I'm looking at High Speed Demons and Cherokee. Cherokee's going to have to come in rather shortly. 35 laps they've been on their stint now. 36 is the lap that they are on right now. So they should come in any moment now, either this lap or the next one. I think they might stretch this out one more, hoping that maybe they can make it to the end on just one more pit stop after that. So this one and then one more. But that's going to be really tricky. And indeed, they do stay out for one more lap. Carlos Marin trying to take this car one more lap. But with the laps being so short, minute 42, I don't think it's going to work. I think 2 hours and 11 minutes or 2 hours 10 minutes is a bit too much for 2 stints. I think they're going to have to go maybe the worst case scenario, they have to come in with sort of 2 more laps of fuel that they have to get right at the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. We just saw Gabriel Martin led by BMW, and look at that. That's Thiago Carvalho going wide at turn 3 to allow the front runner to go through. And I thought there Gabriel Martin was thinking, actually, I could try and take advantage of that. I thought for a moment there, Thiago Carvalho ran just a little bit too wide through turn 3. And just look how much Gabriel Martin is now on the back of Tiago Carvalho, looking for a move up the inside, seeing if the door's open. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't, and the IRS car defends as much as it can then, as we now head our way through turn 7 and through turn 8, up the hill through turn 9. That's actually our race leader they made way for, so understandably they're just straight out of the way. They don't want to get involved in that battle for the lead, or at least be the root cause for any tears in that garage at the end of the day. More frustration and anger, maybe, if anything. Gabriel Martin now gets to try and chase down 16th place again, but we already saw that Carvalho really did have a good pace over the Espanyita Rocket Factor Porsche.
Yeah, if they get involved in in the decision about the win, I think there wouldn't be tears in the MSI Esports team. I think there would be hands being thrown.
That's
Um,
true, yeah. Especially after this
at
one.
that point, you're getting angry. At that point, you're not being sad. You're getting angry at the other team. But the one thing I'm going to note here is that this is for P16, meaning with 32 cars starting the race, whoever wins this battle will end up in the top half of the race, and whoever comes out as the loser of this battle will be in the bottom half of the race. So this is something that if I was in one of those teams, I would very much try and get the position that is here. Espinita Rockefactor looks down the inside, but that move wasn't there just yet. A little bit too far away, but you see a tenth and a half, 2/10 now, the gap. It is very close between those two. And I would be looking to make that move. If I was in the call right now with, if I was in the car, I'd try and get that move done. If I was in the call with Gabriel Martin for Espinita Rocket Factor, I'd tell him, get that move done. We need to get in the top half. And if I was Thiago Carvalho or in a call with him, I'd tell him to defend, or I would defend, to the very, very best of my abilities.
Absolutely, Gabriel Martin, I think, has heeded your advice. So too has the Carvalho car, or the Carvalho driver in the IRS car. They're now making their way all the way through that long right-hander of turn 12. As I said before, it just seems like it goes on forever, that corner. You keep turning, and he's even more of a right-hander coming up. So it's one you have to be patient on the throttle with, one you have to be patient with the understeer, if there is any, especially on worn tyres. Gabriel Martin now in the slipstream of the BMW of Carvalho, making their way now down that start-finish straight, but I don't think he's quite close enough, even with that slipstream, to try and move down towards turn 1, and he's going to have to stay behind for at least another couple of corners.
That's what it seems like right now. Maybe another surprise attempt into turn 4. We saw it last lap. He was looking into that, wasn't able to pull it off. He was just a bit too far away. In fact, he's further away now than he was last lap. So unless he absolutely sends one, which 22 hours, yeah, 22 hours into a 24-hour race, not really advisable, because you're risking more than you're potentially gaining. But he does not do that, obviously. So he's gonna maybe have to wait for the back straight. But 4.5 tenths is just too much. He needs to get just a little bit closer. 3.5 tenths now, and still, it's a bit too much. Once he's under 3 tenths, that's when he can start thinking about where to make the move. Right now, it's too far. 4 tenths. It's going back up again. So no opportunity there. Just easy on the brakes, and maybe trying to get that move done down the main straight. Trying to set yourself up for the main straight, really. What's most important here is the exit of that chicane that is coming up. We have the right-hander here of turn 13, and then 14, 15, that chicane, the RACC chicane. That's the one where it matters. You need that exit speed. You need to be on the throttle as early as possible, and half a second is certainly too much. He will not have an opportunity into turn 1. In fact, 5.5 tenths now, so we can tell that the IRS Tent Factory team got a better run there through that chicane and set themselves up better for this long straight. So still, Espinita Rocket Factor in P17 and IRS Tent Factory in P16.
Yeah, should be an interesting battle. As you said, this is the battle that defines the midfield. Top half versus bottom half. 16th versus 17th. Carvalho versus Martin. IRS versus Espanita. With still 2 hours to go as well. Just over 2 hours to go. 2 hours and 7 minutes. This battle could go on. It could actually be decided in pit lanes as well, with pit stops remaining for both teams. They'll need to get the strategy and the pit stops absolutely spot on as they now make their way up the hill and through that right-hander of turn 9, absolutely flying through there, and then down towards turn 10. Seems like, though, Martin has lost a little bit of ground on the Carvalho ahead.
Yeah, it seems so, and might not be too bad in the grand scheme of things. Again, looking at their stint lanes, Espanita Rocket Factor came in later, so it was IRS 10 Factory with the undercut, which means at the same time that at this point, I mean, they still both have to pit twice, but the second pit stop for Espanita will be significantly shorter by about 9 laps, which is a quarter of a stint, so a quarter of a fuel tank, which will end up being around 8.5 seconds. So right now they're within a second of the car ahead, within a second of IRS. So if they get 8.5 seconds from that pit stop, that should put them about 7.5 seconds ahead of that blue and yellow car of IRS 10 Factory.
Yeah, meanwhile, there's at the moment there doesn't seem to be catching any catching of MSI Esports. They are comfortably in the lead, 2 laps ahead of their nearest rival DriveX Esports. At the helm of this one, Salva Talens, who looks like they're going to be taking the checkered flag. And this will be an important moment. They're just about 2 hours away, just over 2 hours away from taking back-to-back victories here at the 24 hours of the Circuit de Barcelona. It's a huge moment for them. Can they just keep their cool, keep their nerves settled for the last 2 hours of this race?
So going to play into this one. You're starting to get excited 22 hours into this with 2 laps of a lead to the next car. You're starting to get excited. You're starting to think, okay, just no mistake, no mistake. Your head starts to shake a little bit. And in a sport like this where your hands are very important because they control the steering wheel, that's the one thing you don't want to shake. So, yeah, it's really about the nerves right now. But I think Salva Talens has the experience to bring this car home and to get that win, that back-to-back win for MSI Esports.
Absolutely, and they haven't got long to go. When you think about it, 124 minutes left of this race to run. That's all there is left as we see the lead car making their way through turns 1, 2, and then through that long right-hander of turn 3. And it's great to watch the cars just fly through there. Throwing caution to the wind, just steering in and hoping that the car sticks, which more often than not, it definitely does. With 2 hours and 3 minutes to go, it's probably time we should introduce back into the commentary box the lovely George Morgan for the last changing of the guard for the commentary team before the checkered flag. And George, I hope you've had I got jealous because you had a nice breakfast, so I am very jealous of that one. But how was your little break?
It was delightful. I have to say, just the 2 hours that was enough. Just stopped off, cooked up some bacon, some sausages, eggs. Watching the stream as it was going on. It was superb, and obviously we're reaching the end. But I got to say, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing. It's obviously the Williams Esports team are doing their team a justice right now, certainly in P3, and they're looking in good shape. Of course, you got to look behind them. Level Motorsports still in contention, 13.5 seconds between the two. But I got to say, guys, the action is still action pattern. Fair play to you guys. Another 4-hour stint. We're on fire right now.
Oh, absolutely. I was just a little bit nervous of that Carbonos car, just losing the back end through turn 12. I'm just thinking if that happened any earlier, then that would have had to have been some avoiding action from MSI Esports. But luckily for them, it just happened far enough up the road for Carbonos to recover that one. But yeah, Austin and I obviously were talking about this dominant performance so far. Obviously, Lady Luck has handed them a great opportunity with Zenith Esports, unfortunately retiring from this race with that collision that we actually got it replayed back to us through turn 6 and 7. But they've certainly grasped that opportunity with both hands, haven't they, George?
They have. They've been really consistent. The pace has been absolutely awesome. I mean, the team themselves have been really structured. The lap times have been consistent. They were regularly hitting the 141s in the night stint, which was absolutely unbelievable. That's what effectively got them that P1 position. So full credit to them. They've been absolutely tenacious, and they've gripped the race by both horns and certainly driven forwards. And they currently lead by an unassailable lead, 2 laps clear from DriveX Esports Scalpers team. Obviously, Sergio Ignacio taking the seat in that one. But obviously, all eyes are on the Williams Esports team at the moment. A meteoric rise from P18 up to P3, and certainly doing the Williams family justice now that Claire Williams is, of course, stepping down. So certainly a great hat bit to them. And also, they won the Cabrera Cup yesterday, which is massive for their Porsche team as well. So.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're actually keeping an eye on that P3 because they've rolled the dice, they've done their splash and dash early, but they leave themselves vulnerable towards the end of the race. So we're going to see how that pans out. But Austin, just one final time from yourself. It's been a pleasure to commentate with you, but I know you're going to be watching a certain battle right to the end, and that's the battle in that midfield between 16th and 17th, IRS versus Españita. Go on then, who do you think? Who will finish in the top half? Who will finish in the bottom half? Your prediction, please, Austin.
Looking at it right now, I think it's going to be Españita Rocket Factor who has at least the upper hand for now, even though they are 3 seconds behind. So I reckon they are going to be the ones finishing in the top half, and it's going to be IRS Tent Factory, maybe even Carbono, actually. Looking at this right now, they're really close there. All 3 cars within 5 seconds. So it could be that IRS Tent Factory still makes it, and it will be Carbono Esports, because they are going to have to pit twice, and they are going to have the longest pit stops because they will pit in 5 laps time. So George and yourself, you're going to see that. So I think it could actually be that Españita gets P15, IRS 10 Factory stays in P16, and Carbono Esports drops down to P70. That's my prediction. I don't know if it's going to come true, but trying to read the race, having the experience that I do, I think that's how it could shape up to be.
Well, thank you very much, Austin. We'll keep that prediction in strong mind as we head into hour 23. Thank you so much, Austin. You've been an absolute pleasure to be alongside in this one. Now go and have some sleep. Honestly, you've done fantastic.
Thank you, finally. And I want to just quickly say thank you to the organizer of the event as well for having me here alongside 2 absolute legends here, and 3 absolute legends. We got to include Jack in this one as well. Absolute fantastic stuff so far for 22 hours, and it's been a pleasure to be a part of this, and you guys now take it away.
Oh, thank you very much, Austin. George, it's heading into hour 23. We should probably do some sort of rundown. I mean, who's going to do the honours, Mr. Morgan?
I'll let you, Seth. After you.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, your top 10 in hour 23 looks a little something like this. Car number 1 leading the way, MSI Esports in the hands of Salva Talon, 2 ahead of second place. Second place driver number 14, DriveX Esports. 2 laps behind, obviously, in that BMW M8 GTE. Williams Esports at the moment in third place in car number 29 in the hands of Arthur Lehout. 2 laps down on the race leader, but 25.8 behind DriveX Esports in the highest ranked Ford GTE. Level Motorsports in car number 13 in fourth place in the hands at the moment of Andreas Fernandez, 12 seconds behind Williams Esports, 2 laps down on the race leader, the highest Porsche 991 out there at this moment in time. In fifth place, car number 5, Race for Cat Motorsport in the hands of Juliapo Albert. Currently a lap down on fourth place, 3 laps down on the race lead, a bit of a race of their own at the moment. In sixth place, car number 9, Obsidian Racing in the hands of Pedro Sanchez Albert. Currently 42.1 seconds back on fifth place, 4 laps down on the race leader. Seventh place, number 12, Unicos Gaming in the hands of Christian Lamella, 32.9 behind Obsidian Racing, 4 laps down on the race leader. Mamaeus Racing Team in the hands of Yuri Gomez currently lies in 8th place in car number 17, 2 laps down on 7th place, 7 laps down on the race leader. High Speed Demons then take over 9th place in car number 4. They are 34.5 seconds back on Mamaeus Gaming, 7 laps down on the race leader. Rounding up the top 10 in car number 10, Cherokee PS in the hands of Jonathan Goetes Sasaki, currently 13.3 seconds behind High Speed Demons and 7 laps down on the race leaders. Just we see now the Williams esports car in the hands of Arthur LeHook is coming into the pit lane. So George, your thoughts, what's going to happen?
Well, bold move. I sure hope it pays off for him as we see Arthur LeHook now come into his pit bay. Obviously, without a shadow of a doubt, Level Motorsports and Andre Fernandez is going to come across the line and retake that P3 spot. There's the familiar yellow livery bombing down towards turn 1, and certainly it's going to be a photo finish down towards the end. Obviously, I expect the now Josh Thompson, who's taken the Williams seat now, to really get going from the get-go. Obviously, Williams, as we have heard, obviously from Dominic Stibe, certainly has said that they need a little bit of luck to go their way in order to clinch P3. But you've got to say that given the pace that they've managed to recover since the start of the race, you can't count them out. I've got to say, this will definitely be something really interesting to watch as we lead towards the end of the race. Just want to see as well, Elbar Ducato Racing Team, Adam Train swapping over now to start his stint this morning. And I think we've had a couple more come into the pit lane as well. I think they've come out. Those are the only two currently in the pit box, though. However, Josh Thompson currently in his pit box, and it looks like it's going to stretch over the minute mark.
Absolutely, and if you're just joining us for the 23rd hour in this race as Josh Thompson jumps into the Williams esports car, good morning to you all. We have just 1 hour and 55 minutes left here at the Circuit de Catalunya. The race leaders are 2 laps ahead of second place, but it's all to play for in those podium positions. Don't count any of them out just yet. And also there's a good battle for the midfield happening. Gabriel Martin, we've already discussed with Austin before he left I'm assuming, go and have a sleep now. 5 minutes ago, and that battle for the midfield between 16th and 17th, that is slap bang right in the middle of the pack, and that's going to define who finishes in the top half and who finishes in the bottom half. So Josh Thompson now in the Ford GT Williams esports car, looking, they're playing themselves down on this 3rd place at the moment, but they still have a real chance. They're still on the same lap as 3rd place, which is a huge benefit for them.
Yes, and certainly I'd imagine Level Motorsports might want to pit as well. Obviously, Andre Fernandez still out on track. We're just watching him now head round the Renault curve. Very soon they'll be heading down the stretch towards the Repsol bend. But obviously, looking down further, that midfield battle is certainly very thrilling indeed. You've got the 10th Factory Sim Racers, Tiago Carvalho, there in P16, and he's chasing the Carbono Esports team of Jose Manuel Cazon, who is obviously in the P15 positions. But in behind, don't count out that man in P17, that being Gabriel Martin Alvarado, who's currently 7.2 seconds behind the Carbono Esports team, the driver Jose Manuel Cazon. If there's a battle that starts to kick off in between those two, that being Tiago Carvalho and Jose Manuel Cazon, that can shoot the Espinita Rocket Factor driver right up into the mix.
Yes, it absolutely can. And the great thing about a 24-hour is never rule anybody out, not even if they're 3 laps down, because you never know what could happen ahead of you. We've seen it in the night stint that happened to Zenith Esports. And if you're just tuning in and wondering why Zenith Esports aren't at the top of the table, well, they are out of the race. They came together with a back marker. Going through turn 6 and 7, the back marker had spun up the rear tyres and tried to get out of the way, but a whole miscommunication meant that the Zenith car was sent flipping over and unfortunately out of this race. Both cars involved had to retire at the end of the stint anyway, so a bad day for both in the office for sure. But I think the Zenith Esports team, that will be a tough one for them to take for sure.
Yeah, certainly given the fact that they had really pushed for a meteoric rise through the classifications. They had that very early attacking strategy, given the fact they had Ricardo Rico, who was in the car at the very start, poking around, certainly at the top end, and managing to get them into the lead by a considerable margin. But obviously, since then, Calamity, as they've come off the grid and obviously clashed with one of the Jourdain brothers, which took them out of the race. We're now seeing a replay here.
This is Andres Fernandez. He's had a moment here in the first couple of corners. Yeah, has he dropped it? Yeah, he's dropped it into turn 1. So that's the third place driver dropping it into turn 1. We've seen the Porsches here. Some of them have struggled with turn 1 going through here. A trip across the gravel as well, which has cost him even more time there. But that is going to be a sign of things that are going to happen. Cogs will be turning now in the Williams Esports garage. They'll have now seen that on their screens and thought, you know what, we've got a great chance here.
You can almost see the cogs turning in their heads as we speak. I got to say, the Williams Esports driver, Josh Thompson, must be thinking, or must be hearing Javier Guerra in his ear, telling him now, we need to get on it now. We need to start pushing. Level Motorsports are in trouble. They've just forfeited a little bit of time there. Could be vital time at the end of this race. Andre Fernandez not having the ideal run into turn 1, and naturally that can easily play on your mind. Obviously, you've got to think it's not just certainly a stamina game, but also a mental game. Certainly when it comes to racing, if you start making little mistakes, you will find it will cost you. We saw that earlier on, obviously with the Rusty's car. As soon as they had that one incident, all of a sudden it became almost terminal for them. And generally, that's what happens. You start getting into this false sense of security. It makes you make mistakes, and hopefully Andre Fernandez can just shake it off and kick on. But obviously, Williams be hoping that isn't the case.
Yeah, you never want to wish ill of your rivals, but Williams themselves did say that they need a bit of luck from cars around them in order to try and secure third place. That won't be the defining moment in this one, because Williams need a lot more than that if they're going to try and take third place. But it's a sign for Williams to keep on pushing, because this race could turn on its head before you even know it.
It can, absolutely. We saw it, like I said, we go back to Zenith. I mean, you can't not talk about Zenith. I mean, that is very much that's blown up this entire classification. Obviously, DriveX Esports wouldn't be in P2. You would not have MSI Esports in P1, and you certainly wouldn't have a battle for third place, that's for sure. It's been absolutely unbelievable. The likes of these drivers now starting to come into the fray now. They're really starting to sort themselves out. We're starting to get into squeaky bum time, I would like to call it now, with an hour and 50 minutes remaining. Obviously, this is when obviously crunch time happens. The Williams Esports team are going to need to start pushing and ideally trying to elevate their position through the field. Naturally, they are looking at Level Motorsports now, hoping that Andre Fernandez makes a serious mistake. Naturally, as things stand, they are 1 minute and 6 seconds behind. It's not undoable. It certainly can be done, and we've seen it before. Do not write off Williams Esports.
Yeah, I think you need to refresh your timing sheet, because the gap's now 52.4, because I think that was before the mistake that the third place team made going in towards turns 1, 2 and 3. Level Motorsports, meanwhile, are now 50.2 seconds behind DriveX. So again, second, third and fourth all on the exact same lap here. So that should be pretty interesting when it all comes down to it. In fact, Williams Esports might have been lapped by DriveX. It's very close on that one, because it's about 1 minute 40 the gap between the two cars there. In fact, I think that is the number 14 of DriveX. Just as I'm speaking, that one has put a lap now on the Williams Esports car. So that's second place, lapping fourth place Josh Thompson in the Williams Esports car now. So I think the sights are firmly set on trying to take advantage of P3, because P2's right in front of them, but a whole lap ahead.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we can see now that Level Motorsports and DriveX are surely getting closer, but I think what you've really got to think is that obviously the way things are set out at this moment is such an ask at this moment in time. Obviously, we're coming towards the end of the race. The mental, I suppose, the mind of Andre Fernandez at the moment is to try and keep the Williams Esports car at bay. Let's just try and focus on the podium position that we've obtained already. We don't want to go overasserting ourselves and therefore making mistakes. We've already seen one mistake by the Level Motorsport or Esports Motorsports team. Andre Fernandez really having a little bit of a moment into turn 1. But obviously, Williams Esports, Josh Thompson, they've only got one thing on their mind. They want that P3 position. Obviously, at the moment, they've got nothing to lose. P4, they're very secure in that position. Obviously, Obsidian Racing, Pedro Sanchez Albert down in P5, still very much a lap behind the Williams Esports driver, Josh Thompson. So Josh can pretty much just plow forward and just think about pushing for that P3 if he can get it.
Yeah, it looks like Josh is going to be taking the checker flag for Williams Esports. You'll see now that most of the drivers you see in the car right now are going to be the designated driver to take the checkered flag for their respective teams as they now make their way down towards turn 10. We're following that Williams Esports car. A lot of hype around Williams, rightfully so, and there always is. They'll have a huge fan base behind them, wanting them to try and take this third place, but it is not going to be easy for them. Even with that mistake from Level Motorsports, Williams Esports find themselves 52.2 behind third place. So it is a lot to ask, and it is a lot of a gap to have there. And bear in mind that Level Motorsports, you know, they could have a sort of splash and dash advantage over Williams Esports if they need it as well. As there you can see the Williams Esports driver flash the car ahead. That's a lap advantage there that the car in front has over the Williams Esports car. Of course, that is the DriveX right ahead of him, but he's actually sticking with him here. And what Austin and I have discussed over the stints that we've had together is that where the Ford GT is lacking mainly is the top end. So if the Ford can get itself into the slipstream of another car, preferably someone that's just about on pace or maybe slightly quicker, it can use a couple of laps with some slipstream and help it with that top end problem that it's been having all race.
Yeah, I got to be honest, you read my mind exactly that, Kieran. I was just watching that unfold with the DriveX Esports and Williams Esports. Josh Thompson very cleverly using that BMW in order to pull him along, almost give him a tow through the circuit at this moment in time. And that could generate him a lot of pace heading into the few laps that we've got ahead of us now. And just we'll certainly see as we go through how much of a difference that certainly makes to his lap times. Obviously, they need to start making some serious holes in it. Certainly considering the fact that Level Motorsports is still ahead of them. Don't forget, Level Motorsports, 12 pit stops according to their name. Williams are a step ahead. Potentially, if Level Motorsports have one more stop, it could bring that time delta gap right down.
Yeah, the gap between Williams Esports and Level Motorsports now down to 51.5. So this strategy from Josh Thompson here seems to be working, because where they're not so quick in the straights and they lose that time, but then they get the slipstream, they can then make that time back up through the corners, as we see now down this long start-finish straight. It's about a kilometre long, this start-finish straight. You can see there just about within slipstream range and down towards turn 1. For another time around. Just to give you some context here, with an hour and 45 minutes left to run here at the Circuit de Catalunya, we've completed 757 laps. We're on lap 758, and the predicted lap end of this race is 844. That's the Obsidian racing car of Pedro Sanchez into the pits there, and as you can see, the jacks are up, the car is changing tyres, but to me, that only looked like the right-hand side being changed. Maybe the mechanics will move around and change the left-hand side tyres as well. But at the moment, Josh Thompson is sticking with that BMW because that top-end disadvantage that Ford GT has is being sort of pumped up. It's got a little bit more oomph in that engine because it's got that clear air that the BMW is punching a hole in the air for that Ford GT, and it's a pretty big hole, it has to be said, especially looking at that M8.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a massive hole indeed. I mean, I'm just looking at these gaps now, and it does look sterling. I got to be fair to Josh Thompson, doing his damnedest to stay in behind. I'm just looking at that car, number 14, of course, the DriveX Esports Scalpers. Obviously, they don't have a lot to be concerned about. They know that they're 2 laps behind MSI Esports. It's a huge ask for them to close the gap. At the moment, they can only try and conserve what they've got, that is in P2. Obviously, they're probably conscious of Level Motorsports as well. Like we've discussed, obviously, there's a lot to be concerned about. But just look at Josh Thompson, the pace that he's racked up. He is right in behind that DriveX Esports, showing that he does certainly have the pace. So obviously, Level Motorsports, they could see themselves in a little bit of trouble here, I think, if they're not careful. I mean, certainly as they're ploughing their way through, you can see there Andreas Fernandez there making his way up through the next, obviously the right-hander, making their way down the straight now towards Lakea. Obviously, we'll see what he can do. Obviously, I think the last lap deltas are going to be of interest here. We can obviously then see how much of a difference the Williams Esports tow is going to make to their lap times in frame of reference to what Level Motorsports are doing with Andrea Fernandez. It will be a telling factor, and I'm interested to see how much it will affect things. We seem to have a very stable 51 seconds, though, at this moment in time.
Yeah, and another thing for the Williams esports team is I've just seen in the chat there Dominic Stabe, who's keeping us up to date, saying they only have one incident point left. They need to cruise Sunday drive. So that's probably why they're just taking it a little bit easy out there and just letting that BMW through. They've actually lost a little bit of ground there. So, yeah, one more track limit. And they'll have to go through a drive-through penalty, which is the last thing they want, because that's at least 20 seconds that they'll lose there.
No, we saw how drive-through penalties can affect things. Certainly, when we were on the night shift with Jack, and we were watching certainly the Zenith Esports team, who had an unassailable lead from the start. MSI were considerably behind, but in a matter of a single drive-through penalty, the tables turned, and all of a sudden they were 9 seconds behind that of Zenith, and effectively that led to the obviously the events that came before us. And obviously the Williams team want to try and avoid any sort of drive-through penalty, as that will scupper it, and you may as well say or kiss goodbye to P3 after receiving one of those, because all your hard work, all the effort that you've put in to try and close the gap, it can be gone in a blink of an eye.
And there is your race leader, MSI Esports, in the hands of Salva Talens. There you can see fastest lap obviously was set in that night stint, where actually the track really came alive and some very quick laps were being set. 42.2 from Salva Talens on that last lap. And just comparing that to others around the field going through with that 142.2. Second place, 142.2, DriveX Esports, Level Motorsports 142.6, Williams Esports 142.6, Race for Cat 143.0. So they are still pretty quick, and I think that's just a reflection on how the track is at the moment. Maybe low 42s are all the drivers can achieve on this track right now.
Probably is. I mean, obviously, we see a lot about track degeneration. Obviously, he has got a back marker in front of him there, by the looks of it, a lapped car that he's coming up across. That will obviously slow him down. But yeah, massive difference in comparison to what we saw on the night shift. Certainly, the early 141s, as you know, slips by. That's Salva Talens and the MSI Esports car. Obviously, our race leader now rounding the next right-hander, heading up towards the Europe car bend. But I got to say, yeah, it's literally a case now. We're seeing the early 142s at best. Certainly a staunch difference to what we had on the night shift of the 141s, and we were seeing some incredible lap times from the likes of Zenith Esports and MSI when they were pretty much gunning for each other right through the evening, of course, up until Zenith unfortunately lost it. But nonetheless, MSI posting good numbers, though the grid are all on 142s. They're certainly racking up some real good consistent lap times.
Absolutely. 1 hour and 40 minutes left of the Circuit de Catalunya 24-hour race, and a very good morning to you if you're just joining us for the closing stages of this endurance race. You're watching the current race leaders in MSI Esports, Salva Talens at the helm of that one. Having a look at the rest of the field as well, just keeping an eye on gaps up and down the field. Españita and IRS continue their battling now. That's a battle that's moved up to 15th and 16th place as they overtook Carbono Esports in the form of Jose Manuel Cazon. So Españita are 16.7 ahead of the IRS BMW there. So that's a gap that's, 7.1 seconds. I read the wrong number there. I read the pit lane time. That's a bit awkward. 7 seconds is the gap between them. My apologies. But that looks like across the board, that's the closest battle out on field. The closest battle that comes to it is the battle for 6th place between Obsidian Racing in the hands of Pedro Sanchez and car number 12 Unicos Gaming in the hands of Christian Lamella. That is a gap of just about 14 seconds. That's 14 seconds for that battle for 6th place. So it's still relatively spread out, but as we come towards the closing stages, expect those gaps to just start shrinking as drivers start to realize this is it. We can get this position, we can get that position. I was talking to Austin, obviously in the night stint, and I said, when do drivers start to push for a higher position in this race? And Austin said, rarely. Sometimes it's better to have what you have right now that you've worked so hard for 22 and a half hours almost now, rather than just throw it away with only an hour or half an hour to go. It's just not worth the risk sometimes. But we'll see how other drivers and other teams handle that pressure of the imminent checkered flag with 98 minutes to go. There is Adan Train in the number 21 El Bar de Keto racing team. They are currently in 22nd place, 27.3 seconds behind Cometa. in the hands of Daniel Diaz Cuadrado. And yeah, for El Bardaqueto, they've had a bit of a mixed race there, but they now find themselves in that 22nd place position there. There's Borja Chibert in the DX Droids car, number 26, currently P19. And there is Paul Munet in the Euromasters esports car in P18. So that is Euromaster esports about to put a lap on DX Droids in the final or coming corners, I should say, with also the Carbono esports car coming up as well. So all three cars here are on different laps. So that's the beauty of endurance racing here.
It certainly is. It's a very unique style of racing. Something I have to say I'm not used to, because obviously this is my first endurance race that I've taken care of as well. Obviously, you've experienced it before, Kieran. But looking at the cars across the grid, obviously every single driver is under different circumstances, which is what makes it interesting, because obviously different drivers have different priorities at this stage. So we now witness Hugo Molina now making his way past there in the BWY Academy car. That's pass number 21, and that car in particular is donned by that of number. Do you know what? I think my eyes are going to go cross-eyed. No, it's El Bardaqueto. You are quite right. That's Adan Tran there in behind him. So, yeah, just finding his way through there, Hugo Molina, and certainly looking prominent there. They've actually risen up 5 places from the grid, so they haven't had a bad day if you consider the fact that it's their first venture into 24-hour sim racing here at the Barcelona Catalunya, so fair play to them. They've turned up and they've kept the car on the track, and we've rarely seen them in any instance, to be fair. And I've got to say, myself and Jack were discussing earlier on about their performance, and certainly they seem to be one of the teams that would just be happy to finish the event. Obviously, as we can see, various teams have already been evicted from this race. We've had a massive 7 cars that have left this track and this grid. And so for a team like BWY Academy and Hugo Molina, this is a great opportunity to do something really special here this race.
Absolutely. Unicos Gaming there in the hands of Christian Lamella as he now powers his way through turn 9 and onwards towards turn 10. There is Hugo Molina in the car number 31 in the BWY Academy team. Obviously trying to plod along and get to that checkered flag. It's been an interesting race for BWY Academy. They've had their mistakes, sure, but obviously everybody's had their mistakes and they've just had to take it as it comes, really. There is Marc Hubert in the Plus G Escuderia team, making a pit stop there, staying in the car, and there is Josh Thompson. All the focus really is on whether Williams Esports can try and get that 3rd place. It's thoroughly stacked against them, though, in terms of how possible it actually is. But the great thing about endurance racing is never say never, no matter how much is left on the clock.
No, but the delta time has gone up slightly. They're now up to 52.1 seconds. So obviously they're not closing. If anything, it's growing. So obviously I'd wonder if the incident factor or certainly the penalty factor is coming into play now. They don't really want to drive through. I think obviously going back to what you were saying, and certainly Austin's comments, he's quite right. Obviously when you get to this stage, naturally I think you're just happy to keep what you've got. I mean, certainly a P4 would not be a disgraceful result for Williams, certainly considering the fact that they come all the way from P18 up the field. That's a massive 14 places they've risen since the start of the race. You can't knock that at all. I think if you look at the team that would probably feel a little bit disappointed is probably the Unicos Gaming team. Obviously Christian Lamella driving that car around the track, but obviously they had a grandiose start from the beginning. If you remember Ishmael Martel starting the race there, if you remember the start there, he was getting prodded and poked around by Ricardo Rico there by the Zenith Esports team. Both teams, in fact, suffering a little bit of a fall from grace through the course of this race, and it's allowed last year's champs MSI Esports to really sort of grab it by the horns and kick on here. Salva Talens just cruising the car around this circuit to the end of this race. So certainly, I think obviously the teams that, like I said, be most upset are the Unicos Gaming team and obviously the Zenith Esports team.
Yeah, absolutely. But we're seeing Unicos Gaming here in the hands of Christian Lamella in 7th place. Last lap time of a 1:43.0. Just checking on the leaderboards there to see what's happening with that battle for 7th place. So the car behind him is 2 laps down in the hands of Mamias Racing Team. The car ahead 16.7, so that gap has actually increased since the last time we checked it. And there goes Sergio Ignacio. You don't want to be holding him up. We've seen before already in this race. You do not want to be on the racing line as a backmarker when Sergio Ignacio is around. You'll know about it.
Yeah, he's armed and dangerous as well with that BMW, isn't he, Kieran? That is absolutely unreal. I always found that, obviously, as an average car, the BMW was more of a gentleman's car, but in racing, it's a total different kettle of fish. It's like the Jekyll and Hyde of motor cars, I have to say. You can see them now making their way around. Sergio Ignacio making his way around the left. You can see there's the Kuruma Motorsport team, down 12 places since the start of the race. That's not ideal whatsoever. Francesc Casado now driving the car around, but they're still on the track, which is the main thing. Obviously, considering that this is a marathon event, obviously it's a positive just to finish this. As you can now see, look at that leader, the race leader, MSI Esports, Salva Talens, being let through there by Francesc Casado as they round the Lessay bend, and as they make their way up through that winding chicane, up through past the Bank San Badal. The crowd's littered there in the stands as they make their way round towards the next right-hander, that being the Europe car bend, into the RACC chicane and round the final corner, which I'm sure now, I'm sure the MSI Esports team will be longing for that finish to come sooner rather than later. We are now down to the final, near enough the final hour and a half, Kieran.
Yeah, just over 90 minutes to go. It doesn't seem real, does it? The fact that we've got this far into the race, we've only got a handful of minutes left. That's all there is to it. Francesc Casado in the Kuruma Motorsport car, in the car motorsport, I like to call them, because apparently Kuruma in Japanese means car, so car motorsport, that's their name, and it's sticking. Gavin Montoro in the Kilometro Zero car, car number 15 in the Porsche there. There is Sergio Ignacio, who's going to be very soon in his rear view mirrors. Christian Lamella there, currently 7th place in the Unicos Gaming car. And Josh Thompson, 4th place in the Williams Esports car. I just want to talk really about Unicos Gaming. They got off to a very strong start, as we've already discussed, but where did it not go right for them?
I think, to me, there wasn't anything that really stood out. They weren't involved in any particular incidents as such. They actually kept it rather clean. I just think maybe they kept it a bit too clean. Maybe that was the problem. We saw it in the early stages. Ismail Martel, as he was getting away, was under a significant pressure by Ricardo Rico there from Zenith Esports. Obviously, we know what happened to them. We keep talking about it because obviously it was such a pivotal moment in the race. But Ismail Martel certainly did have a strong showing, kept the car on track, but it just didn't seem to happen. You would have expected certainly a strong performance in qualifying would be met by a strong performance in racing. But sometimes that's not the case. And I think endurance racing, given the fact it's not just a hot lap contest, it's more of a how long can you last contest. It's more a test of strength, a test of stamina, a test of consistency. I think obviously MSI, given the fact that they are experienced runners in this event, last year's winners, albeit with fresh drivers, but they're all built for this sort of occasion. And I think at the end of the day, if you're not made for it, if you're not practiced at it, I think a stamina test can really finish you off. And I just don't think Unicos Gaming were quite prepared for it today.
Up in the commentary box, we've got to manage fatigue as well. But then again, we don't have to drive a car with force feedback, concentration levels through the roof. Obviously they have a lot tougher than we do out there. Juanma Frias is now in the IRS BMW, having just made a stop and now rejoins out onto track. Euromaster Esports also in the pit lane with Paul Munet. That is, they're back now out on tracks. DX Droid now in the pit lane in the form of Borja Chiber Vilches. They've been in the box now for 50 seconds. We'll keep an eye on that and see what exactly they're doing to the car there in terms of pit timer. Might be a good 60-second stop, this one, as it makes their way through. Any moment now, I'll get to confirm what that was. And yes, 101.7 was their pit stop. So that is fuel and tyres, what I can say to you. What I can assume is fuel and 4 tyres there. So they're now going back out there. 90 minutes left of the race. There's probably another stop that they need to make before the end of the race for them there, as Project Bullet E-Racing in the form of Oriol Montez comes into the pits, as does third place team Level Motorsports in the hand of Andres Fernandez, are now in the pit lane here and now in their pit box. So let's see what they're going to do. Josh Thompson here in 4th place needs to get a move on. There is Oriol Montez in the pit lane in that Project Bullet BMW, and there is Andres Fernandez in that Level Motorsports Porsche. So let's see here. Looks like there are tyres being changed in that one. No driver change as we expected. Now we're expecting all the drivers that are in their cars right now will take the checkered flag. Second place driver as well in DriveX Esports in the hands of Sergio Ignacio, now in the pit lane as well. So looks like we're going to get a little bit of a busy pit lane because Kilometro Zero are also there in the pit lane as well.
Yeah, well, if we're looking at this now, Williams have now taken that P3 position. How vital is that going to be as they now make their way around the next right-hander, this being the Renault curve? And as you can see, in a spot of bother, the Williams, he's got a little bit of a young pretender right in front of him that's certainly trying to vie for position, and that's the Scuderia car, I believe. Just in front of him there as they take the right-hand curve now, that the Repsol bend. Heading around this curve now, he'll soon have the seat. Obviously not a chair, it's a corner name, as we know. See Andreas Fernandez, who has obviously come out in P4. Currently, the gap between him and Josh Thompson is 12.5 seconds. So that gap is still maintained. It has not changed since I've joined the stream. It's been exactly the same. The stops have been nigh on identical. So fair play to them for keeping the consistency here. It obviously means we're going to be in for a real photo finish towards the end. They're matching strategy stride for stride. Obviously, given the fact that they're both stopped on 13 pit occasions, obviously it's going to be a real intoxicating finish. I can really see Josh Thompson being pushed all the way. Just how far, though, can he push that car without sustaining a penalty?
And, well, that is the case there. Dominic Stabe now telling us there is 0 instant points left. If they get one more now, they will get a drive-through penalty slap on the wrist. That's if they go off track. That's if they make contact. That's if they lose control. So, yeah, not great at all. Or is that to confirm that they do have the drive-through? We'll have to keep an eye on that one with 1 hour and 26 minutes left. The faces he's pulling in the chat seem to suggest otherwise, as Andreas Fernandez gets a bit of opposite lock there, going through turn 14, manages to gather it up through 15 as they make their way now down the start-finish straight. So we'll have to keep an eye on that Williams Esports car. Does it visit the pits anytime soon? And if it does, it will be for a drive-through penalty. Unless they are right on the bubble now, they cannot afford to put another foot wrong.
Well, I can't imagine the tyres being under too much stress. They seem to have dropped off the pace slightly recently. As you can see, a 1:43.420, not the fastest we've seen. And by that token as well, Driver X Esports Scalpers team, Sergio Ignacio, his last lap was a 1:45.089. Dropping right off the pace there, about 2.5-3 seconds off MSI's time in first place. Whether that's an issue there, or whether they may have lost a bit of shape, maybe got caught up.
That's an outlap, I reckon. They just pitted out, so that 1:45 will be their outlap, I reckon. Their pit stop is quite early on in the garage, so they don't cross the line until they're leaving the pit box. So their in-lap would have been higher than their outlap there. So that's probably why it's come up there.
Oh, that makes sense, obviously, then. So they're going to have to keep pushing on, though, because obviously in behind that 55.8 seconds is still existing there between them and Williams. And obviously, as well, will be Level Motorsports. You've still got those three still within a lap, pretty much, of each other. So, I don't know, maybe Driver Esports, still plenty of margin for error for the rest of this race. Obviously, we're well within the final 100 laps now, though, certainly with an hour and 25 minutes remaining here at the Circuit de Catalunya Barcelona, or the Circuit of Barcelona Catalunya, should I say, as we now witness Juan de la Masa coming through the RACC chicane, and very soon he'll be tackling the final swinging right-hander. They've only dropped down a single place at the moment. R70 keeping the car on the track, and certainly have been quite good today, and last night as well, obviously keeping it consistent. Haven't really had too many incidents as they make their way down the stretch now, and certainly they got a little bit of work to do. Obviously 46.9 seconds or 47.259 seconds now to find on Kilometro Zero, that being Gabi Montoro there in P11. We're seeing now Mamaya's racing team, Yuri Gomez in the pits, and Euromaster Esports, Fran Parada, coming into the pits as well. So, you know, certainly all to play for. We've still got a long way to go. P3 still undecided, but P2 could be in for a bit of a harem-scarum time.
Absolutely. Euromasters Esports making a driver change. In goes Fran Parada now to take the checkered flag. Mamaya's racing team have put in the car Yuri Gomez as well. So they're currently in the pit box as we speak. Spent 30 seconds there at least. But yeah, Williams Esports then right on the cusp here of getting a drive-through penalty. They cannot afford to put 1 foot wrong for 83 minutes. Those are going to be some tense nerves there in the Williams Esports garage. But if they can pull that off, they'll have some big celebrations. What we have to remember is the start that Williams Esports had. Okay, they had the penalties that were self-inflicted by changing the lineup, but they also were involved in incidents at the very start of this race. We were talking about that early on, George. They fell well down the order, and they've recovered now to what is a net P3, P4, which I think is a fantastic job from all involved at the Williams Esports teams. All things considered, there's only been the full course yellow at the start of this race for the incident under the formation lap, which delayed the start by 30 minutes, but we started at 23 hours and 30 minutes, sort of. So the start happened, and then we went full course yellow under the incident. So that was a definitely interesting time to see when the race actually did restart. But obviously, we haven't had any full course yellow since. We haven't had anything, and based on pure pace and strategy alone, they've got themselves up to 3rd and 4th place.
Yeah, I mean, despite the fact that we had the yellow at the start, I mean, I'm surprised we haven't had a yellow since, because obviously there was some very dramatic moments through the course of the race, certainly with on-course incidents that we did see. Obviously, it was Michael Jourdain, unfortunately, who obviously took out the Zenith Esports car. You would have thought, given the way that finished up, that could have well finished up in a yellow flag, the way it ended. But no, since then, it's been relatively clear. We've had pretty much green flags right through. Obviously, aside from the blue ones that we see around the circuit when drivers have to be let through, given the fact that they are not battling at all and have to let the cars that are lapping them through. But no, I've got to say, it's been interesting, and certainly Josh Thompson can be proud of what the Williams team have done today. Certainly the whole Williams team can be proud of what they've achieved. I have a theory, though. I mean, I personally think that... I personally think that maybe, given the circumstances of Williams at the moment, they're in P3, currently 55 seconds off driver X. They're currently 12.5 seconds away, well, in front of Level Motorsport. Race for Cat currently a lap behind Level Motorsport. So maybe Williams have nothing to lose here. I mean, 4th place would still be a great credible finish. Why don't they go the extra mile and try and push?
I think they want to be in that battle for 3rd rather than cost themselves a position by having to take the drive-through penalty. This is their best chance of trying to finish in 3rd place. The fact that they're ahead of their rivals with 1 pit stop to go, that's going to be the most important thing. And I think it's been made perfectly clear now with Josh behind the wheel, do not get any more incident points, otherwise we're completely out of this race for 3rd place.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, we have seen him drop the pace off. I mean, he's not trying too hard to push the car further. But I will give him credit. That gap between Level Motorsports, Andreas Fernandez, and Josh Thompson has remained. I think it has. My timing screen's actually frozen. Actually, slightly sorry about that. It was at 12. It is still 12.2 seconds. So. To be fair, it's maintained at that level, and you can see there from the last lap, 143.015. Williams have dropped right off. Level Motorsport sealing the deal with a 142.637 in 4th place. They are whittling down that time gap, but they're going to really have to get a move on if they really want to, put some damage on that delta time.
Yeah, they are, but at the same time, they probably know now that they've got the Williams Esports driver ahead. If someone's tuned into the stream, which is always a wise idea to have, the team behind Andreas Fernandez will probably realise now that Josh Thompson is in some serious trouble. If they put him under pressure, they could get themselves 3rd place outright by the Williams Esports drivers having to take the drive-through, the mandatory drive-through when you hit 75 incident points every time it refreshes. Then, as you see there, Josh Thompson, it's interesting that the Williams Esports car takes a little bit of grass just before the curb there, going in towards turn 1. I guess they feel that is the quickest way through there. They don't get any warning for it, so if you're not punished for it as a driver, you go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting to see as well, because you would always think that a car as low down as the Ford GT, certainly. I mean, look, there's not a lot of floor gap between the car and the track, so you would have thought like hitting a bit of grass would cause a car to lose control and spin off. But no, to be fair to them, they've utilised it perfectly, and it's allowed them to be quicker on the entrance to turn 1 and on the outset of turn 1 into turn 2. So fair play to them. They've done okay, and they've certainly managed to maintain a decent standard throughout this race and keep the pace rolling, so to speak. But obviously, still having to deal with, I think, with a little bit of pressure. I think obviously the Level Motorsports team are very much pursuing them right now. We're very much nearly narrowing down onto the 12-second flat delta, and as I say that, it's gone up to 13.3. So I'm not sure what's happened there, but maybe a little bit of a bug in the timesheets, I'd imagine, or something like that. But obviously, Level Motorsports on a charge. Andres Fernandez on a man on a mission.
Yeah, I assume that's going to be back markers there. It's a very easy solution to find as they're going through. But yeah, I would put that down to back markers there. 1 hour and 18 minutes left in this race. If you're just joining us now, where have you been? This morning has been providing us with some interesting battle for third place. So this is going to go right to the wire, and it's going to go and have that pit stop. It's going to be oh so important. Gap between third and fourth place, between Williams Esports and between Level Motorsports is now 12.5 seconds. So it is really stabilized at the moment. And if Williams Esports can pull off this podium here, then I think they'll be celebrating all the way through into the new year.
Oh, they certainly will. It'd be such a credit to them as well. A credit to their performance, the tenacity, certainly their consistency. I got to be fair, we've seen some phenomenal performances from some of these drivers. Obviously, bear in mind it's a team effort as we see High Speed Demons coming into the pits now. That's the other GT, the Ford GT car. Pablo Lazar, sorry. Coming into the coming into the pit lane. Currently in P8, of course, and they could be overtaking it because Cherokee are only 19.2 seconds behind. And don't forget as well, Mamias Racing Team, Yuri Gomez, 32 seconds as well behind those. So certainly, I think we could see a bit of a twist here as we see High Speed Demons dropping down slightly as Cherokee PS OCO Sim. That's Jonathan Goitasati there moving up into P8. Mamias Racing Team as well look like they might have a chance as well to rise up the ranks if Yuri Gomez can stick his car ahead of the High Speed Demon. But of course, bear in mind, more stops may need to be made. A lot of these drivers still out on track, required to possibly make another pit stop. We certainly still have a fair way to go, but we are on the home stretch indefinitely as we now watch Salva Talens, our race leader, coming through the initial first sector.
Yeah, it's going to be tight, I reckon, but most of these drivers should be able to get away with one more stop. MSI have done 36 laps so far. They're on their 37th lap in their stint. So that's going to be an interesting one for them. We're expecting them to pit in any moment in the next couple of laps. So looking at it, average of, let's say 36 laps is what they're on right now. So that's what we'll go for. So they've got to have another... what's 36 doubled? 72. So another 72 laps in order to make it to the end. It's going to be tough for them. It really is. If they're going to make one more stop, they've got to try and stretch that out. 40 laps, which if you think about it, is, well, it's not ideal, not at all. I think they've got the lead. They'll probably do a quick tyre change and probably a bit of fuel on board as well. A quick splash and dash in the lead of this race, because if anything, the fuel is going to be the bane there. And Mark Jabay saying we don't need that cone there anymore as he fancies taking that off down in towards turn 10.
Yes, absolutely vaporized. As I'm going to say, I'm going to start my own hashtag respect the equipment here at Spain as we now see Marc Lebert rising up through that semi-chicane now into what is the back Sambadal. You can see there the number 19 car making its way around Marc Lebert in the Plus G Scuderia car, and very shortly taking the chicane once again. And you can see there's the Williams Esports car of Josh Thompson there in front. Also, not forgetting that yellow livery. I'll give you the number of that one shortly. I can't quite catch who that is. I think that's car number 12, that being the Unicos Gaming Christian Lamella, who's currently, of course, in P7. Christian Lamella's got his own little fight on at the moment because obviously Obsidian Racing are dead ahead of them. Currently 23 seconds, the gap between them and Obsidian Racing. So Unicos Gaming really need to get a move on if they want to try and give them a little bit of pressure. Is Salva Talens? They must have read your mind there, Kieran. He's in the pits and he's making a stop.
Yeah, either that or the strategy is well into play, and I just got lucky with that one. Either way, yeah, I'll take the credit for that.
We'll give you the credit. We'll give you the credit.
Yeah, give me the credit. That's absolutely fine. Gabriel Martin now into the pits in the Españita Rocket Factor Porsche, and you can see here, look at that orange and white livery. Look how much dirt is all over the car now. Oh, that's so sad. Oh, they've cleaned it up. Oh, that's nice. I like that. It looks so much better like that now. Alvaro Garcia with the driver change, of course. He cleans up the car a little bit for the driver when they jump in. He's going to be taking control of that car for the remaining stints, because looking at it, obviously there's what's that, 73 minutes left, and I would estimate there's probably going to be around about, say, 50 laps left, probably, maybe
Not
60.
Not long left at all. I mean, I'm counting here. The estimated laps are 146. We're currently on lap 770. Oh, we're on. My time's just stopped now, so just forget what I said there. But looking at it now, 846, 776 at the moment is what we're on. So the prediction is 846. So the way things are weighing up now, you need Austin for this sort of thing. Blimey. Looking at my screen now, it's 24 laps to the 800. So looking at it there, you're talking another 50, maybe about 50 laps to the end of the race. So it'd be interesting to see who does better. In fact, it's probably a little bit more than that. Probably more like
70.
70 laps. Yeah,
So
yeah. You definitely
70 laps.
Yeah, you definitely need Austin. I've been up too long.
I was up earlier than you. Wait, no, how does that work? But yeah, obviously 70 laps then. So what that means is that obviously we've seen a stint from them before, 36 laps long, roughly 36, 37 laps. So that to me says a brand new set of tyres will go on. Let's see, 1 minute 0.8. Yeah, that's probably a new set of tyres on, bit of fuel on board. I think they'll have a splash and dash with about 40 minutes to go, just to make sure they get to the end with plenty of fuel to spare.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a case of sure firing the first place, I think. And at this moment in time, you can just see the laps. Obviously, they came into the pit lane, but obviously the laps are starting to be a little less potent now from MSI Esports. They haven't got. They got to be careful. I mean, obviously they got a lot to lose. They want to keep hold of that P1. This is when they'll start to settle down, I think. And you can see that from the actual gaps, because bear in mind that MSI were once 2 laps clear. They're now a lap clear now, so it's come right down. Obviously, the Driver X Esports Scalpers team, Sergio Ignacio, certainly turning up the heat here. Albeit though, the Williams Esports team still maintaining that 55-second gap, so it definitely could be the case that MSI Esports are sort of taking their foot off the gas a little bit, maybe keeping hold of the car and maintaining the tyre wear.
Don't forget they've just pitted there, George. That's probably
True.
why they're now down on the pace, and I think that will all balance out when Drive X pit in. But yeah, I think MSI Esports have got to realise now that maybe the gap is maybe just a lap, because they will probably have to pit again in this race in order to make it to the checkered flag. So it's going to be a bit nip and tuck. They've got probably one more stop, so that will be the realistic gap in one lap when we get to the checkered flag. So that's probably a bit of a moment where the bubble is not quite burst, but it's under threat at the moment. It's definitely being pressured, that bubble, but with that one lap advantage, they should have a very comfortable gap to just keep their confidence up and say, do you know what, if we have to make a stop, we'll make another stop.
Yeah, it just goes to show that not everything is secure. I mean, I've got to say this has been a very educational race, certainly for me, in terms of the difference between, should we say, sprint racing against endurance racing. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, it's a different kind of strategy. Like we said before, it's just a case of keeping the car on the track, maintaining consistency, good speed. But to be fair, MSI Esports currently still not in the realms of secure right now. Driver X Esports, like I said before, a lap within. Obviously, we'll have to see where this takes them. Williams Esports still maintaining that 55 second, 55.2. That might have changed by now. Obviously, my live timing screen has frozen again. We are actually 55 dead now. Looking further back, Level Esports 13.5. That has increased ever so slightly. They're now 13.6. That was around the realms of 13, maybe the late 12s. So maybe it's the case that Williams Esports is still maintaining a decent pace. So 142.9 was their last lap. But Level Motorsports, their last lap was a 143.046. So even slower again, only by a tenth, though.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, that battle for third place, as we head towards that famous hour 24, when the teams start to realise that this is it. This is their position they could stay in for the rest of the race. Alvaro Garcia in 16th place there as the Porsche ahead of him. Oh my goodness, no, onto the sleeping policeman there, jumped over and just came straight back onto the track. I'm not sure what car that is that's upside down on the outside of turn number 2, but once we find out, we'll try and identify that car for you. It will probably be a car that is losing time rapidly down there. We still don't know which one that was. It was definitely a Porsche, but to be honest with you, half the field is Porsche, so that doesn't narrow it down. Is this going to be Mark Hubert, who was the one involved in this one? As we make our way in towards turn one, I think it is, yeah. Yeah, looking at the replay, I think the driver on the sleeping policeman there really has some answering to do. Let's see. Hopefully this one is a little bit clearer. Yeah, here we go. One more time. We head in towards turn one and turn two. There's a car ahead, gets onto the sleeping policeman, rear end just launches into the air. And where on earth is Mark Hubert supposed to do? What's he supposed to do in that scenario there? Escuderia now back to the pit lane. We'll keep an eye on how they're doing there in the pit lane right now. They're looking to try and repair the car. Whether they'll be able to repair it in time is another question, of course, as well. There's the opportunity to try and make it to the checkered flag. They'll want to do that. Oscar Ortiz it was who got onto the outside there, trying to let cars through, but then hit the sleeping policeman there and just launched back onto the track. I mean, that's what the sleeping policemen are there for, you to prevent using them. And it's a very, very interesting idea to use those sleeping policemen, especially when you're trying to let traffic through behind you. But yeah, Oscar Ortiz there. If any damage there will be on the rear end of the car, but we can't really see anything with the front end. Hopefully as we pan through, is there any damage to that rear? Maybe slight damage to the rear of that car. But yeah, Mark Hubert in that Porsche will be absolutely blindsided. No way he could have avoided that. He couldn't have even reacted to it, let alone tried an attempt to avoid that one. Before he knew it, he's upside down in the gravel trap on the outside of turn two.
Yeah, that was a basic trip to the Shadow Realm. That was for Mark Hubert. Obviously not a place you want to be, the Shadow Realm. Though I got to say that incident was certainly similar to what we saw of Zenith Esports when they got catapulted by Michael. Well, by the Mexican team, of course. Obviously, I'll just clarify that was Michael Jourdain who took out Lucas Colombo. Very similar incident. They got catapulted. He ended up on his back. Based on what we saw from the Zenith Esports car, it took them, they couldn't even finish the repair on it. They got to 46 minutes. So it could be the case that the Scuderia car may not even finish now, because bear in mind, they've got a two to 3 minute tow back to the pit lane. And then on top of that, they've got to then repair the damage to the car. We need to know how severe that plus G Scuderia damage really is. But when a car is on its back like that after careering into the wall, it's certainly not a pretty sight.
Yeah, and it's approaching 3 minutes now, the repair there, so that doesn't look like it's going to be a fast repair. It looks like they don't have any of those left. And obviously, the team will be looking back in hindsight and saying, was that last fast repair really necessary? Did we need to do that? But obviously, how on earth can you predict something like that happening to you? That is just a classic case of wrong time, wrong place. But they have got that car up and running again. So was there a fast repair involved in that? Because that's 3 minutes 20 that Mark Hubert, he would have been towed back to the pit lane. That would have been why. Yes, that makes sense now. So yeah, back to the pit lane, towed. Obviously, they would have to go the long way around the circuit. Oscar Ortiz is back into the pit lane. So yeah, I think actually Mark Hubert did have a fast repair to use. It's just that added time was the tow back to the pit lane, so that fast repair could take place. Oscar Ortiz then into the pits. Car number 32 making his way in and looking, seeing what sort of damage there is to the car there. But 1 hour and 4 minutes to go, 64 minutes left to run in this race.
I cannot believe we finally got to this point. It feels like a marathon trip. Obviously, you do feel it after a while. I got to say, we had such a mesmeric start. Obviously, lots of action from the very beginning, but it seemed to all kick off during the night where you'd expect things to settle down and drivers not to take too many risks. We certainly saw a lot of insults to injury around that circuit last night. It was unbelievable. Obviously, it set up things now for this morning, and obviously given MSI Esports a comfortable lead so far of a lap ahead of Driver X Esports. Obviously, anything can happen still within the final hour. Don't write anything off yet, folks. Though the current closest battle we do have on track right now certainly seems to be whether it's the IRS 10 Factory Sim Racers, Juanmar Frias trying to catch up with Espanita Rocket Factor driver Alvaro Garcia Paredes, who is currently in 16th spot. But I got to say, it's very much all to play for, and still there's a battle remaining for P3. I still don't know who's going to get it, but Williams Esports still looking in good fate. Looking in good fitness at this moment in time. Level Motorsport still in that 13.7 gap. That hasn't really changed. If anything, it might have increased slightly. So maybe Andreas Fernandez buckling under the pressure slightly.
Well, I think Andreas Fernandez, he might have been told by his crew there, Williams Esports are walking on eggshells with their instant points. They can only have, they're right on the bubble now. If they get one more, they're getting a drive-through. They're probably trying to prepare him for that one, and in which case that'll be a free position handed to them. The whole point of Williams Esports pitting in and trying to get themselves level on the pit stops was because, as the team have said, they need that little bit of luck on their side in order to make this strategy work and to make their chances of a P3 a reality. They've currently got a 13.9 second gap. It's ever increasing. Josh Thompson is doing a good job out there. But like I said, they're walking on eggshells. One more incident point and they're straight into the pit lane for a drive-through.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see whether they can hold it together. Obviously, we'll have to keep an eye on the deltas and the lap times and keep you informed as to whether there are already additional incidents placed upon Williams Esports. Obviously, they cannot afford a single one. And as you can see, now we're just having a look at the previous lap times. Obviously, they've had a real good race so far in setting very good consistent lap times. But the last lap, they actually were 0.2 quicker than that of Level Motorsports once again. So Andreas Fernandez still needs to find another 0.2. 143.1 now by Andreas Fernandez. So that's near enough another 0.5 difference to Williams Esports' last lap. So interesting to see that these lap times are starting to fall off slightly for Level Motorsports. Maybe they are taking their foot off the gas. Maybe the team boss is saying Williams Esports are up against it. Obviously, a lot of pressure on their shoulders, but it's a case of can they manage it, certainly within the last hour of racing.
Yeah, and it's to use one of your phrases, a pretty well-known phrase, especially if you're a football fan. It is squeaky bum time for all the drivers now as we head towards the final 60 minutes of the 24-hour endurance race. No matter how long you've tuned in for, you will have seen action left, right, and centre. You can't take your eyes off this action as we head ever closer to hour number 24. The final hour is almost upon us. 61 minutes left in this endurance race, and can anybody stop MSI Esports? My first inclination is no.
No, they've been here before, Kieran. They know exactly what they're doing. They won it last year, and they're here to pack a punch. Can they steal the P1 here away from what looked to be a surefire win here from Zenith Esports? It all came to a head overnight as we see, with a little bit of... Did it look like it lost the back end there slightly, Josh Thompson? It looked like that maybe there was a little bit of skidding going on with the rear wheels. I'm not sure if that was the case, whether it was me just seeing things. I have been up all night, so maybe I'm seeing things right now. But I got to say, it looked to me as they were coming down towards the final few bends that rear end on that Ford GT looked a bit a little bit squirrely coming down. As you can see, they're soaking up a lot of the turf. They're heading into turn one. Remember, they're trying to make use of every single curb. And like I said before, the Ford GT isn't the best when taking some of these corners. Obviously, we tend to find, given its aerodynamic build, it tends to favour, I suppose, the straight line speed, which I think is what Williams aim to achieve here. But as you can see, I don't think it's quite as good in overall traction as to what the BMW is.
Well, I think I've seen the opposite. I think the Ford GT is really lacking at the top end, and it's really trying to make the ground up through the corners. Maybe it's the fatigue setting into the commentary box. Who knows who's right anymore? Who's right, who's wrong, doesn't matter. All that matters is that Williams Esports will be trying their best to just stay away from the track limits. Remember, that green little bits of AstroTurf you can see there on the inside of the curb. You can put two wheels on those. As long as you got the other two wheels on the curb and not beyond, then you will not get punished by the iRacing stewards. That's the in-sim stewards, if you like, down in towards turn 10. But if you're just joining us, good morning. Welcome to the final hour, hour 24. And go on, George. Why don't you give us a run through?
Yeah, we'll go through the current leaderboard, shall we? MSI Esports leading the way. Salva Talon's there, still leading this mesmeric race, and I got to say he's clear by at least a lap. Driver X Esports Scalpers team, Sergio Ignacio and he's ever potent. P2 currently, he's clear by 52 seconds to that of Williams Esports driver Josh Thompson, who we're seeing on screen just coming across the line there in P3. Level Motorsports, Andreas Fernandez there in P4, currently 14.6 seconds, and that's growing in behind the Williams Esports driver Josh Thompson. Race 4 Cat Motorsport, Sergei Haras there in P5, a lap behind of that of Level Motorsport. Obsidian Racing in P6, Pedro Sanchez Albert, he is clear by 32.7 seconds, 19.8 seconds behind the Race for Cat Motorsport, Sergei Haras. Unicos Gaming, who of course was the pole sitter at the start of this race, Christian Lamella in the pit lane, or was in the pit lane recently. The times are frozen on my screen. P7 they are at the moment. The Mamias Racing team in P8. Obviously they are donned by that of the driver Yuri Gomez. P9, High Speed Demons, the other GT car. Pablo Lazar still in P9. Cherokee in P10 with Jonathan Goitzisati. That's your top 10 for the race so far. P11, that's your Kilometro Zero. Gabi Montoro there as well. He is gaining really on the Cherokee car. 25.6 seconds separating those two. We'll see if that gap shrinks any further. In behind him, of course, the R70 team driver Jaume Dalamasas Torres in P12. Masked Devils Esports, Daniel Jerez 1 in P13. They are currently a lap behind that of the R70 team. The Plus G Scuderia driver Marc Lebert, after that insane crash, but that quick getaway in the pit lane, 3 seconds, that all it took him, exiting in P14. The Corbano Esports team driver Jose Manuel Cazon in P15. Espinata Rocket Factor Alvaro Garcia Paredes in P16. 10 Factory Sim Racer driver Ricardo Costa there in P17. Euromaster Esports Fran Parada in P18. Karama Motorsport Francesc Xavier Casado in P19. DX Droids Borja Chisbert Villeches in P20. Cometa team driver Daniel Diaz Cuadrado there in P21. El Bar Ducato Racing team Danny Sanchez in P22. P23 Project Bullet driver iRacing Aureal Monte in P23. BWY Academy driver Hugo Molina is leading the back markers at the rear, with the Customs Exilium GT driver David Munoz Palomino in P25, Hugo Molina in P24. So still a long way to go there, folks. Of course, we are within the hour now, 56.4 minutes remaining. It's all to play for. Let's get this party started.
Yeah, absolutely. Not long to go now for all the teams out there, and they will just be obviously their engineers, their team will be telling them now just one more hour to go. I sort of worked it out. The drivers at the moment, given the first 23 hours, 784 laps were completed by MSI Esports, so we're roughly going to average 34 to 35 laps remaining in this race. Now, that average does include the safety car business at the start of this race, so it could be slightly higher. But I would say if you pit in at around about 50 minutes, 45 minutes, you could make it to the end on the current fuel load as high as it can go. So it'll be interesting to see when drivers leave it. They'll try and pit as early as possible so they have the least amount of fuel ready and waiting in the tank when they cross the line. You really want to be on the limit of the amount of fuel you have at the end of the race. Otherwise, you haven't used enough fuel. It's as simple as that.
No, absolutely. You've got to try and optimize your strategy, and obviously the fuel you want enough. Obviously, not to reduce your pace by any means, but at the same time, you need fuel to get yourself to the end as well, and that's going to take not only a strategy mindset, but also the ability of the drivers in order to manage their car around the circuit. There's so many factors when it comes to racing. It's not just as simple as getting in the car and driving. There's so many other things you have to think about, and certainly these teams work very hard in behind the scenes to sort of put together a decent strategy in order to grab this race by the horns. And certainly we've seen it here today. Obviously the likes of MSI Esports, who weren't necessarily at the beginning taking the lead by storm, they've steadily progressed their way through the field. Bear in mind, they've only made 3 places to get to P1, so it's been a very methodical approach there from MSI Esports. I think that's the difference. I think they've come here with consistency, with moderation, and that is how they're in front at this stage. And I think you can say the same for Williams Esports as well. They had every knowledge of the penalty they would receive at the start of the race, putting them on P18, and they've turned it around in such a manner that's really impressive. And honestly, I put that down to typical strategy. Javier Guerra knew exactly what he was getting himself into. The likes of Josh Thompson, who is now in the car right now, but Williams Esports have a collective of phenomenal drivers that have made this turnaround happen. And if you look at them, if you just read out some of these names, they are phenomenal. Dominic Steib, who is of course in the chat right now, and of course the others, Arthur Lehouk, obviously the DS de Cheetah sim driver in Formula E. Of course, you've also got Augustine Canapino, who performed some of those heroic moves in the evening stint that pushed the car right up through the classifications. And this is why we're seeing this team up in the top 3. So credit to them. They certainly deserve to be there.
They definitely do, and if you're up there with only an hour left to go, you can't really say you don't deserve to be there whatsoever. So it's a fantastic showing from actually everybody involved. If you've made it to the final hour, we do welcome you there. There is Josh Thompson in the pit lane for what should be his final stop in that car. Luckily, they're in the pit lane and they're not driving through it, so they didn't pick up an incident point yet. They'll be really on tenterhooks there as to whether they can make it to the end without getting any more incident points. David Munoz also into the pits. So Level Motorsport stayed out. Andres Fernandez still out on the track. But remember, that gap was around 14 seconds when the Williams Esports team came into the pit. I'm expecting a shorter pit stop from the Level Motorsports car. This is where the race could be decided. There is the Williams Esports car rejoining ahead of traffic. That's crucial as well. A little bit of clear air for Josh Thompson up ahead as he can start to push on, and with those, I think, fresh tyres, bit of fuel on board as well, he can try and chase down. 41 seconds now is the gap between himself and Andreas Fernandez in the Level Motorsports car. It all depends whether the car ahead changes tyres or not. That is solely what this race is going to rely on. If they just take on the fuel to get themselves to the end of the race, then there's a good chance here that Williams are going to be on the back foot here.
It could well be. It's all a question of it's going to be a decision's going to have to be made. Certainly on behalf of Level Motorsports, they've got a big decision to make. Certainly in reference to their next pit stop, because it will decide potentially who comes third in this race. The way I see things right now, obviously, if they come in and try and do a short stint like you say, pretty much a splash and dash. Obviously, you've got to think of the tyre wear. Can those tyres get them to the end? Will the grip levels be okay? That is the big question. Obviously, if they do change those tyres, that will increase the length of the pit stop. Therefore, they will have to then play catch-up for the rest of the race. Can they put up with that? Can they push? Have they got enough incident points to take them to the end? Who knows? Have they got enough? Are they let themselves go due to the fact that they don't have any room or margin for error right now? These are all questions we do not know the answer to at this moment in time. So we'll have to see what happens, obviously, towards the end. Obviously, given the way things are right now, I'd imagine that the Level Motorsports team are probably thinking that maybe we just need to try, maybe do a slow pit stop, and maybe we'll take it to the end and battle one-on-one to decide who gets this P3 position.
Stay tuned. That's all we'll say. 51 minutes to go here. That's it of the 24-hour race. There is your race leader, Salva Talent, in the MSI Esports BMW, leading by 1 lap here over DriveX Esports. That's in the hands of Sergio Ignacio there. Third place Level Motorsports at the moment, but of course the top 3, I would assume, are yet to stop and make their final stop in this race here. The decision for the team is, when do they stop? Obviously, you want to make it to the end with a good amount of fuel. You don't want to lose too much time in the pit lane, so it will literally be a top-up of fuel to get yourself across the line, and that's it. That's all you have to do. You can pull the car to the side, you can run out of fuel as soon as you go across the line. Doesn't matter. You will be able to just park the car up and call it a day, whatever happens. And of course, I'm sure hopefully we'll be in some a treat with a lap of honour, maybe even a donut or two. Who knows what's going to happen? But that's 50 minutes away. Right now, we're going to focus on this sensational and intriguing battle for third place. It's all really going to be decided in the pit lane, so we'll see how it turns out.
It depends on what Level Motorsports decide to do in the pit, because we know they've got to take one more stop, but the question is, what kind of stop is it going to be? Is it going to be a case of just a simple refuel? Is it going to be a case of tyre change? We know for one thing, I'd imagine they're going to stick with Andreas Fernandez to the end of the race. They're going to have to simply, I don't think they can afford another minute-long pit stop, really, given the fact that Williams Esports now, we're getting so close to the end that there's not a lot you can fit in the space of 50 minutes. So it's going to be decided, it's going to either be a splash and dash, or I think it's either going to be a tyre change. Can they afford that tyre change, though? That is the question.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be low risk in this pit stop, to be honest with you. They've got the lap advantage, so they are in control. They have the power here. Do MSI Esports, and they look comfortable out there. That's the thing. They look very comfortable out in the lead of this race. There again is the Williams Esports car, about to be lapped once again by the leader of this race. They're about to go 3 laps down to the race leader, who's going at them at a rate of knots at the moment. Last lap time from Josh Thompson was a 42.7. I believe that was his first lap out of the pit lane, and then a full clean lap he had there. So 42.7 there, and you can see slightly quicker than the MSI Esports car there, 42.9, albeit that the MSI Esports car does have to pit again. It won't be able to make it to the end on its current fuel settings for sure. But heading now down in towards turn 10, I think there's an aura of cool around Salva Talens. I think they've got this under control.
Yeah, I think obviously he's been told, I think, by his team boss, no doubt, to try and take the foot off the gas a little bit. They don't want to put everything to risk at this moment in time. They've still got a lap clear of DriveX Esports Scalpers team, Sergio Ignacio. Obviously, they're in P2. Obviously, this doesn't mean to say that they're not out of trouble just yet, because obviously we've still got 48 minutes, and of course, anything can happen in that stage. It doesn't take 48 minutes to have an accident, and an accident can happen just like that. It doesn't need to have any other car involved in it even. So it's totally up to the driver at this point. Obviously, taking the foot off the gas, obviously you're reducing your margin for error, as we now see Josh Thompson making his way down the straight into turn 1, like you say, trying to utilize those curbs as he always has done right through his stint so far, making his way around the Renault bend now. But certainly it's going to be interesting to see what goes on for that P3 finish. That's what I've got my eyes on right now. The gap currently separated. Just look at the Williams Esports Delta times. We are now within the 39.9s now. So they are creeping and a peeping. I don't think he's overly concerned about that incident point just right now. He seems to be quite happy to push here, Kieran.
I'm sure he's happy to push. I'm sure his teammates will slightly be pulling out their hair at the risk of the incident point looming over their head. But at the moment, Josh Thompson is flying out there, isn't he? 42.7 on his last lap. That's on par and even quicker than the leaders of this race. So he's really flying out there at the moment. There is Andres Fernandez in 3rd place in the Level Motorsports car, in the Porsche there, making their way across the line to start another lap here in Barcelona, down towards turn 1. Last lap there, 42.7 from Andres Fernandez, and let's see what the Williams Esports car can do as they'll head to the line in half a minute's time, so not too far behind, of course. About 40 seconds now is the gap between the two cars.
Yeah, I'm going to call this out now, Kieran, right? I'm going to call this out, right? We need to ask the live chat, who do they think is going to get that elusive 3rd place at this moment in time? Is it going to be the Williams Esports team or the Level Motorsports? Because obviously it's going to be very close. I'm just looking at the comments here from Dominic Stive now. He's saying here, this is way too tight. I'm dead. Imagine instant last lap. Do not think that way, Dominic.
Yeah,
do not think that way. That is not what we need at the last minute of this race. We want to see a straight finish. We want to see a straight fight. And that's exactly what we need here in a race such as this. I want to hear your comments, though, in the live chat. Please post who you think is going to claim that last 3rd place, that last podium position on the circuit. We're really looking forward to seeing who's going to take it here. It could be between Level Motorsports, could be between Williams. Could Race for Cat come back into play? Who knows? It's all question marks at this moment in time. Just please post your recommendations or your suggestions in the chat room. I really want to see what you guys think. Obviously, Kieran, it's all to play for. 45 minutes remaining. It's getting closer and closer.
Yeah, that checkered flag is getting closer and closer, and for most teams, they'll be really, really happy to see it. Sometimes as a driver, you get so invested in your stint, you think, oh no, is that it? Is it over? No, I know these drivers will be waiting for that checkered flag, and they only have 3/4 of an hour to go before that checkered flag is waved. 43.1 from the Level Motorsports car last time around. Williams Esports 42.8, so a good 4/10 taken out there from the Level Motorsports gap there. But I think Williams Esports now, there's that compromise. Obviously they have that incident point looming over them, but also they know they want to push because they've got to try and take advantage. They've got to try and get third place. We've seen from the team that they don't think they have the pace outright for third place. This will be strategy. This will be a hint of lady luck as well. So we'll have to see how it all unfolds. And we've got 45 minutes, in fact less than that now, before we get to find out who takes that coveted final podium spot.
How much of that is smoke and mirrors, though, Kieran? You never know. Obviously, they might be downplaying their performance. Obviously, downplay your performance. Obviously, you can be pleasantly surprised by the results at the end. You never know. That may be the attitude they're taking. I mean, obviously, looking at it on paper right now, it certainly is anyone's game as they make their way down towards the stretch. You can see Andreas Ferrandez there on track, making his way down towards the Lakea bend. And there's João Dallamasse in P12, just coming out of the pit lane. And he's currently a lap clear of Daniel Herrera in the Mass Devils esports car, who's currently in P13, of course. So obviously, very, very clear there in P12. Just looking at it on track right now, João Dallamasse Torres there is currently a minute and 2 seconds behind Kilometro Zero, that being Gabi Montoro there in P11. There's your race leader, Salva Talens there, leading the fray here at this moment in time, clear of Sergio Ignacio, who's in P2 right now for the DriveX esports team there. There you can see Andreas Fernandez in P3 making his way down towards turn 1, and indeed the Level Motorsports team looking to try and snatch this P3 as we now see them round the next left-hander. Indeed, they are going to try and at least solidify this P3 position. Obviously, they can't just do it. Well, they can't do it just yet because they've still got to pit. And I'm just watching that delta time. It's stagnated at 39.9. Williams not able to take anything else off just yet, but obviously still yet to have a pit stop from Level Motorsports. That could be the decisive factor. Maybe Josh Thompson is quite happy just to hold off and just see how this pit stop plans out.
Yeah, I think obviously there's all sorts of strategy going on. There's all sorts of talking going on, especially in this final hour, especially when it's for third place here in this race. Everybody will want that one. There's only 2 or 3 teams that could really have a realistic chance of getting that. Race for Cat, I think, have pretty much settled for 5th place, although they are being closed in pretty quickly by Obsidian Racing there. 5.8 seconds is the gap between 5th and 6th place there. So that's going to be an interesting battle. Let's see who's able to come out on top for that battle for 5th place. But yes, the battle for 3rd then is going to be between 2 drivers. It's going to be between 2 teams, Level Motorsports and Andres Fernandez, and also Williams Esports and Josh Thompson, who will come out on top. Let's have a look at the chat then and see what everybody thinks. A couple of Williams Esports there, but we shall see. It's going to be very tight no matter how this ends. Strategy involved as well, which is something that we don't fully know. Obviously, the drivers will have more of an insight than we do. But at the moment there, it is going to be very nip and tuck. Don't take your eyes off of this one because we don't know who's going to finish in 3rd. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, mere 12 seconds we're reading from Dominic Stibe. That'll be for a refueling in that Level Esports car. The drive-through as well being 22 seconds. So that's a 34-second gap there, or 34 seconds that they could come out in the pit lane for. That means that they will theoretically be, based on what Dominic's saying, 6, maybe 5, 6 seconds, the gap after that potential pit stop. Obviously, we'll have to see. It depends, of course, what happens to the delta time in between now and then. For now, obviously, it seems to be stagnating around about the 40-second mark, and we'll certainly see as to how that pit stop is applied. Whether they go for tyres and it gets extended, we are unsure. Like I say, but it's true. 40 minutes remaining in this race session, and I cannot believe my eyes what we're going to have at the finish. It certainly is going to be a grandstand finish.
Yeah, it is. I can't see them. I can't see Level Motorsports taking tyres on. They'll see it as too much of a risk to lose the position as well. I think that will only be a pit stop for fuel. If they take on tyres, they're going to be too far back. They won't have enough time to really make up that ground. As well as that, if they stay on those tyres, obviously we've seen how they can do multiple stints. We've seen some sets of tyres, obviously on I think it's the right-hand side, that are able to do 3 stints back to back. The left-hand side tyres, though, not so much. They are the ones that are under pressure all the way through the lap. And yeah, so That's going to be pretty interesting to see how that turns out. But I don't expect Level Motorsports to be taking tyres on. I think that's only a fuel stop, a splash and dash to get them to the end of this race. Under 40 minutes to go now here in Barcelona. And your leader here is leading by 1 lap. MSI Esports in the hands of Salva Talens, who we believe has to stop again, but so too do DriveX Esports and Level Motorsports in 2nd and 3rd place. So they're in a really comfortable place now, a lap ahead, and they're not exactly cruising though, still 42.8 being set by them. So they're still, Salva Talens really much still on the pace, and I think that is the number 1 car there, ready to meet the Williams Esports car once again. It's been close before already during this stint that the Williams Esports car has had, but has really closed up. And this won't be for position. This will just be to put a 2nd lap on the Williams Esports car. I don't think Josh Thompson will hang around in letting that car through. Let's see. Does he pull off to the right-hand side? Does he stay to the left-hand side? He stays on the racing line, so not interested in yet in letting that BMW through. Of course, it's a little bit different with 24 hours out there. The blue flags don't necessarily mean you have to let the car through behind you. It's just warning you that the car behind you, you're not racing. It is a car that is ahead of you in the standings that's putting a lap on you. Just be aware they could try for a move. But in all honesty, it is the driver following that has the responsibility of making sure they make the pass safely.
Absolutely, and obviously we'll see how that transpires through the race. And obviously, when it comes to circumstances such as this, I think Williams have got to just run with it as such. I mean, they obviously, looking at it on paper, MSI Esports do not concern them right now. MSI pretty much just want to just go through and just maintain the pace that they are setting. Obviously, they're still setting decent laps, as you were saying, Kieran. 142.839 currently their last lap. But certainly proving to be a formidable foe still, as we can see Daniel Herrera there in P14 now in the pit box for Mass Devils Esports. But as we return to the action showing here from the MSI driver Salva Talens, trying to overtake now the Ford GT, that being of course Josh Thompson. Just also looking, there's a battle for P5 beginning to form as well, because you can see that Obsidian Racing, Pedro Sanchez Alba beginning to close on the Race for Cat Motorsports, Sergei Harar there in P5. There's a gap there of just under 3.5 seconds. And by the looks of it, Obsidian Racing on a fresher strategy. They've only been out on 6 laps from their stint. And looking at the car ahead of them, they've been on 10 laps on their stint. So obviously there might be quite a difference in tyre wear between Obsidian and Race for Cat. So maybe a late charge here from Obsidian could mean that they clinch the 5th place spot towards the end.
Yeah, they really could. 5.6 seconds, as you said. They're Obsidian getting a 42.6 and Race for Cat setting a 43.2 on the last lap. So that's a huge chunk to take out there. They are closing in at a rate of knots, are Obsidian, in the hands of Pedro Sanchez Albert. That could be a very tidy P5 on the board then. Remember, Obsidian finished 3rd place in last year's event in the 2019 24 hours, and they're fighting for 5th place this time around. Such is the way, and such is the way the 24-hour can treat you. Sometimes it can be really helpful to you and give you incidents that happen to everybody else. Sometimes it gives you the instance to deal with. It's a cruel, cruel mistress at 24 hours. Stay on the right side of her and you should be absolutely fine. That's exactly what MSI Esports have done. DriveX have done exactly the same as well. They kept their head down and managed to stay out of trouble and had that little bit of luck that nothing's really happened in front of them that's caused them to take avoiding action.
No, absolutely. And it's certainly it's little things like this. You've got to say, you come towards the end, little matters that creep in, little demons that may stretch into the imagination that do cause problems. I'm just looking now, obviously, we're into lap, what looks to be the final few laps before we hit the 800 mark. It's starting to get real rapid now, 7.98 to be exact. We are estimating 840 laps, so the pace is still quickening, Kieran. They're still forcing the pace here, certainly MSI Esports, because that predicted finishing lap is going to be 840. So that means we've got a suspected 42 laps remaining in this race. Obviously, that's at the rate that MSI Esports are carrying this pace at the moment.
No, that doesn't sound right to me. There's more laps to complete than there are minutes in the race. That doesn't sound right, but we'll have to keep an eye on it as we progress all the way through. I predict there's going to be about 20 laps, maybe even that, because if we're setting 1 minute 40s around here, in fact we're setting 1:42, so the track is actually getting a little bit slower at the moment. So that's going to make the lap times increase. So I reckon, yeah, around about 20 to 22 laps. That's all we've got really left in this race.
Absolutely. It's whittling down nearly into the final half an hour. It's absolutely groundbreaking. I really am loving this at this moment in time. Andres Fernandez still out on track, yet to pit. And indeed, the time is beginning to expand slightly. 41.7 still, the delta. That hasn't come in whatsoever. They haven't managed to breach the 40s just quite yet. And you can see there, Andres Fernandez finally getting by that of the number 3 car. That, of course, being the number 3 is the Cometa team, Daniel Diaz Cuadrado, who is now down in P21. And he's currently 36 seconds ahead of El Bar Duqueto Racing Team, Danny Sanchez. And he's 4 laps behind DX Droids driver, Boya Chisbert Velichez. So he's got a little bit of work to do if he wants to catch the car ahead, but I'd imagine that's a dead duck right now. He's probably just focusing trying to keep the El Bar Duqueto Racing Team behind him. They're both on similar stints, so they both got 14 pits in between them. So at the end of the day, I think it's pretty academic now for the Cometa team that they're going to hold on to the 21st spot.
Well, obviously anything can happen, obviously over the 24 hours, and don't rule anything out in the last half an hour either. As I said, the 24 hour can treat you in a way you'll never expect. I mean, just ask the car of Plus G Escuderia and Mark Yobert. I mean, that definitely was a Code Brown moment. Luckily, they had a fast repair to hand. They just needed to tow back to the pit lane, so they lost about 3.5 minutes overall, which, to be honest with you, after that crash, is really nothing at all. They currently sit in 13th place. They lost out on 12th place to R70, but I think to still be in this race and still have an opportunity to take this checkered flag on their own back is going to be good enough for them to try and take this position here. We've got a Porsche, that's the Euromaster Porsche, just onto the right-hand side of the track, making life easy for the car ahead. And I didn't catch the number of that one.
Oh,
This will be the Y then. So this is a spinner then, just on the uphill section into turn 9. So I think he must have lost that either just on the top of the crest there, and the back end said no, and he found himself into the gravel trap. So unfortunate there, but there you go. Still half an hour left in this one, and there's still mistakes happening left, right, and centre. We just don't know what's going to happen out here.
No, we certainly don't. You can see the Euromaster car now all over the back once again as we're now back to the live action here on screen. They're bombing down the stretch now, and indeed the Euromaster car obviously being donned by Fran Parada now going into the first corner. And obviously let's hope that the Porsche doesn't have any unfortunate experiences with turn 1. Now, what's going on with that Level Motorsport? Is there some damage on the rear of that car, Kieran?
Well, let's have a look. I see hard to make out as it makes their way down towards turn 13. Not that I can see if there is any damage. It's quite light, so it won't be too performance hampering if that's the case. I can't really see. I mean, there's a little bit of a bumper missing on the back, I think, but I think that's just going to rule down to cosmetic damage rather than any performance hampering damage. We'll have to check on the lap times though. Level Motorsports on that last lap, 43.2. We'll await to see what Williams Esports will set there. Their current gap is 43.7. There's your race leader with just over 30 minutes to go. Salva Talent in the MSI Esports BMW is showing off at this point, setting great lap time after great lap time. 42.7 was their last lap as they now make their way in towards the final corner. And just to look at the timesheets there to see what sort of lap is going to be set right now. By a mile, the fastest driver out on track, the fastest team on track right now as they make their way towards that start-finish line. And obviously the one battle to watch is the battle for 5th place between Race for Cat and Obsidian.
It certainly is. The time gap now is really starting to close now. 2.1 seconds in between that of Pedro Sanchez Albert and Sergey Haran now, as we see the Euromasters esports car, Fran Parada, coming into the pits now. Whether that means that the tyres maybe have packed in, we're not sure. But bear in mind, they've had 16 pit stops. So interesting to think that they must have eaten through their tyres, but obviously that could be for damage or various other reasons. But as we look back at the time gap, Obsidian Racing, Pedro Sanchez Albert really closing that gap severely. 1.948 seconds now separating them and Sergei Harat now. And as we're currently into lap 8:01, as you can now see, Pedro Sanchez just rounding that right-hander, sending his car down through the Eurocar bend on the right-hand side. You can now see the RACC chicane beckoning now for Pedro Sanchez. Obsidian Racing looking for a positive ending to this race indeed. That red, white and black livery making its way around the New Holland corner, past the DRS line, heads down the stretch now, and very shortly, I'm sure they'll be punishing and punching at the Race for Cap Motorsport car driven by Sergei Harat as they come down towards turn 1. And indeed, this is going to be a great chance for Obsidian to make a huge dent in the prospects of the Race for Cap Motorsport team. Can Pedro Sanchez Albert pull it off?
Well, he's certainly closing in at a rate of knots, but what we've already discovered here is that you can have the pace to close in on the car behind, but it's all about overtaking, which is a completely different challenge in itself. Making their way now in towards turn 4 is Pedro Sanchez in that Obsidian Racing Porsche. Looking at the Williams Esports here, I've just seen in the chat there that they had a big lockup going down the back straight, and unfortunately that looks to have set the deal for the tyres. They look like they're gone. We need Bono on the phone, really, for that sort of call. But we see Pedro Sanchez making his way up the climb, and that gap is now falling away bit by bit. I mean, it's fallen away by 0.6 of a second that lap alone. So a little bit of a mistake there from Josh Thompson, and unfortunately, his tyres might have just seen the best of what they had and are declining now.
Yeah, well, let's see how this fares towards the end. I mean, I want this so badly to be a battle for P3. I think we all do. I think it'd be the perfect ending to the perfect race. I mean, obviously, when I say perfect race, obviously we've had some incidents down the line which have proven to be certainly spectacular, to say the least, as we now see Sergei Harat now under pressure from Pedro Sanchez. That time gap now down to 1.6 seconds now. So Pedro Sanchez really starting to push the button and try and alleviate his way forward to try and take that P5 position. He is now bombing down the stretch now. 1.7 now. That gap has gone up by 1/10, but it doesn't matter. He's still making his way down towards turn 1, down to 1.5 seconds now. So he's eating away at it slowly as we now see the Obsidian Racing car make its way down. The Porsche certainly seems to be charismatic right now on this circuit as we now see that Andreas Fernandez is in for his stop, Kieran.
Absolutely. So in he comes then to the pits. Level Motorsports now making their way down the pit lane exit. What was that sort of time there? It was a 15.3 second stop, 35 seconds staying in the pit lane. So that is Andreas Fernandez, who will rejoin easily ahead of the Williams Esports car, as there's a little bit of confusion there going in towards turn number 5. That is the Obsidian Racing car of Pedro Sanchez, just trying to make sense of it all going through here. Which cars am I racing? Which am I not? I can give you a clue. The car ahead you're not racing, making their way now up the hill and onwards towards the flying right-hander. In fact, I'll tell a lie, because that is the Race for Cat Motorsport car. That is your battle for 5th place. You can see there the Catalan flag on the rear wing, defending hard there in towards turn 10. Pedro Sanchez might have to go the long way round. He tries a little bit of a cutback, but you see there Sergei Harat saw that coming from a mile out and positioned his car perfectly there. But you see now Pedro Sanchez all over the back of that 5th place car of Race for Cat Motorsport, heading our way now in towards 13, now down the hill in towards 14. You can see 2 different lines being taken here. You can see Harat is trying to prioritize the exit out of 15 to try and get that speed down the start finish straight that he needs. But here comes Pedro Sanchez then in that slipstream. As you can see, Harat moves to the right hand side to try and defend as much as he can. Sanchez is closing and closing down that start finish straight. Will he try a move then? He'll have to go the long way round, around the outside of turn 1. It will become the inside line of turn 2 here, but then quickly becomes the outside line through turn 3. There's a little bit of contact between them there, door-to-door racing. Pedro Sanchez trying to hold on around the outside at turn 3. He runs slightly off the track. Luckily, there's a bit of tarmac there that can help him recover. Sanchez looking for a move into turn 4, but no, the door is firmly shut there. And for now, Harat holds on, but Pedro Sanchez is making his life difficult.
He certainly is. I've got to say, I've been watching Pedro Sanchez Alba with my teeth gritted going around that bend there. It looked to me when he was heading round Renault curve, he could have very easily lost it, but he's still within touching distance of the other Porsche dead ahead of him. Now it's a battle of two Porsches here with 25 minutes remaining in this race. We're now seeing the red car and the white car go toe-to-toe here around the Kamsa corner, heading down to what will be the Lakea bend. Sergei Haras and Pedro Sanchez doing battle here. 210 separating. A lunging move here from Pedro Sanchez, cutting down the inside. Can he hold on at the outset of the corner? Yes, they're going too wide and through the chicane, battling through the back Sabanel. Sergei Haras trying to hold on as they come down through the Europe car right-hander, and Sergei Haras defending. Pedro Sanchez with the switch, but he gets cut off. What defending from Sergei Haras, Kieran?
Absolutely, but now Haras is going to have it all to do now. Down that start-finish straight, Pedro Sanchez right on his rear splitter now. Heading down that start-finish straight, he's looking for a move already here. Side by side almost coming through the final corner. They're definitely side by side now. Haras on the right, Pedro Sanchez on the left. Now they've completely switched. Sanchez on the right-hand side of your screen. Haras on the left, making our way now down towards turn one. Haras has the inside line. Pedro Sanchez once again has the outside line. We've seen this one before. This time, though, Pedro Sanchez side